Chapter 1, Unforeseen Consequences. Hello, everyone, I am IX404 and welcome to my newest Mass Effect, MechWarrior/BattleTech crossover. This will be the pilot chapter of my newest crossover between the worlds of BattleTech and Mass Effect. This story was deeply inspired and influenced by the BattleTech SI called This Was Easier on the Tabletop. If you haven't looked at that story yet, I thoroughly recommend that you do so. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the Mass Effect or BattleTech/MechWarrior franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to its respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. SSV Normandy. Deep Space. September 12, 2186. Commander Shepard awoke with a gasp, his heart hammering as he looked around in the darkness. For a moment, it seemed his nightmare was overlaid with the real world. Scrambling for the light switch, he flicked it on, with the imagined world fading away, revealing the captain's quarters aboard the Normandy SR2. Breathing in and out, Shepard slowly calmed his racing heart down, until he felt more comfortable. Where did that nightmare come from? He thought to himself. Is this going to go away, or is my mind finally starting to fracture from what's been happening recently? What the hell is wrong with me? As he got up and got dressed, Shepard mulled over humanity's current predicament. We're at war with the Reapers, and the only way we'll win is if we complete the Crucible. Sitting down, he thought, why me, of all people? I'm not the leader everyone thinks I am. I'm just a soldier doing what he can to help the people around him, and the races of the galaxy, survive. Shaking off the dark thoughts, he got up to begin his day. He heard someone walking inside. Come in, Shepard called out. To his surprise, it was Lyra T'Soni. Lyra, Shepard blurted out. It's good to see you. It's good to see you as well, Lyra replied. Are you okay? Sighing, Shepard sat down on his bed, rubbing his eyes as Lyra sat down next to him. Officially, yes, he told her. Personally, no. I've been having nightmares since we were forced to abandon Earth. What kind of nightmares? They always involve a young boy I saw on Earth. I tried to rescue him, but he was too afraid to let me do so. I watched him die when a Reaper fired on the Kodiak piloting him. Since then, I've been having these nightmares. Every time I fall asleep, I see him running through this burnt forest, playing with a toy. When I catch up to him, he looks at me, and then he starts to. Shepard's trailed off, unable to describe the final part of his nightmare. It's all right, Commander, Lyra assured him, putting a hand on Shepard's back. I think I know what this is. I believe your kind calls it post-traumatic stress disorder. Your mind is punishing itself for letting that child die. You think so? Yes. Lyra nodded. And there is a cure. If I were in your position, I would examine those memories and ask myself if I had done everything that I could in that situation. If the answer is yes, then there is no need to punish yourself for what happened. It was beyond your control anyways. Meditation usually helps as well, as does slow, regular breathing. If that helps, let me know. Thanks, Lyra. Anything else I should know? Admiral Hackett would like to speak to you when you've got some time, Lyra added. Noted. Lyra left the captain's quarters, leaving Shepard alone once again. Taking her advice, he sat cross-legged on the cabin floor and closing his eyes, resting his hands on his knees. Slowing his breathing down, he thought back towards the memories, asking himself the question that Lyra had recommended. He was surprised to find that his gut had been knotted up somewhat, with the knots vanishing as he continued to meditate on his nightmare. His eyebrows stopped becoming furrowed, and he felt better than before. After a few minutes, he got up and made his way towards the mess hall. I'll need to thank Lyra later, he thought as he pushed the icon on the elevator panel for the mess hall. That really helped out. Upon arrival, Shepard heard a loud escac being hurled across the room, just before a fist hit a table. Looking at the table, Shepard was surprised to see James Vega, Nyreen Kandros and Gurus Vakarian playing a holographic board game, complete with a set of holographic dice and holographic miniatures. Vega had a megawatt smile on his face, while Gurus was scowling, idly scratching his head with a talon as he tried to figure out how he lost. Nyreen, however, had a serene expression on her face. Hi, Shepard, Vega beamed. Wanna join us? Not right now, no, Shepard replied. What are you playing? Some kind of human game, Nyreen said. Vega, explain it to the commander. Right, James Vega said. This is classic BattleTech. It's a board game that's popular with new recruits in the Alliance Marines, myself included. As for Gurus' attitude, it's because I just won a mech battle against his last mech. Critical hits are a bitch, I can tell you that. There's no way a mech with an AC/20 can penetrate that much armor like that, Gurus grumbled. According to the lore, it can do that, Vega countered. AC/20s are the most damaging autocannon against armor, and can one-shot a lighter mech within its effective range. Your Shadowhawk took a critical hit to the cockpit, so your character got turned into paste, and I won the game. Still, you were a good fighter. You destroyed the left arm and left center torso of my king crab. I think that was from my hunchback, Nyreen corrected. Details, Nyreen, Vega shrugged. Looking at Shepard, he said, Gurus challenged me to a board game that was popular with humans. I told him we were going to play one round of classic BattleTech, and he agreed. Sounds like you got beaten by a professional, Shepard remarked to Gurus. You probably should have picked something a little less well known to Vega. That's true, Gurus admitted, his scowl fading slightly. Looking at Vega, he said, well, you won. I guess those 50 credits are yours now. Yep, Vega replied. Meanwhile, Shepard proceeded to the mess hall and grabbed himself some rations. Still don't want to play? Vega called over to the COMM and. I'll think about it, Shepard replied. I used to enjoy board games all the time when I was a kid. Perhaps I've still got it. With that, he began shoving food into his gullet. He also noticed Nyreen and Gurus walking along, caressing each other's waists. I'll have to ask them about that at some point, he decided. They have gotten along remarkably well since they came aboard. Walking into the QEC room, Shepard pulled up the comm call for the day. Connection pending, a computerized voice said moments later. Please wait. While Shepard waited, he suddenly spotted someone else in the adjacent war room. Javik? He asked. I didn't know you were up here. Commander, Javik remarked. I was merely curious about the war room, as you call it. We Protheans gathered in places like this to discuss strategies and attacks against the Reapers. It is similar to what we had back then. I see. Looking around, Shepard spotted another person in the CIC. Rex. You doing all right today? Fine, Rex replied. Your Solarian doctor needed some samples from me. I see where this is going, Shepard commented. Still don't trust Morden. How can I? His kind built the genophage, remember? Plus, the female isn't taking it well. You mean Eve? Yeah. Eve. She tolerates Morden, but she told me she sees a lot of pain in him. Hard to imagine that he'd want to reverse the genophage. Would it help if I told you he helped me defeat the Collectors, and that he saved the data from Malin's experiments? At that, Rex's brow scales went up in surprise. Really? When Shepard nodded, Rex said, Damn, Shepard. You didn't tell me about that. When you've got time, tell me more. Certainly, Shepard agreed. Then he heard a loud, beeping sound coming from the QEC. I've got a call to take, Shepard explained. Speak with you later. Rex merely grunted. Shepard pressed the call button, and the hologram of an elderly man in Alliance dress uniform appeared moments later. Admiral, Shepard greeted him with a salute. At ease, Hackett replied. I called to check up on your current progress in this sector of the galaxy. I take it all is going well. Yes. Admiral. We helped recover some of Rex's missing scouts. We'll be moving towards Tuchanka soon. Good, Hackett said. That'll help with bringing the Krogan on board. Now, I called because we've got a problem, Shepard, and you're the only one who can keep things from escalating. And that would be. We detected an unusual energy burst coming from the Terminus systems, Hackett explained. According to probes we launched, this energy burst came from a planet you've visited before. It appears Cerberus was studying some kind of Prothean artifact on the planet's surface. An inside agent of ours was able to provide more detail before she was forced to self-terminate when Cerberus uncovered her identity. Shepard frowned. Ever since the Reapers launched their invasion, Cerberus had gotten unusually aggressive and hostile towards the Systems Alliance and the rest of the galaxy. That's not good. If Cerberus is trying to interfere with a Prothean artifact, then I doubt it'll end well. Agreed. I've reprioritized this Prothean artifact to the highest level possible. I need you, Shepard, to go to that star system and find out what it is that Cerberus is so interested in. If something is happening there, and Cerberus is responsible, I need you to shut it down. Understood. We'll get it done, sir, Shepard said. Good to hear. Hackett out. The comm ended. Looking up, Shepard keyed the PA and stated, Commander Shepard to all ground team personnel. Report to the war room immediately. Soon, a group 20 strong assembled in the war room for Shepard's meeting, and then one last straggler arrived. Looking up from the hologram table, Shepard watched a female Turian clad in body armor join them. Both of her slit blue eyes examined the room with a predatory intelligence that only a Turian could have. Spotting Shepard, she saluted and said, "Commander Shepard. Name's Zavra. I'm reporting as requested." At ease, Shepard told her. Looking around, he added, "Bray, you good?" "I'm fine, Shepard," Bray the Batarian said. "Just some jitters, is all. Make sure it's only that." Shepard gestured to the group. "Take a seat, and we can start." Once everyone was seated, Shepard cleared his throat and began, "Admiral Hackett just called. We've got intelligence that Cerberus is up to no good in the Terminus systems. We need to head to this location to find out what they're up to." He brought up a certain planet's image. "Look familiar." "That's Ilos." Lyra cried. "Correct. According to probe readings, Cerberus has set up a base in an area near where we accessed the conduit during our previous visit there. An Alliance mole in the Cerberus base sent Hackett valuable intelligence before she had to self-terminate to avoid capture." Zooming in on the planet, the hologram now showed a roughly circular region on the planet, with a number of buildings situated around a large crater. According to the mole, Cerberus has set up a number of research stations here on Ilos. There's a dormitory next to the lab, along with a high-security control center on the west side of the crater. Those buildings glowed red on the hologram as Shepard spoke. Pictures of the area showed what appeared to be a series of gyroscopic rings connected to a series of emitters located at the crater's rim. "So, here's the plan, we split into 2 teams of 6 each. Fire Team Alpha will assault the control room and research labs, while Bravo will assault the area near the edge of the Prothean artifact. Once we secured those areas, we head for the Prothean artifact and assess the situation. Should Cerberus send reinforcements, we'll hold near the artifact and prevent them from taking it back. Once we've reported in, we'll call for an Alliance fleet to secure the region." Looking up, Shepard asked, "Any questions, team? Do we have any estimates on the enemy's strength?" Zavra asked. "Expect between 80 and 100 personnel at the base. Most of the guards are Centurions and standard soldiers, but we've also got a few phantoms in the area as well. We also believe they have armored walkers on site." "That'll be fun to destroy," Grunt remarked, a wicked grin on his face. "Big things make big explosions." "Hold it now," Bray remarked. "I didn't sign on to get my ass blown up." "Grunt," Shepard admonished the younger Krogan. "All right, Shepard. What about biotics?" Kaiden piped up. "Unknown at this point," Shepard stated. "If we encounter any, you and Lyra will take them out. Grunt, Rex, you'll take out any walkers we come across." "Understood." Grunt bashed his fists together in excitement. "Can't wait." "Bray, I need you on board the Normandy managing comms," Shepard added. "Things are going to get dicey down there, and we need someone to keep the channels clear." "You got it, Shepard." "Zavra. I'll be on hand if we need explosives." The team was ready, Shepard decided. "That concludes the briefing. We'll arrive on Ilos in about 4 hours' time. I recommend that you get some R&R before gearing up and heading out." Dismissed. A few hours later, Shepard and the others were gearing up for the mission on Ilos. Gurus had been chosen to lead Fire Team Alpha, while Rex would command Fire Team Bravo. In the meantime, Shepard had also taken up James' offer of playing some classic BattleTech, of which there were 2 kinds. The first involved the original storyline, which excluded the presence of aliens and advanced nanotechnology, while the second not only included the Council races, but also advanced nanotechnology and AI. Shepard had to admit, it felt good to have a throwback to some of the brighter times of his childhood and the board games he used to play as a boy. While Vega had beaten him during the first and second rounds, his skill with that genre of games had quickly shaken off all the rust, and he dominated Vega in the third and fourth rounds. "I must admit, playing around with huge, robotic war machines does sound kinda nice," Shepard thought. "If only we had warships similar to what the Star League had. Then we would be crushing the Reapers with ease." The 2 teams next arrived at the hangar/cargo bay, where a pair of Kodiak's shuttles waited for them, fully prepped for flight. To prevent Cerberus from getting the drop on them, Shepard's teams would land near the research facility and travel there on foot, while the Normandy would remain on standby to provide fire support runs if necessary. Shepard, for his part, would join Fire Team Alpha. The 2 teams boarded their shuttles, and they were off. As they descended onto Ilo's waiting surface, Shepard could still see the area that he had traveled through with Talai and Rex all those years ago. "It's been so long," he thought, "but it also feels as though it was yesterday since we came here." Soon, they were coasting through the atmosphere of Ilos, and upon arrival at the mission, everyone piled out of the vehicles, formed up, then moved out to their mission destination. Getting to the facility wasn't easy. Shepard and the others had to work around piles of debris, massive holes in the ground, as well as the occasional hostile fauna. As they moved through the area, Shepard could feel a sense of foreboding. Something feels off, he thought. I don't know what it is, but something feels off. Eventually, they reached the Cerberus site without incident. To his surprise, Shepard found that there were actually two craters, with the Cerberus facility located in the first crater, while the second crater had the actual Prothean artifact. So, there was very little, if any, cover between them and the actual base itself. The Cerberus base was well protected, with meter-high walls of solid metal and composites, as well as floodlights at regular intervals. An electric fence encircled the inner perimeter, and Shepard guessed that there were probably regular guard patrols in the area as well, if the mole's intel was correct. He could see that the main base was connected to the area with the artifact via a security checkpoint that led into a dome that had been constructed, most likely to hold the artifact. As Shepard examined the area, Gurus piped up, "Skak, this is not going to be easy. Cerberus has the area locked down tight." "I agree," James nodded, a frown on his face. "Looks like they've really beefed up their security measures since we hammered them last time. We'll need explosives to get inside." "I can arrange for that," Zavera offered. "I was trained to use demolitions during my time in the Hierarchy Defense Force. I can get an explosive charge primed and set on the gate, and then we'll be inside." "Why not use me?" Grunt suggested. "I can smash through the walls with ease. Not much stands in the way of a Krogan." "That might be," Shepard said, "but I don't want to risk the walls being booby-trapped. Cerberus is clever like that." Turning to EDI, he asked, "What do you think?" "I can use my cyber warfare suite to open the gate, Shepard," EDI told him. "Once we are inside, I will disable the communications relay and any defenses located in of the base. Then we may to proceed to the artifact." Shepard next turned to his Prothean ally. "Javik. I can interface with the artifact my people created," Javik explained. "We absolutely cannot allow this Cerberus to acquire the device. Many of the things my people built are hazardous to non-Prothean primitives, as you may have already seen." "More than I care to," Shepard agreed. "Now, stay frosty, people. Let's get in there and teach Cerberus a lesson they won't forget." Nodding in agreement, the team split up and made their way to the facility, weapons held at the ready. Once he reached the front gate, Shepard watched as EDI expertly interfaced with the security panels before running her hacking routines. So far, thanks to tactical cloaks that Kazumi had installed into their armor systems, Shepard's team hadn't been detected, though that wouldn't stay like that for long. Finally, the gate opened up, and Shepard's team proceeded further into Cerberus territory. Once they did, all hell broke loose. Gurus' team went on the offensive, opening up on the Cerberus personnel without hesitation. A small handful of Cerberus guards fell to the ground dead before the security even realized that something was wrong. "We've got incoming!" a Cerberus soldier shouted. "Fall back! Keep them away from the artifact." "I don't think so," Gurus snarled. He fired off a round from his rifle, ending the life of that particular soldier. Moving through the area, Gurus' team hastened towards the control center, while Bravo team moved towards the dormitory. Hacking into the door controls, Kazumi managed to crack the door open, allowing Gurus and the others to move inside. Weapons blazed as the team opened fire on the personnel inside, with Centurions and other soldiers falling to the ground one after another. "Watch it!" Kazumi shouted, pushing Gurus to the side. A split second later, a Phantom's blade appeared where Gurus' midsection would have been. Then James barreled through, smashing the Cerberus Phantom to the ground before firing a round through her head to finish her off. "I owe you one," Gurus called out. "Least I can do," Vega shouted back. "Oh, man. What I wouldn't give for elemental battle armor right now." "Still going on about it?" Gurus asked as he nailed an engineer in the head. "Why not?" Vega remarked. "Besides, the clans would mop the floor with these assholes. Those guys are bred to fight. Cerberus wouldn't hold a candle to Clan Jade Falcon." "Clear the channel!" Shepard barked out. "Vega, I need you focused right now, not on what we did earlier." "Got it, Shepard." Spotting a group of soldiers, James hollered, "Hey, Pendajos. Heads up." Then he took out a frag grenade and hurled it through the air, with the grenade detonating on impact. Limbs and shrapnel flew everywhere as the grenade ripped apart the Cerberus personnel. "Woohoo! Does he always act like this?" Kazumi asked Shepard. "Yep," Shepard replied. Keying his comm as he took out a Centurion, he asked, "Rex, what's the status of the dormitory?" In response, Shepard heard a loud, thunderous boom as something detonated. "Doing just fine," came Rex's reply. "Grunt's been tearing through the enemy like a starving Varen. And Zavera just blew up a few of those assholes and our other new recruits are doing well. They're making me feel old over here." "I thought you were old," Shepard teased. "I know I am. Just wait. I'll show these smart-ass kids a trick up my sleeve." "I see," Shepard responded. "Anything else?" "We're doing fine," Nyreen reported in. We've got a lot of resistance, but we can handle it. We're already at the doors to the artifact dome, but the door's locked off. We need you to crack it open as soon as possible. Roger that. Shepard was about to continue when Bray called in. Shepard, we've got trouble, the Batarian reported, a hint of worry in his voice. I think they've got special forces inbound on our position. We'll need to get to the artifact ASAP. EDI, can you confirm? Shepard asked as he walked over to a control console. Affirmative, EDI stated. Cerberus has sent a high-ranking soldier to our position. 1XI Zheng Long. Who's that? Fuck me, Zaid, one of the older members of the crew, muttered. Shepard rounded on him. You know this guy, Zaid? Zaid's expression soured. Of course I do. Ran into him after we destroyed the collector base. Fucking arsehole's a fast bugger. Nearly gutted me twice in a row. I managed to fight him off though. Still, word of advice Shepard, be extremely cautious. Noted. EDI, when does this Long arrive? 2 minutes, EDI replied. Damn it, Shepard growled. Okay, people, change of plans. We're moving on the artifact now. Neutralize anyone that tries to get to our position. Joker, get the Normandy as close to the base as you possibly can. Aye, Commander. EDA, 2 mics. Everyone immediately went into overdrive, tearing through the Cerberus personnel with reckless, do-or-die haste. Through the haze of smoke and gunfire, Shepard's team finally reached the artifact itself. Shepard could see that it was similar to a mass relay, only he noticed the conduits leading to the emitters outside, as well as the modifications to the gyroscopic rings. What the hell is this? He asked. I do not know, Javik replied. I can say that it is Prothean in origin. He looped around, then pointed at a Prothean artifact, only it was built into the machine itself. This is an interface, Javik told Shepard. The operators of this device would use this interface to activate whatever it was connected to. If I interface with the artifact, I may determine its exact function. Are you sure you want to take the risk? Shepard asked. I must, Javik stated adamantly. There is no other way. Understood. Just remember, if you need me to, I'll pull you away from it. Yes, Commander. With that, Javik walked up to the device, which activated once Javik drew close to it. Suddenly, Javik was hoisted up into the air by the device, which projected a green glowing field around his body. His eyes were closed and he seemed relaxed. Good, it was working. Meanwhile, Shepard heard the door to the dome opening up. Getting into position with the others, he watched a number of Centurions, Phantoms, and Engineers storm inside, all of them led by a single individual of Asian descent. Most of his gear was black, with accents of gold and white, but his eyes were hidden by a visor he wore. Who are you? Shepard demanded. You're Doom, the Cerberus team leader, probably Long, sneered. You've been quite a problem for the elusive man's plans, enough to warrant him to have me take you down. Easier said than done, Shepard retorted. Still, whatever it is you want with this artifact, you're not getting it. Really? Long remarked. Because your Prothean will give us whatever it is we want, once we've killed you. Turning to his men, he said, kill Shepard and the others. Spare the Prothean. Gunfire erupted throughout the dome as Shepard and his team fought back against Long and his men. Almost immediately, Long rushed in to engage Shepard, with the Spectre quickly rolling to avoid the powerful blow. Firing his weapon, Shepard peppered XI with bullets, forcing the Cerberus agent to roll and juke. Long fired his weapon next, forcing Shepard to take cover when his barriers shattered. As he waited for his barriers to recharge, Shepard saw that his teammates were doing quite well for themselves. He was about to move when Long tackled him to the ground, intent on driving a knife through his side. Rolling fast, Shepard threw Long to the ground before getting up, arms and fists ready as he prepared to fight. During his time as a Spectre, and before he was arrested, Shepard had worked on improving his CQC abilities, as he only knew basic self-defense strategies in that regard. Gurus had been particularly helpful in that regard, since he was an expert CQC expert, along with Kazumi, both of whom had taught him how to fight without a weapon. Now that he was face to face with XI, Shepard knew he wasn't helpless. He had also upgraded his cybernetics. Both men traded fierce, rapid blows with each other, with their fight looking more like a dance between two dancers than an actual fight between two soldiers. However, try as they might, the two soldiers couldn't touch one another, at least not at first. While XI was younger and faster, Shepard had more experience, and the fighting and training he had greatly extended his endurance. Shouting loudly, Shepard closed the gap between himself and XI, with the younger combatant unable to react in time. Long was hurled through the air by a precise and powerful kick from Shepard, with the man stumbling backwards into the artifact. A loud crack filled the air as Long landed. Despite whatever injury he had, the young Cerberus agent continued to fight on, though it was clear that the blow had winded him. All the while, Javik was still interfaced with the Prothean artifact. Everyone stopped fighting as the gyroscopic rings in the artifact began spinning around and around, with an intense, humming sound echoing through the dome. The rings began rotating faster and faster still, before they began to shift, with powerful mass effect fields precisely moving the rings. Then, the gaps between each semicircle component were pointing straight up and down, with the rings rotating left and right inside of each other. At the same time, a bright blue glow formed inside device. What's happening? Shepard shouted over the din as he and Bajong stared at the device, their duel forgotten. Javik, what is this? I don't know. Javik cried, all four eyes now open again. The device is activating. I must have triggered some sort of activation sequence. As Javik spoke, the metal and composite dome sheltering the artifact shattered like glass, with pieces being sucked skywards towards something. At the same time, the emitters activated, surrounding the entire inner crater in an ethereal blue-white dome of energy, with the barrier being transparent. Just as the Normandy entered the dome fully, there was a brilliant white flash of light. A few seconds later, the dome of energy and the light faded into non-existence. Everything seemed normal, but with one major difference: the Normandy and those around the artifact were gone. What none of the people in the dome or the Normandy knew was that soon they would be involved in the adventure of a lifetime. Chapter 2: First Contact, Detainment and Questions. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my Mass Effect, MechWarrior/BattleTech crossover. Thank you for the feedback that I have gotten so far for my crossover. I really appreciate it. Just so you know, updates might slow down as I gather more information. Also, since this story is heavily influenced by This Was Easier on the Tabletop, much of the beginning part of this crossover will be heavily influenced by that SI, so shout out to that author for that wonderfully written BattleTech SI. Either way, thanks for the support, and I hope to see you in future chapters. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer: I do not own the Mass Effect or MechWarrior/BattleTech franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs and Piranha Games Inc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. MechWarrior 4, Vengeance Ost Davian Theme. Unidentified Star System. Unidentified Planet. Unknown Date. Commander Shepard groaned as he awoke, racked with pain and minor nausea, but at least he was alive. He blearily opened his eyes, expecting to see the wrecked dome. Instead, he found himself looking at the face of a female Turian in the hazy, mustard yellow sky of an unknown world. What the hell? Shepard pushed off the Turian, Nyreen, before getting up and looking all around him through the thick, dusty air. He and Nyreen stood next to a basalt pillar, while the sun sank lower over the horizon. It could have been any number of desolate worlds Shepard had visited during his mission to stop Saren. Shepard's suit beeped, and he checked the readout. 64% on my oxygen, he realized. Better check if I can breathe this atmosphere when my oxygen supply runs out. Unfortunately, the Omni tool determined that the planet's atmosphere was a primordial mixture, with a large amount of nitrogen, some free oxygen, a moderate amount of carbon dioxide, and some methane. Frozen methane, that is. The planet was positively frigid. Bending down, he sat Nyreen up against the rock column and spoke up. Nyreen. Shepard asked over the comms while gently shaking her. Nyreen, can you hear me? Nyreen groaned loudly and opened her eyes. Ugh, she moaned. Spirits. What happened to me? I don't know. All I remember is the artifact activating, then I woke up and you were lying on top of me. Nyreen staggered to her feet and stretched. Ugh. Give me a moment to recuperate, Commander. Then she looked around. Where are we, anyway? Where's the rest of the ground team? And the Normandy? That's what I've been trying to figure out, Shepard said grimly. Can you help me find them? Sure thing. Then Nyreen checked her own suit's readouts. SCAC, my oxygen's at 64%. We'll have to find them quick. Agreed. Let's move out. It took the better part of an hour to gather the scattered ground team, with Shepard feeling his heart racing in growing panic as he watched the life support readings on his own suit ticking down. Shepard kept trekking across the alien world's rough terrain, and he felt his foot snag on something, causing him to nearly fall over. Looking down, Shepard spotted a Turian's leg. Grrrr! Shepard shouted as he hefted his old friend back up, leaning him against a nearby rock column. Grrrr! Wake up! Grrrr! Getting desperate, Shepard smacked the Turian's head in frustration, before getting to work picking up his heavy friend in a fireman's carry. Nyreen, Did you find the others? He called out. Just did, Nyreen replied tensely. I rounded up some of the others and get them to help me out. We've got everyone other than Garrus. Is he with you? Yes. I'm having to carry him right now. It wasn't long before he found the others. Lights of varying types and shapes leapt out at him from the blood-red twilight, with the others quickly coming into view. Nyreen, who was the closest, came over to Shepard and said, What happened to him? I don't know, Shepard replied as he set Garrus down on the ground. I found him unconscious a few dozen or so meters from here. We need to call in the Normandy. Whatever caused this to happen also shocked our life support systems quite badly. It's down to 40% on my suit. Keying his COMM, Shepard said, This is Commander Shepard to the SSV Normandy. Do you read me? I repeat, do you read me? Joker, are you there? For a long minute, there was an agonizing silence. Then, a very welcome response came. Normandy to ground team, I read you, Joker replied, his voice strained, as though he'd been hit in the head. We're coming your way right now. EDA, 3 mics. You okay? Shepard asked. I don't know, Joker replied, the usual sarcastic wit in his voice having disappeared. I'm kind sick to my stomach. Nearly puked before I got your distress call. We'll get everyone looked at as soon as possible. Closing the COMM, Shepard bent over and leaned on his knees. We're going to make it, he told himself as he looked at Garrus' prone form. We're going to be fine. About 3 minutes later, a shuttle came in to pick them up. Shepard and his teammates were about to climb aboard when Shepard realized something. Where's EDI? He asked. I'm here, Shepard, EDI replied, walking into view. I reactivated in a location further away. I successfully reinitialized systems, though I still require a checkup. She indicated part of her chassis, which was crumpled. We'll get that taken care of, Shepard assured her. For now, we've got to go. It was a relief to get everyone safely aboard the Normandy, with Dr. Shockwell doing her best to check up on the others, while Engineer Donnelly was checking EDI over for any damaged components. Outside, Shepard, who'd gotten checked up already, merely waited with Joker and a few others. We've been through worse. I can walk this off, Garrus piped up. But seriously, what the hell happened at that Cerberus base with that artifact? Hell if I know, Joker said, hanging his head. I just remember seeing this blinding flash of light, and then everything went black. Next thing I know, I'm waking up with a killer headache and a worst stomach ache. Shepard grunted. All I remember was fighting long, then stopping when the artifact activated. There was this blue-white energy dome that surrounded us, then the next thing I remember, I'm waking up with Nyreen on top of me, and a pretty minor headache, all things considered. EDI, can you tell me what happened? I cannot, EDI told him. My scanners detected an incoming energy surge. My robotic body then shut down to protect itself from the massive electrical overload. Still, Garrus remarked. I felt like I swallowed a Vorganther. I kept on dry heaving for 2 full minutes before Shockwell looked me over. According to her, most of my symptoms were psychosomatic, nothing actually wrong with me. At that moment, EDI stepped out of the elevator, her examination evidently complete. How are you holding up, EDI? Shepard asked. The damage was merely cosmetic, no internal damage was found, EDI reported. Good. But what of the ship? Any serious damage? No, major structural damage, but the armor plating has been severely damaged, EDI said. We can just replace the plating. No sweat, Joker beamed. For now, though, we've gotta establish comms and figure out where we even are. I'll see if I can set up a link with, well, anyone who's gonna listen to us. He carefully made his way to the waiting cockpit, EDI helping him along. Shepard said, I'll head to the CIC as well. Vega, come with me. They headed toward the cockpit together, with Garrus tagging along, probably out of sheer curiosity. Up at the Normandy's bridge, Joker punched in a few commands, and the Normandy lurched to life, lifting off and into the sky. Anything yet? Shepard asked. No, Commander, Joker said, shaking his head. This star system doesn't even appear on any of the navigational charts. EDI. I have already done a scan of the system, Shepard. No correlation with known systems. We are in unknown territory. Can we head to the next star system? Shepard asked. Yes, Commander, EDI said. Spectral analysis of light from other stars indicates one that is roughly 20 light-years away. It will take us 1 day to reach the star system. Do we have enough fuel to get there? We do, EDI reassured him. Then let's go. 1 day later. Can you pinpoint the location of that unusual energy signature? Shepard asked his pilot. The Normandy's crew had detected it earlier, originating from about 1 billion miles above this system star's magnetic north pole. The data even suggested sapient life. Yes, Commander, Joker replied. I think it's coming from a planet in this star's habitable zone. I'll see if I can get us closer. The Normandy turned towards the signal source and leaped into FTL before it re-emerged into normal space near the planet in question. Shepard could see the Earth-like planet out the viewports, and it didn't look that remarkable at first. Then he saw some lights moving along the planet's darker side. Is that the source of the signal? Shepard asked. Must be, yet. Commander, EDI added. I have detected a number of COMM signals originating from the planet. Possibly human. Human. Shepard blurted out. How? Unknown, EDI told him. I have determined that they are speaking in English as well as in French. Analysis indicates that they are currently in a moderately alert state. I see. Shepard nodded. Thinking carefully, he asked, can you access this signal, EDI? Yes, Commander. I am covertly accessing it right now. There were a few seconds as EDI worked through the processes required, then she continued, Commander, I believe I have found a meaningful symbol. She put it on a display screen. The complex symbol featured a long sword pointed upward, with the hilt at the bottom. Behind the symbol was a red-orange background and a yellow-gold sunburst, with the gold-yellow star behind the upper half of the sword. The circular edge of the emblem was black, though there was a white circle inside of the black one. Shepard didn't recognize this symbol but, James Vega did. Oh, shit, he whispered. What is it? Shepard demanded. Shepard, remember when we played classic BattleTech together? I do. Why? Because that's the symbol of the Federated Suns, one of the factions in classic BattleTech. Looking at EDI, Vega asked, Hey, can you bring up the date? Right away, EDI replied. The current date according to the signal is June 15, 3018. Vega's expression went from shocked to worried. Commander, he said slowly, I think I have a lot to tell you. Clearly, Shepard said. But first, I need to know how we even got here. I might have an idea. Could you gather everyone in the war room? I can explain it there. I'll make it happen, Shepard promised. Then he added, Joker, take us behind that planet's moon. I don't want the locals finding us before we're ready. Joker pressed a few holographic buttons, and the Normandy lurched into motion once again. Aye, Commander. So, you say the device transported us to another reality, Javik summarized, both pairs of eyes focused on James and the others in the war room. Instead of a hologram of their galaxy, a map of a roughly circular region was being displayed, with large sections that were in red, blue, green, purple, and yellow, with a smattering of other colors outside of the area. As far as I can tell, yet, Vega confirmed, arms folded over his chest. Javik's face soured. Looking at Shepard, he said, I'm deeply sorry, Commander. If I had only known. Don't blame yourself, Javik, Shepard told him gently. You had no way of knowing what would happen. Yet I should have. Javik insisted. It was a relic of my kind. A piece of our empire. Shepard motioned with both hands. You were a soldier, not an engineer. You admitted it yourself when we found you. Don't beat yourself up over it. Turning to James, Shepard added, time for a plan. You're up, Vega. Thanks, Loco. James stood before the hollow projector, cleared his throat and began, that Prothean device must have created some kind of really strange energy outburst, which sent us into a world that I'm very much familiar with. We've somehow ended up in classic BattleTech board game universe. The franchise takes place in an alternate future, where humanity never encountered the Prothean ruins, or any alien species. Humanity developed FTL travel on its own, and that led to a huge surge in exploration. Humanity settled a region roughly 1,000 light-years in diameter in the game's lore, a region generally known as the Inner Sphere. Moving the holographic map a little bit, James continued, the Inner Sphere is divided into several major interstellar nations, each led by a noble house. They are the Lyran Commonwealth in blue, Capellan Confederation in green, Federated Suns in yellow, Free Worlds League in purple and Draconis Combine in red. He motioned to each colored region on the map as he spoke. Interesting, Nyreen commented, eyeing the map. How are they governed? Are they like the Solarian Union or Turian hierarchy, for example? Kinda like the Solarian Union, yet, but with some differences, Vega explained. These are neo-feudal states. So, instead of a democracy or oligarchy, they're an autocracy, with lords and ladies, princes and princesses and other things like that, and the position of rulership is hereditary. The Federated Suns, for one, calls its leader the First Prince, while the Lyran Commonwealth is ruled by an Archon and the Confederation, a Chancellor, to name a few. I'll be damned, Gurus remarked. Mordin would certainly find common ground with those governments. Already have, came the Solarian's familiar voice as he stepped into the war room. Neo-feudal societies. Appears anachronistic and inefficient on the surface. Look deeper. Found unusually high levels of efficiency. Highly effective when FTL communications not viable or primitive. Very efficient, I must say. That it is, Shepard remarked. James continued, now, in terms of technology, BattleTech is quite interesting. How so? Nyreen asked. Roughly 500 or so years ago, the Inner Sphere was embroiled into a massive period of warfare known as the Age of War. We're talking a 150-year era of uninterrupted warfare, and casualties in the millions, if not billions. This all came to an end when Ian Cameron, the Director General of the Terran Hegemony, began acting as a mediator to end the conflict. He started by helping the Confederation and Free Worlds League sign and comply with treaties of mutual understanding and cooperation. Eventually, the Federated Suns, Lyran Commonwealth, and Draconis Combine all joined in, wanting a little peace after all that fighting. It wasn't until the mid to late 26th century that the Star League Accords were formally ratified, with Ian Cameron being elected as First Lord of the Star League. For the next few minutes, Vega told the team what he knew about the Star League era, from the rise of the Star League, to its demise in the Amorous coup, and the resulting succession wars that resulted from the collapse of the Star League. Mordin seemed particularly fascinated by the technology, especially when Vega described it as future of the 80s technology. When Vega finished, Gurus spoke up again. So, let me get this straight. We're in a universe where humanity has advanced technology, despite suffering from tech regression, is in the middle of a series of pissing matches for the Star League throne, and will have to deal with an invasion of the SLDF in exile turned warrior society. Pretty much, Vega confirmed. Spirits, Nyreen remarked. It's like a fleshed-out, well-written science fiction/adventure kind of novel, or video game, only it's now real. Looking at Vega, she asked, are there any planets with dextro amino acid life forms? Not that I know of. James shrugged. And here I thought Vega was just a meathead, Steve Cortez joked. Glad I was wrong. Meathead, really? Vega said in mock indignation. You wound me, Cortez. Anyway, based on emblem EDI discovered, we're in Federated Suns territory. Think of them as 21st century USA or British Empire in space. One of my friends called them noble bright do-gooders, which is fitting since the Federated Suns is one of those few great houses that actually wants to make life better for its people, not oppress them like the Capellans or Combine. There is one faction we will have to be very careful about. Comstar, Zavera summarized for everyone. You told us quite a bit about them. Talk about technology-worshipping fanatics. They think Jerome Blake is some kind of deity. That's right, James confirmed. They're responsible for manipulating the great houses of the Inner Sphere, and keeping them from recovering their technology. Fortunately, the Star League made backups in the event that happened. Moving the holographic map, he highlighted 4 planets, with 3 in the Inner Sphere and 1 in the deep periphery. The SLDF created specially designed bases called Field Library Facilities. Each one holds what's known as a memory core, which is a really high-capacity solid-state drive. The 2 most important ones are the Helm Memory Core, located on the planet of Helm, and the New Dallas Memory Core, located in New Dallas. Think of these as the ultimate anti-Listec devices. The Helm Memory Core, for instance, holds the information to, on first principles, to build the tools to build the factories to build the tools to build late Star League era technology, from warships to certain battle mechs and things like that. Nice, Zaid put in. How do you know all this, anyway? I really got into the lore, and my friends talked about a lot. I tend to pick this kind of stuff up. Why? Because that will be highly important, Shepard said for the others. If we can get one of the better great houses this information, it would radically alter their plans for the future. We might be able to exchange this information to find a way to return home, if possible. Which of the great houses do you think will be suitable, Vega? The Federated Suns, sir. They're one of the good guy factions in the Inner Sphere. During this time period, the Federated Suns is led by one of the greatest, if not the greatest, first prince in the realm's history. I don't remember his name, but they call him the Fox because of how intelligent and cunning he is. He'll be a father too, though I don't remember all his kids' names. He's a good man, Shepard. He's basically BattleTech's version of you, and he has serious military experience as a mech warrior. And what's a mech warrior? Grunt asked gruffly. Does it have to do with combat mechs? I hope not, because they're weak. Vega grinned. You'll see. Looking at Shepard, he added, since we're doing this, the Federated Suns is the best pick, Commander, as is the Lyran Commonwealth, since they'll eventually merge to form the Federated Commonwealth. Since we're here, it'll be our job to keep it from falling apart, all because of the bitch, as well as to help the Federated Suns gain access to the Helm, Dallas, and Grey Legion memory cores. If we do that, then the clans will have a very hard time indeed. Shepard frowned. Who is the bitch? A crude nickname for Catherine Steiner-Davian, Vega explained. She took over the Fedcom in a coup, and most of the dukes rebelled against her. She tore apart the Fedcom in a civil war, mostly because if she couldn't have it, then no one could have it. That's why she's known as the bitch in BattleTech circles. I see. Shepard glanced at the inner sphere map. When we meet the Federated Suns, we might help them out on the technology front. We've got schematics for optical and quantum computers, and we know how to create AI. Looking at EDI, he asked, EDI, could our technology help the future Federated Commonwealth fight off the clans? Based on our analysis of the technology of BattleTech, EDI replied, as well as the analysis of our technology, there is a 92.4% chance that the inner sphere will successfully resist the clan invasion of 3050. There is a 99.8% chance that the word of Blake will not be able to start its jihad. Cooperation and sharing of resources will result in a 98.5% chance of long-term survival. I believe assisting the Federated Suns will be beneficial to our goals. I agree, Gurus piped up. The NAIS might do that for us, though. If there is element 0 in this reality as well, we might have a chance of upgrading the inner sphere beyond what the Reapers would be able to stop. Good thinking, Shepard said. What about our non-levo amino acid crew members? We'll need to find a way to get them food and medical supplies. I've got that covered, Gurus assured him. The hierarchy's been researching genetic enhancements to solve that problem for a long time. Recently, any Turians that were either in the military, or had served honorably in the HDF had the option of undergoing genetic therapy to be able to ingest levo amino acid foods and gain nutrition from them, since tests on willing Turians were completely successful. I received the augment after we destroyed the collectors. Nyreen said she received it shortly before we did, as did Zavera. Shepard nodded. Good, that's covered. Then he added, any objections to our course of action? No one objected. Then it's decided, Shepard declared. We'll make contact with the Federated Suns once we've determined where we are in the inner sphere. If all goes well, we'll visit Thrir Capital World and speak with the First Prince. EDI, Legion, I want you to see if you can make our communications technology compatible with the Hyperpulse Generator Network. I also need you to see if we can get the Fed Suns schematics for our technology. Nyreen and Kashomi will help you with that. Vega, I need you to download and copy everything BattleTech related into as many backup files as you can without interfering with the ship's functions. Gurus, Nyreen, Zavera, you three will discuss strategies on what to do once we make contact with the Fed Suns. The rest of you, dismissed. 2 hours later, Shepard stood in the Normandy's bridge with James Vega by his side, mentally preparing himself to meet the Federated Suns leader and make historic first contact. Miranda and Taylor were also at the ready as a part of the official greeting committee. Meanwhile, EDI had come up with a means of interfacing with the alien planet's HPG network with the radio equipment they had on board. It was a stopgap measure, but it would have to do until a more dedicated system could be created. Gurus and his team, meanwhile, had come up with a few diplomatic strategies for their meeting with FedSun's leadership. Grunt and the other soldiers stood to the side as a security detail. Shepard dearly hoped this wouldn't end in gunfire, but he was ready for anything. Here we go, Shepard thought. Once again, we're throwing ourselves into the deep end, into the total unknown. He took a deep breath and carefully said, bring us in, Joker. Aye, Captain, Joker said at once. Operation, throwing ourselves into the deep end is a go. The Normandy rumbled as it slowly lifted off the surface of the planet's moon and accelerated to full speed. Joker estimated it would take 30 to 40 minutes to reach the FedSun's capital world, and once they drew close. Commander, EDI reported. I am detecting a number of small ships moving in on our position. LiDAR readings indicate these are Leopard dropships that have been heavily modified for planetary defense. Looks like the locals know we're here, Joker remarked. Think they'll have refreshments for the meet and greet? I'm in the mood for donuts. Anyone else? Joker, Shepard chided. Sorry, Joker replied. Still, they could use a better early warning system. This feels so Turian, you know. You got that right, Vega commented lightly. Soon enough, Shepard saw one of the modified Leopard dropships for himself out the viewport. The dropship looked as though someone had taken a brick, cut the front face at an obtuse angle, stuck wings and armor onto the brick, and attached thrusters to the back before deciding it was space-worthy. While it looked ugly, Shepard had been informed that the Leopard dropship was incredibly robust, and was highly favored by mercenary companies. Then, 4 more such vessels came into view, all heavily armed. The comm crackled to life as an accented voice said in English, unidentified contact, you are entering restricted New Avalon Aerospace. Identify yourself, or we will open fire. You have 30 seconds to comply. Clearing his throat, Shepard declared, this is Commander Shepard of the SSV Normandy. Our intentions are peaceful. We seek diplomacy, not war. There was a half-minute of tense silence as Shepard prayed that the new Avalon defenders would see things his way. Thankfully, the accented voice said, SSV Normandy, we have relayed your words to High Comm. We are sending you a landing vector and flight path. Do not deviate from this flight path, or you will be fired upon. We will escort your vessel to New Avalon. Understood. Understood, Shepard replied. Right on time, Joker received the flight vector, and plugged them into the Normandy's NAV computers. Maintain speed with them, Shepard told his pilot. Let's not make them nervous. No kidding, Joker replied. Look at the guns on those things. As they approached the planet, the ship angled upwards, so that it could safely enter the atmosphere, with the other drop ships performing a similar maneuver. The Normandy rattled and shook as it pushed into the atmosphere of the planet, and soon, the fires of re-entry faded away to reveal a beautiful vista of the planet's surface, with green fields, sprawling forests, as well as gleaming cities here and there. Nearby, Vega muttered something in Spanish, probably in awe of this wondrous sight. The Normandy gradually came closer to New Avalon's surface, away from the cities and angling toward a secluded forest. A fine neutral meeting point where civilians wouldn't get hurt in case things went sideways, most likely. Listen closely, Shepard told his crew. This is a momentous occasion, and we must play it cool. Given what you've said about their weapons tech, we probably wouldn't stand a chance against any laser-based weapons. So don't shoot unless you absolutely have to. Understood. Affirmative, sir, Kaiden replied. Good. Shepard exited the Normandy through its main door, and from the moment he stepped outside, he finally felt the warmth of New Avalon's sun on his face, and the refreshing breeze on his skin. He stood in a deciduous forest, with trees tall enough to obscure the Normandy from up above. Looking down, he spotted a number of AFFS personnel, most likely the 1st Davian Guards, each soldier sporting an assault rifle. Nearby were a handful of combat, as well as towering, robotic war machines, all of which bristled with fearsome weapons. Those must be the battle mechs that Vega told us about, Shepard realized. A stairwell had been brought along, likely in one of the combat vehicles, and set up to where people could get out of the Normandy. Shepard stepped down a removable ramp and onto the planet's surface, keeping his hands in the air to show that he was unarmed. Once his boots hit the ground, the Fedson's troops used handheld scanners to check him from head to toe, while doing the same for the others in his team. When the Fedson's troops were satisfied with their results, one of the men motioned to Shepard to follow him, and Shepard complied. Nearby, he noticed another man. While he was also armed and armored, he had an air of authority about him, probably a high-ranking officer. As soon as he was close enough, the men next to him brought Shepard to a halt. One of the men said tightly, "State your identity, please." Shepard took a breath. "My name is Commander John Shepard of the SSV Normandy. We come in peace." The man waited a moment, probably sizing Shepard up, before replying, "I am Arden Sortak, Colonel of the 17th Avalon Hussars." Right away, Shepard knew who he was dealing with. Arden Sortak, according to Vega, was the first prince's right-hand man, a man widely renowned throughout the entire Inner Sphere for his tactical genius, as well as his unflinchingly valorous performance in combat. Evidently, Sortak was also responsible for helping Quintus Allard, the head of the Federated Sun's intelligence branches at the time, rescue said first prince from a Capellan plot to install an impostor onto the throne of the Fedsuns to make it a puppet state. In the end, he'd been made the prince's champion, though he had simply stated that he was just doing his job, which was to protect the first prince. Shepard was about to speak when Sortak added, "New Avalon is protected. How did you come here, and why?" "It wasn't by choice," Shepard explained. "We were attacked by rogue military elements while examining an alien artifact. When it activated, it incapacitated us and brought us into orbit around your planet. I can't explain much more than that." The whole time, Sortak kept a very close eye on Shepard, probably to find any hint of deception. To Shepard's relief, Sortak said, "I see you are being truthful." Turning to his men, Sortak added, "You can go now. I doubt our guest will want to tangle with the 17th Avalon Hussars Battle Mech Regiment." Turning back to Shepard, he said, "We will now search your ship to determine if there is anything dangerous aboard. Anything else you want to tell me?" "Yes. Not all of my crew members are human. Don't be alarmed by their appearance." "What do you mean?" "They're aliens, Sortak." Sortak paused before saying, "A likely story. It's just as likely that they are surgically altered human beings. Still, if any evidence we find says otherwise, then this just became a lot more complicated." Turning to his men, Sortak ordered, "Search the ship for anything dangerous, mainly weapons or explosives. I want everything prepped for examination. You are not to discuss what you see in there with anyone but myself, Quintus Allard and the First Prince himself. Anything you see and read will be classified as Sword 1. Understand?" "Yes, "Sir," the others replied. "Good." Turning back to Shepard, Sortek said, "Follow me. If you attempt any form of hostile action, or deviate from my position by about 3 meters, you will be shot on sight. Am I clear?" "Perfectly. Good. We will be taking you to a temporary holding cell until the first prince calls for you, or requests evidence to prove your account of events." On cue, 3 men approached Shepard, with one taking the rear, while the other 2 stood next to him at the 2-meter limit. Once they were in position, they began marching, following Sortek while Shepard followed him as well. Looking at a video feed on his helmet, Shepard could see the 17th Avalon Hussars' reaction to the rest of the crew. Most of the human crew were received with some suspicion, as was to be expected. It was the non-human crew, however, that had the most interesting reactions. Lyra was the first one out, and it was clear that some of the guards were a little surprised. She looked the most human among the aliens, after all. In the eyes of Sortek's men, Lyra was probably almost familiar, somehow. Garrus, Zavra, and Nyreen were the next ones out, and it was clear their appearance had the guards on edge. Some of them had subconsciously reached for their weapons, while the others remained merely wary. It was an understandable caution, but thankfully, nothing negative came of it. Grunt, Eve, and Rex, the largest aliens thus far, had the guards reaching for their high-caliber weapons, though they refrained from opening fire. Finally, EDI was another shock to Sortek's troops, though for different reasons. Interestingly, a true AI like her, a robot as spheroids would call her, was almost as bizarre as actual, breathing aliens. The whole time, Shepard took a look around at the battle mechs. The 2 mechs in question were the Battlemaster and the Catapult mechs, and he could tell that, despite using Succession War-era technology, they were well maintained. "Your mechs look well kept," Shepard remarked. "Thank you," Sortek replied. "You have mechs where you are from?" "Yes. We call it an Atlas, but it's not quite on this scale." "I see." Once everyone was out, Sortek keyed his communicator, and several of his men arrived carrying camouflage netting. Old school technique, but very effective when done right, Shepard thought. Then, Shepard and the others reached a waiting APC. The vehicle's troop bay door slid open, and several soldiers piled out to make room. Once Sortek's men confiscated Shepard's team's weapons, the Normandy's crew climbed aboard the APC, and off it went. During the ride, Shepard could feel the Fedson's guards watching him with suspicion. Garrus and the rest of the non-human crew drew the most attention, as expected. Eventually, after what seemed like hours, they came to a stop. For a few seconds, the vehicle was still, then resumed its trek. Next, after another 5 minutes, the vehicle came to a complete stop. "Stand up, and proceed outside," Sortek instructed Shepard's team. "And no funny business." Shepard nodded. "Got it." He and his crewmates exited the idling APC, standing in the middle of a military base. Surrounding the nearby buildings stood some towering walls, all with turrets mounted on them. Towards the ground, Shepard could see more vehicles and infantry moving along. Shepard nearly jumped when a large battle mech, a catapult, took a few steps past him, its footsteps making loud thumps on the ground. From down here, as a mere foot soldier, Shepard could feel the machine towering over him, its egg-shaped body and boxy missile launchers far more imposing than any tabletop figurine. Snapping himself out of it, Shepard proceeded with the others towards a large, rectangular one-story building. Shepard recognized it as a decontamination center, complete with a temporary holding cell, most likely for inmates being transferred to any prisons on the planet. Once they were inside, Sortek turned and said, "We will be watching you for the duration of this meeting. Cooperate with all personnel and their orders. Failure to cooperate will be met with lethal force." "Understood." "Yes," Shepard replied. "Very well. Step inside and follow all instructions given. Once you are decontaminated, you must remain in isolation for a few days as a precaution." Shepard entered the building. The room was a large, shower-like area, with sterile white floors and walls, as well as a light tan with harshly glowing white lights. Armored guards and Deccan personnel wearing high-tech hazmat suits stood at the ready, all armed with cleaning equipment and scanners. One of the Deccan personnel, likely the boss, approached Shepard and said, "Please remove all armor and clothing for decontamination." At once, Shepard removed his armor and clothing, with the personnel promptly getting to work decontaminating him. The process was a quick and clean one, and soon, Shepard was cleared and given a chance of clothes. His armor was currently undergoing decontamination inside a large, boxy device, most likely a UV/ultrasound cleaner. The crew repeated their work with each of Shepard's crewmates one by one, though the non-human crew members were a little trickier to handle, since their alien biology meant that the Deccan team had to be more thorough. Once decontamination was completed, they had their gear handed back, but not before they were placed into specially designed holding cells, each having room for 4 occupants. They had been given spare clothes, though Garrus and Nyreen were being treated with a bit more respect. So, what's going to happen to us now? Nyreen asked, making sure her clothing was on, though it fit awkwardly on her Turian body. Now we wait, Shepard told her, once he had put his armor back on. It's up to Arden Sortek now. With luck, the first prince will grant us an audience. He'd better, Nyean grumbled. I'd rather not be picked apart as some kind of science experiment. My thoughts exactly, Garrus put in. It would be some nasty escac to end up being vivisected. Shepard didn't even want to imagine it. Arden Sortek knew he had never seen such a diverse array of species and people before. It had been about 10 minutes since they had made first contact with the unknowns, and already, he had learned much. Their leader, Shepard, seemed professional and reasonable, and his crew clearly trusted him despite how uncomfortable this situation must be for them. The interrogators had no trouble with Shepard's crew, either. And what about that robot, that genoid? There's a reason why the development of AI was regulated, he thought to himself. It wasn't banned, exactly, but still, I've never seen anything like this EDI before. With that one, we're looking at a lot of unknown variables. Then there were the aliens that Shepard had in his crew. Arden still had a sneaking suspicion that they were simply human beings that had been surgically altered in order to look alien. It's not the first time that's happened before, he thought. Rumors have it that the magistracy of Canopus has people that can do exactly that. We'll have to check them over for signs of surgical alteration. First, however, I will interview Shepard and the crew. In particular, this Vega also seems to know a lot more than he's letting on. I will interview him first, then Shepard. Arden approached holding Cell Alpha 2 and motioned to the guards to let him inside. Once inside he said, James Vega, come with me. Coming. James Vega got up from his chair and joined Arden Sortek, following Sortek and a couple of the guards into an interviewing room. 3 of the walls were made out of panels of a light tan material, with what appeared to be cameras built into parts of the walls. The 4th wall had a large, silvered window, making it impossible to see what was on the other side. There was a single table in the room, plus 2 chairs, each one facing the other on opposite sides of the table. As soon as Vega was inside, he was escorted over to the chair furthest from the window, and sat. Sortek sat down opposite him and pulled out a recording device. It was an old piece of technology, something that Vega knew was straight out of the 80s. Then, Sortek loaded in a miniature cassette before closing the loading tray and hitting the record button. Clearing his throat, Arden Sortek stated, Interview number 935 Delta, Arden Sortek speaking. Interviewee is a male in his early to mid-20s. Subject is Hispanic in appearance, with brown hair, dark green eyes and a tanned complexion. Looking at Vega, he asked, would you state your name and affiliation for this interview? Yes, Vega agreed. James Vega, Systems Alliance Marines. Rank, Lieutenant. Thank you, Sortek said. According to your previous interviews, you claim to come from a universe that is markedly different from our own, yes. That's correct. And how is this parallel universe different? Sortek asked. Well, for one, we discovered sapient alien life that was it, if not higher, than our current level of technological advancement. Our first contact was with a species known as the Turians, in the year 2157. You stated in your previous interviews that you had a hostile first contact, yes? Sortek inquired. Yes, but it depends on your point of view, Vega said with a shrug. From the Turian side of things, we were a species that was about to invoke some horrific catastrophe by breaking council law. On our side of things, we had no knowledge of the Citadel Council and its laws, so we had no idea that what we were doing was illegal. It got sorted out in the end, but only after a month-long war that the Turians call the Relay 314 incident, and what we call the First Contact War. Nowadays, relations are cool but cordial and they've been getting stronger since. I see. So the individual that calls himself Garrus Vakarian is not a threat? No, not unless you give him good reason to be. Vega said it's not a good idea to threaten Shepard's crew, you see. Very well. There was a moment as Sortek sifted through some papers, then he continued, you claim to have intimate knowledge of the universe you call BattleTech. That is, this universe. Correct. Yup, Vega said. And I can prove it. I know that the NAIS has been working on reverse engineering pieces of LOS tech. For example, the new Avalon Institute of Science is doing preparatory work on creating a Super Griffin and Super Phoenix Hawk to test out their prototype double heat sinks. Not easy, with double heat sinks being LOS tech. Arden's posture immediately stiffened. That is classified as Sword 2, he growled. How did you know that? When you come from an alternate reality, where another universe is just a game franchise, you learn a lot of interesting things, Vega defended himself. If I had my Omni tool, I could give you the information you need. I'd have to walk you through on how to use it, but that would help clarify things. I see, Sortek remarked. Turning to one of the guards, he said, "Inform the NAIS to prepare to examine these Omni tools, preferably the one used by James Vega. It's most likely an arm-worn note pewter." The saluted, then left the room to carry out his orders. Turning back to Vega, Sortek said, "Do you have any other proof that you can share? Other than the Omni tool, no." A likely story. We will have to verify that. Your knowledge of top-secret information, however, is disturbing." Sortek leaned a little closer, his eyes hard. "Should your evidence prove correct, however, then this may be the greatest discovery of the 31st century." Sortek leaned back and relaxed before saying, "That will be all, Mr. Vega. Thank you for your cooperation." He added to the remaining guards, "Begin prepping him for transport to Albion and NAIS. Make sure no can get to his cell without my express permission." The guards merely nodded. Motioning to Vega, they had him stand up before they escorted him back to the holding cells. Once Vega was gone, Sortek heaved a weary sigh. As if their appearance wasn't strange enough, he thought. Now we have one that claims to have intimate knowledge of one of the projects at NAIS. Well, I hope things are simpler from here on out, though I doubt it. Within a few hours, he was hard at work compiling a personal psychological profile of each of the Normandy's crew members. Shepard had been highly cooperative, yes, but the look in his eyes told Sortek one thing: this man had seen the horrors of war and had not been broken. Shepard is a survivor, in short. Survivors often make good leaders, something I can relate to. Most of the alien crew members were tougher to read. While Garrus was the hardest to read, it was clear that he was a soldier through and through. He had shown a level of tactical genius when he explained to Sortek how he would overpower the guards and escape if he was being threatened with violence, as well as how fast he could move when he needed to. Grunt is an incredibly strong individual, and he was intimately familiar with violence. At least Shepard's better attributes had rubbed off on him. That was true of Rex and Eve, though the two were undoubtedly more mature and experienced as leaders, both political and religious. Lyra was the oddest of the bunch, and not because of her appearance, but rather how human she seemed. Lyra was an energetic and vibrant young woman, though she had surprised him when she claimed to be merely 109 years old. Another likely story, though one that warrants investigation, he had decided. As for Morden, he could only describe the man as a chipmunk on decaffeinated coffee. The strangest interviewee was EDI. Unlike the other crew members, EDI was a sapient machine with a robotic body. The idea of a computer being sapient was something that he'd only read about in dime novels, sci-fi books. EDI had proven cooperative, as she had given him information whenever he asked for it. While he had to cross-reference this information to make sure it was legitimate, he had a feeling that the AI was telling the truth. By evening, the interviews were finally over. Closing up his folder of handwritten notes, Sortek got up from the desk, swung open his door, only to meet an older man with dark brown hair and dark brown eyes standing outside of the door, with a familiar symbol on his jacket. "Quintus Allard," Sortek greeted, blinking. "I wasn't expecting you. Something you need?" "Coming to check in on you," Allard told him. "When I heard that there was an unidentified warship in orbit, I feared the worst. Good to see you're handling it well." "Thanks." Sortek ran a hand through his hair. "I've never seen anything like it. A man with a warship suddenly appears in our space, along with a group of people that he claims are aliens. I still wonder if they're just surgically altered human beings." "I know. I saw them for myself in the holding cells. Quite surprising, I must admit. I take it you have a plan for sorting that out." "I'll have the doctors perform an MRI, and other examinations to see if that is possible. A simple DNA test will tell us if the aliens are really aliens or not." "Good plan." Quintus cleared his throat. "That's not all, though, is it? Something about the interviews disturbed you, it seems." "Good guess." One of the interviewees, James Vega, claimed that he had intimate knowledge of our universe, as he put it. He kept citing our top-secret research, such as when he mentioned NAIS efforts to reverse-engineer the double heat sinks, as well as the development of mech prototypes for those heat sinks. Quintus' eyes widened. "Really?" When Sortek nodded, Quintus said, "Shit, that really is a surprise. Do you have a plan for this?" "I intend to take Vega and the machine calling itself EDI to NAIS to find out. While they seem cooperative, I'll have a full military regiment posted at NAIS to make sure they don't try anything funny." "What do you intend to do if what they're saying is the truth?" That had Sortek silent for a few seconds as he pondered the question. He finally said, "If what they say is true, then the universe is a lot stranger than we could have possibly imagined. As for my plan, I'm not sure yet. The first prince ought to find this interesting, though. He'll want to meet these people in person." "Is that wise?" Sortek nodded. "Hansa was a soldier before he became nobility. I'm confident he can handle a few aliens and a robot." Quintus broke out into a smile. "In that case, I'll begin the preparations. Take care of yourself, Sortek. You too, sir. Sortek watched Quintus walking away for a moment, then busied himself with his own prep. This will be the strangest mission I've ever done up to this point, he thought. If it's true, then the inner sphere, as we know it, will never be the same. Chapter 3, NAIS and Shocking Discoveries. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mass Effect, MechWarrior/BattleTech crossover. Ladies and gentlemen, I have returned. Thank you all for waiting so patiently for new chapters to come out. As I promised, I have come back to get this crossover going again. After long hours of thinking, I've been able to come up with a way to continue the crossover without tripping up. I also have a beta reader that will help me keep true to the setting, while incorporating new ideas. I have also, with that beta reader's help, completely rewritten the previous chapters. If you haven't seen the previous chapters after they were rewritten, I recommend that you do so. If you've read the newly rewritten chapters, then the new plot will make much more sense. Also, just to inform you, one of the chapters I posted will be temporarily deleted from this crossover. This is, as I must emphasize, temporary, as that chapter is going to be sent to the beta reader I am working with. Once adjustments have been made to that chapter, it will be reposted. The announcement will be permanently deleted, however. Either way, thank you all so much for being patient with me. I look forwards to posting more chapters, now that I've regained the momentum to keep going. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the MechWarrior/BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. New Avalon 4. Main Operating Base Charlie. June 16, 3018. At 0530 hours local time, Sortek was out of bed and threw his clothes and armor on, before heading to the holding cells inside the base. He then made his way outside and into the early summer air. He mentally reviewed his plan, to take James Vega and that EDI robot to the NAIS covertly and see what else could dissect from their minds, and possibly their bodies. Then Sortek heard someone approaching from behind, and he turned to face the approaching private. What is it? Sortek demanded. Quintus called in while you were getting ready, the private reported. He's alerted the security force there that we're bringing guests along. The NAIS administrator has gotten everything ready. Good to hear. Anything else? Quintus recommended that you bring them in via dropship. It'll be faster than subway cars, and keep suspicion to a minimum, the private said. I take it the samples we gathered are on their way. Sortek asked. They should have arrived an hour ago, sir. The scientists there have already gotten to work analyzing them. We'll know if they really are aliens by the time you arrive there. Sortek nodded. Excellent. Carry on, private. I'll see to it that you receive a commendation for your work. Thank you, sir. Sortek went back inside to the holding cells, hands clasped behind his back. Is James Vega ready for transport? He asked the staff. We're doing final checkovers now, sir, the guard standing by the door told him. Then we'll have him and that EDI thing headed to a private spaceport under armed guard. Good. Sortek couldn't help a grin. History is being made, and I'm here to see it. What a time to be alive. In his holding cell, Vega could feel the guard's eyes boring into him as he got ready for his trip. So paranoid, he thought as he laced up his combat boots. EDI didn't seem to mind, though. When James was ready, he motioned to the waiting guards. The nearest guard nodded and approached Vega, preparing a pair of handcuffs as he went. That was when Sortek himself walked in. The guards all saluted. At ease, Sortek said casually. Spotting the handcuffs, he said, those won't be necessary. He knows better than to take us all on by himself. He fixed Vega with a stern glare. Am I right? Damn, the guy's intimidating, Vega observed. Sortek continued, James Vega, you will stay by my side during our visit to NAIS. You will not leave my side without my express permission. You will also refrain from asking about any classified projects. Am I understood? Completely, Vega assured him. Good. Move out. With that, Sortek and some of the guards took up position around Vega and EDI and escorted them outside into the orange-tinted dawn. The group approached a waiting dropship, a Leopard class. Vega recognized its boxy shape from BattleTech lore books. He never thought he'd actually ride in one, though. The party marched up the dropship's boarding ramp, made its way across a catwalk, and up a few stairs and into the vessel's briefing room, where Vega found that a central hollow table in the room's center. It displayed a three-dimensional map of the planet's surface, along with a red dotted line that represented the dropship's intended flight path. Fascinating, EDI remarked. It appears as though holographic technology is not as developed as it is in our reality. The Systems Alliance stopped using hollow tables in 2144. Really? Vega remarked. Well, if all goes well here, then maybe we can change that. The group proceeded toward the vessel's bridge next, where Vega got an idea of how complex flying a dropship really was. The spacious bridge was almost empty in the middle save for another hollow table, likely for plotting and charting courses. Each wall had computer monitors and NAV stations built into them where the crew was already prepared for takeoff, and towards the bow were seats for the navigator, pilot, and captain. The captain, an older gentleman with graying hair and brown eyes, looked at Sortek as he came to the bridge. "Welcome aboard, Colonel," the captain said with a friendly smile, shaking the colonel's hand. "I hear we're heading to NAIS. "That's correct," Sortek said. "Good. We will perform an atmospheric jump from here to the Albion drop port. All for security's sake." "Of course." Sortek agreed. "Now," the captain continued, "we're performing final checkup on the mech bay doors, since we had concerns that the seals might be going bad. After that, we'll close up tight, and begin the journey." At that moment, the bridge intercom beeped. "1 second, the captain said. He hit the call button. "Bridge here. This is engineering," came a woman's voice. "We've finished checking on the seals. They were going bad, sir. Any longer, and they might have popped if exposed to vacuum. Did you get them fixed?" "Yes, sir. We just finished installing and testing the new seals. This dropship's good to go." "Excellent. Bridge out." The captain closed the intercom channel, then hit the switch for the PA system. "Attention all crew, this is the captain speaking. Dropship will commence takeoff in T-3 minutes. All personnel, man your stations. Seal all doors and commence atmospheric jump operations." With that, he closed the PA. "I'd advise that you take a seat and buckle in, sir," he added to Sortek. "Going to be a rough ride." Sortek and his guards and guests obeyed at once, settling themselves into spare seats and buckling their restraints. "I'm really doing this. Flying in a BattleTech dropship." Vega thought giddily, despite the situation. It's funny, he was used to flying in ships this size like the Normandy, but this still felt so new. 3 minutes later, the intercom pinged again. "Engineering to bridge. We're locked and ready." "Understood," the captain said brightly. "Navigator." "Course locked in, sir," came the reply. "Pilot." "Good to go, sir," the pilot added. "Wonderful. Activate fusion thrusters and bring them to full power. Retract landing gear." "Yes sir." The pilot flipped a pair of switches and pushed the throttle to the max. A low rumble, and a subtle vibration, soon filled the bridge. Outside, the powerful fusion thrusters at the back of the dropship roared to life, while similar thrusters at the front roared to life as well. Within moments, the Leopard-class dropship lifted off, all doors secured, ascending smoothly into the morning air. "Ascending, 50 meters, the pilot reported. "Bring us to 100 meters, then exit VTOL mode," the captain ordered. "Affirmative, sir. Climbing now. 80, 90, 100. Entering flight mode." Another series of switches were flipped. Outside, the lowermost nozzles for the fusion thrusters at the back began to tilt upwards. The bottom thrusters remained on, providing lift as the dropship began to smoothly move forwards. Once the dropship was high enough, the nozzles became parallel with the hull of the dropship, before engaging full power. The dropship darted forth, the bottom thrusters deactivating, as the fusion thrusters in the rear fired at maximum power. On the bridge, Vega suddenly felt himself being pressed into the seat as the dropship accelerated to its maximum safe limit of 2 times Earth gravity. He could hear the roar of the fusion thrusters as they pushed the massive vehicle through the air. Out the windows, Vega saw the ground drop away, replaced entirely with the endless blue sky. Eventually, the dropship leveled off at its cruising altitude for their journey. "Textbook takeoff," the captain commented as he unbuckled from his seat belt. "We'll be at our destination in a little under 2 hours, Colonel." "Good," Sortek said. "We'll remain here until journey completion." Turning to Vega, he noticed the Alliance Marine's expression. "First time on one of these, eh? Yet. Boy, was that an experience. I could feel the adrenaline rush. It was intriguing to see BattleTech Aerospace Engineering at work," EDI noted. "During the acceleration, my chassis increased a 200% increase in the level of G-forces over earlier measurements. This dropship is capable of accelerating at 3 times the gravity of Earth. Why the lower than maximum acceleration? That's the maximum safe limit for people on board," Sortek explained. "Any faster, and you'd have some broken bones," sprained tendons, or even severe injuries. Is it different where you are from? Correct, EDI replied. The use of inertial dampeners allow our shuttles to accelerate many times that of this dropship without ill effects being incurred. The mass reduction capabilities of Element 0 enhance their dampening capabilities. If this dropship were equipped with an Element 0 core, and inertial dampeners, my estimates indicate that it would be able to achieve a maximum acceleration of 2000 g. I see. Sortek settled in for the ride, motioning for a guard to keep an eye on his Normandy guests. Vega merely sat back at his seat and tried to enjoy the ride. Welcome to a brave new world, he thought. 30 minutes later, the Leopard-class dropship made its descent. Albion Space Traffic Control, this is Whiskey 3905, the pilot stated into her headset. Requesting a landing vector at the drop port. We have 3 VIPs on board the dropship. Over. James Vega couldn't hear the response, but he did hear the pilot respond with, Roger Albion Space Traffic Control. Whiskey 3905 descending to 10,000 feet. Reducing speed to 185 knots. The captain sat up in his seat and began issuing orders, and the dropship soon angled downward, with Vega feeling a swooping feeling in his stomach. Bring us to 100 meters above the drop pad and enter VTOL mode, the captain ordered. Set her down once you've extended landing gear, then go cold. Affirmative, the pilot replied, her fingers flying over switches. VTOL mode engaged. Descending now. 80 meters, 50, 30. Deploying landing gear deployed. 10 meters, 4 meters. OUF. With a muted thump on the interior, and a loud thunk outside, the dropship landed gracefully on the drop pad. Shock pads met unyielding metal alloy, and the vessel finally slowed to a halt. Then the pilot killed the engines, and the dropship's fusion thrusters went cold. We're down, the pilot reported. All systems are nominal. A textbook landing. To say the least, the captain said proudly. That, Katya, was a perfect landing. To Arden Sortek, he added, I hope the journey was a pleasant one for you. It was, Sortek replied. Vega felt the same way. Now then, Sortek decided. Listen up, Vega. You're about to step onto the campus grounds of the most prestigious college this side of the Inner Sphere, the new Avalon Institute of Science. Remember my instructions from last time? Yes, sir, Vega answered, his fanboyism replaced with cold military discipline. Good. Time to go. Sortek motioned for his men to take up positions around Vega and EDI, and the group exited the parked dropship and onto the drop port's landing pad. Vega took a moment to look around. He spotted some guards, as expected, and a sidewalk leading toward a nearby college campus. As Vega followed Sortek, a few more guards, presumably a security team sent by Quintus Allard, surrounded him. Along the way, Vega got a better look at the NAIS campus. It was split into 3 buildings, along with several dormitories, though Vega suspected that there was a basement-level complex, too. The entire campus was square, with the 3 main buildings located near the back and the dormitories on the sides, while the drop pads were at the front. In the campus grassy common ground, students and scientists alike either relaxed with games of frisbee and soccer, or strode across campus on their own business. Vega spotted yet more guards standing vigil at key locations, and he felt the distant tremor of battle mech footsteps, too. So, even mechs had guard duty around here, Vega thought. At one point, a pair of guards watched him and EDI. Those guards are likely calculating the most efficient way to kill me and EDI, Vega realized. Every square inch of New Avalon was watched like a hawk, it seemed. Further down the sidewalk, a scientist wearing a white lab coat, white pants, a blue tie and suit shirt, plus black dress shoes, approached Arden Sortek's group. His name tag read Dr. Ian Ashcroft, and to Vega's shock, the man looked identical to Kenneth Donnelly, one of the 3 engineers aboard the Normandy. He even sounded the same. Colonel Sortek. Dr. Ashcroft shouted as he broke into a jog to join Sortek's group. I need to speak to you in private. What about? Sortek asked. Dr. Ashcroft joined the group and took a few breaths before continuing, we've just finished processing the materials you sent to us. The test results of our experiments came back, but I want to discuss them in private. Sortek nodded curtly. Of course. We'll discuss them in the basement, down in the computer and library data core area. Vega, EDI, come with me. Ashcroft, did the MIIO team Allard send arrive? We're right here, another man, with blonde-colored hair and brown eyes said as he walked over. Osborne Wright, at your service. I hear that we've got some data to retrieve, yes. Affirmative, Sortek replied. We'll hand over the information once we're in the basement. I see. Now, let's go. Next, the group headed into the NAIS campus basement level, including an elevator ride down into the very earth. After Sortek put in a security code, as well as a fingerprint scan and retinal scan, the elevator doors opened, allowing them inside. Down in the spacious basement level, the group marched right past the scientists and engineers hard at work down there, and right into a special room. The computer and library data core room was surprisingly small, though at least 15 people could comfortably fit inside. Once they were inside, Osborne Wright said, "Now, if you please." "Vega." Sortek prompted his guest. Vega removed the Omni tool from his arm. "Be careful with it," he cautioned Osborne. "They're not as tough as you'd think." "We'll be careful with it," Osborne assured him. "How long until we've translated the data into a format that we can use?" Sortek asked. "Around 8 hours, Colonel." "I see." Sortek added to his guards, "Men, escort Vega to the safe house at Albion. I'll call for you once we have confirmation that he's telling the truth, or determined that he's not. Captain Richards, make sure all goes according to plan." "Understood," the captain replied. "Also, keep EDI here," Sortek stated. He gave the AI a certain look. "EDI, I assume you know how to handle computer technology." "Correct, Colonel." "Perfect. You'll be assisting Osborne here with translating the data on Vega's Omni tool, and the Omni tools that your friends handed over, into a format that our scientists can understand." Sortek added to Osborne, "EDI will assist you, but watch her closely. If she tries anything funny, you have my full permission to blast her into scrap metal." "Understood. Completely." "Good. Dismissed." With that, the team, along with Vega, left the room. Once they were out, Sortek told Ashcroft, "Now, you mentioned that the testing on the genetic samples was completed. What did you find?" "It may sound strange, but those aliens truly are aliens," Ashcroft replied. "Really?" "Yes, really," Ashcroft told him. "We did a thorough analysis of the skin and blood samples that Shepard and his men willingly handed over. While Shepard and the others are human, it's his non-human allies that really had us intrigued. We were so confused that we double and triple checked the results when they came back. And we know that Shepard is telling the truth," Ashcroft said. "The DNA samples that his non-human crew members provided did not match human DNA at all, not even a single nucleotide matched. Even the Asari, as the most human-looking aliens called themselves, did not have a match with any human DNA. So, Shepard was telling the truth. What else did you learn?" "We've found out that all members of the Normandy crew, Shepard included, have had modifications made to their DNA. Our tests indicate that these are geared towards metabolic efficiency, strength enhancement, and other improvements to the human genome. Where they come from, genetic enhancement is either commonplace, or is required for their military forces." "I see," Sortek said with a nod. "Since Shepard is telling the truth about the aliens, then that means that his alternate universe theory might be correct as well. We'll know for certain in 8 hours." Then he said, "Thank you for telling me this, Dr. Ashcroft. So Shepard's claims were legit after all." "That they were." "So, what happens now?" "You may return to work," Sortek replied. "I'm going to grab some much-needed food and wait on the results of the computer data." 8 hours later, Sortek was back at the NAIS campus once again, this time, his full attention being directed at Osborne. "So, what did you learn?" he asked. Osborne had an incredulous look on his face when he said, "We translated the information on Vega's Omni tool, as you instructed. We also examined EDI's computer data. Leaning in more closely, he said, I have every reason to believe that Vega is telling the truth. Here." He handed Sortek a noteputer that had some of the contents of Vega's Omni tool. For the next 15 minutes, Sortek speed-read through the contents. His eyes grew wider and wider, with shock as he took it all in. Eventually, he could take no more, as he shut off the noteputer and, putting it down, breathed in and out to calm his racing heart. Again, his mind was racing as it worked to process the information that he'd just read moments ago. "We live in a stranger world than I ever imagined we could," he thought. "Alternate universes? Alternate timelines? What the hell have we gotten ourselves into? And what the hell did Shepard and his crew get themselves into?" Sortek tapped a finger on the noteputer. "The first prince must see this. All of it. I take it that you came to the same conclusion as I have." "Yes, Osborne. Shepard and his team are abso-fucking-lutely telling the truth. Inform Quintus Allard that I need to speak with him immediately." "No need," came Quintus' voice. Quintus Allard stepped inside, looking like he'd seen a ghost. "I just saw the information for myself. It was disturbing, to say the least. Positively shocking, even." "Agreed," Sortek said. He almost felt lightheaded from the implications of all this. "Quintus, as I told Osborne, the first prince absolutely must see this." "Indeed," Quintus agreed. "And Sortek, I think you might have earned a promotion." "Maybe." Sortek wiped his brow. "Some part of me thinks I'm still dreaming." In all my years. I never. Based on their odd expressions, Quintus and Osborne clearly felt the exact same way. Chapter 4, Meeting the First Prince. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mass Effect, MechWarrior/BattleTech crossover. Thank you for your patience, I greatly appreciate it, as well as your support. I've done some revising and reworking of this chapter in order to allow it to fit with the rest of the storyline. There will also be some major changes to what I had originally planned for after this chapter. Also, I would like to address a concern that I got from a reviewer. There won't be any kowtowing, as he put it, in this crossover. I am working with a beta reader that will point out any of that, should I drift into that territory. Still, for the reviewer in question, please be more polite about pointing out problems like that in the future. Either way, thank you for your support, and I hope to see you in future chapters. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the Mass Effect or MechWarrior/BattleTech franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Inc., etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. New Avalon 4. Mount Davion. June 18, 3018. Commander Shepard toweled off after his hot shower, threw on his recently cleaned dress uniform, and headed to the mess hall. 3 days had passed since arriving here in the Inner Sphere, and so far, things were going fairly well, even considering the detainment at gunpoint here on a foreign capital world. He wondered what Primarch Vitas would think of this. Once Colonel Arden Sortek had confirmed Shepard's story, the colonel had them moved to the guest house on Mount Davion, probably a gated community for the wealthy. Shepard and the most senior Normandy crew members were staying here in the large guest house's many bedrooms, while the remaining crew would remain in the Normandy for now. Still no word about getting an audience with the first prince, though. Shepard finally entered the guest house's main living area. The interior was mostly decorated with exotic woods, with the tan brown-colored wood giving the interior a warm and welcoming feeling. Columns and bars of steel stood rigidly in place, cleverly covered with wood to match the decor. Windows were installed into the angled roof and the walls to allow sunlight to enter the structure. Meanwhile, most of the upper floors had 3 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms, and the lower floors held this main living area, the kitchen, gym, a swimming pool and an outside. The guest house even boasted entertainment centers, plus a shooting range in the downstairs basement. In Shepard's eyes, the guest house was like a mansion, one out of dozens of buildings on the entire estate. Here in the main living room sat a single man, a small mug of coffee in his hands as he watched the rising sun. The man wore a grey, 3-piece suit with a black-colored tie, along with polished, black dress shoes. His facial features were well sculpted, and he had bright, energetic blue eyes, though they also bore the sadness that came with responsibility and tragedy. Shepard could tell that the man was a soldier, as even when he was relaxed, his shoulders were tensed, as though he was ready for a fight. He also spotted the telltale bulge of a concealed weapon in the man's jacket. The man looked up towards Shepard, beaming. "Ah, hello," he said in an accented, but musical, voice. "Thank you for joining me." "Sure thing," Shepard remarked as he descended the stairs. "You don't mind if I make some breakfast?" "No need. I made breakfast for you already." The man pointed at the counter, where a fully prepared breakfast waited. Shepard blinked. "Oh. Thank you. It was my pleasure." Pleased, Shepard walked over and grabbed his breakfast, then sat down and introduced himself. "I am Commander John Shepard. And you?" "Hansa." "Like, the first prince?" Shepard asked. "You know how it is," Hansa replied warmly. "The moment a royal couple names their child, the name spikes in popularity." "Makes sense." As the two men ate, Hansa continued, "You know, I've never really thought that the multiverse was real. If someone told me that there would be people from another universe on New Avalon, I would have laughed at them. Now I know better." "Life is strange," Shepard admitted. "That it is." Shepard started to get the feeling that this man was a little unusual. Following his gut, he asked, "So, you live here?" "I do." Hansa took a bite of scrambled eggs before continuing. "Mount Davion is a very busy place. There's always something to do around here, such as practicing at the gauntlet. And I must ask, where were you born?" "Earth." "You mean Terra?" Hansa asked. "Yes, but I was born in the ghettos. I had to survive on the streets. Learn to take care of myself." Hansa winced. "That's rough." "It was," Shepard agreed. Continuing to follow his instincts, he asked, "Where were you born?" "This city." "Is that so?" Before Shepard could press the topic, though, James Vega wandered into the room. The Marine was dressed in his casual outfit, a t-shirt and some dark blue pants. He called out, "Hey, Shepard. Found some company, I take it." He trailed off as he spotted Hansa. "Well, I'll be damned. What is it?" Shepard asked. "Commander, that's the man I was telling you about. That's Hansa Davian, the first prince of the Federated Suns." Shepard's eyes widened and he quickly turned to stare at Hansa again. "You're the first prince?" When Hansa nodded, Shepard frowned and said, "And here I was thinking you were one of Sortek's men. Why didn't you tell me? And miss the look on your face." Hansa cracked another smile. "Besides, it allowed me to speak to you, just man to man. Not prince to commander." Shepard hardly knew what to say. Then he heard footsteps, and he looked up to see Cerberus and Nyreen descending the stairs. And they weren't wearing their armor, either, or even civvies. Nude Turians, that was a first for Shepard. On the left, Shepard could see Cerberus' powerful, muscular form. Hard plates of keratin, like the horns of a goat, were present on Cerberus' upper chest, as well as between the joints of his arms and legs. Where flexibility was needed, there were thick, tough scales that ranged from olive grey to a shade of light brown. Powerful muscles rippled underneath the Turian's scaly skin as he walked down the stairs. Nyreen was also beautiful, in an exotic way. To Shepard's surprise, he could clearly see two bulges on Nyreen's chest. "Hey," he thought. "I guess female Turians have breasts after all." He could see that she had plating on her chest that was similar to Cerberus, as well as a pair of extra plates on the tips of each mammary gland, for what reason he couldn't guess. Between her body plates were scales that were thinner and smoother than Cerberus. While she was fit, her muscles were hidden by a layer of memory fat under her skin, giving her scaly skin a soft and smooth appearance. Beyond that, she had the usual widened hips, shortened height, and round head typical of Turian females. Cerberus looked around to see Shepard and Hansa looking at him and Nyreen, who yawned as she slowly woke up. "What?" Cerberus asked groggily. When he saw Hansa's curious expression, he looked down and said, "Oh, sorry about this." "It's no trouble," Hansa assured him. "I take it that's normal for your species." "Yes," Cerberus replied. "Nudity isn't the taboo in Turian society that it is in human society. Mostly because our reproductive organs are retracted when we aren't mating." "Fascinating. And what's with the bodily plates?" "Palaven has a weakened magnetic field compared to Earth, or New Avalon," Shepard explained. "Turians, and any organisms from their world, evolved chitinous plates similar to that of a goat's horns. The plates have trace amounts of thulium, which helps absorb radiation." "Interesting," Hansa remarked. "If that's how nudity is in your society, then I won't complain. Just don't do it all the time." "We'll do our best not to," Nyreen agreed. Turning around, she and Cerberus went up the stairs, before going inside. Shepard noticed how Nyreen had wrapped an arm around Cerberus' waist. "I think the two are married," Shepard commented. "My guess as well," Hansa added. Shepard stared. "You saw it, too." "My father and mother would do the same thing. I might have been a young, and fairly loose, man at the time, but I still observant. Rest assured, I won't bother them about it." "True," Shepard admitted. "Still, if they are married, which wouldn't be surprising, I wish them well." "As do I." A few minutes later, Cerberus and Nyreen came back, fully armored this time. Cerberus motioned to Hansa and asked, "I meant to ask earlier, are you the boss of this place?" "First Prince of the Federated Suns, to be precise," Hansa clarified. Cerberus and Nyreen gawked at their human host, their mandibles flaring outwards and brow plates raising in the equivalent of a human's eyebrows going up. "Oh, I see," Cerberus sighed awkwardly. "Do I need to, bow?" "No. I wanted to speak to all of you in a casual manner." Hansa gestured toward the kitchen. "Once we've all had breakfast, we'll get down to business." Within the next hour, everyone else got up and joined Shepard and Hansa, including some crew who were bunking in the Normandy such as Javik and Zavra, then Edi and Bray. For Hansa, it was something out of a dream, to see so many alien species peacefully coexisting in here. If only the other great houses could do the same, he thought as he drank his second, and last, cup of coffee. Once the others had fully eaten, Hansa cleared his throat. Everyone got comfortable on assorted couches and chairs with only Edi still standing, arms folded casually over her metallic chest. "Now, everyone, let us have an important talk," Hansa told the small crowd. "Since your arrival, we've been studying the information that Mr. Vega was kind enough to share with us. Much of what you've shared is impossible, yet, it all makes sense in a very strange sort of way." "Trust me, the same goes for us," Shepard commented. Hansa nodded at Shepard's words. "None of you should exist, yet here you are all here in this room, speaking with me." Before he could continue, though, Javik got to his feet, his hands outstretched. Perhaps I could read your biomarkers, Hansa? He asked. Then we could understand one another better. Shepard cocked his head. Is that the same thing you did to me after the Eden Prime mission? Javik kept his 4 eyes on Hansa as he answered, correct, Commander. Mind if you elaborate? Hansa asked Shepard. Javik has the ability to perceive the experiences and memories of an individual through touch alone, Shepard explained. His species, the Protheans, were all born with that gift. It is so, Javik told Hansa. We evolved as hunters, reading 1,000 details in our environments. Complex ideas could be absorbed within seconds. It proved highly conductive to our survival, and to our empire when we reached the stars. Hansa gave the Prothean a careful look. I see. After a moment, relented, very well, give it a try. I admit, I'm curious. Whatever you don't wish me to see, I won't, Javik reassured the first prince. I only see the information that you permit me to see. With that, Javik took a hold of Hansa's arms, his eyes closing. The first prince didn't feel odd, but he could tell that something superhuman was going on, something truly alien. After a few seconds, Javik released him and said, Hansa Davian, you are a remarkable man. You've lived through military campaigns that would earn your government the respect of my species. What did you see? I sensed courage and honor within your actions. You have made mistakes, but you haven't let them overwhelm you. I also sensed a deep-seated sense of loss and regret inside of you. You are a man acquainted with tragedy. Shepard noticed how Hansa's demeanor changed when Javik mentioned that he was a man acquainted with tragedy. The man's face had hardened, his fists clenched, and Shepard thought he saw a tear forming in the man's eyes. Is something wrong? Shepard asked. No, Hansa replied. I'm fine. Looking at Javik, he said, you have a wonderful gift, Javik. And you were right about me just now. How so? Shepard asked. As an answer, Hansa drew something from his suit pocket, a photograph of him standing next to a woman at the leg of some battle mech. This was taken after a mission of mine, Hansa told the others. I was with another woman, Dana Stevenson, on a mission at Halstead Station. I'd just proposed to her before the battle, after which we went to work there, she and I finding by my side. Things were going well, until we were ambushed. We were just about to get away when for a moment, Shepard watched, much to his surprise, as a few tears streamed down the first prince's face. This bastard of a mech warrior came and killed her, stomped on her cockpit and crushed her to death in an instant. That enraged me to the point where I killed him, and all of his lance mates. We were outnumbered, however, and my friends had to pull me out of my initial shock so that we could retreat. After that, I grieved for her in the only way I knew how. I took part of the ferroglass that was part of her cockpit and made it into a statue of myself and her, imbuing the engagement ring I made for her into the base of the statue. Since then, it's served as a reminder of what I've lost, as well as what I need to do to make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else again. You want to honor her, Shepard guessed. Yes, I do, Hansa nodded. Wiping his eyes, he put the statue onto the small table in front of him and said, now that you know a little about me, I'd like to know more about you. It's a long story, Shepard said. I think we should get comfortable. Once Hansa was comfortable, Shepard told him about his past, from the day he was assigned to the Normandy, to when he destroyed the Collector base, to the current war against the Reapers. When the topic of the Reapers came up, Shepard watched as lines of cold, hard rage hardened on Hansa's face, while his right hand clenched into a fist. Those cold-hearted machines. Hansa snarled. They should have been annihilated down to the last one. Many have tried, Javik told him. None thus far have succeeded. My people came close, but it wasn't to be. Well, us humans will be the first, along with your friends' races, Hansa finished. Looking at Shepard, he said, if you ever find a way back home, Shepard, I will aid you however I can, if you can help me with a few things first. Like what? Shepard asked. The information that Vega shared with me clearly showed the locations of data caches that can restore the technology we had during the Star League era. If you, and the others, can help the Federated Suns recover that information, then I and all my people will be forever grateful. What's the catch? Hansa got up from his sofa and walked into the kitchen. Opening a cupboard, he pulled out a bottle of whiskey, as well as some drinking glasses. Walking back over, he said, in my family, it is tradition that, when we make packs of this gravity, that we seal it with a drink. Pouring some whiskey into each glass, he handed one to each member of the Normandy crew, aside from EDI. Thus, Shepard, I offer this pact to you and your crew. Swear to me your allegiance as a citizen of the Federated Suns. Offer to me your assistance in recovering the lost technology of the Star League, and I will forever remember your contribution to the inner sphere. Shepard knew that this was a major decision. He was still Alliance, first and foremost, but now that they were in another universe entirely, he knew there was possibly no way to return to them. I'm between a rock and a hard place, he thought. In this case, I know what to do. He declared, I accept your offer, First Prince. Turning to the others, he asked, and what of my crew? Will you join us? Damn straight, loco. Vega cheered. I'll follow you to the ends of the galaxy. Same here, Nyreen added. I've been with you from the start, Shepard, Gurus added. Count me in. One by one, the other members of the team agreed to stay with Shepard. We've all accepted, Shepard informed Hansa. Excellent. Hansa beamed and downed his drink in one gulp. Shepard nearly choked on it, as he found that it was incredibly strong for even him. Gurus coughed once he'd swallowed his drink, while Grunt didn't even flinch. Following this simple ceremony, Hansa put his glass down and said, I know Sortek's already given you the welcome, but for formality's sake, welcome to the Federated Suns. Reaching over, he shook Shepard's hand. Thank you, sir, Shepard said warmly. No need to call me sir, Hansa corrected gently. I prefer a laid-back tone when around certain people. Just call me Hansa. Okay, Hansa, Shepard said. So, what are your plans now? Hansa's smile faded, and he became a bit more stern despite his earlier words. We won't discuss the details here. Too many eyes and ears are listening in. Shepard nodded. Any place where we can talk it over. Yes, Hansa offered. My office is expertly swept 3 times a day for bugs. We can freely discuss it there. If your AI wishes, she can perform a scan to make sure we're talking privately. I may do so if you wish, First Prince, EDI said. And for reference, you may refer to me as EDI. Thank you, EDI, Hansa said. Also, how many bugs have you detected in here? 15, EDI told him. All of which appear to be audio bugs with internal data storage devices. I have collected all of them. She handed Hansa a small basket filled with the captured devices. Damn. Hansa frowned. I'll have to talk to the first Davian Guard CO to make sure this doesn't happen again. Getting up, he said, Shepard, if you, Vega, EDI and 2 others could come to my office. Won't the rest of your staff notice any of my other crew members? Shepard asked. Everyone has been sworn not to discuss the details, from the guards to the staff and workers here, Hansa assured him. No one will question why you and the others are here. With that, he got up and led the way to his waiting office. Shepard motioned for Gurus and Rex to follow him, Vega and EDI as they followed the First Prince. Gurus is good at tactics, while Rex has a strong eye for long-term strategy, something you have to have as a Krogan chieftain. Besides, they can talk shop with Hansa while Vega shares with him the invasion vectors for the future clan invasion. The group stepped aside and proceeded along some paved paths through the grass until they reached and entered the main building on the estate. Inside, the group waded through staff and personnel, with Gurus, Rex, and EDI drawing funny but silent looks the while time. The group pushed deeper into the well-decorated building until Hansa motioned for them to stop. The First Prince placed his hand on a hidden scanner, opening cleverly hidden door. Here we are, Hansa announced once the party assembled in the hidden chambers beyond. Take a look around. We'll get down to business once I've settled a few other matters first. Shepard casually scoped out the place. The room was fairly large and had walls decorated with exotic woods and decorated wallpaper to give the room a warm feeling. Parts of the room were sectioned off using cleverly raised sections of wood, giving those areas a distinct purpose. Hansa also had a private library in here, along with a recreational area that was sealed off with what looked like tempered glass, plus a smaller desk near a television screen. The main room, meanwhile, had a strategy table with a holographic map of the inner sphere marked with strategic notes, as well as a large, walnut brown desk where Hansa was currently busy finishing some work. With a jolt, Shepard suddenly realized someone else was in here, too. Hansa, Quintus saluted. At ease, Hansa replied without looking up from his work. Vega pointed at Quintus. Hey, I know you. Quintus allowed. You were at NAIS a few days ago. I certainly was, Quintus said. Officially, I have no recollection of that day, but unofficially, I was there. You gave us quite the surprise, Vega. Sorry about that. No harm done, Quintus reassured him. Not bad, Gurus remarked as he felt the walls. Not bad at all. Wonder how strong this place is built, Rex said absent-mindedly. Not as tough as a Krogan hospital, at least. It has distinct visual appeal, EDI observed. And now, my scan for hidden bugs. She took a moment to scan, then reported, no bugs detected. Hansa, your bug sweepers have done their work well. We hire the best, Quintus said with a pride smile. Hansa typed a few more notes into a noteputer, then looked up. That settles my work. Now for our business, Normandy crew. He got up and made his way to the holographic table. He reached out to fiddle with its controls, then gasped in shock when the holomap flickered and went out. Damn it! Hansa shouted, hitting the thing with a fist. That's the 30th time. Walking over to his desk, he pressed a hidden button and said, "Send Technical Team 4 up here, please." Moments later, a squad of techs arrived, escorted by 2 armed guards. "Uh-oh. Malfunctioning holotable, the chief technician asked. "Yab." Hansa confirmed. "Flickered when we turned it on before it went out." "No sweat. I'll sort it out." The tech knelt by the table, opened up a maintenance panel, and scanned its contents with an expert eye, his toolbox by his side. Then he cracked a grin, tapping something in the table's mechanical guts. "I found the problem, First Prince. Looks like one of the power cables was loose." He drew a tool from his box, worked his magic, then got up and shut the maintenance panel. "Give it a try, First Prince." Hitting the controls, Hansa smiled as the holomap reappeared, this time quite brightly. "There we go. Great work." "It was my pleasure, sir," the chief technician said with a salute. He and his fellows then took their leave. "He could have fixed that even faster with an Omni tool," Shepard noted. "One of your noteputers?" Hansa asked. When Shepard nodded, he said, "What a marvelous concept. You could make your own tools without having to bring a bulky toolkit along." "My agents would also benefit as well," Quintus added. "Such as when we sweep rooms for bugs." "I'll be sure to send some to NAIS for study," Shepard told Quintus. "Do you think your techs could reverse engineer new models for your people's use?" "Not to worry, Commander," Hansa said with a smile. "The NAIS is my realm's pride and joy." Hansa fiddled with the hologram table's controls and displayed a few files. "Thanks to Vega's data, we found 3 SLDF caches that have escaped destruction or looting during the Succession Wars." Hansa pointed at the files. "The first, and most obvious, is Helm, with New Avalon and Grouse being the next ones. You also mentioned an unnamed memory core out in the deep periphery, yes. That last part was directed at Vega." "That's right," Vega confirmed. "A mercenary company called Mason's Cavaliers went out that far into the deep periphery. It might be a memory core that the clans left behind. You've learned enough about the clans from me, right? Normally, you wouldn't learn of them until 3050. "Yes, the descendants of the SLDF in exile that you've mentioned," Hansa said. "I must thank you again of warning me about that decades in advance. And I also know Mason's Cavaliers." "You do?" "Yes. When it was still Nikolai's Cavaliers, Mason's father, Nikolai, assisted us at Halstead Station. He was Kia a couple years ago courtesy of some mercenaries. His son, Jake Mason, leads the Merc group now. He's got serious talent as a mercenary commander." "I see." Hansa glanced at the digital files again. "So, what do we do about the memory cores?" Quintus grunted. "Good question. Our best bet, at reversing the technological degradation of the inner sphere, is by recovering those memory cores, and bringing them back to NAIS for analysis. The only problem we have is that, evidently, Comstar will try to destroy those memory cores if they find out what we plan to do with them. The Great Houses will also be on the lookout for those memory cores. If they find them first, they'll gain a major technological lead. So we must do this discreetly." "The Normandy could do it," Gurus suggested. "How so?" Quintus asked. "The IES system," Gurus explained. "Engineer Adams can explain it in detail. The short answer is, the IES stores the thermal emissions of the warship, or dropship, inside heat sinks in the vessel's hull. For a few hours or so, we can go through space without anyone noticing us. I take it you have to vent that heat eventually." Gurus nodded. "Right. If you remain in IES mode for too long, you run the risk of cooking the crew inside of the hull. So you vent it every so often, which totally gives your position away, like a signal flare. Going FTL can also overwork the IES system and force it to discharge automatically. That reminds me of the emergence signature that our jump ships create when they exit hyperspace." "It does," Vega said. "The only other problem that we have is long-range FTL flight." "Why is that?" Hansa asked. "Fuel," EDI explained. "The Normandy's engines were designed to inject high-energy antiprotons into a reaction chamber filled with H2/O2. During our fight against the Collectors, we upgraded them to use metastable metallic hydrogen. While it is more efficient with antiprotons than the aforementioned method of propulsion, we still have to worry about fuel consumption over long periods of time." "Interesting," Hansa noted. "How much more efficient are they compared to standard fusion ramjets?" "They are roughly 220% more efficient than standard fusion torch engines," EDI stated. "However, my analysis indicates that the Federated Suns does not have the manufacturing equipment to manufacture antimatter. Typically, antiprotons are manufactured at massive solar arrays orbiting energetic stars, though this makes them a target in wartime." "That is a problem," Hansa conceded. Leaning on his hands, he said, that means that, if we plan to use the Normandy to recover the memory cores, we can only do it with one. The others will have to be recovered using more conventional methods. That's what I was thinking, Quintus agreed. HHMM. You know, I think I have an idea that might work out well for both parties involved. I'm up for ideas, Shepard said. What do you have in mind? We could attach a docking collar to the Normandy, Quintus suggested. That sounds like a plan, Hansa agreed. The transdimensional human is lost here, Shepard told him. Is there something I'm missing? Yes, Quintus explained. Most dropships have to dock to a jump ship using a docking collar. I'm sure any typical docking collar has all the equipment necessary to allow a jump ship's hyperspace field to envelop the dropship, allowing for safe, inter-system FTL flight. That's a brilliant idea. Shepard cried happily. If we attach a docking collar to the Normandy, we can have the Normandy use the jump ships we have at our disposal to cross long distances. Agreed, Hansa said. However, you'll need your thrusters for any travels to any planets in a system you're in, and that takes a few days or so. Well, we won't have to do that either, Gurus added. Do the two of you know about Element Zero? I've read up on it, Hansa answered. Some exotic form of matter that can reduce or increase the mass of a volume of spacetime depending on the polarity of an electrical current run through it. Correct. Yeah, that's right, Gurus said. The Normandy is equipped with the Tantalus drive core, which is a modified Element Zero core. We use those for in-system FTL flight, or for crossing inter-system distances no more than a few light years. We can get to a planet in any system in just a few seconds. Hansa gave a long, low whistle at that, while Quintus' eyebrows went up. Damn, that is fast, Hansa admitted. A dropship equipped with a similar Element Zero core like that could make the distance in just as much time. It would certainly open up more options. Why not combine it with a warship? Rex suggested, breaking his silence at last. Or even a jump ship. You wouldn't need to stop at jump points all the time, and you could use pirate points with ease. An interesting prospect, Quintus remarked. Either way, that gives us a major advantage. Combine this with your IES system, and you'd be able to get to the memory core in question without alerting half the inner sphere in the process. The only question is which one to choose, Hansa pointed out. For a few seconds, he tapped a finger idly against the hollow table, then he reached a decision. Shepard, I think we should have you recover the Helm memory core, while other groups from my Federated Sons task forces recover the Grouse and New Dallas memory cores. You might not recover all the technology there, but even grabbing just the memory core will be sufficient. Can you do it? Yes, Shepard replied after examining the map for a few seconds. I'll figure out the how later. If Joker could get us through the Omega-4 relay unscathed, then we can get to Helm. Good. Hansa nodded. Quintus, how long do you think it would take to attach a docking collar to the Normandy? Given the fact that we're working with what EDI informed us was a mixture of alien and human technology, Quintus replied, as well as conducting repairs on the damaged armor. I'd estimate 1 year, my lord, to attach a docking collar. After that, it would be a couple months or so to get to Helm and recover the memory core. That's reasonable, Hansa said. Besides, we have until 3028, if Vega's reckoning is right, to recover the memory core in question. Can it be done here, at New Avalon? Possibly. I'd have to check, but I think so. Excellent. Have our top technicians speak with Engineer Adams about that. He's the expert on the Normandy, so he'll know what's best. Turning back to the hollow table, Hansa said, speaking of Element Zero, I wonder if there's any in the inner sphere to exploit. How else could we use it? I know how, Rex offered. If we worked with Lyra on this one, we could develop biotic amps for your soldiers. Hansa nodded. I heard about those amps. To think that, with a little Ezo, one could lift a tank with telekinesis. It's something out of a dime novel. Buck Rogers stuff. Tell me about it, Shepard commented. Also, what should we do in the meantime? We could get a lot done in a year's time. I could learn how to use a battle mech, Gurus suggested. I could kick so much ass in one of those. Shepard cracked a grin. You'd just spend all your time calibrating its weapons in the mech bay, wouldn't you? Hansa gave Gurus an appraising look. You're trained to repair combat vehicles. We had a combat vehicle, the Mako, Shepard explained. Gurus was at the console for it without fail, calibrating it all the damn time. Well, someone had to do it, Gurus said defensively. What if we broke down? We couldn't catch Saren with a busted axle. I'd be surprised if he could calibrate a battle mech, Hansa commented. It usually takes whole teams of technicians to make sure they run properly. My Battlemaster, for instance, usually needs around 5 people to service it. Still, your proposal is quite interesting. We don't have the capability to manufacture completely new neurohelmets, but NAIS reported that they might be on the verge of a breakthrough there. We can do your neural scans alongside modified neurohelmets and calibrations for each species as part of that work. We'll need Morton and Shakwas to help them out with that, Rex added. Sounds like a plan, Hansa agreed. I'll see to it you get your own mech to pilot, calibrate, and love, Gurus Vakarian. Gurus thrust up a fist. Score. Everyone shared a quick laugh before getting back to work. So far, all is going well, Shepard thought. Already, he could hear the clock ticking towards that one infamous date in his mind, March 3050, when 4 invading clans took the core ward Inner Sphere worlds by storm with amazing mechs and even better pilots. We'll show the clans that the Inner Sphere is more than ready to fight against them. And with any luck, Shepard's own galaxy would also have some new toys to repel an entirely different invasion, too. The clans were terrifying, but at least they were human. The Reapers, well, that was a different story. A story Shepard dearly hoped to write the last chapter for. Chapter 5, New Life and Test Flights. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my MechWarrior/BattleTech Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support. I greatly appreciate it and the feedback that I'm getting. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the MechWarrior/BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to its respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. BattleTech Ost, a welcome respite. New Avalon 4. Lycombe Davian Introtech Plant, near Nova. September 18, 3019. The sounds of people finishing up their jobs echoed throughout the facility as Shepard walked inside. Moving along, he checked the uniform that Quintus had provided him about a year ago, which consisted of a dark blue dress uniform that had a gold-yellow sunburst that occupied one of the shoulders. To him, it was a little bit garish in appearance, but that was the dress uniform for the AFFS. At least I'll be able to exchange it for a more casual outfit once we're done with this mission, he thought. That brought him to the reason why he was here in the first place. Once he had worked out a plan with Hansa, the Normandy had been brought to a nearby building, after which it had been hidden so that no one from the other great houses, or Comstar, could find out where it was. Once that was done, Hansa had technicians from various shipyards that were still functional come to begin work on refitting the Normandy with a docking collar. In order to successfully dock the Normandy to a jump ship, though, certain changes had to be made to accommodate the collar itself. This was solved, however, when Chief Engineer Adams had an epiphany. Shepard could already feel the memories whisking through his mind. 15 months earlier. So, Shepard said to Chief Engineer Adams as they entered the Normandy's cargo bay. You're saying that if we make a modification to the cargo hold, we can install the docking collar here. That's pretty much the idea so far, Adams nodded as Kenneth and Kelly walked with him. The cargo bay can be retrofitted with a docking collar without impeding its normal function. In fact, it'll actually help with its function, since it's where we store most of our supplies. Since the Normandy can land on a planet, it'll be a good way to put this place to good use. You sure about this? Oh, he's definitely sure, Kenneth nodded. It'll modify the Normandy's gravimetric profile slightly, but nothing that we can't manage. Besides, it allows us to conduct FTL flight without having to use the anti-proton thrusters, then I'm all for it. Besides, Kelly added, it's not like we'll be using the Normandy all the time. I know it sounds sad, but it's likely that the Normandy will be taken to NAIS for study. From what I hear, they don't have the technology and manufacturing capability required to build warships anymore. A ship like the Normandy would help provide a baseline from which to work from. True, Shepard shrugged. Still, if you think that this idea'll work out, then I won't stop you. Just make sure we can use the cargo bay as we usually would do. Don't worry, Shepard, Adams reassured the commander. I got to know this baby inside and out when we still are doing the refits on her. She'll be perfectly fine, you'll see. Present day. The memory of that quickly passed into the annals of Shepard's mind as he continued to walk to the drop pad where the Normandy was being retrofitted. From the sounds of it, work on the Normandy was complete, though he wanted to see the ship for himself. Eventually, after moving past workers that looked tired, but pleased with themselves, he entered the drop pad bay in question. The facility that Shepard was in was similar in most ways to the old submarine dry docks of the Cold War, with the top being exposed to the air, while concrete slabs formed the walls and floor of the dry dock. Built into the walls were all the facilities that one could want or need to refit a dropship. A starship from another universe, though, was something else entirely, something that pushed the capabilities of the facility and the people inside of it. For one, the Normandy not only needed a refit for the docking collar, it also needed repairs to the armor plating on the hull. While the Normandy carried spare armor plates for this sort of thing, most of that armor plating was currently being studied by the materials scientists at NAIS in order to improve the armor that the Federated Sons made widespread use of. As such, they needed to replace the armor plating that was damaged with something they had readily available. After working out the mathematics, Chief Engineer Adams decided that the best option was to use the standard armor that was commonly used on dropships. While certainly heavier than Cerberus armor, it would do the job until the Federated Sons gained the manufacturing capabilities required to make Cerberus armor. Walking inside of the drop pad bay, Shepard could see lifts, cargo crates, forklifts and all of the equipment needed to operate a dropship facility like this. And it's not even meant for a warship, Shepard thought. The Normandy's just barely small enough to fit into this place. He also noted a few cranes, which were currently stowed away on either end of the bay. Looking at the Normandy itself, Shepard could already see the source of the workers, and engineers' pride. The armor plating on the Normandy had been completely replaced with standard armor, with the thickness giving the Normandy a kind of industrial look. Underneath, just barely within view, he could see the man-sized tube that held the docking collar inside of it. It was fairly long, a necessity given the Normandy's architecture, but it looked durable, even from this distance. He was about to look around some more when a familiar voice called out to him. "Shepard." He heard Adams shout. "Good to see you here, sir. Come to look at the Normandy." "Yes," Shepard replied. "How goes the refitting?" "Already done," Adams replied, walking over to Shepard with one of the few data pads that hadn't been donated to NAIS for study. "We've refitted the Normandy with standard dropship armor, as well as a docking collar. She's got more mass than usual, but we think the Tantalus drive core can handle the extra work." "Good to hear," Shepard nodded. "It's a shame we can't use Cerberus armor plating. Much of the spares we had went to NAIS for study." "It is," Adams remarked. "Though, even if we had all of the spare armor plating, we wouldn't have enough to replace all of the damaged armor on the Normandy. This armor'll have to do for the time being, but I'm confident that we've gotten everything on as tightly as we can." Shepard nodded at that. Having known Chief Engineer Adams for a long time, he knew that the man was as good as his word. If Adams believed that a refit was going to remain intact and operational, then that would be the case. "So," Shepard asked, "when do we get to have this baby fly again?" "Whenever the First Prince wants you to," Adams replied. "The inspectors are going over it, along with Kenneth and Kelly, but I've already done the work. They're just double-checking, but I'm certain that we've covered all bases." "I can agree with that," came Kenneth's voice, with the man himself walking out from underneath the Normandy a few seconds later. "We just got the all clear. The inspector says that the Normandy's as good as she can be. Not that I didn't know that already, after all, Adams, Kelly and I worked on her. She's as tight as a lass can get." "Good," Shepard nodded. "Then that means that I can speak with Quintus. He'll be leading up the operation to recover the memory core." Moments later, he spotted a familiar flicker of movement. "Speaking of which, here he comes." Right on cue, Quintus walked into the bay, along with a few armed guards. "Sir," Shepard nodded, saluting. "At ease," Quintus replied. "You're technically not AFFS, so you don't have to salute me. Still, I appreciate the respectful gesture. Is there something you need?" "As a matter of fact, I came to see if the Normandy was ready to go." Looking at Adams, he asked, "Is the Normandy ready for her mission?" "Yes," Adams replied. "We just finished completing the hull integrity and airtightness checks. The Normandy's as ready as she'll ever be." "Good," Quintus nodded, "because that means that, after the test flight we have scheduled today, we can begin the mission tomorrow. Mind if we talk on board the Normandy?" "Sure," Adams replied. Motioning for the others to follow him, he walked to a movable stairway that had been rolled over to the airlock to the Normandy. After a few moments, the section of hull in question moved out of the way, allowing the trio inside, leaving Kenneth and the others to head home. Moving through the ship, Shepard noted how Quintus' gaze lingered on the interior of the warship. While Quintus had been inside the Normandy before, it was easy to see why his gaze would linger over the place. Even for a starship, the Normandy's interior is quite interesting to look at, Shepard thought. To him at least, the interior of the Normandy was always a comforting sight. Eventually, they came inside the war room. Once the doors were closed, Quintus said, "Now that the Normandy is ready for her mission, we can talk the details in private." Manipulating the holographic projector in the center of the room, he said, "Once the test flight is complete, the mission will begin in earnest tomorrow. Pulling up a region of the inner sphere's innermost star systems," he said, "we'll be sending the jump ships through uninhabited star systems to avoid detection by Comstar or any of the other great houses. Once you get to Helm, your primary objective will be to recover the memory core inside, as well as any technology you find in there. Along the way, you'll be met by a covert agent working for Davian military intelligence. He is currently recovering the means by which to enter the Helm Field Library. Should Vega's intelligence prove to be correct, we'll be able to use the device he mentioned to gain access to the memory core and recover it. Also, if you can, recover whatever technology you can from within the field library. Understood. Yes sir, Shepard replied. Moving through uninhabited star systems is going to be quite a risk. If anything goes wrong there. I know, Quintus nodded. Fortunately, that's where you come in as well. If you end up being stranded in one of those uninhabited star systems, the Normandy can use its Tantalus drive core to get to a system controlled by the Federated Suns and call for help. As for the details, I will provide you with this. Reaching into his jacket, Quintus handed Shepard what looked like a piece of paper that had a small strip of gold foil on it. Once Shepard took the piece of paper, Quintus said, "Read that once you're on your way. It'll provide you with the relevant details required, as well as the identifying code word that you should say, and the reply the agent should send." Got it, Shepard nodded. Good. The mission is now all yours, Shepard. Good luck, and may fortune smile on you. With that, Quintus left the Normandy, while Shepard headed out to grab a much-needed rest. The next day, Joker was, once again, at the helm of the Normandy. "I hope that armor plating they installed will do the trick," he said to EDI. "I'd rather not find out that the armor plating was ripped off as soon as we went to FTL speeds." "There is no need to be concerned, Jeff," EDI replied. "Chief Engineer Adams had me check the mathematics and schematics to ensure that the armor plating installed does not come off. The armor will remain on, and should we be attacked, we'll have the necessary capabilities to ensure that we win any engagement. In addition, this is the required test flight. We'll be able to correct for any problems that we encounter today, tomorrow." "Right," Joker frowned. "I just don't want to get hit by one of those autocannons of theirs. One hit, and this ship'll be shaking like it's having a seizure." Behind him, Shepard could understand Joker's apprehension. "We're now in another universe that plays by different rules," he reminded himself. "Everything has to go smoothly for this to work. One wrong move, and we're all dead people, or worse." The thought hung in his mind like a miasma. Then there was the ground team. While most everyone had been able to come along, there were 3 people that were absent. The first was James Vega, for obvious reasons, though he did provide a video recording for the team to watch once they got to Helm. The 2 others, however, were Gurus and Nyreen. Shepard could already remember the reason why, with almost perfect clarity. It was a day that would forever remain in his mind, not because of what it meant, but because of the joy that both Turians had on that day. 9 months ago. Nyreen let out a piercing shriek of pain that echoed throughout the private hospital room they were in. All around, doctors and nurses were on hand to provide Morton Solus and Dr. Shockwus anything they needed. After all, they were the only ones qualified for what was going on. Nearby, Gurus knelt beside the hospital bed, his talons clutching at Nyreen's. Medical instruments from the Normandy, and those already present in the hospital, provided information on the ongoing medical emergency. Walking into the room, Shepard spotted the commotion. "I came as soon as I could," he said to the others. "What's going on?" "It's Nyreen," one of the doctors, fully clad in medical scrubs, facial mask, hairnet and medical gloves, explained to him. "According to Dr. Shockwus, she's gone into labor." The moment the doctor said this, Shepard immediately understood. "Oh, boy," he smiled. "If all goes well, then Gurus is going to be a dad." Just as he said this, Nyreen let out another piercing shriek as her uterus contracted hard. In a single movement, she grabbed Gurus by one of his mandibles and roared, "I want pain relief." "But we," Gurus began, only for Nyreen to silence him with a withering gaze. "You shut up!" she roared, the pain adding force to her voice. "Why did you do this to me?" "Because you asked me to," Gurus innocently replied. Nyreen looked as though she was about to pop a blood vessel, only to groan and lean back. "Breath deeply," Shockwus advised her. "Do it twice, then push as hard as you possibly can." Sweating, Nyreen did as told, before shrieking as she complied. After a few minutes, it was clear that she was getting tired. Breathing in and out, Nyreen looked at Gurus and said, "Gee Gurus. If I die, promise me that you'll look after our children. They have to survive." "I will," Gurus nodded, "but I know you're too stubborn to die. You're going to live, and you're going to be an excellent mother." "I know it." Nyreen nodded, then continued to do the most painful procedure of her life. Shepard was about to leave when Nyreen let out the longest, ear-piercing shriek that she'd ever done. Moments later, her cries of pain were joined by the cries of something much smaller, 2 somethings if Shepard's ears were telling him correctly. When he walked over, his heart nearly melted at the sight of what he saw. In both of Shockwus and Morton's hands were the first Turian children born on New Avalon 4 and the Inner Sphere. Both of them were quite small, though Shepard noted that their carapaces were not whole, but rather were segmented. One of the Turian infants had dark, nearly black, body plates and dark red scales, while the other was similar to Gurus in coloration. While he couldn't tell which was male or female, he had a feeling that he'd know soon enough. Shockwes, spotting his confusion, said, Turian children are born without their carapaces fused together. It makes it easier for the mother to give birth to them. They gradually fuse over, with the process ending once they're sexually mature. Also, the horned crest on male Turians doesn't appear until they're fully grown, and only finishes growing once they're adults. As she said this, she and Morden handed the 2 Turian infants to Nyreen. The look on Nyrene's face was that of triumphant joy, with Gurus having a near-identical expression on his face. Moments later, both children opened their eyes, with the dark-skinned one having bright blue eyes, while the other had green eyes that were like emeralds. Our children, Nyreen whispered to Gurus, pure, undiluted joy in her eyes. Our baby children. Looking at Shockwes, she asked, are they boys or girls? Twins, Shockwes replied. The dark-colored one's a boy, the olive-colored one's a girl. Nyreen, hearing that, began to emit a deep, rumbling sound, which Shepard realized as a deep purr. They'll need names, Gurus said to Nyreen. What do you want to name them? Nyreen, despite being tired, smiled as she looked at her daughter. Celicia, she decided. Our daughter's name is Celicia. As though she approved, the infant made a quiet cooing sound. That's a good name, Gurus nodded. What about our son? I've got an idea, Shepard replied. When the Normandy began its shakedown run, we had a Turian Spectre aboard. He was a good and honorable Spectre, one of the few that were out there. Unfortunately, he was killed by Saren during our efforts to recover the Prothean beacon there. I think that we should name your son in honor of that Spectre. And that would be Nilus, Shepard replied. Gurus thought the choice over in his head. I think I should ask my better half. Looking at Nyreen, he asked, what do you think? I think that will be an excellent name, Nyreen smiled. In response, Gurus gently took hold of the infant Turian, who looked at him with innocent and pure eyes. As a tear rolled down Gurus' face, he said, Nilus, welcome to the family. Present day. The memory faded out of Shepard's mind once more as he looked at Joker. Ever since Nyreen had given birth to Celicia and Nilus, she had done exactly what a mother should do, nurture and protect them. Despite being only 9 months old, the infants were already quite active, and were the cause of more than a few sleepless nights for Gurus and Nyreen. Those two will make for an excellent husband and wife, Shepard smiled to himself. Gurus will be a good father. He might not know it, but I can see the makings of a good father inside of him. All other thoughts were soon pushed to the side as Joker finished the pre-flight checklist. Final preparations are complete, he told Shepard. We're ready to go when you are, Commander. Take us up, Shepard replied. Engage the IES system too. I don't want anyone to find out that we've got the only starship in the entire inner sphere. Aye, Commander, Joker nodded. Pressing a few buttons, he said, stealth system engaged. Now the only way anyone will ever hear us is if we all sing the Russian national anthem. Don't jinx it, Shepard replied half-jokingly. Right on cue, Shepard thought he heard someone with a deep, resonant voice singing in Russian. Too late for that, Joker replied. Someone's already gotten started, probably just to spite me. Under his breath, he muttered, serves me right for saying that. Ignoring that one crew member's display of patriotism, he had the Normandy take off. As they flew upwards into the air, Chief Engineer Adams came in over the intercom. Okay, Joker, he said. We did the mathematics, but we need to do a few test flights to make sure that everything's tight and that the ship is flyable. We'll be conducting the measurements now, but we need you to fly to New Avalon's moon so that we can conduct the tests without being spotted. Got it, Joker replied. We'll be out of the atmosphere shortly. Within a minute, the Normandy flew out of New Avalon 4's atmosphere, and into the inky blackness of space. Once more, the stars shone bright and clear for all to see. All right, Joker beamed. Engaging FTL flight. For just a brief moment, the Normandy's Tantalus drive core went to work warping space and time to allow the Normandy to thumb its nose at Einstein. A brief moment later, they came out of FTL flight, right next to New Avalon 4's moon. A couple minutes later, they were behind the moon. All right, Adams beamed. Start putting the Normandy through her paces, Joker. We'll measure whatever data we need, and then we'll let you know if any adjustments need to be made. Roger that, Joker replied. Turning to Shepard, he said, you might want to strap down into a seat, Commander. Shepard wordlessly took his advice, with the commander buckling into the seat for the weapons control station. Here we go. We're in for a wild ride. And a wild ride it was. Before Shepard could ask any questions, he felt Joker putting the Normandy through a series of convoluted maneuvers that caused his vision to spin. There were more than a few times where he felt as though he was going to lose his lunch. For the most part, the motion and inertial dampeners were doing their job, but Shepard knew that, with maneuvers like these, there was only so much they could compensate for. Eventually, after a few more hair-raising minutes of death-defying maneuvers, Joker leveled the Normandy out relative to the moon's surface. Adams, he asked, you get the info you need? More than enough, Adams replied, the man as calm as ever. Please don't do that again, Kenneth weakly asked. I almost felt as though I was going to lose my luncheon. I might lose it anyways. So, you find anything out? Shepard asked. Yep, Adams replied. As we expected, the increased mass from the armor, and the docking collar we installed, is affecting the ship's maneuverability. Fortunately, we can make overnight adjustments to the Tantalus drive core to counteract the increased mass of the ship. Beyond that, she's doing extremely well for a ship that survived an inter-universal transit. I concur with the chief engineer, EDI replied. The armor and docking collar installed onto the Normandy has reduced her overall maneuverability by 15.5%. Fortunately, this is well within the adjustment range for the Tantalus drive core. Once the necessary modifications have been made, the Normandy will regain full maneuverability. That's good to hear, Shepard nodded. Anything else? Did we lose any armor from the FTL transition? No, Adams replied. We installed sensors into the armor to give us an idea of its integrity. Armor integrity wasn't affected in any way, and the docking collar is fully operational. I'd say that, tomorrow, our mission to the planet of Helm is a go. Excellent. Shepard beamed. That means that we can begin our covered recovery operation to get the Helm memory core. Good work, he told Adams. Joker, get us back to New Avalon 4, quietly. I'll report into Quintus that the test flight was fully successful. Come tomorrow, we're going to begin to change the future of the inner sphere. Chapter 6, Covered Recovery Part 1. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mass Effect, MechWarrior/BattleTech crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support. I greatly appreciate it. My apologies for taking so long to post this chapter. I wanted to make sure that I got this chapter right, so it took a while for it to get beta read. Thankfully, I've made the necessary adjustments, so we're ready to proceed at full steam ahead. Thank you for your patience, and I hope to receive your continued support. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the Mass Effect or MechWarrior/BattleTech franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to its respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. MechWarrior 5, Mercenaries Ost, A Life Left Behind. SSV/FCS Normandy. Departing New Avalon. September 19, 3019. The air was filled with nervous activity as everyone that was assigned to the mission boarded the Normandy. Shepard could feel the nervous anticipation in the air as he stood at the galaxy map, his eyes fixed on their destination. One more, we're going to be disrupting the balance of power, he thought, and, hopefully, for the better. As the team boarded, he took the elevator to his private quarters before locking it. Pulling out the Verigraph lock data pad that Quintus had given him, he opened it up and pressed his thumb onto a specific part of the data pad. Within moments, the computer recognized his DNA, and opened the single file that was present on it. It was a clarification on some of the mission parameters, especially how to access the Helm field library. Shepard, Quintus had typed. If you are reading this, then that means that the test flight was successful, and you will soon be on your way to the Helm system in the Free Worlds League. The jump ship captain assigned to your ship has been fully briefed on the required details of this mission. With that being said, there is one more detail that needs to be clarified. During the course of the Normandy's refit, we tasked a few DMI and MIIO agents to go into the Free Worlds League. According to James Vega, the only way we can enter the Helm field library is with a specialized memory chip. It contains the codes required to gain entry into the base without triggering any defenses, or activating the self-destruct sequence inside. While we are not certain as to whether or not they have succeeded in their mission, we are certain as to where they will rendezvous with you. The closest uninhabited system is where they will link up with your ship. The captain already knows the details, so you will not have to worry about missing it. Once you are at the Helm field library, and you've gained access, you are to recover the Helm memory core and whatever technology you can bring aboard your ship. Given the turbulent nature of the inner sphere, I recommend that you recover any weapons you can. Computers are also a necessity, so any advanced computer technology you find will be greatly appreciated. With all that being said, it is now up to you to begin the first step towards restoring humanity's golden age, while securing the Federated Suns, and future Federated Commonwealths, future. I wish you good luck, Shepard. This is Intelligence Minister Quintus Allard, signing off. P.S. Should your mission be successful, we will discuss employment matters. If you wish to work for a mercenary company, you are free to do so. Military service would be preferred, but that's your choice to make. Shepard smiled as he deactivated the data pad. Quintus doesn't leave much to chance, he thought to himself. I'm not worried, though, at least with our defensive capability. If we happen to run into Comstar out there, we'll show them that the Normandy's got some teeth. Hopefully, though, all will be quiet, though we won't take any chances. With that out of the way, he proceeded down towards the CIC after unlocking and exiting his quarters. Arriving on the CIC deck, he found a number of technical personnel that were hovering near the elevator. What is it? He asked. We're the computer team assigned to you for the time being, one of the men replied. I'm Specialist Arnold Traskor, from NAIS. A pleasure to meet you, Commander. Shaking the extended hand, Shepard asked, you an expert in computers? Correct, Arnold nodded. I'm not sure what we'll find at Helm, but I'm certain that I can do a better job of using the computers there than anyone else on this rock. Either way, I look forwards to being challenged by the most advanced technology in the inner sphere. Shall we get this boat underway? Sure, Shepard nodded. Anything else? We had a heavy transport B1 loaded up into the Normandy while your engineers were busy in the engine room. It's got just enough cargo capacity to carry the Helm memory core inside of it. We've also modified said transport so that the memory core will not be damaged should the going get rough. Good to hear, Shepard nodded. We'll be starting our trip shortly. Get settled in. We're going on a field trip. All right, Arnold beamed. It's time to get the show on the road. While the technicians got themselves into the crew quarters on the deck below, Shepard proceeded towards the cockpit. Is everything ready? He asked Joker. As ready as she'll be, Joker nodded. I just hope Engineer Adams got the drive core tweaked to accommodate the refits. The adjustments to the Tantalus drive core went smoothly, Joker, EDI reassured him. Full maneuverability has been restored. The ship is ready for duty. All right then, Shepard nodded. Take us out of here, Joker. Engage the IES system when we begin flight. Aye, Commander, Joker nodded. His hands flew over the controls for the Normandy as he got to work. IES system engaged. We're beginning our voyage. Moments later, the ship vibrated as the powerful anti-proton thrusters at the back of the ship fired up. At the same time, the Normandy rose up into the air, smoothly lifting off from the hidden drop pad that it was next to before flying through the air at accelerations that would make a dropship turn green with envy. Before long, they had left New Avalon's atmosphere and were flying in the inky black void of space. All's going well so far, Joker beamed. Those adjustments came in handy all right. Permission to begin the FTL jump to the jump ship. Granted, Shepard nodded. Moments later, the hum of the Tantalus drive core increased as it went to work performing the warping of space and time that allowed the Normandy to thumb its nose at Einstein. Seconds later, they dropped out of FTL, with the view outside changing from the kaleidoscope of colors associated with element 0 FTL to the view that Shepard had been expecting. It was a jump ship, and a recently maintained one at that. The jump ship resembled a barbell from a gym, with the large sail having been folded up in preparation for FTL flight. Already, the grav deck that was built in had been fixed in place, and Shepard could spot the docking hardpoint that would allow the Normandy to dock to the jump ship and begin its first experience at hyperspace FTL. Moments later, a voice came in over the COMM. SSV Normandy, this is the FCS Icarus. We were informed that you would be arriving. Are you ready to perform the docking procedure? Roger that, Joker replied. He'd run through the simulations for that sort of thing dozens of times, so he knew the docking procedures like the back of his hand. Initiating docking procedure. You might want to strap yourself down, Shepard. As Shepard did so, Joker said, disengaging artificial gravity. Moments later, Shepard felt a feeling of weightlessness as the Normandy's artificial gravity was turned off. A few seconds later, a muted thump echoed throughout the ship. Docked and locked in tight, Joker reported. Disengaging element 0 core. We're ready for the jump. Roger that, the jump ship captain reported. Jump procedures complete. Initiating KF jump in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As soon as the jump ship captain said 0, the KF drive activated. Electricity gathered from New Avalon's sun surged through the KF drive components, energizing them with the energy needed to create a hyperspace field around the jump ship. Thanks to the KF boom inside of the Normandy's docking collar, it too was enveloped by the hyperspace field. At the same time, a blue-white glow enveloped the jump ship and the Normandy. With seconds, space and time began to bend and change as the hyperspace field altered the fabric of reality around it, before sending the ship through the hyperspace wormhole that had formed. To outside observers, the ship appeared to glow blue-white, before suddenly zipping forwards before disappearing out of sight. On board the Normandy, Shepard felt as though he'd been compressed vertically, while being stretched horizontally in all directions. The sensation, while palpable, lasted for only the briefest of seconds, as within an instant, the Normandy, and the jump ship it was connected to, winked back into reality, emitting a burst of infrared and visible light that could be detected by nearby jump ships, or anyone that was looking. "Wow," Shepard remarked as he looked around. "I don't feel a thing." "I do," Joker replied. "I'm a little dizzy, but beyond that, I'm good." "EDI. Most of the crew has not suffered any ill effect," EDI replied. "A few, however, are showing symptoms of nausea and disorientation. Shockwave and her team are already handling the worst cases. According to records, this is known as transit disorientation syndrome." "Is it lethal?" Shepard asked. "No," EDI replied. "There are no records of anyone dying from TDS. At the worst, severe headaches, nausea and irritability were recorded, and epileptic seizures are possible, though they are extremely rare. A few days rest is all that is needed to treat TDS." "Good to hear," Shepard nodded, "because we're going to have to get used to this. Joker, disembark at your leisure once all systems are online, and get us to the next jump ship." "EDI, have Hans's men reported in?" "Yes," EDI replied. "According to MIO agents tasked with assisting us, we are safe to use the next jump ship." "Good," Shepard beamed. With that, the Normandy undocked from the jump ship and quickly began getting to the next one. "Let's hope that we remain undetected for the entire journey," he thought. For the next 2 months or so, the journey to Helm proceeded in this manner, with the jump ship recharging its KF drive before jumping off through the mysterious realm of hyperspace to the next system. It was fairly tedious, though there was always the ever-present concern that someone, either a civilian, or a member of the Great Houses, or Comstar, would spot something abnormal and send someone to investigate. As such, the crew was in a state of relaxed alertness, not complacent, but not rushing about to take care of anything. The slow pace of recharging for the KF drive was something that bothered Shepard, though he knew that it was better than using up all of the fuel that the Normandy used for its FTL flight propulsion. "I wonder if we can shave off a few days or so," he mused to himself. "That, or we could increase the jump range for these jump ships using Element Zero, somehow." Fortunately, Chief Engineer Adams and EDI were the experts in that area. While they didn't have anything solid yet, EDI had theorized that the use of Element Zero could stretch out the range of a jump ship by 10 to 20 light-years, while recharge times could be reduced down to 4 days, or even 3, depending on the spectral class of the star in question. While they wouldn't reach the same level as that of the mass relays, if at all, those modifications would certainly be major improvements. Of course, the only practical way to get the modifications installed was to completely redesign the Invader-class jump ship, and build a new one from that new design, something that would take time and money to do. It was near the end of the second month of their journey to Helm that things got interesting once again. While he was playing some chess with Specialist Trainer, Shepard heard the intercom chime. "Commander, we've got someone requesting permission to come aboard," Joker reported to him. "You might want to use that passcode phrase or something to see if it's our man or not." "Got it," Shepard nodded. Looking at Trainer, he asked, "Another time, perhaps?" "Maybe," Trainer replied, a smile on her face. "Besides, it's fun kicking your ass in chess." Yeah, dab on the commander," Shepard retorted jokingly. Getting up from his chair, he left for the cargo hold. Down in the cargo hold, Shepard could see the security team for the Normandy clustered around the door that connected to the docking collar, and the airtight tunnel that led to the jump ship. Clambering inside, he felt a momentary bout of vertigo as gravity realigned itself to match that of the door, a result of some of Engineer Adams' modifications. Coming up to the door, he pressed the speaker button and said the code phrase. "Sword. Shield," came the reply. "That's our man," Shepard nodded. Opening the door, he watched as a man wearing a leather jacket, white t-shirt and black pants floated through the air. Apparently, the MIO agent was expecting the Normandy to not have gravity, as he flailed about in surprise when gravity decided to remind him of its existence. "Damn it!" the agent shouted as he fell face first to the small portion of floor present in the tube. "I thought your ship didn't have gravity." "None of our ships do. The Normandy is a special case," Shepard reassured the man. "Did Quintus brief me and my fellow agents on the nature of this mission?" the MIO agent finished for Shepard. "Yes. Once my agents and I are on board, then we'll begin with the introductions." Pulling himself forwards, he was much more cautious this time, with that caution saving him from face-planting into the deck of the Normandy's cargo bay. Moments later, 4 more DMI and MIO agents floated into the cargo hold. While most were able to compensate for the presence of artificial gravity, one agent suffered the indignity of face-planting onto the cargo hold's deck, much to Shepard and his friends' amusement. While the agent in question scowled for a moment, he decided to let it drop and decided to laugh at his own clumsiness. The lead agent, after making sure his hair was in order, closed the airtight tunnel's door and said, "Now that we're on board, and this place is secured, we can begin with the introductions. I'm Agent Ronald. This is Carter, Strauss, and Osman. At your service," Carter nodded. "So, I hear that we're going to recover something." "Yes," Shepard replied. "Gentlemen, to the war room." In the war room, Shepard and the others had gathered around the holo projector in the center of the room. Currently, the holo projector was displaying a map of the Helm system, more specifically, the sole habitable planet in the system, Helm 4. Once everyone was situated, Shepard began to speak. "Gentlemen, welcome," he said to the others. "As you all know, we are just one jump away from entering the Helm system, where our objective is. What you might not know is the location of our objective. During the Normandy's refit, Vega was able to provide an exact location of the Helm Field Library. Adjusting the controls, he brought up an image of the area in question. According to Vega's intelligence, the Helm Field Library is located inside of the Vermilion Valley, more specifically inside of a labyrinth of caves located inside of the Nagayan Mountains. The only way to get inside, however, is with a specialized memory chip that contains the codes required to open the facility's main gate and prevent the defenses from firing on us." "I can provide that," Agent Ronald replied. Opening up what appeared to be a briefcase, he pulled out a battered container. Opening it, he showed the contents to Shepard. Looking inside, Shepard found what looked like a small flash drive of some kind, barely larger than a clenched fist, held inside of what appeared to be heavy-duty padding. On the side that he could see, he saw the faded banner of House Merrick, a purple eagle in front of a blue background. "Wow," he thought. "All of that trouble for something barely larger than a fist." Looking up, he asked, "Did you have trouble getting it, and are we certain that it's the real thing?" "Definitely," Ronald nodded. "We did a check on our systems to make sure it was the real McCoy. The good news is that it's operational and it's the real thing. As for getting it, well, safe is hit and miss at the best of times. Fortunately, though, they had some Rent-A cops guarding it that were very lousy. We also utilized a flaw in the storage building's design to get at the thing. We replaced it with a clever fake and got out without tipping anyone off." "Good," Shepard nodded. "That makes our job a whole lot easier." Looking at Carter, he asked, "So, what can we expect from Helm?" "I've been there before," Osman spoke up. "Helm is a cold planet, but it is habitable. However, much of the planet's surface was reduced to radioactive deserts by one of Minoru Kurita's warlords, who bombed the surface with nukes when he didn't find the Star League facility there. Fortunately, the Vermilion Valley avoided the nuclear bombardments. Then we can get inside," Shepard beamed. "All right. Once the jump ship's fully charged up, we can jump to the Helm system and get the memory core. You ready for tomorrow?" "Always." The jump into Helm was, thankfully, devoid of any drama, as they arrived without alerting anyone. In fact, the zenith jump point they arrived at was devoid of any activity, even some of the usual merchant vessels that traveled through the region. "I hope our luck holds out for now," Shepard thought, though he knew that all it took for good luck to change was the flip of the figurative coin. "Joker, we ready?" "All set, Commander," Joker replied. Detaching from the jump ship now. Moments later, a muted thump echoed throughout the ship, with artificial gravity returning at the exact same time. Moving up to stand next to Joker, Shepard watched as the ship momentarily entered FTL flight after the IES system was engaged. A few seconds later, they emerged from the multicolored vista of EZO-induced FTL flight over the planet of Helm. From above, Helm looked cold and deserted, though Shepard thought he spotted a few green areas. Most of the planet's habitable regions, though, looked like light brown deserts, and he could see large glaciers that covered much of the planet. "A dying world," he thought to himself. "Take us in," he ordered Joker. Aye, sir," Joker nodded. Moments later, the ship shuddered as they began to fly towards the planet itself. "EDI, plot a flight plan that lets us avoid any settled areas. We don't want to cause any suspicion." "Already done," EDI replied. With that, the Normandy banked as Joker had it proceed along the new flight plan. It wasn't long before they began to enter the planet's atmosphere, with the Normandy smoothly flying through the air. In order to remain undetected, they were having to fly low to the ground, which would prevent most radar systems from spotting them. Even though Joker was an ace pilot, Shepard was still clenching his gut every time they flew close to a rock formation or a glacier. "I guess that's why Joker's a pilot and I'm not," he thought as they zipped through a rocky arch, with little room on either side to spare. Eventually, the Normandy slowed down, with the ship coming to a stop before landing on the surface of the planet. "And we're down," Joker announced. "Where are we?" Shepard asked. "We're around 2 kilometers away from the location of the gatehouse to the Helm Field Library, Commander." I couldn't get any closer due to how narrow the area gets for the Normandy. The good news is that it's wide enough for a few mechs to get in there, so the vehicle in the Normandy's cargo bay should be good to go. Let's get it out there, then, Shepard decided. It took the better half of 10 minutes to get the heavy transport by vehicle rolling, but once it was ready to go, it was quick to move out of the cargo hold and onto the ground. Even so, Shepard and the others were advised to be careful. We've got some radiation hotspots here and there, one of the men had reported. Nothing major, but I wouldn't recommend exposure anyways. Eventually, after a few minutes of driving, they came to the location that Vega's information had indicated was the right spot. To Shepard, it looked as though a large volcanic formation had formed a long time ago, as he spotted a massive slab of granite that was in the rocky walls of the valley. All around, he could see grass that was a light brown, as well as a few hardy plants that had survived both time and radiation. The air was cold, with the wind biting at Shepard's skin. Certainly not somewhere to spend a vacation, Kaiden remarked as he looked around. I am not interested in this place, either, Javik frowned. Though, I am curious to see how the Star League built this field library of theirs. Perhaps they and my people have something in common. Perhaps, Shepard nodded. Lyra. I'm curious as well, Lyra nodded, the young Asari looking around. Spotting what appeared to be a lonely gatehouse, she said, I take it that's where we need to go, yes. Yep, Agent Ronald nodded. Anything we need to know? No, Shepard replied. I assume that we just have to plug the device in, and we're all set. Then let's get to it, Specialist Arnold remarked. Walking over to the gatehouse with an armed guard, he proceeded inside. There wasn't much to look at, other than what appeared to be a computer console that had recently undergone maintenance, as it turned on almost immediately. Pulling out the memory chip, Ronald handed it to Arnold, who quickly found a slot for the device. Taking the memory chip into his hands, he gently pushed it into the slot. At first, nothing seemed to have happened, then the team felt a slight shudder in the ground. Almost immediately, a flock of birds that had been sheltering in the brush above the granite slab flew away, as though some predator had swiped at them. Then, seconds later, the large slab of granite began to slowly retract into the mountain, then another jolt vibrated through the ground as it slid to the right, revealing a large cave. Inside of the large cave was what appeared to be a tunnel that went down into pure blackness. The rocky ceiling was tall enough that even the light from Shepard's helmet-mounted flashlight barely reached it, a faint glow being cast onto the rocky material. When aimed at where he thought the wall was, Shepard found that the wall was far enough, that the light from his flashlight was swallowed up by the darkness. It was clear, though, that this place, though it could have held quite a few battle mechs in its heyday, was empty and deserted. The only thing that was in there was a small building. It looked like a four-walled pyramid that had been chopped off at the top, as though some giant had decided that the pointed top was either excessive or offensive, and neatly cut it off with a cutting knife. On that structure was a single door. Is that it? Ronald asked. I thought we were looking for something the size of this entire chamber. Maybe that's the whole point, Shepard mused. I'll bet that the Helm memory core is inside of that small little building there. It would make sense. That does make sense, Ronald admitted. We'll check that building out first. The rest of you, get the heavy transport inside and see what you can find. Once you've got a sizable load, get it to the Normandy and load up the cargo hold. Leave enough room for the memory core. That's the main reason why we're here. A chorus of affirmations came back in reply as the large truck moved inside of the tunnel. Approaching the door to the small building, Shepard gently opened it up and looked inside. The entire building's interior was occupied by a single room, with the far wall occupied by a massive computer screen and a single control console. Nearby, he noticed what looked like a tall, but narrow, server bank. Is that the memory core? He wondered. If it is, it's smaller than I thought it would be. The room was also well lit, with warm white lights flooding the interior with a happy glow, almost as though the room was welcoming them. It was as though the memory core had been patiently waiting for someone to find them after all this time and was now saying, "You found me. Thank you for doing so." Arnold, who still had the memory chip, quickly found a matching port, and gently slid it inside. "Let's see if this is really it," he whispered. Moments later, the workstation fully powered up, along with the screen. Looking at the screen, Shepard saw a few words appear. "The advancement and diffusion of knowledge is the only guardian of true liberty." "Who said that?" Shepard asked. "I think that would be, James Madison," Kaiden replied. "I remember him from some of the history lessons we took during high school." "James Madison," Lyra mused. "I remember doing some research on human culture. From what I recall, he was one of the founding fathers of the United States of America, one of the countries that sponsored the creation of the Systems Alliance." "Interesting," Javik noted. Just as he said this, the words disappeared off the screen, before more information flooded it. Looking at the screen, Shepard's eyes widened when he saw information flowing into view. While he couldn't guess as to what all of that was, he did recognize certain parts of the information, from advanced weapon schematics, to what appeared to be water desalinization plant blueprints. Arnold was, for the first time in his life, completely dumbfounded. After a moment, he said, It's real. It's really real. A moment later, a large, dumb grin spread across his face as he smiled. We found it. We found the motherlode. Congratulations, Ronald said to Shepard. I had a feeling you wouldn't let us down. You should thank Vega when you get the chance, Shepard replied, feeling no small amount of pride at having found the mission objective. Can you pull up a schematic of the place, as well as a supply manifest? That question was directed at Arnold. Sure, Arnold nodded. Just give me a moment here, here we go. Moments later, using the command line, he pulled up a schematic of the place. Well, I'll be. We're standing right next to it. He pointed at the server-like column next to them. I thought it would be larger, Shepard admitted. If the data's compressed, it doesn't have to be large. Still, there's got to be exabytes of data inside of there, just waiting to be opened and studied. Oh, I can't wait to get this back to NAIS for study. Let's not get ahead of ourselves now. Let's focus on the rest of the base. What about the supply manifest? 1 second. Oh, wow. What is it? Ronald asked. We're looking at a shit ton of SLDF military equipment. From what I can tell, we're looking at the stuff their royal regiments were outfitted with. There's a lot of assault mechs in here, as well as a number of combat vehicles and infantry equipment inside. If only we had a dropship to help get this all out. We'll come back for it at a later time, Shepard remarked. Anything else we need to know? Yes, Arnold replied. Most of the data's in a format that most computers don't use nowadays, which means that, even if we got the memory core back to New Avalon, it would take years to decrypt. Fortunately, it has an export program that can convert the format into one that is in use at New Avalon. It'll take around 6 hours to reformat the memory core and the information inside, then we can get it the hell out of here. Good, Shepard nodded. Have the heavy transport acquire infantry weapons, armor, as well as any computers that they can find, but be careful. This is the biggest find in the inner sphere, and I don't want us remembered as the people that screwed it all up. Chapter 7, Covered Recovery Part 2. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mass Effect, MechWarrior/BattleTech crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support last chapter. I greatly appreciate it and the feedback that I've received. Either way, thank you for your support, and I hope to continue receiving that support in future chapters. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the Mass Effect or MechWarrior/BattleTech franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to its respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. Helm 4. Helm Field Library. November 19, 3019. For the most part, the one thing that took the longest to do was to reformat the Helm memory core so that, once it was back at NAIS, they'd be able to study the information inside without decrypting it. That was a job that would take 6 hours, and that was if all went well. In addition, Ronald had decided that it would also be smart to copy the memory core so that, if they couldn't get it out quickly, they could smuggle it out as commercial cargo. Thanks to the setup and programming of the workstation, copying the memory core's contents onto spare memory cores wouldn't take long, though it added another 30 minutes onto the procedure. As such, much of their time was spent recovering any technology that could fit onto the Normandy and leave enough room for the memory core. It was also the first time that Shepard got his first look at some of the equipment that the Star League's Royal Regiments got to use. Walking towards the Normandy's cargo hold, he heard the sound of the heavy transport B1 driving towards him. Turning around, he watched as it drove into the cargo hold before stopping. Like clockwork, the people inside got out, and began to load up crates that were stuffed with Star League-era technology. Looking inside one of the crates, he pulled out what looked like a rifle. The first thing that he noticed was how heavy it was. Wow, he thought, Grunt could use this thing as a barbell if he wanted to. What's this? He asked. I know what it is, one of the technicians replied. My dad owned one of those things, so I know it quite well. That, Shepard, is the Mauser 960 assault system. It's a pulse laser rifle that the SLDF used as their standard long arm. That had Shepard cocking an eyebrow. Interesting. Why is it so heavy? My dad also told me that too. Turns out, it has a compact grenade launcher and retractable vibroblade installed. That, and a fully equipped survival kit. Overall, that thing weighs around 10 kilograms when all of that is installed. Shepard whistled at that as he carefully put the Mauser 960 in his hands back into the crate. Heavy, but understandably so, he thought. Still, if we had weapons like these, the kinetic barriers the Reaper's ground forces use would be absolutely useless. Already, his mind was conjuring up images of Systems Alliance soldiers cutting down Reaper ground forces with pulse laser weaponry. Oh! Oh! One of the other technicians shouted. I've got the juiciest find here yet, aside from the memory core. Using a flatbed trolley, he wheeled out a large cargo crate before opening it up. Peering inside, Shepard found himself looking at what appeared to be a very large computer of some kind. What is that thing? He asked, curious. I've never seen that before. That, Shepard, is a Tacticon B2000 battle computer, the technician in question replied. It's one of the most advanced computer systems you can find in the inner sphere. If one of these is installed in a Cyclops battle mech, you can command an entire brigade of battle mechs and combat vehicles across the surface of an entire planet. Now that, in my opinion, is some state-of-the-art computer hardware, aside from what you've got, that is. Sounds pretty nice. It's low-tech, though, so finds like these are extremely rare. That being said, now that we've found what I think is a fully functional B2000, we can take it to NAIS to find out how to make these again. They'll really come in handy. I'll bet, Shepard agreed. For the next 6 hours, the team slowly loaded up the Normandy's cargo hold. Due to the limited amount of cargo space that they had, the technician team was having to be picky with what they wanted to bring along. Battle mechs were, for obvious reasons, out of the question due to how much room they would take up inside of the Normandy. Anything else that could fit, though, was carefully selected and brought aboard. Eventually, after the last piece of cargo that could be brought aboard was securely stowed away, Shepard heard a whistle from one of the technicians. Shepard! He shouted. Memory core's been fully reformatted and we've got a copy ready to go. We're working on getting it detached and transported to the Normandy without wiping the data. Copy, Shepard replied. Be careful with it. We don't want to lose the information on board the memory core, otherwise this mission is done. We'll be as careful as possible, came the reply. We didn't come here to screw up now. Another 15 minutes passed, with the air thick with tension as Shepard waited. Just as he was about to enter the Normandy, he spotted the technicians coming out with a flatbed trolley. Resting on it, and some thick padding, was the memory core. Got it safely detached and ready for transport, Arnold informed Shepard. Getting the memory core ready for transport was easy. That workstation in there was top-notch. We've got a padded cargo crate ready for it, Shepard replied. Once it's in there, nothing aside from a crash landing will damage the memory core. If our luck continues to hold out, then we'll have nothing to worry about. Agreed, Arnold nodded. Of course, I'd knock on wood, but I don't have any to knock on. Oh well. We'll just have to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. With that, they carefully wheeled the memory core into the cargo hold. As they did so, Ronald came up to them. Shepard, I'll have 2 of my agents smuggle the copy of the memory core out as commercial cargo. That way, if we lose the original memory core, the mission won't be a failure. Good thinking, Shepard agreed. I didn't think of that at all. Thanks for catching that error in my judgment. You're welcome. It's the smart thing to do. With that, the heavy transport B1 was rolled out of the Normandy, with 2 of the MIO agents getting inside as they loaded the spare memory core on board. Another pair of technicians came along, though a few soldiers and technicians went inside of the Star League cache once again. A few minutes later, they came back with a similarly sized vehicle of some kind. What's that? Shepard asked. Mobile HQ, Arnold told him. They're extremely rare finds in the inner sphere. Most have had their equipment stripped out due to its value, so getting one of those to New Avalon will be quite splendid. Now let's load up the memory core. I want to safely secured. You don't have to tell me twice. Heading for the crate in question, Shepard wheeled it over, before whistling to the others. As soon as they were right by him, they knew what he was planning. With the care that a mother had for an infant, they gently lifted the memory core up, before lowering it into the padded cargo container. It was quite heavy, with all 8 people straining as they loaded the most valuable resource in the inner sphere into the crate. Once it was inside, they carefully sealed the cargo crate and secured it in the cargo hold. At around the same time, the mobile HQ was fully secured. Whew! Arnold whistled as he wiped his sweat-drenched forehead with a handkerchief. I'm glad that is over. Now we get it to New Avalon, which is another 2 months away for us. Agreed, Shepard nodded. The first stage of this operation is complete. Now we're at the last mile, and that's always the hardest part of any mission. Is the Helmfield Library sealed up again? Yep. We closed up shop. To anyone that goes there, it'll be like nothing took place there. Only we will know that we got inside and got the memory core. Say, I wonder what faces the Comstar personnel will have when they eventually find out what happened. I think that'll be quite hilarious. Maybe. Let's hope they don't find out for a long while yet. Once the cargo hold doors were closed, and the airtight seals in place, Shepard said, Joker, get us out of here as quietly as you got us in. The memory core is on board and secured. Aye, Commander, Joker replied, good to know that all's well so far. With that, the ship shuddered slightly as the Normandy lifted off from the surface of the planet, its anti-proton thrusters activating once they were high enough in the air. Flying low, the ship eventually pitched upwards once EDI informed Joker that they were clear of any potential sightseers. As the world of Helm slowly shrank in the distance, Shepard looked towards the planet one more time. So far, all is going well, he thought to himself. My only hope is that things continue to go well from here on out. I'm not going to bank on that, though, until we're at New Avalon and the memory core is safely at NAIS. Once more, it was another 2-month trip to New Avalon, with the jump ship they were on doubling back towards New Avalon. Again, the crew was in a state of relaxed alertness, though it was clear that the exhilaration of having recovered the memory core was present. The technicians from NAIS were more than eager to get to work once they had the memory core back at NAIS. Throughout the trip, though, Shepard was worried that Comstar, or one of the great houses, would notice the jump ship and its unusual passengers. He had a couple sleepless nights from that, though he quickly got over that sleeplessness. Still, between playing chess games with Trainer, and talking with Dr. Shakwas, he still had that worry nestled inside of his mind. Fortunately, he need not have worried, as before long, they were back in the Federated Suns. As soon as they came out of the next jump, Shepard smiled when he noticed the system they were in. We made it, he sighed mentally. We made it back home, and not one of the great houses noticed anything out of place. I'll take that any day of the week. We've arrived at New Avalon, the jump ship captain informed them. Thank you for flying MIIO Transport Ltd. We hope you had a pleasant journey, and we are thrilled to have been of service. Everyone laughed at the joke, with Joker actually chuckling slightly. Ha, reminds me of some of the courier trips I did, Joker beamed. Good to see that humor isn't dead here. I'd be bored out of my mind if it was. Well, it's still around, just not how you'd expect it, Shepard nodded. Time to get to New Avalon. Roger that, Joker nodded. Gravity re-engaged. Activating IES system. Within moments of those systems being reactivated, Shepard felt the ship shudder slightly as they detached from the jump ship. Once they were a sufficient distance away, they turned towards the planet and rocketed forwards. For a few seconds, the hum of the Tantalus drive core increased as the ship warped space and time to travel faster than light. Then they exited FTL flight, with the surface of New Avalon present for all of them to see. Flying closer to the planet, Joker smoothly brought the Normandy down on a flight path that steered them clear of any areas that someone might spot them at. As he got lower to the ground, he flew towards the Lycomdavian Introtech plant that the Normandy had been retrofitted at. It wasn't long before it came into view, with the plant's buildings and drop pads visible for all to see. It was clear that they had arrived during winter, as any deciduous trees in the area were devoid of any leaves, while the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. Well, New Avalon's seasonal calendar does closely match Earth's, Shepard thought to himself. It's late for New Year's Day, but I know one thing, we've got the best present of all. That was when Joker picked up a COMM signal. SSV Normandy, this is Delta 1. We have visual on your ship. Foxtrot Actual is on station. That code phrase sent shivers up Shepard's spine. That means either Hansa or Quintus is on station, or even both of those men. Either way, he knew that the First Lord, or the Intelligence Minister, knew the Normandy had returned to New Avalon. Roger that, Joker replied. Requesting permission to land. Over. Granted. You are cleared to land. Nodding, Joker smoothly piloted the Normandy to a patch of forest large enough for the ship to land it. A few seconds later, they landed on the ground, with the Normandy's engines powering down. And we're down, he announced. Smoothest mission ever. That we can agree on, Shepard nodded. Taking the elevator down to the cargo hold, he entered it to find cargo handlers and technicians quickly, but professionally, unloading the various crates that had been neatly stored inside of the hold to a drop ship that was nearby. The crate with the memory core inside was being handled with great care. Around 15 cargo handlers were carefully moving the padded crate over to the dropship, before it was carefully stowed away and secured. As they did so, a soldier came up to Shepard. Sir, the Intelligence Minister is requesting that you meet him at NAIS. We've been ordered to escort you there. Got it, Shepard nodded. How long will the trip take? Around 8 hours, given the distance we have to travel. We'll arrive at 1600 hours, local time. Then we'd better get a move on once the cargo's on board. It was around 15 minutes of fast, but organized, cargo transfer before they were ready to head out for NAIS. Once they were, Shepard and his team quickly got on board, before the dropship sealed itself up, and took to the air in a manner that would make any airliner envious. True to form, it took them 8 hours to complete the flight from the Lycomdavian plant to NAIS, with the dropship landing at the facility in record time. Getting out, Shepard helped the technicians get the memory core onto a flatbed trolley, before they began to wheel it into the campus computer center, the memory core's new home. The interior of the computer center was lined with computers, keyboards, memory storage devices and tables that had partially disassembled computers, likely LOS tech that was being studied. In addition to the computer technicians that were inside the computer center, Shepard could see Quintus and, much to his surprise, Hansa, talking to each other. Spotting the memory cores, Hansa stopped his conversation before turning to Shepard. "Shepard, it seems as though you have a New Year's present for me." "That we do," Shepard nodded. "I present to you the Helm memory core, fully intact and ready for access. We also recovered some LOS tech from the Star League cache that was inside the place." Once the memory core was upright, Hansa walked over to it. While his facial expression was neutral, Shepard could tell that he was gazing in awe at some of the most advanced technology in the inner sphere. Running a hand over it, the first prince turned to one of the technicians and said, "Is it ready to be accessed?" "Got it plugged in and ready," the technician replied. "Let's see if the information's intact." Plugging a workstation into the memory core, he typed in a few commands and waited for a few seconds. A moment later, he let out a sigh of relief. "Shepard, you are probably the best courier we've had yet," the man said to the commander. "The information's intact and ready for study." Stepping back and activating the wall-sized monitor, he said, "Look at all of this. This is all of the technology and scientific knowledge that the Star League had before its collapse, or at least most of it." Still. He trailed off, in awe of the lost knowledge that had just been recovered for the Federated Sons to enjoy. "I agree," Hansa nodded. Turning to Shepard, he said, "Shepard, you've just done something that neither I, nor the Federated Sons, can ever fully repay. You've given us the keys to a new golden age. For that, you have my thanks." "That's not necessary," Shepard replied. "I'm just happy that we helped restore humanity to its former glory. That enough is alone for me." "I insist," Hansa beamed. "You have my thanks, Shepard. If you want to find employment in the AFFS, know that there will always be a place for you there. You've proven your worth as a commander." In a softer tone, he said, "and as a friend." "Thank you, sir," Shepard nodded. "For now, I think I'll take up life as a mercenary for the time being. Still, I appreciate the offer, and I think I'll eventually take you up on it. For now, though, a much-needed break from a strictly military life is in order. It'll be something of a vacation, to put it that way." "And you definitely need one at that," Hansa agreed. After a moment, he said, "When you're ready, come by Mount Davian when you have time, and we'll discuss mercenary groups that will work best for you. After all, a good soldier shouldn't be wasted on a merc company of ill repute." "Very true," Shepard agreed. "Very true." The very next day, Shepard and the others were in Hansa's office once more. Most were sitting down on the couches and sofas inside of the room, though a few were standing upright. Right now, they had taken care of breakfast, and were about to get down to the order of business today. Looking towards Garrus, he spotted Nyreen and her 2 baby children. One of them was with Garrus, while the other infant was in her arms. A deep purring sound came from Nyreen as she rocked her child back and forth with the tender love only a mother could provide. Garrus was also making a similar sound, and it too was clear that he deeply loved the children that he and Nyreen had in their arms. Hearing a sound behind them, they looked to see Quintus walking inside. "My apologies for my tardiness," he said to Hansa. "I had some matters to take care of." "That's all right," Hansa replied. "If you have business to do, it's best to get it out of the way." That was when Quintus spotted Garrus and Nyreen, along with their kids. Smiling, he said, "Well, I heard you had children, but I was so busy that I didn't have the time to come see them. Mind if I do so?" "Not at all," Nyreen replied. Walking over, Quintus gently took Celicia from her arms before sitting down in a nearby chair. For a minute or so, he quietly held Celicia in his arms. To Shepard, it was a bit of an odd image, seeing the intelligence minister of the Federated Sons holding an infant Turian in his arms. It wasn't an unwelcome one, though, as Celicia was in the safest arms imaginable, aside from Nyreen and Garrus. In addition, Quintus had a bit of a fatherly air about him, which further added to what he was doing. Handing Celicia back to Nyreen, Quintus asked, "That's your daughter?" "Yes," Nyreen purred, her facial plates and mandibles contorted into the Turian equivalent of a happy smile. "Garrus is holding our son, Nilus. She's beautiful. I have reason to believe that she'll grow up to be a beautiful woman, at least by your species standards. No offense meant." None taken, Nyreen replied. Turians do have differing ideals when it comes to beauty. Still, I agree with you, she'll grow up to be an beautiful Turian, both in the mind and in the body. Looking at Hansa, Shepard was about to ask if he'd been around Garrus children. As if anticipating the question, he said, I have seen their kids before, Shepard. To think that I'll be a father one day. He trailed off as he said this, an indecipherable expression on his face. Moments later, that expression became a business-like one as he said, now let's get down to the business that is facing us today. Agreed, Shepard nodded. We've got a few choices when it comes to employment. We could become full-serving members of the armed forces of the Federated Suns, or we could become mercenaries. The former is a viable choice, but there are some problems with it. You're non-human crew members, Hansa guessed. Correct, sir. While many of my crew are experienced with the burden of command, I'm not certain how soldiers in the AFFS would react to taking orders from non-humans. I'm also worried that having Garrus, Rex and the others in the AFFS will cause every great house to attempt to abduct them. I don't want to know what they'd do to Celicia and Nilus if they found out about them either. Anyone that tries to kidnap my children will die before that happens, Nyreen growled, her biotics flaring as her maternal instincts came to the fore. I agree, Garrus replied, his paternal instincts flaring up as well. If they hurt Celicia or Nilus, they'll find out what happens when you harm a Turian father's family. That we can agree on, Rex nodded. However, we're only a small group against military forces that have been doing that kind of thing for centuries. We'd hold out for some time, then we'd be overwhelmed and captured. A good point, Quintus nodded. Taking a sip from a glass of water, he said, that's why I think that it'll be better for you all to become mercenaries. A mercenary company would be the last place anyone would think to look for aliens. In addition, you'd still be able to exercise your skill sets and learn new ones. Speaking of which, Shepard added. Did you manage to train Garrus as a mech warrior? We did, Quintus nodded. While we were busy retrofitting the Normandy, NAIS made a breakthrough in neurohelmet research. Thanks to some help from EDI, we were able to quickly determine how to manufacture neurohelmets. We even figured out how to improve upon the technology thanks to her. They did a neural scan of my brain too, and made some adjustments for my biochemistry, Garrus informed Shepard. Turns out, there was nothing that prevented me from becoming a mech warrior. As such, Arden Sortek decided to teach me once my neurohelmet had been built and ready. I recommended Quintus, Hansa nodded, a slight smile on his face, but he told me that Sortek was more experienced as a mech warrior. Asking him was the right thing to do, he was relishing the chance to teach a Turian how to be a mech warrior. It wasn't easy, Garrus admitted. We really had to work at it. I'm amazed that I performed so well in the training matches, though, for a first-timer. I guess I had beginner's luck in spades. That you did, Hansa agreed. It takes time to train good mech warriors, and only experience can shape them into the best. There were a few incidents, though. Like what? Shepard asked. Well, we were teaching Garrus how to use a battle mech that had jump jets, Hansa beamed, a mirthful grin forming on his face. When we let him try it on his own, he accidentally engaged said jump jets while he was still in the mech bay. The end result was that his griffin was stuck in the ceiling, legs swinging to and fro, while everyone else was running around trying to get the damn thing out of the ceiling. Sortek was standing there, face-palming himself. Funniest sight ever. He, and the others, promptly let loose with a roar of laughter. Garrus scowled for a moment, before deciding that there wasn't any harm in laughing at himself. Once the laughter had quieted down, he said, well, it wasn't my fault that the mech was in jump jet mode. Some addled mech bay technician left it like that. Some days, I'm wondering if I was pranked. Maybe you just don't want to admit that you made an honest mistake, Hansa laughed. Clearing his throat, he said, anyways, we got the kinks worked out in the end, though the repair team's boss was a little red-faced from what had happened. Still, I'm proud to say that we made a good mech warrior out of Garrus. Really? Shepard asked. That's good to hear. Turning towards Garrus, he asked, what was your favorite mech? The rifleman, Garrus replied, hands down. Yes, it's a little hot, but Turians can take a little heat, we're from a hot planet after all. Plus, I like the role that it plays, long-range support and AA defense. Fits my fighting style perfectly, though I did ask for adjustments to be made in the rear armor plating. A little too thin there for my liking. It's a problem that's plagued the RFL-3N series for some time, Quintus nodded. That along with heat dissipation and ammunition consumption. Still, Garrus knows how to moderate his use of ammo. He lasted the longest out of all the pilots that trained in the damn thing. Certainly managed his heat quite well. Thank you, sir, Garrus nodded. What about you, Shepard? Shepard grinned. Got you there too. I got training there while waiting for the Normandy to be outfitted. In this case, though, I had the privilege of being trained by His Majesty here. I got training in battle mechs too, Rex added. It was better than just sitting around, being bored and getting fat. What about you, Nyreen? No, Nyreen replied. I'm more comfortable in the infantry. Plus, I've also got kids to tend to, and I wouldn't want it any other way. She nuzzled Celicia as she said this, with the infant Turian cooing in appreciation. So, with all that being said, it seems as though being a mercenary is the better way to go, Hansa noted. So, with that in mind, we'll need to find a good merc unit for you all to hook up with. Why not the Wolf Dragoons? Gurus asked. I've heard that they're really good at what they do. Plus they've got Natasha Kerensky, and boy is she an excellent mech warrior. Half of the stuff she's done is the stuff of legends. Not an option, Vega, who had been silent until now, cut in. The Wolf Dragoons are actually spies working for the clans. If they found out that they had aliens in their ranks, the clans would see that as a threat and immediately invade. Then everyone would lose. Why not the Kellhounds? Rex asked. They've got good people, and they're not working for the clans. They won't be available for some time, Quintus added. They suffered a major hit, and Morgan Kell isn't in the best mental state, if the rumors are true. Why not Mason's Cavaliers? Shepard asked. They're openly recruiting, as far as I know, and they're quickly making a name for themselves. They'll need good mech warriors, and we've been trained by the best of the best. That's a viable option there, Hansa agreed. The old crew stuck around with Commander Mason when Nikolai was killed, and he's got some experience under his belt. There's also some more good news there. And that would be. His dropship is currently in system right now, and they'll be arriving at the planet to restock in another day. I'll call them up and discuss a non-disclosure agreement with them. I've also met some of his people before too. I think Gurus will get along with Fahad, their chief technician, quite well. That's our best bet then, Shepard nodded. I'll leave that up to you. You're better at business than I am, and we'll get ready. What about Nyreen? Gurus asked. I can't just leave her here. I can come along, Nyreen replied. Plus, I've gotten some materials that we need for homeschooling. Besides, no one else can teach them what it means to be a good Turian, and you need someone to get sense into that head of yours when you need it. What about food and accommodations? We'll make it work, my love, Nyreen reassured Gurus. We don't have to worry about food for our kids. According to Morden, the genes that allow us to eat levo-based foods are present inside of our children, and they're active. We'll be fine. Gurus looked as though he was about to argue, then he finally sighed and said, I'm just worried for our kids. I don't want them to get hurt. Before Gurus could finish, Nyreen wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed him, her tongue wrapping around his for a few seconds. Pulling back, she said, I'm worried too, Gurus, but I'm certain that, as long as you and I are around, nothing bad will happen to them. Okay. After a few seconds, Gurus said, okay. If that's how we'll have it, then it's all right. Besides, I could never leave you by yourself. Then it's settled, Hansa nodded. Like Shepard said, I'll handle any business matters on that part. The rest of you can get your cooling vests or what have you, and your neurohelmets. Before you go, Quintus said to Shepard. I also want to give you a present. Pulling out a crate, he opened it to reveal what looked like a suit that had a number of cooling tubes woven into it, along with a neurohelmet inside. Is that? Yes, Quintus nodded. That is an SLDF cooling suit, complete with a matching neurohelmet. We have plenty of these at NAIS, courtesy of your successful mission, so it won't matter much if you lose this set. I also felt that you needed a reward for your successful mission, so this is part of it. And the other part? A battle mech of your choosing, Shepard. Handing Shepard a small pink slip, he said, if there's a battle mech that you want, name it. I'll have it ready to go for when you need it. Shepard took a moment to think about what mech he wanted. The Battlemaster is a good choice, though I prefer something that's faster and more nimble. As he thought, he remembered the mech that he'd chosen when Vega had him playing classic BattleTech. A moment later, he said, there are a lot of good mechs, but none of them are quite as iconic as the Marauder. I think I'll take a MAD 3R. A standard Marauder, Quintus observed. An excellent choice, Shepard. I'll arrange for one to be made ready for you. Either way, Shepard, thank you for recovering the Helm memory core for us. Your actions, while they won't be public for some time, will be forever recorded in the annals of history. With that, everyone began to get ready for tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Welcome to my new life, Shepard thought to himself. Things are about to get good, and if we make it out, we'll show Harbinger and the Reapers why it's always a bad idea to fuck with humanity. Chapter 8, Meeting the Cavaliers. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mech Warrior / BattleTech crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support. I greatly appreciate it. I've begun posting this fanfiction as a literature deviation on DeviantArt. If you want to go check it out there, you are more than free to do so. Either way, thank you for your wonderful support and feedback, and I hope to continue receiving that support as this crossover evolves. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the MechWarrior/BattleTech and Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its respective composers and or artists. MechWarrior 5, Mercenaries Ost, A Second Life. New Avalon. Lycombe Davian Introtech Plant. January 22 St. 3020. Standing in the heated waiting room of the factory they were in, Shepard was quietly reading a book he'd brought from the Normandy. Around him, Vega, Garrus, Rex and Nyreen were also waiting for the dropship that was going to be arriving today. Garrus was catching up on some sleep, courtesy of the twins waking him up in the middle of the night. Nyreen, however, was fully awake, and was currently breastfeeding Nilus, her cooing and purring being the only sound that was in the room. There was also something else that Shepard had brought along, something to remind him of his obligation to the Systems Alliance. Opening up the only other case that he'd brought along, he looked down at his N7 armor, or rather the chest plate that he'd brought along. Even though it had been used quite heavily, it gleamed as though it was brand new, courtesy of his excellent care of it. Idly, he ran a hand over the advanced armor plating. Hopefully, it won't be long before EDI and NAIS can work out how to manufacture this equipment, he thought. It'll be a happy day when the technology used to manufacture the Normandy is available for all to use. Maybe then, we'll be able to get some much-needed support for the Alliance. Still, he knew that the possibility of finding a way back home to the Systems Alliance, and the galaxy he'd been fighting so hard to save, was distant. According to EDI, the chances of finding a Prothean artifact in this reality was, quite literally, slim to none. If they did, somehow, cross into this universe, then they have likely hidden their technology quite well, EDI had surmised. Either way, we should not consider the possibility until we have evidence that states otherwise. It was a prospect that was discomforting, but one that had to be faced. There was another decision he'd made, even though it was a hard one. Before the crew had gone to bed, he had talked with them about what to do with the Normandy, since it was likely going to be years, if not decades, before it could be used again. Rex had voiced the opinion that, since it wasn't going to be used, it was to be handed over to the scientists at NAIS for study. They'll put it to better use than we can now, he had argued. So why hoard it, when we can give it to the scientists there and eventually benefit everyone? Shepard had to admit, that kind of logic was extremely difficult, if not outright impossible, to argue with. As such, while it was a decision he'd rather not make, he had decided to hand the Normandy over to NAIS. That also meant handing over EDI, as her AI core was built into the ship as well. EDI hadn't minded, in fact, she felt that it was an opportunity to help the scientists there begin reversing the inner sphere's technological regression at a much faster pace. I just hope she'll be okay, Shepard thought as he picked up the book he was reading and continued to read some more. EDI is a hell of an AI, but I'm still worried that something might happen while we're gone. It played on his mind, even as he tried to banish it from his thoughts. Nyreen, having finished breastfeeding Nilus, looked up at Shepard once her armor was fully back on. Spotting his worried expression, she asked, "Are you okay?" "I don't know," Shepard replied, deciding that honesty was the best course of action. "I'm worried about the Normandy and EDI. I know I shouldn't have reason to, but I can't help but do so." "She'll be okay," Nyreen reassured Shepard, walking over and sitting down next to him with her child. "EDI is probably the most valuable resource at NAIS right now. If I know the guards there, they'll fight like mad to keep her safe if Comstar, or one of the great houses, tries to attack the place. Plus, none of them would want the Normandy to fall into any other person's hands." "I know. I guess I'm just worrying for no reason at all." "That's perfectly normal, Shepard. I was worried about my men when I led the Talons back on Omega. I was worried about the civilians when the fighting got intense. It's a natural part of command, but I fully understand your feelings. Everything will be fine." Even Nilus seemed to agree with Nyreen, as the Infiltration reached out with a talon and touched Shepard's right cheek. The action caused Shepard to smile, before he let out a long sigh. "Thanks," he said to Nyreen. "Don't mention it," she replied. "It's the least that I can do for you, after what you did. I still remember when you charged those adjutants and saved me. I can't repay that ever, but I can do what I can to help you out." With that, she returned to caring for Nilus, while carrying Celicia in a hand-held crib. Putting his book down, Shepard got up and decided to walk outside. Moving through the automatic doors, he felt the cold wind of New Avalon's winter biting at his skin, though he paid it little attention. Walking up to the railing nearby, he leaned against it, ignoring the snow that he dislodged as he did so. The sky was still quite dark, even though it was around 6 o'clock in the morning. While he could see the dim, pre-dawn light beginning to emerge in the sky, the stars still shone bright and clear overhead. Looking up, he began looking for familiar constellations, as well as new ones that were present. There was one star cluster that he did spot, albeit just barely. Looking to his right, he spotted a cluster of 5 stars that twinkled in the night sky. The Pleiades, he thought to himself. They're in Fedsun's territory if I recall correctly. I always wanted to visit them at some point. In fact, I might be able to get the chance someday, if all works out. He then glanced over at the Soul mech that was standing near the factory. True to form, Quintus had made sure a Marauder was ready to go for him to use. While Quintus hadn't told him what armaments the mech had, since he already knew, he had hinted that they were better quality than what it usually came with. I don't mind either way, Shepard thought as he looked at the iconic war machine. The Marauder is a good mech, and I wouldn't want it any other way. His thoughts were interrupted when Gurus came outside, having woken up from his nap. Sleep well? Shepard asked. Twins woke me up during the night, but nothing a little nap couldn't fix, Gurus nodded. Looking at the drop pad, he said, I wonder when they'll get here. I'm not complaining, just curious is all. They did say they were going to get some equipment, then they'd be here as soon as possible, Shepard replied. They're probably flying to our location right now. They also did have to make sure everyone signed their NDAs. True. That's basically what people have to sign in order to even be able to get near us. I don't mind the extra caution, but I feel a little pampered, to be honest. Turians aren't meant to be pampered. We're meant to get out there, get beat up while completing the mission, then return to recover before doing it again. I know what you mean. Before we went on that mission to Helm, I felt like I was a fifth wheel. Now, though, at least we'll be able to put our skills to good use. Besides, we'll need to see how these things fare in actual combat. It'll give us a good idea of how effective these mechs will be against Reaper ground troops. You think that we'll find a way back eventually? I can't give up hope on that, Gurus. If I did, I'd be turning my back on the Systems Alliance and everyone back in our universe, and I'll be damned before I let that happen. Relax, Shepard. I was just curious is all. I feel the same way too, given that I won't know for a long while if my father, Castes, made it out alive from Palaven with my sister. I know. We'll find a way home. I'm sure of it. That's how it is with you anyways. Whenever someone says something is impossible, you go ahead and do it anyway. You've built a career on doing that kind of thing, Shepard. I wouldn't be surprised if you did manage to find a way home. That's kinda expected of you. With that, the two friends fell silent, though they continued to admire the stars of an alien, yet familiar, sky. They were about to head back inside when Shepard heard a sound that he'd grown accustomed to. Looks like we've got someone coming in for a landing, he noted as he spotted a series of lights that were moving through the air towards them. I think this might be them. Agreed, Gurus nodded. I'll wake Rex and Vega up and make sure they're ready. Once they are, it's time to... What's that human expression? Get the show on the road, Shepard replied. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. With that, Gurus went inside, while Shepard remained outside to watch the dropship come in for a landing. The noise of the dropship's fusion thrusters quickly grew from a quiet rumbling, to a loud, thunderous roar. Turning as it descended, it quickly landed on its landing skids, with the ground shaking as it came to a complete stop on the drop pad. A few seconds later, the powerful engines fell silent, with the dropship's doors opening soon afterwards. Getting up, Shepard went inside and grabbed the 2 crates he'd brought with him before moving back outside and towards the dropship. Looking towards the aft section, he spotted a symbol on one of the rear stabilizers, a cyan-colored horse's head that had a red broadsword that pointed down. At the tip of the sword was the corner of a triangle that intersected the horse's ears, with a circle that passed outside of the triangle to meet at the same intersection. Pulling out a piece of paper in his pocket, Shepard compared the symbol on it to the symbol on the stabilizer. It's an identical match, he confirmed. These are the mercenaries that we'll be working with for the duration. Having correctly identified the merc group, he proceeded forwards, cases in hand, to the mech bay doors, which had fully opened. It was clear that someone was expecting him, as he spotted a man wearing a uniform proceeding towards him. The man was tall, around the same height as he was, and hard dark brown-colored hair that was neatly trimmed. Both of his dark green eyes looked around the place with the careful gaze characteristic of a soldier. His cyan and red-colored uniform fit his frame perfectly. Spotting Shepard, he walked over and said, I heard we were getting some new mech warriors, though the NDAs we had to sign confused me. Smiling as he extended a hand, he said, Commander Jake Mason of Mason's Cavaliers. Commander John Shepard, was the reply. Commander? Mason asked as he and Shepard shook hands. I'm military, Shepard replied, but I was put in the reserves since I wasn't needed. I did recently qualify for battle mechs, and I performed well during training. I can see that, Mason remarked as he looked at the Marauder standing near the dropship. My dad always did like the Marauder, though he preferred an Atlas himself. Still, it's good to see something historic like the Marauder. They're really good mechs, though only as good as the mech warrior that controls them. Very true, Shepard nodded. Also, do you know why you had to sign the NDAs? No. I figured that I would find out soon enough. You go that right. So, you have a chief technician. That would be me, a British accented voice called out. Looking behind Mason, Shepard watched as a man wearing a technician's uniform walked out of the dropship. The man was slightly shorter than him, though his uniform made it clear that he had some authority. His hair was closely shaved to his head, and his brown eyes seemed to hold a lot of knowledge. Fahad Arazad, at your service. And I at yours, Shepard replied, shaking the man's hand. Bloody hell, Fahad remarked as he looked at the Marauder. Looks like you got yourself a nice piece of kit. The Marauders always had a reputation for taking severe damage while still kicking arse. Still, given the work that it's made for, I wouldn't be surprised if it returns from a mission half-fucked. I'll try not to make life too hard on you, Fahad. That's nice to hear. At least someone appreciates the hard work I have to do around here, keeping these bloody mechs up and running. We all appreciate the work you do, Mason replied. Well, you sure don't express it like that, Fahad mock complained. It was clear, though, that he knew that having battle mechs return half-destroyed was part of the job. Still, I wonder why we had to sign those NDAs. You're about to find out why, Shepard remarked as he spotted 4 familiar people walking over to the dropship. The moment Garrus, Nyreen, Vega, and Rex came into view was one that Shepard would remember for some time. To his credit, Mason didn't immediately pull out a pistol, or give a startled shout. Instead, he gazed at the 3 aliens, and the sole human with them, as they came into the light. Fahad, on the other hand, did nothing to conceal the surprise that washed over his facial features like a wave at the beach. I can't blame him, Shepard thought as Garrus and the others approached. It's not every day that you meet aliens that are from another universe. The good news is that they seem to be taking it rather well. Bloody hell, Fahad gasped, breaking the silence. When I signed that NDA, along with every other bloody knob on the ship, I thought we were picking up former military pilots, not aliens. Who the hell are these bloody people? That's what I'm wondering, Mason agreed. Turning to Shepard, he said, I take it you've got some explaining to do. Yes, Shepard replied. These are my friends. Mason, Fahad, these 4 here are Garrus Vakarian, Nyreen Kandros Vakarian, Erdnot Rex, and James Vega. Friends, meet Commander Jake Mason and Fahad Arazad. It's a pleasure to meet you, Garrus nodded as he extended a talon. That simple action broke the ice quite nicely, as Mason started out of his surprised stupor and shook Garrus' hand. He noted that the grip was firm and strong, causing him to wonder how strong Garrus really was. The pleasure's all mine, he nodded. Same here, Fahad nodded. Bloody hell. Of all the people to meet, we run into aliens. Are we sure this isn't some kind of hoax or something? It's not, Shepard replied. We proved it to the scientists at NAIS. Then that's good enough for me, Fahad remarked. I met one of those blokes at NAIS when I was a young lad. Talked so much about nucleotides, telomeres, and other things that my head was swimming. Looking at Garrus, he said, so, you know how to pilot a mech? All of us do, Garrus nodded. I qualified for the rifleman. Rex here is good at anything heavier than that, and Vega's a jack of all trades. I also spent quite a lot of time calibrating my mech. Really? Fahad asked, dubious. When Garrus, and Shepard, nodded, he said, well, at least I've got someone that I can talk shop with. Something tells me we're going to get along swimmingly. Mind if we come inside? Shepard asked. It's a bit cold out here. Not at all, Mason nodded. You're part of my merc company now. Turning to Fahad, he said, tell Rihanna that we've got some new employees, and to have some of the crew prepare some bunks for the new pilots. Also, make sure the other mechs we got are ready to rock. I recall picking up a RFL-3N some time ago. You got it, Fahad nodded, not quite taking his eyes off of Garrus. As he left to carry this out, Mason happened to spot the bundles that Nyreen was carrying. He was about to ask when Shepard said, Garrus and Nyreen are married. They've got twins. Are you certain that bringing them aboard is a good idea? Mason asked. This isn't a daycare or a civilian dropship after all. We talked about it last night, Garrus reassured him. She wanted to come and wouldn't take no for an answer. She also wanted to bring her kids along, and I don't blame her. Alright. Should I bring my mech inside? Shepard asked. No, Mason shook his head. I've got people for that. Fahad's getting that done. As he said this, a few technicians were already clambering up the Marauder's chain ladder, with one quickly hopping inside as Mason and the others left for the dropship's briefing room. Once inside the briefing room, Mason said, "So, mind if you tell me how you found those aliens?" "Probably at a later time," Shepard replied. "We did just get here after all." "Fair enough. This is probably a big change for you, so I won't push it." Looking around, Mason noticed someone wasn't present. "Rihanna? You there?" "Just took care of the request Fahad sent along," came a woman's voice. A moment later, Shepard watched as a woman, presumably Rihanna, walked into the room. She stood a few inches shorter than Fahad, but the armored uniform she wore made it clear that she was Mason's XO. Both her green eyes swept the area, while her dirty blonde-colored hair shone slightly in the lighting of the room. As soon as she spotted Gurus and the others, she stared at them for a few long seconds. "Well," she admitted, "when we and the crew signed those NDAs, I never expected something like this." "Are they our new pilots?" "That they are," Mason nodded. "Rihanna, meet Commander Shepard, Gurus Vakarian, his wife Nyreen, Erdnot Rex and James Vega. They're our new mech warriors. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Rihanna, the captain of the dropship and our contract manager." "Nice to meet you," Shepard nodded. Likewise, Rihanna nodded, though her eyes didn't drift away from the aliens for a second as she shook hands with Shepard. "Looks like I'll have to get used to the idea of working with actual aliens, if that's what they are." "No tricks here," Shepard reassured her. "Each and every alien here is the real McCoy. If you want reassurance, you can talk to the geneticists at NAIS. "Already did," Mason nodded, holding up a noteputer that had the results on the screen. "Then that's good enough for me," Rihanna decided. "If you'll follow me, Shepard, I'll assign bunks for you and your friends." As the team followed Rihanna into the bowels of the Leopard-class dropship, Mason turned to see Fahad coming inside. "Something wrong?" he asked. "No," Fahad replied. "Just came to tell you that someone hooked Shepard up really nicely. That mech's got a Imperator AAC/5 installed in lieu of the GM Whirlwind that comes as standard issue. We're also looking at a pair of Intech medium lasers and 2 Donnell PPCs. I don't mean to be rude, but who gave him such a nice piece of kit?" "Don't know yet," Mason shrugged. "I'll bet that Shepard will tell us in good time. Still, that's top-of-the-line equipment, outside of any Los tech." While Fahad and Mason were talking about Shepard's mech, the man himself was following Rihanna through the cramped confines of the dropship. Rex was having the toughest time, since his wide frame meant that he had to walk with his upper body turned either left or right. Any doors that he encountered, he had to squeeze through, something that wasn't comfortable at all. A moment later, they came to the bunks in question. Just like everything else on the dropship, they were cramped, but utterly necessary for habitation. "There you are," Rihanna informed the quadruple. "Pick whichever bunk you like, though we'll have to find larger ones for Gurus, Nyreen and Rex." "We'll manage," Shepard replied. "Don't worry," Rex replied. "A cot in one of the storage rooms will suffice for me. Just make sure that it's secured to the wall and we'll be fine." "We'll make do with the bunks in here," Gurus nodded. "Nyreen." "It'll work," came the reply as she sat down on one of the bunks, before extricating Nihilus from the blankets that had sheltered him from the cold weather outside. "Is that one of yours?" Rihanna asked. "Yes," Nyreen nodded. "Nihilus is my son, and the one in the crib is Celicia." Just as she said this, Celicia began to cry, the infant's loud cries reaching a shrill volume. "Looks like I've got some business to tend to," she admitted. "I'll be with you shortly." "Very well," Rihanna nodded. With that, they continued the tour of the dropship. It wasn't long before they finished their tour of the dropship, though Shepard quite liked the tour. He had to admit, despite the fact that the inner sphere was, in many ways, less advanced than the Systems Alliance, they had still managed to build something quite impressive. Not as good as the Normandy, but still very good, he thought. The dropship though does have one thing over the Normandy, it can transport mechs. As he began to walk back to the crew quarters, Fahad came up to him. "Hey, Shepard," he asked. "Where'd you get such a nice mech?" "Quintus hooked me up with one," Shepard replied. "Quintus? You mean the..." "Yab. That Quintus. Bloody hell. He hooked you up with some top-notch kit. Your autocannon/5, for instance, is an Imperator A, and that's a top-notch autocannon/5, especially for a burst-fire autocannon. Why is that good? The standard one that comes with the Marauder is the GM Whirlwind. No offense to General Motors, but that autocannon can be bloody temperamental at times. I once had to work on one that would jam every 10 bursts or so. That temperamental? Pretty much. Fortunately, the Imperator AS don't have that problem, and they're more accurate with a spread of around 1.6 meters in the burst. They've also got a farther effective range and more damage output. Effectively speaking, someone took the main autocannon /5S for the RFL-3N and stuck it on your MAD 3R. Even Shepard had to appreciate that. Very nice, he nodded. Anything else? You've got top-of-the-line PPCs and medium lasers. Beyond that, it's your standard Marauder battle mech, though I can say that it's in far better nick than any that I've seen thus far. Good to hear. I'm eager to give it a spin when we've got a mission to do. What about that RFL-3N Mason mentioned earlier? We're still fixing the bloody thing, Fahad replied as he motioned to the mech in question. Shepard whistled as he looked at the mech. From the looks of it, the right center torso had been blown cleanly off the mech, while one of the legs looked as though it had been a chicken leg that had been cooked for far too long. That's one fucked up rifleman, he admitted. Story of my bleeding life, Fahad agreed. We got it as salvage from one of our missions, but whoever had it took good care of it. It's also got top-tier weaponry, which we were able to repair and salvage since they weren't directly hit. From what I hear, Mason had to butter up our employer in order to get it, and I don't blame him. You don't see many mechs like this anymore. True. I hope Rex and Vega have mechs to use as well. They do. Judging from what Garrus said about Vega, I've got a Shadow Hawk lined up for him. Rex and Garrus, though, are a bit trickier. The size of the cockpits is one concern, but I'm really worried about the ergonomics. Let me guess, the cockpits were designed for human use, not for aliens. Pretty much, Shepard. I'm already feeling sorry for those blokes, especially Rex. He's so massive that it'll be a challenge for him to use those cockpits. We'll have to do a custom rework of the cockpits so that they can use them comfortably. We'll find some way to make it work, Shepard nodded. Looking around, he said, it's been nice talking with you, Fahad. You remind me of Chief Engineer Adams. He would get along especially well with you. Sounds like an alright fella, Fahad nodded. It's a shame we won't be meeting for some time. Well, Shepard. I've got work to do. Catch you later. Sure, Shepard nodded. As he walked away, he thought, well, welcome to your new life, Shepard. It's about to get interesting. Chapter 9, First Official Mission. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my MechWarrior/BattleTech, Mass Effect crossover. Thank you so much for your support last chapter. I greatly appreciate it and the feedback you gave. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the MechWarrior/BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. MechWarrior 5, Mercenaries Ost, Chip Off the Old Block. MDS Cavalier. Federated Sons. March 5, 3020. For the first time since his career in the Systems Alliance, as well as his arrival in this universe, Shepard found that he was legitimately bored. It was something that didn't happen to him often, as he, courtesy of the Reaper War, had a lot of things to do. From stopping Saren and Sovereign, to destroying the Collectors, there was quite a bit on his plate, or so the saying went. Now that he was inside the comparatively quiet and peaceful inner sphere, however, he found that he wasn't under constant pressure to get things done. This, combined with his get-the-job-done-right attitude, left him without anything to do at all. As such, the sensation of boredom had reacquainted himself with him. Practicing low-gravity calisthenics inside of the soul exercising gym in the Cavalier, the dropship that Mason owned, Shepard looked around at the rest of the crew, which numbered around 9 personnel. When the initial shock of meeting Garrus and the other non-human mech warriors had worn off, they had begun to slowly acclimate to the presence of aliens. While it was going smoothly so far, Shepard had reason to believe that there were some tensions and prejudices present. He was distracted momentarily by a flicker of movement. Looking to his left, he spotted Garrus doing some pull UPS, courtesy of the 1.5 gs of simulated gravity that was courtesy of the dropship's acceleration to its current destination. While Garrus was wearing pants, his upper body was completely exposed, with the side of his body plates sliding over each other as he moved visible for all to see. Ironically, this had gotten him some staring from the women that were in the crew. He couldn't, however, match Rex, whose massive and muscular body, which also had thick plates on it, would make a bodybuilder turn green with envy. For the most part, he ignored it, as he was more focused on making sure he was in good shape, rather than getting attention. Finishing his routine, Shepard got his shirt back on before walking towards Garrus. "How you doing?" he asked. "Fine, Gurus replied, letting go of the bar he was holding onto before facing Shepard. His usually ever-present visor was off, though this didn't detract from his appearance in any way. I'm probably in the best shape I've been in some time. I was asking about you and Nyreen. Oh. She and I are doing fine. The kids are doing good too. Shepard smiled. That was his primary worry when it came to having Nilus and Celicia on board the dropship. Fortunately though, as far as he could tell, both of Nyreen and Gurus' children had taken to space travel like a fish to water. So, is Nyreen doing well? Yep, Gurus replied. The only complaint she and I have is that our kids keep waking us, and some of the other mech warriors, up in the middle of the night. That is to be expected though. Again, Shepard smiled. Nyreen's children had, ironically, become quite popular with the crew, especially Mason. The company's commander would, whenever he wasn't busy managing finances and arranging contracts with Rihanna, would spend hours sitting by the two. Thankfully, Nilus and Celicia had taken well to Mason, with Nyreen joking that Mason, at times, seemed almost Turian. Shepard was about to ask another question when he heard a voice over the intercom. Attention, prepare for deceleration. Deceleration in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the moment the announcement ended, Shepard could feel his weight temporarily increase as the dropship slowed down, before he became weightless 30 seconds later. Grabbing a hold of a handhold, he was about to leave when he heard the intercom say, Commander John Shepard, Gurus Vakarian, Erdnot Rex, report to CIC immediately. Shepard, Gurus, and Rex, report to CIC immediately. Well, looks like Mason needs something, Shepard told Gurus. That's what I was thinking, Gurus agreed. Where's Rex? Over here, Rex replied, pulling his now weightless body through one of the doors. Mason wants to talk to you all. I think this is going to be our first mission. Maybe, Gurus conceded. Let's go find out what our new boss wants. It didn't take long for them to float over to the briefing room where Mason and Rihanna were at, their armor's mag boots keeping them firmly glued to the floor. Fahad was also present, and he appeared to be a little smug, though Shepard had no idea as to why. Maybe that's why we're here, he decided. Shepard, Mason beamed. Good to see you. You too, Shepard nodded. Is there something you need? We heard the intercom announcement. Yes, Mason nodded, with Rihanna pulling up a hologram of the planet they were at. We've arrived at our destination of New Aberdeen. Rihanna's arranged a few contracts for us to do, and since you're the new guys, I figured that this will be your first mission. Rihanna, the floor's yours. Thank you, Commander, Rihanna nodded. Pulling up the contract in question, she said, currently, we're in the front lines of the fighting between House Davian and House Kurita in the ongoing Third Succession War. Our employer from House Davian wants us to assist in helping Davian forces neutralize as many DCMS personnel as possible. According to our contract, our mission is to relieve AFFS forces by drawing off attackers from the DCMS. Pulling up a map of the area, she said, we're going to be taking over this patrol route from the AFFS in order to relieve the pressure on them. DCMS raiding forces have been attacking this route for some time, so don't expect it to be a quiet milk run. Interesting, Rex noted. We get to play with our new toys. He chuckled menacingly at that. I thought the Third Succession War is winding down, Gurus remarked. It is, or rather Will Vega, who had been present as well, explained. It won't wind down for another 5 years or so. Still, this is what happens when war becomes a standard means of conflict resolution. Terrific, Shepard frowned. It was one thing to use war as a means of survival, but it was another to use it as a political tool. Probably another difference between the inner sphere and the rest of the galaxy, he thought. We don't go to war over the tiniest of disagreements. Part of him wondered what might have happened if an organization like the Council had been present to mediate disputes between the great houses. Still, it was a moot topic at this point. Clearing his throat, he asked, what's the state of the Allied forces? Battered, but hanging on, Rihanna replied. Fortunately, the weather is clear, but don't expect it to stay that way. Meteorological reports indicate that a strong storm is moving into the area in about half an hour. When that happens, visibility will be badly degraded and sensor range will be limited. What about the OP-4? Gurus asked. What are we looking at? Mostly combat vehicles, with some light to medium mechs. We've gotten reports of heavy mechs appearing every so often, but not in numbers that would make them a considerable threat. We also have a number of VTOLs present as well. Any other questions? No, Shepard nodded. Then I'll have Fahad tell us what you need to know. Go ahead. Thanks, Gov, Fahad nodded. Looking at Shepard, he said, while we were at New Avalon, I talked with Arden Sortek and the First Prince about Gurus and Rex's abnormal physiology. Thanks to those discussions, we were able to make adjustments to the cockpits of the mechs we'll have them piloting for the time being. Took us the better part of the 2 months since we picked you blokes up, but I can safely say that it'll be more comfortable for your alien friends. Thanks, Shepard nodded. I'm glad that someone's done what they can to make my friends comfortable. Don't sweat it. Just don't get killed out there. Also, if you can, don't wreck your weapons too badly. I don't want to have to replace them all the time, what with you adjusting types and all. Fahad, Mason admonished. What? Fahad asked. I'm just making a minor request. Can't a man such as myself make a simple request? He means well, Shepard told Mason. I'll try not to make life too hard for you, Fahad. Still, part of me is worried that something like that will happen at some point in the future, whether we try to avoid it or not. Understandable, Fahad nodded. Just don't get killed, okay? It's easy to replace weapons, but once a mech warrior is gone, they're gone for good. He frowned as he said this. Shepard also noticed a frown on Mason's face as well. It's been a busy few months, he remarked to himself, but I haven't asked him what happened to his father. Once we're back from this mission, I'll ask Mason what happened, though I figure that he'll tell me when it's time anyways. Dispelling the frown, Mason said, given that there's 4 of you, and Alliance traditionally has 4 mechs, I've made my choices. Looking at Garrus and Rex, he said, you two, along with Shepard, are coming with me. You guys ready? Hell yes, Shepard nodded. Then let's get ready to rock. Report to your mechs at 0830 hours. We're going to a war zone. Around 2 hours later, Shepard was walking up the steps to his mech, the Marauder that Quintus had hooked him up with. Walking along, he spotted Fahad and a few others walking away from the mech, tools in hand. How's she doing? He asked. Ready for war, Fahad added. We made some adjustments to the cockpit, but beyond that, nothing much has changed. You ready for this? Looking at the mech, Shepard mulled over the thought in his head. He'd been trained by one of the most proficient mech warriors in the Inner Sphere, and had participated in a major war in another universe entirely. I've faced down the Collectors, he thought. I defeated a Reaper at the Citadel, and even survived dying. Piloting a mech will be a walk in the park, though I'm more than ready to survive if need be. Looking at Fahad, he said, I'm ready for this. Good attitude, Fahad nodded. Just don't let it get to your head. The mech's all yours now, Shepard. Good luck. With that, he walked always, leaving Shepard to get into his mech. Dropping down through the hatch into the mech, Shepard took off most of his clothing, save for his underwear, before getting into the SLDF cooling suit he'd been gifted. Once it was fitted comfortably, he quickly attached the tube that would feed coolant through the thousands of tiny tubes that were interwoven in the body stocking that made up most of the suit. Once it was on and activated, he put on his neuro helmet and connected the cord to the back of the helmet. Once all of that was neatly fit in, he heard a synthesized, feminine voice in his ears. Shepard had known of the system since his training as a mech warrior, as well as its affectionately given nickname of Bitchin' Betty. Neurohelmet activation detected. Please enter identification. November 351, Shepard replied. While he said this, he mentally thought through a series of commands. All of this was part of the security measures that would tell the Mad 3R he was piloting that it was him, and not some imposter claiming to be him. His fingers twitched as he recalled that one time where he accidentally mistook another mech warrior's mech for his own training one. Never want to do that again, he thought. The migraine headache was so bad that I needed the day off to recover from it. I don't know why some people would steal a mech if they have to go through that much pain to get one. Fortunately, the Marauder identified him as its pilot, as moments later, the voice said, identity confirmed. With that done, Shepard began powering up the mech. Reactor, online, the DIC, Diagnostic Interpretation Computer, reported as he powered up the miniaturized nuclear reactor that fed power to the war machine. Moving to the other systems, Shepard powered those up as well. Sensors, online, the DIC reported as Shepard hit the relevant switches. Almost immediately, the HUD built into the SLDF neurohelmet displayed various parts of the mech, from the reactor, to the weapons installed. At the same time, displays showing the status of his mech, from armor to weapons, cycled through their power-ups before displaying the required information. Manual controls also lit up in celebration at being reactivated. Flipping the master arm switch to the on position, he heard the DIC report, weapons, online. As he did this, the lights in the mech bay went out, before an alarm began to ring. As the mech was rotated around, he heard the DIC report, all systems, nominal. I'm ready for war, he smiled to himself. Keying his comms, he said, Commander, you there? It struck him how he was referring to Mason as a superior, not as an equal. Still, circumstances demanded that he follow proper protocol. I'm here, Mason replied. My archers ready to rock. Garrus, Rex? You two present? Ready, Garrus reported. Time to see how my riflemen will do. You guys got all the big toys, Rex complained. I'm stuck in this dinky little Centurion. Couldn't one of you gone one size smaller? Relax, Mason told Rex. The Centurion's a good mech. Just be careful with the autocannon/10 that you've got. It's known to have feeding problems if it's overworked, so take it easy on the thing. You got it, Rex nodded, though it was clear that he wanted to pilot one of the heavy mechs. A moment later, all conversation was halted when the dropship's mech bay doors opened wide. Once they were fully open, the Lance followed Mason's mech out into the open. Looking around, Shepard found himself and his mech in a large grassland. Beneath him, the grass was a bright green color, with thick clumps of trees present here and there. Mountains were present, but they were a long ways off in the background. Here, there were nothing but rolling hills, and the occasional cliff here and there. The sky was dotted with clouds, and he could see the blue-colored space beyond. What had his attention, though, was the large column of cumulonimbus clouds that towered into the sky like a menacing giant. Even from this distance, he thought he could see lightning streaking through the clouds. Hope we can get rid of the enemy forces before it arrives, he thought, though I doubt that'll be the case. With that in mind, he guided his marauder towards Mason's archer. It wasn't long before they ran into the AFFS forces that they had come to relieve. Rhianna's earlier words on them were quite fitting, as while their vehicles were intact, their armor was practically falling off by this point. Shepard could already tell that field repairs were being made, though the fact that the workers only had hand tools and hand welders meant that these were only temporary. They'll need a repair bay to conduct proper repairs, he noted. A moment later, a voice came over the radio. Nice of you to show up, a man's voice, presumably belonging to the commander of the AFFS forces, said tiredly. DCMS raiders are kicking our asses every time we use this route. If you can get rid of them permanently, that would be a big help. We'll do what we can, Mason replied. Anything you can tell us on the OP for? They're using a mixture of combat vehicles and light mechs to soften us up for the medium mechs. Some reports indicated the presence of a heavy mech as well, though those reports are as of now unconfirmed. If that's the case, though, then it's reasonable to claim that's their command mech. Got it. We'll keep an eye out for it. Do what you can. That we will. Thanks. With that, they began to move along the patrol route, while the AFFS forces retreated to lick their wounds. According to the map, the patrol route would take them through a series of large mountains and down into a canyon that was nearby. Already, Shepard didn't like what he was looking at. Too many places for an ambush, the tactical part of his mind noted. If we're ambushed in the hills or the canyon, the enemy has a high ground advantage. Apparently, Mason felt the same, as he made a low whistling sound. No wonder those guys were getting hammered, this is an ambush alley. After a few moments, he said, all right, here's the plan. Garrus, you and I will take the high ground along the route. Rex, you'll support Shepard in case he needs any help while you and he travel through the standard route. Remain vigilant. Those DCMS raiders are probably looking for an excuse to attack. Got it, the others replied. With that, Mason and Garrus moved to cover the hills, while Shepard and Rex continued on the standard route. As they continued to move through, Shepard began listening for any ambient sounds. Almost immediately, he didn't like what he was hearing. It's too quiet, he noted. Once more, the instinctual alarm bells in his mind began to ring loud and clear. Just as they began to reach the mouth of the canyon, his eyes widened as numerous red dots appeared on the radar display on his HUD. Incoming! He shouted. Rex, we've got hostiles. Got it, Rex shouted. I'll handle those little pyjacks. Aiming the Sol AC/10 on his mech, Rex fired into the trees, hoping to hit something. There was a loud explosion as the heap shell smacked into something. Moments later, a Jenner rushed out into the open, an unsightly gash on its left gun arm, courtesy of Rex's AC/10. Almost immediately, Shepard spotted the symbol of the Draconis Combine on the same arm, a red and black circle that held the snarling visage of a Chinese dragon inside of it. While Rex tangled with the light mech, Shepard spotted a combat vehicle moving in. Almost immediately, the HUD flashed the name and armament it had to him. Oh no, you don't, he thought as he angled his AC/5 towards the combat vehicle in question, a Manticore that was turning its main gun towards Rex's Centurion. Before it could fire its PPC, Shepard took aim and depressed the firing stud. 5 muted thunks echoed in the cockpit as 5.85mm heap rounds zipped through the air, before smashing into the Manticore. While most of the shells were stopped by the armor it sported, one shell happened to smash into the barrel of the PPC. There was a brilliant flash of sparks as the barrel was ripped off the tank, rendering the main gun completely useless. The gunner, realizing this, switched over to the LRMs and fired at Shepard. Spotting the incoming shells, Shepard threw the torso to the left, with the missiles smacking into the armor plating on his mech. He was jostled and jolted around by the blasts, though the armor held up to the assault it was subjected to. Turning the mech around, he fired the twin Donal PPCs in the Marauder's arm pods. In milliseconds, twin bolts of ionized particles cut through the air at extreme speeds, before smashing into the Manticore once again. This time, one of the bolts penetrated the compromised PPC on the combat vehicle, overloading internal capacitors and frying computer systems. Within seconds, an explosion consumed the Manticore, destroying it completely. "Look out!" Rex shouted. Spotting a pair of VTOLs, Shepard was about to fire when two sapphire laser beams cut through the air, sending each one tumbling to the ground. Both VTOLs exploded as their ammunition detonated from the high-speed impact. "I've got you covered," Garrus said over the COMM. "You keep fighting, Shepard." "Mason's got me covered." "Copy," Shepard replied as he moved to engage more DCMS forces. "Got him." Rex crowed as the hand actuator on his mech smashed into an enemy Jenner's center torso, crushing vital components and sever major electrical connections. "Killed my first mech." "Don't get cocky," Shepard admonished his friend. "That'll get you killed." "I know, Shepard." With that, they continued fighting, with Mason firing his LRMs every now and then to relieve the pressure on them. Eventually, Shepard began cycling through the scanner for more targets. Just then, the DIC reported, "New target, Dragon." Just as it said this, the very mech in question burst through the thick trees and into the open. "Mason, we've got a Dragon." Those reports were right after all, Mason frowned. "All right, we'll handle him. Shepard, since you're in a heavy mech, you've got dibs on him. I'm also detecting Shadow Hawks moving in on us as well. I'll handle them with Rex. Garrus, keep any VTOLs off of us and provide any long-range support that you can." "You got it," Garrus nodded as the large lasers on his rifleman fired off, this time downing a much larger VTOL than the previous two. "Affirmative," Shepard replied. Turning his mech towards the Dragon, he checked his armor and weapons. "So far, so good," he thought as he checked his armor and ammo. "Got around 4 more bursts for my AC/5, so I'll have to use those sparingly. Armor's doing okay, but it's starting to get thin on my left arm. I'll have to watch that area." Dispelling the thoughts, he focused on engaging the Dragon. The mech warrior controlling this particular mech was smarter than the rest, as the Dragon began to pull back towards the canyon. Following, Shepard fired both PPCs, with the bolts smashing into the armor plating on the enemy mech. Metal glowed white-hot before vaporizing, though it would take more than a couple hits to destroy the armor plating on the enemy mech's right arm. The enemy pilot, sensing this, fired the AC/5 and medium lasers at Shepard. Blinded, Shepard reacted reflexively and fired the AC/5. 5 more dull thunks rang out, each one marking a heap shell that had been fired. Apparently, the dice had been rolling in his favor, as moments later, the blinding mess of explosions and lasers stopped. When the air cleared, he saw the reason why. The enemy mech had been cored cleanly through the cockpit, with one of the shells having smashed through the cockpit armor. Shepard could see that much of the interior there was intact, save for the enemy mech warrior, who'd been splattered all over the inside of the cockpit. The ferroglass hadn't fared well either, with the edges having been melted and folded inward. "Wow!" Mason beamed, having seen the fight. "Nice shot, Shepard. That was a clean kill through the cockpit." "Really?" Shepard asked. "Really, Shepard? You don't see many cockpit kills, they're the hardest shots to hit." "Then I really did get lucky." While this was going on, Garrus was sitting pretty in his rifleman, firing the large laser that was installed at an enemy warrior VTOL. "So far, all's going well," he thought as he began to hum a war song from his home world of Palaven. "I've got plenty of ammo for the AC/5s, and my heat's doing quite nicely. I could get used to this." Spotting an enemy Igor, he fired off one of the AC/5s before firing a large laser. He hummed with satisfaction as he watched the enemy VTOL plummet to the ground like a stone, flames spouting from holes in its chassis all the way to the ground. "Target down. Now, where is? Watch it!" Mason shouted. "We've got 2 Shadow Hawks inbound." Jarrett out of his thoughts, Garrus quickly turned the mech around. True to form, 2 Shadow Hawks were approaching their position. From the looks of it, the mech warriors thought that Garrus was on his own, without support. "They're in for a nasty surprise," he thought. "Rex! I've got him!" Rex shouted. Moments later, his Centurion burst out from the woods nearby like a snake lashing out at its prey. Both enemy mech warriors were caught off guard by the surprise attack, with Rex nailing one with his mech's AC/10. While Garrus began firing on that one with his medium lasers, the other enemy mech was able to get a shot off as Rex fired the AC/10 again, or rather would have. Inside his mech, Rex frowned as he heard a loud whirring sound before it stopped. "Warning, AC/10 jammed," the DIC reported. Snarling, Rex lashed out with the mech's sole hand actuator, landing a solid hit on the enemy mech. At the same time, he brought the shield arm to bear, blocking a hit from one of the mech's small lasers. He was about to fire the LRMs from this short distance when twin emerald beams cut through the air, tearing off one of the Jenner's legs after burning through the relatively thin armor. "Got it!" Mason shouted. "You okay?" "My AC/10 jammed," Rex replied. "Hang on. I've got an idea." Moving the mech over to a large rock, he said, "Fahad's gonna have my hide for this," before smashing the arm with the AC/10 into the rock. There was a loud, metallic crack as the short recoil barrel smashed into the rock. At the same time, Rex heard a loud ping before he looked at the readout for the weapons. The red flashing bar for the AC/10 reverted to a solid gray, before it turned a yellow color. "AC/10 operational," the DIC reported. "Caution, AC/10 damaged. Accuracy degraded." "Tell me something I don't know," Rex thought irritably. "Commander, I've got good news," Rian reported over the COMM. "That appears to be the last of the raiding force that was bothering this patrol route. Overall, I tally 10 combat vehicles down, and a lance of DCMS mechs destroyed." "Not bad," Mason beamed. "Not bad at all. Land the dropship as close as you can to our location. We're going to get some salvage." Switching frequencies, he said, "Shepard, good work for your first mission. Now, I need you and the others to guard the area while Fahad gets the salvage team out to grab us some goodies." "Good," Rex nodded. "Hope he can fix my AC/10. I had to get a little creative in unjamming it." "I can already tell," Fahad frowned, apparently looking at a diagnostic readout. "When you're back aboard, Rex, you and I are going to have a talk about treating your equipment properly. I didn't fix that bloody autocannon, only to have you break it out there." "All right, settle down," Mason ordered. "Rihanna, what's our salvage window?" 4 hours, Rihanna replied. "Then we'd better get to it," he decided, even as Shepard and the others came back to guard the booty that was ready to be pilfered. Chapter 10, Talks and Progress. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my MechWarrior/BattleTech, Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support and feedback. I greatly appreciate it. My apologies for not being able to upload this chapter earlier. Life was going on, and things were busy. Either way, thank you for your patience and support, and I hope to continue to receive that patience and support as this crossover progresses. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the MechWarrior/BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. MDS Cavalier. Crossing 4. March 17, 3020. The interior of the dropship was alive with activity as technicians and repair personnel went to work conducting repairs on the mechs that had been involved with the fighting at New Aberdeen. For the most part, there wasn't anything to worry about, as the only damage done was to the armor, not to the internal components of the mechs themselves. The only other thing was a damaged autocannon that had been fixed during the fight. That was the real reason why Fahad was currently looking for Rex. If there was one thing that irritated the chief technician the most, it was mech warriors abusing their equipment on the battlefield. Part of this was due to the mentality that most mech warriors had, with most seeing themselves as some incarnation of knightly order. The other part was usually due to desperation if something went wrong. It didn't take him long to find Rex, who was inside a storage room, reading something while sitting on his cot. "Rex?" Fahad asked. "You got a minute?" Rex frowned. He knew that his chewing out was coming sooner rather than later. Might as well get it over with, he decided. "Yeah. I take it that you're wanting to talk about the autocannon." "Bloody right you are," Fahad nodded, the irritation in his voice showing through. "I got that thing fixed and ready to go, then you break it out there, you clumsy arse. Do you have any idea as to how long it takes to fix one of those bloody things?" "I know," Rex replied. "If it helps, I didn't do it because I had a choice. I was in a fight when it jammed up on me, so I had to use a rock to unjam the thing. I won't do it again, though. That was a one-time thing." "That had better be the case, Rex. I don't want to bust up that thing any more than I have to. You're fortunate, though, that we found a better autocannon in the salvage that we got. At least it won't jam on you anymore. Just don't do it again." "I won't," Rex agreed. "Good." With that, Fahad left the storage room, satisfied that he'd made his point loud and clear to the Krogan. Mason, who'd been watching the entire thing, shook his head in respect towards Fahad. "I was a little worried that Rex would be difficult, based on what that note pewter about his species said, he thought to himself. I'm relieved to see that he's calmer than the note Pewter suggested he would be. In fact, I'm quite happy to see that he's doing well. Walking towards his quarters, he climbed up the steps and entered his room. Activating the flat-screen monitor, he began to review the financial report for the Masons Cavaliers Mercenary Company. Well, it's not too bad, he thought. We've got around 8 million C-bills in our bank account, and the repairs ate around 500,000 C-bills. Still, it's cheaper than repairing in contested areas. The demand for spare parts and equipment due to the ongoing conflicts there causes the price to skyrocket, and high prices are not conducive to long-term business. As he worked, his mind began to drift towards the performance of Shepard and his alien friends. They did really well, he smiled. They kept the DCMS away from us while we conducted salvage operations, and they hammered the enemy forces. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that they were born mech warriors. He reminded himself to give Garrus and Shepard a little bonus pay for their excellent showing of skill. With that, his eyes drifted towards a photograph on his desk. The photograph showed him standing alongside a man with brown hair that was starting to show hints of grey. A pair of green eyes looked out from the frame towards him, with both eyes framed by a handsome face. In the photo, the man was wearing a cooling vest, and had a neuro helmet nestled in his left arm, while his right arm was wrapped around the shoulders of the other person. Picking up the photograph, Mason couldn't help but shed a few tears for the man in the photo, his late father, Nikolai Mason. Even after all this time, the emotional pain from losing his father still echoed powerfully in his mind. Stroking the photo, he thought, I'm sorry I couldn't bring you home, Dad. The least that I can do is make those bastards pay for what they did to you. He put the photograph down on the desk again. I don't care if it takes a year, or most of my life, but I will avenge your death, Dad. Until the man that killed you is dead, I will not stop hunting him. His hands tightened in contained rage at the image of the mech that had fired the shell that killed his father. Breathing in and out, he forced the emotion back down. It was at moments like this that he could hear his father's voice in his mind. Calm yourself, he could hear his father's voice saying to him. A good mech warrior always keeps his emotions under control, even when he is in a highly stressful situation. Breathing in and out, he felt the rage from earlier fade away, leaving nothing but a quiet weariness behind. Sighing, he went back to work making sure the Merc Company's financial future was secure. While this was going on, Shepard was moving through the mech bay towards the gymnasium. As he walked along, he spotted Fahad and a few others pulling the damaged AC-10 off of the Centurion Rex had piloted on their previous mission. Walking over, he asked, Rex is doing, I take it. Yep, Fahad nodded. Bloody idiot tapped the muzzle of the autocannon in order to unjam it. Got that right, but he damaged the muzzle of the gun. Now we're having to repair and replace it. I see, Shepard observed. After a moment, he asked. You know, I didn't spend too much time thinking about the various models of autocannons out there. Which one is this? This one Air. Fahad replied. This AC-10 is the Luxor D series. It's a good autocannon, except for the fact that it's known to have feeding problems. Something about the autoloader causes it to jam at times. I've looked at ways of coming up with a fix, but I haven't found one that wouldn't cause even more problems. I even checked the schematics to see if I could come up with a solution that wouldn't cause problems. No such luck there either. Perhaps it's a bad autoloader design. Maybe, but it could be any number of things for all we know. Still, given that we managed to salvage a higher quality AC-10 out of the muck, we're giving your big friend a much needed upgrade. What autocannon did you find? A Sarlon Maxi cannon. It's similar in a lot of ways to the Chemjet 185mm gun, but it's much higher in terms of quality. Now, if we really could, I'd slap a Western Heavy into this thing. That is, in my honest opinion, a bloody excellent AC-10. The real cream of the crop. Let me guess. It fires the fastest out of the AC-10s and has excellent range and accuracy. Pretty much, Shepard. Those Concordat folks know how to build an autocannon, or at least an AC-10, the right way. I see, Shepard nodded. I won't take up any more of your time. Hope the refit goes well. Me too, Shepard. Also, nice work keeping your mech intact. Thanks. Turning around, Shepard began to head for the crew quarters. Walking inside, he found Nyreen and Garrus sitting on one of the bunks in the room. Once more, Nyreen was breastfeeding one of her children, cooing happily as her child drank the milk that her breasts produced for the infant. Garrus, though, was scowling as he changed out Nilith's diapers. The smell was almost immediate, with Shepard wrinkling his nose at the odor. Good day, I take it? He asked. For her, yes, Garrus replied. Not for me, though. I pulled the short stick, so I have to take care of Nilith's diapers. As if he'd been insulted, the infant looked at Garrus with the infant's equivalent of an insulted expression. I know, Nilith, but that's how it is, he said to the infant. A moment later, he got the clean diapers on and said, "There, all finished. Happy?" "Sure looks like it," Shepard remarked. Turning to Nyreen, he watched as she covered her breast up, having finished nursing Celicia. "She doing good?" "Certainly," Nyreen replied. "She's getting heavy, what with all the milk that I've been feeding her. Still, I wouldn't want it any other way." She nuzzled Celicia as she said this, purring all the while. That was when something interesting happened. Shepard was about to talk when Celicia said something. It was unintelligible to Shepard, but the moment Nyreen heard it, her eyes widened with amazement and wonder. "Shepard," she gasped. "She just said mama, or at least tried to." "What?" Garrus asked, coming over. "What happened?" "Celicia's learning how to speak," Shepard replied. "We just heard her first word." The moment he heard that, Garrus' face lit up with the same kind of joy that he'd felt when Nyreen had given birth. That's wonderful." He beamed. "Celicia's starting to make some headway. I hope Nilus can do the same." "He will," Nyreen replied, a similar joy on her facial plates. "I'm just happy that Celicia is starting to make the first steps towards learning how to talk. I wonder if she can walk, though." "Let's find out," Garrus nodded. Taking Celicia out of Nyreen's arms, he gently placed her 2 feet onto the ground, while gently holding her upper torso up with her hands. "I'm going to let you go now, Celicia," he warned the infant. "Okay." When no response came, he let go of the child. At first, Celicia stumbled to the ground, but then she surprised everyone. With some effort, and quite a bit of clumsiness, she slowly got up onto her 2 feet. Moments later, she began to walk forwards. At first she fell over, but as the minutes passed, she quickly began to gain some form of coordination, though her gait was quite wide. Garrus, seeing this, let out a deep, throaty, and joyful laugh as he picked Celicia up. "She can walk." He beamed. "She's still quite unsteady and uncoordinated, but she can walk." "How old is she?" Shepard asked. "I think she's around 22 months old," Nyreen replied. "Then that makes sense," Shepard replied. "According to Shakwas, human toddlers learn how to walk when they're around 14 months old. Celicia and Nilus are certainly older than that, though, to be fair, I don't know how long it takes for Turian children to walk." "Around 20 months, Garrus clarified. "Still, I'm deeply happy to see that our children can walk. Soon, we'll be able to homeschool them. Now that will be a rewarding experience, wouldn't you agree?" "I do," Nyreen beamed. "What's going on?" came a familiar voice. Turning around, Shepard found Mason looking inside of the quarters, both eyes looking around. "I heard something in here." "Garrus and Nyreen's children can walk," Shepard replied. "We were just discussing when they were able to walk." "That explains the laughter that I heard," Mason remarked. Looking at the 2 toddlers, he said, "You know, I never really got to spend time around them, what with the affairs I usually have and all." "Mind if I?" "Certainly," Nyreen replied. "Just be careful, though. They're still quite young, and I don't want them getting hurt." "I'll do my best," Mason nodded. Walking into the room, he sat down on one of the cots and took Nilus in his arms. The toddler didn't know him at all, though it was clear to him that, if his mother and father were willing to allow this unusual-looking thing to hold him, then he was going to be fine. As such, Nilus remained quiet, though he began to play with Mason's beard. "Ack!" Mason mock gasped as the toddler played with his facial hair. "You're a curious one, aren't you?" At the lack of a response, he said, "Well, don't worry. Soon, you'll be able to run around and play." Looking at Garrus and Nyreen, he said, "It's a shame we can't have them running around when we're in port. Kids need social interaction with other kids." "True," Shepard nodded. "If time permits, we could swing around to New Avalon." "Agreed, though only if time permits," Mason nodded. "Besides, our contracts might take us all the way to the Lyran Commonwealth, for all I know. Gotta follow the contracts and money, after all." "That's very true." Getting up, Shepard said, "It was good talking with you, Nyreen. I hope you and your children continue to do well." "Thank you," Nyreen replied. Just as she said this, Nilus began to whine and complain. A confused expression came over Mason's face. Did I do something wrong?" he asked. "No," Nyreen replied, taking back Nilus, while exposing one of her breasts. "He's hungry." Turian children become vocal when they're hungry. Nestling the toddler in her arms, she gently leaned his head towards the nipple that would allow the toddler to drink the perfectly formulated milk that her body produced for toddlers of his age. "And this is my cue to exit stage left," Mason nodded. "See you around." "Same here," Shepard replied. With that, he walked out of the quarters with Mason, while Nyrene's cooing echoed from the room as the door slid closed. She's an excellent mother, he admitted to Mason. True, Mason agreed. You know, in an odd way, she reminds me of my mom. Call me emotional, but she reminds me of a more innocent time. She also reminded me of my mom and dad too. Who were they? My dad was Nikolai Mason. He married my mother, Co-Reed, shortly after she started the Merc company that I'm running. Back then, it was called Chloe's Cavaliers. Dad never really talked about where he came from, though I think Mom knew. Still, we had a good relationship, he and I. He never talked about his past, but he was a damn good man, and a good father at that too. I take it life wasn't easy then. It never was. We always had to worry about how much money we had, or if we could put food on the table. It was a rough, but happy time. Eventually, they made the big time, and we had plenty of money. The best part, though, were the relationships that we had with each other. Mom was stern but kind, and the same went for Dad. I think he enjoyed being a mercenary more than anything. So, what happened? Someone killed my father, Mason replied, the tears threatening to return, even as he furiously blinked them away. We were out on a mission to make sure someone paid their bills on time when we were ambushed by another mercenary group. Dad kept telling me to get out of the area, while he held them off. I tried to save him, but one of those bastards killed him. Cored him through the cockpit with an autocannon shell. He trailed off, unable to continue from the dark memory. Shepard, though, knew the pain that Mason was going through. I'm sorry, he said sympathetically. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. It's all right, Mason replied. You didn't know what happened, so there's no need to apologize. Still, I appreciate your candor. Not much of that around here nowadays. Clearing his throat and wiping at his eyes, he said, I also wanted to tell you that you did an excellent job out there, Shepard. Few mech warriors have that kind of skill right out the gate. Thank you, though I'm certain that there are mech warriors that are smarter and better than I am out there. True, but that's why I like you, Shepard. You're honest with you and your friends' capabilities. Too many mech warriors inflate their sense of worth far past what they really are. I try to avoid them as much as I possibly can. Thank you for those words. You're welcome, Mason nodded. After a moment, he said, thanks for sweeping by, Shepard. I appreciate it. You're welcome. Any new missions yet? Well, Rian is currently working on lining up more contracts for us. The Davian/Kurita frontline area is still rife with contracts, though I want to build up our rep with House Davian. Besides, the Draconis Combine doesn't really like mercenaries like us, they tend to shirk us on pay and salvage rights. Sounds like you don't like them at all. I don't. I did a contract with them around 2 years ago. Never want to work with those assholes again. They make the Capellans look nice, and that says a lot about them. I believe you there. Vega said the same about them. After a moment, he said, I should probably go check on my Marauder. Make sure it's ready when I need it. Smart plan, Mason agreed. You can never check up on your mech too many times in my opinion. With that, both men went their separate ways, one to manage finances, and the other to make sure his gear was ready to rock. Meanwhile, if there was something that Dr. Cranston had to admit, it was that he never knew that working with an artificial intelligence, much less one like EDI, would be such a privilege. Sipping at some warm coffee as he leaned back in a staff break room, he looked at a noteputer that had a report on the current status of NAIS efforts to reverse engineer some of the low tech that they had. Looks like our efforts to reverse engineer the so-called quantum blue box are proceeding slowly, but steadily, he noted to himself. In his honest opinion, reverse engineering the technology on the Normandy was, by far, the most difficult endeavor that the scientists at NAIS had ever undertaken. Still, if there was one thing he knew about the people at NAIS, it was that they relished a challenge like what the Normandy had presented. As for his area of expertise, it was doing quite nicely. Dr. Cranston was on the team that was currently working on reverse engineering the battle computer that had been recovered from the Helm Field Library. It had taken a few months to work out the basics with EDI's help, and now they were busy working out how to manufacture the damned thing. Still, if all goes well with reverse engineering the tech that Shepard's crew brought along, we can render the Tacticon B2000 battle computer obsolete, he thought. Their tech will cause a major revolution in microchip and memory storage technologies. We might even be able to make our own Omni tools if all goes well. That led him to remember a term that the NAIS personnel had coined to describe the technology that Shepard and his team brought along. After talking with Engineer Adams, some of the personnel had taken to calling the Normandy a collection of so-called mass tech, a shorthand way of referring to mass effect field technology. It was a good term, as it was memorable, and perfectly described the tech in question. That led his mind to drift back to EDI. The Normandy's AI was turning out to be quite a helpful researcher herself, despite the fact that she was originally created for cyber warfare. Despite her original purpose, she was able to run computations and simulations in seconds and minutes, that would otherwise take hours, if not days, to perform with the computers in the lab. As he finished the report, he heard an aide walking up to him. "What is it?" he asked. "We've got some good news," the aide replied. "We've managed to work out how to manufacture a suitable copy of the Tacticon B2000 battle computer." The news caused Cranston, who'd been sipping his coffee at the exact same moment, to choke on it for a moment. Spitting it out, he coughed loudly as he used a napkin to clean himself off. "Come again?" he strained out. "You what?" "We found a workaround for creating something very similar, if not completely identical, to the Tacticon B2000. How?" Cranston asked, surprised. "I thought it would take a few years before we figured out how to do that." "So did we," the aide nodded. Surprisingly, though, Engineer Adams, along with EDI, had an epiphany. After working through some of the schematics, they determined a suitable workaround for creating something similar after they identified where previous efforts to replicate the battle computer failed. Once they told us that, we looked for a potential supplier given what we were working with. The good news is that we found one, thanks to EDI and Engineer Adams' efforts to find a solution to the problem. "Really?" Cranston asked. "That's amazing. At least our hard work is finally beginning to pay off. What about the rest of the low-tech and mass-tech that the others are working on?" "Still coming slowly, but steadily," the aide replied. "I predict that it'll be around 5 years before we reverse engineer a fraction of the low-tech that we found, and around 2 decades before we reverse engineer the mass-tech Shepard's team brought along." "Well, that'll be enough for me. Keep working at it. I've got a good feeling coming from this." "Me too." Chapter 11, Dueling the Dragon. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my MechWarrior/BattleTech Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support. I greatly appreciate it. I've noticed that some of you are concerned that there won't be any major events in the next few chapters. Thanks to your feedback, I've decided to do a time skip to a future event. We're probably looking at a few years, to satisfy your curiosity there. Either way, thank you for your wonderful support, and I hope to see you in future chapters. As always, leave a review, and enjoy. Disclaimer: I do not own the MechWarrior/BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. MDS Cavalier. Elidera 4. July 12, 3020. The next 4 months were spent at the contested region where House Davian and House Kurita were fighting each other over possession of the various planets within that region. The Merc Company, while not absolutely wealthy, was doing quite well for itself, with contracts coming in and being completed. Every little bit helped, from improving the reputation of the company, to getting them the necessary sea bills required to remain in operation. Walking along the mech bay's upper catwalks, Shepard looked at his marauder with something akin to pride on his face. The mech was still in good nick, mostly due to a combination of Fahad's careful care, as well as Shepard's tactics. "I know why some people get into melee combat with those things," he'd thought at one point, "but I much prefer hitting them from range instead of getting my ass beat when they're too close. At least we haven't had to swap out the weapons, yet." He was about to leave when he felt something tugging at his leg, along with a quiet, "da-da." Turning around and looking down, Shepard found himself looking at Nilus. Despite being only 26 months old, Garrus and Nyrene's children were greatly improving when it came to their physical coordination. While their gaits were wider than normal still, they didn't stumble around anymore when they walked. Morden would probably say that it has to do with their home world, Shepard thought as he looked at the little Turian toddler. "I'm not your dad, but I'll take you to him." Hefting the toddler onto his shoulders, he was surprised by Nilus' weight. "Whoa! You're getting heavy, Nilus." Walking along into the crew quarters, he spotted Garrus and Nyrene talking with each other. Celicia was standing next to Nyrene, though she was holding onto her mother's leg in order to steady herself. Turian children grow up fast, Shepard noted as he walked over. "Here," he said to Nyrene as he handed Nilus over. "Tugged on my pants and asked me if I was his dad. Is that normal?" "Yes," Nyrene replied, purring as she took her son into her arms. He was probably trying to say something else, though they don't know much English, or Palavance yet. Looking at Garrus, she said, "You think it might be time to teach our children how to speak?" "In a couple weeks, definitely," Garrus nodded. "We can get started right now if you want," though I'd wait until Mason tells us if he's got another mission ready for us. I have to admit, I thought I'd be bored with the life of a mercenary in the inner sphere. Good to see I was wrong. Don't forget where you came from, Shepard reminded him. I won't, Shepard. Whenever I look at Celicia and Nilus, I'm reminded of how we ended up here, and why we have to succeed if we're going to get back home. Still, I'm puzzled as to how we'll do that. Like you said when we first got onto Mason's dropship, I'll end up finding a way back, even if it's not intentional on my part. After a moment, he asked, so, how are you liking your rifleman? It's the bomb, Garrus beamed. The autocannons are slick, the large lasers powerful, and I haven't gotten into any close-range fights yet. Of course, I've got Rex to back me up. True. Say, have they found a larger mech for Rex yet? Nope. We're still fighting relatively lightweight mechs compared to what we've got. Rex is actually in that weight range with the Centurion he's been assigned to. I've heard rumors that, if we make enough money, Mason might buy another dropship in order to expand the Merc Company even more. We might even set up a permanent base in the Federated Suns, and rinse and repeat for the Lyran Commonwealth and Free Worlds League. If those rumors are true, then that would be very nice. We'd be able to handle more than one contract at a time, though we'd have to find someone that could adequately lead a lance of mercenaries. Say, Shepard, you led us quite nicely. You think you could be a good Merc commander? I'm not sure, Garrus. Leading a group of mercenaries in battle mechs is not the same as commanding a ground force of elite infantry personnel. There are more things to take into account, along with the unpredictable nature of war. I'm not sure if I'm up to cut for that. I guess we'll find out, if the rumors are true. Garrus was about to continue when the intercom buzzed. Commander Shepard, Garrus Vakarian, not Rex, report to CIC immediately. Shepard, Garrus, and Rex, report to CIC immediately. Good thing we're already close by, Shepard shrugged. We'll have to finish our talk at a later time. Right now, it's time for war. Agreed, Garrus nodded. Before he left, Nyreen set her child down and held Garrus's waist with her hands. Moments later, her tongue wrapped around Garrus as they kissed, the two moaning happily before they parted. Stay safe, she told him. I love you. I will, Garrus replied. Kissing her one more time, he said, and I love you too. With that, the two parted, with Nyreen staying to tend to her children, while Garrus went to the CIC. As soon as they entered the CIC, Shepard found Mason and Rihanna at the hollow table, the two of them talking in low voices. Commander, Shepard asked, is there something you need? Yeah, I need all hands on deck, Mason replied. We were about to head to the border between the Capellan Confederation and Federated Suns when we got this transmission. Apparently, we pissed someone off on our last mission. It took a moment for Shepard's memory to figure out what Mason meant. I remember, he replied. We were tearing apart that one military base that the DCMS had set up on New Aberdeen. Correct. Correct, Mason nodded. The planet is still contested by the Draconis Combine, but that's where something came up. A few hours ago, Rihanna got this transmission from somewhere on the planet. Moments later, he began the playback. It wasn't long before a Japanese accented voice began speaking. To the dishonorable mercenaries known as Mason's Cavaliers, I am Takushima Hiranito of the Draconis Combined Mustard Soldiery. Your previous actions in destroying our military base at New Aberdeen was a highly dishonorable act, one that has not gone unnoticed by the arm of the dragon. Therefore, for your dishonor, I hereby challenge you to a duel on the very planet that you are orbiting right now. Face me and my fellow warriors in honorable combat. Should you run, I call you a coward, and I will pursue you and your band of mangy dogs to the ends of the inner sphere. Face me, and I will grant you a warrior's death. The choice is yours. Choose wisely. With that, the playback ended. Sounds like we ticked someone off, Garrus remarked. Then again, when haven't we ticked someone off in the past? Good point, Shepard nodded. This Takushima individual seemed quite angry, if the playback was anything to judge by. He does sound that way, Rihanna agreed. Still, if we've gotten someone this disgruntled at us, then it means that our reputation precedes us more than we anticipated. Still, I'm not certain if accepting is a good idea. I understand that, Shepard nodded. I'm not one for duels of honor. Typically, I'd just shoot the bastard and be done with it. My thoughts exactly, Mason nodded. Looking at the holographic projection of Elytra, he said, we can't simply run, otherwise this guy will come after us all the same. If we take him head on, we risk falling into a trap. Any ideas? I say we spring the trap, Rex, who had arrived a few minutes ago, suggested. We could have you meet him alone, but have us waiting in cover nearby so that, when he challenges you to a fight, we ambush him. It's the best plan we have for a success. Sounds like a plan, Garrus nodded, but how are we certain that this Takushima isn't going to cheat? The guy didn't sound exactly stable when he issued this challenge. We're not, Rex replied, but it's a chance we have to take. I'd rather not have this little pyjak chase us all over the galaxy if I can help it. We fight him now, we get rid of him for good and he won't come and bother us anymore. Sounds like you've got experience with this sort of thing, Mason noted. I've been chased by more idiots than you can imagine, Rex replied. Besides, I have no enemies, mostly because they're all dead. This guy'll be just one more name to the list of kills that I've got. Besides, we're doing the universe a favor by getting rid of this stupid asshole. Mason couldn't help but chuckle at that. That's a good way of putting it. Rihanna, send a reply to Takushima and inform him that we accept. Shepard, Rex, Garrus, you two should get your mechs ready to rock for when the fight begins. It'll probably be a day or two from now, so we've got a little time to work with. Rihanna, inform me if anything changes. You've got it, Commander, Rihanna nodded. Good, Mason nodded. Keying the intercom, he asked, Fahad, you there? I'm here, Commander, Fahad replied, his voice emanating from speakers on the hollow table. What do you need? I need you to help Shepard, Rex, and Garrus make sure their mechs are ready to rock. Turns out, some asshole from the DCMS decided to challenge us to a duel. We're going to show that prick how mercenaries answer challenges like that. We've got at least a day to get ready. No worries, sir. The mechs are already fully repaired and ready to go. We'll do one more sweep, though, to make sure we didn't miss anything. Also, if Rex is there, tell him not to abuse the Sarlon maxi cannon that we installed. I don't want to have to fix that thing all the time, although I will say he hasn't damaged it yet. No promises, Rex replied, though I did say that it was a one-time thing. Bloody hell. Fahad jumped, a little startled. Is the entire gang there? Yep. Shepard nodded, along with Garrus and Rex. Fuck me running. I ain't gonna live that one down, am I? Nope, Garrus grinned. Terrific. With that, the intercom clicked off. Rihanna chuckled at that. Sounds like you embarrassed Fahad, Rex. Hey, I didn't intend for that to happen, Rex replied. It's good for him, though, Garrus nodded. Everyone needs some ridicule, every so often, to help them keep themselves grounded. True on that, Shepard nodded. Either way, let's not stand around for much longer. There's work to be done. With that, everyone dispersed to make sure their equipment was ready to rock. True enough, Takushima's reply came after a few hours, indicating that the DCMS forces had accepted their counter-reply and were coming. That gave them a couple days to make sure their equipment was ready, before they landed on the surface of the planet. As such, when the day of the duel arrived, Shepard was inside his mech, making sure everything was fully operational. What a drab little world, he thought as he looked at a satellite photograph of Elidara 4. The planet had oceans, but much of the continents were a drab green mixed with dark browns, and the occasional bit of grey-hued mountains. Beyond that, it was quite a boring little place, with not much industry, though large tracts of land were being cleared in preparation for farms, since the soil was quite fertile. That was also why it was a contested planet, with DCMS and AFFS forces fighting over the fertile soil that would, if all went well, feed millions of people. As for the duel location, it was out in the open, in a rainforest that had trees tall enough that even the tallest of mechs would be hidden by the growth. Close targeting won't be good unless we're at close ranges, Shepard thought as he went through the reactor power-up sequence. We'll have to be ready to brawl with the enemy. Good thing the Marauder is designed for engaging enemies at various ranges. He took a moment to look at Garrus' mech and Rex's mech. Due to the close quarters that they would be fighting in, Garrus was going to have to rely on Rex to keep him covered in case an enemy mech got too close to him. Fortunately, Rex's AC-10 allowed him to brawl effectively, along with the two medium lasers that he had. A few seconds later, he finished going through the mech power-up sequence. By now, getting his mech online and ready was second nature to him, with the N7 commander quickly getting his mech online and ready for a fight. I'm ready to go, he told the others. Good, Mason nodded. Good thing we reconfigured my archer with SRMs before we were challenged by Takushima. Garrus, I'll keep you covered, while Rex keeps Shepard covered. Copy. Copy, Garrus nodded. Frankly, I'm frustrated with the close quarters fighting we'll be doing. Rifleman mechs were not designed with this in mind. I understand, just do what you can to avoid being killed. I do not want to have to face an irate and grieving Nyrene. Rex. I'll keep Shepard covered, Rex replied. Hopefully my new autocannon will do some damage this time around. So long as you don't break it. Yeah, I got it. With that, their mechs were rotated around, allowing them to exit the now open mech bay and onto the planet. Looking around, Shepard found that the rainforest was denser than he thought it would be. Trees towered over the area, with the dropship having settled into a clearing that was just large and level enough. In addition, the rainforest area had large columns of rock sticking out of the ground like old bones in the ground. The sky was visible between breaks in the trees, though it was also starting to rain. I don't like this one bit, he told Mason. It's too confined and we might be walking into an ambush. Agreed, Mason nodded. I'm betting that Tokushima is just gloating over the choice of location he picked out. Still, if we play our cards right, we can turn that around on him. Looking at a satellite map of the area, he said, okay, here's the plan. Shepard, you will move up on the left side, along that rocky ridge. Garrus and Rex will take the right side, and I'll be in the middle. That way, we can cover everyone effectively. Understood. Got it, Shepard nodded. With that, he moved towards the right, along a rocky ridge, while Garrus and Rex moved through the forest as carefully as they could, while moving towards higher ground. Mason, on the other hand, continued moving forwards along the low ground, his mech occasionally knocking down a tree or two. It wasn't long before he spotted contacts on his sensor screen. Contact, he told Shepard and the others. I'm reading 4 mechs up ahead. Looks like we're facing a heavy mech and a few medium mechs. Garrus, do you have anything? I do, Garrus reported. Looks like he brought no one else along. I'll keep an eye out in case that changes. Rex. Ready and waiting, Rex replied. I can't wait to squash those little pyjacks to dust. Focus, Mason ordered. No heroics, gentlemen. I want all of us to come back home safe and sound. Understood. You got it. A few seconds later, Mason heard another voice speaking over the COMM. Commander Mason, Tokushima, as it sounded exactly like him, sneered. You have arrived. At least you are not completely devoid of a sense of honor. I will make the dragon proud by killing you and your mercenary friends. We'll see about that, Mason remarked. Looking at the screens, he said, so, 3 Shadow Hawks and an Orion. Isn't that a little heavy for dealing with a measly little archer like mine? One of the DCMS mech warriors was about to protest when Tokushima said, your reputation precedes you, Commander Mason. I would not be surprised if you played some foul trick on me and my fellow Ronin. After all, never underestimate your enemy. A moment later, he said, leave him to me. I will have the honor of silencing this dishonorable mercenary filth. Then that pleasure will be mine, Mason nodded, before clicking his communicator button twice. Of course, you won't be seeing anything soon, because you'll be quite dead. Enough. One of the DCMS mech warriors shouted, firing his weapons at Mason. While they missed, it immediately showed where they were at. That single error was enough to enrage Tokushima, now that his own ambush had been ruined. You fool! He roared at the mech warrior in question. You have dishonored the dragon through your impulsiveness. You will rectify your mistake by killing Mason here and now. At that moment, all hell broke loose. Surprise! Garrus shouted as he fired his AC-5S, while Rex, who'd snuck closer to the mercs, burst out into the open, smashing a hand actuator into one of the Shadow Hawks while firing his new AC-10. At the same time, Shepard fired both PPCs, blasting off the right center torso off of one of the enemy mechs. While Tokushima was taken off guard, he didn't lose his wits for a second. Spread out! He ordered. Force them from their hiding holes. Commander Mason is mine. With that, his Orion smashed through some trees, where he could clearly see Mason. At that moment, Mason fired the 2 SRM-6S in his mech, sending them careening through the air and into the Orion. Armor was peeled off as explosive warheads smashed into the enemy mech, while shrapnel bounced around underneath the hardened outer layers. The impacts also forced the Orion backwards somewhat, with Tokushima having to wait until his gyro had compensated. Taking advantage of this, Mason closed the distance and fired all 4 medium lasers. Armor plating melted and vaporized as high-energy photons heated them up, leaving unsightly scars along the center torso region on the Orion. Once close enough, Mason began using the hand actuators to smash even more armor. Rex, I could use a hand. Garrus shouted as he began fending off an enemy Shadow Hawk. While the rifleman's front was well armored, Garrus was sweating buckets as he fought to keep his enemy facing the front of the mech. If the Shadow Hawk's weapons began attacking the comparatively thin rear armor, then he would be in trouble. I'm coming! Rex shouted. Just as the enemy Shadow Hawk would have begun firing on the rear armor, Rex smashed a hand actuator into the enemy mech, forcing the enemy mech warrior to disengage and fight him. Thanks! Garrus shouted. I thought I was a goner there. You're welcome! Rex shouted. Get your ass further back, and hit them from a distance. Working on it! Garrus shouted. In the meanwhile, Shepard was also dealing with an enemy mech, the one whose right center torso he'd blasted off with a lucky hit. Swinging one of the arm pods out, he smashed the right arm pod into the cockpit. While it wasn't as well armored, the cockpit had just enough to withstand the blow. Damn it, he thought. I can't get a killing blow in at this distance. That left him with two options: he could continue fighting with the arm pods, or he could attempt to use the medium lasers he had. Taking the second option, he fired both medium lasers, forcing the enemy mech warrior to back up. As soon as he crossed the 90-meter distance, Shepard fired both PPCs. Twin beams of energy shot out of the arm pods and smashed into the enemy Shadow Hawk, blasting off the last of the enemy target's center torso armor and leaving the substructure exposed. At the same time, the HUD on Shepard's helmet flickered and distorted as the electronics fought to remain operational despite the feedback loop that had briefly formed. Guessing, he fired the AC-5. He scored a lucky hit, with the enemy mech's center torso blowing apart. Get back! He heard Rex shout. It's going to blow. True to form, Shepard watched as explosions ripped out of where the ammo for the enemy mech's AC-5 was at, while a bright blue-white glow began to form. Staggering the mech back, he fought to increase the distance between himself and the enemy mech. He was just in time. Seconds later, there was a loud boom as the fusion engine inside of the enemy mech went critical. A large mushroom cloud, akin to one created by an atomic bomb, blasted into the air, while a dazzlingly bright light blinded Shepard. While the explosion wasn't large by any means, it had just enough force to unbalance his mech. Fighting to keep control, he shouted as the cockpit tilted backwards all of a sudden. While inconvenient, it did something he didn't expect: it distracted Tokushima. While they'd been fighting, Mason and Tokushima had been duking it out with each other. You will fall by my hand today, Mason. The irate mech warrior shouted. Your friends are good, but I will silence you, then I will kill them. Come on, Mason thought with frustration as he fired the SRMs again, blasting off more armor. What is this bastard using for armor plating? It's holding up against my missiles. Looking at his own armor, he could tell that it wouldn't be long before his armor plating would fail, and the SRMs suffer catastrophic damage. Just then, Mason winced as a loud boom assailed his ears. At the same time, he watched, much to his shock, as Shepard's Marauder fell ass over tea kettle, with the enemy mech smashing into Tokushima's Orion before landing on its back with a loud clang. At the same time, Tokushima's mech stumbled, the gyro fighting hard to keep the mech upright. Capitalizing on this, Mason fired both SRM-6s again, before firing the medium lasers at the same time. Finally, the armor plating on the Orion failed, with the enemy mech sustaining critical damage. Mercenary scum! Tokushima roared with fury as Mason fired all of his weapons at the cockpit. Metal screeched as it crumpled, before failing and permitting the SRMs and laser beams from Mason's archer inside the cockpit. Tokushima had no time to say anything, before his body was ripped apart by explosive warheads and high-energy photons. In that instant, the DCMS mech warrior that had challenged them to a fight, was dead. Finally, the motherfucker's dead, Mason sighed. After what one of his men tried to do to me, he got his just desserts. Turning towards Shepard, he asked, Shepard. Are you all right? Shepard. For a moment, there was silence, then Mason heard some coughing. I am here, Shepard replied, his voice strained as he coughed for a few seconds. I'm okay. Just got my ass knocked over. Damn Shadowhawk went critical on me. Are you injured? Other than a nasty cut on my arm, I'm fine, Shepard replied. Just got it bandaged up with some gauze and bandages from the medical kit in here. Those things work wonders. Can you get your mech up? In response, Mason watched as Shepard, using the arm pods, forced his mech onto its front, before using enough force to stand the mech up. Once it was upright, the gyro took over and rebalanced the mech. I'm good, Shepard nodded. Armor got a little shaken up, but I'm still combat able. Good, Mason sighed, relieved that, aside from a minor injury, Shepard was all right. Don't scare me like that, though. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Remembering the hostiles from earlier, he asked, Garrus, Rex. Just got rid of the last of those pyjacks, Rex replied. Garrus nearly got into trouble, but I got him out in time. Also, I did not damage any of my guns. Good to hear, Mason nodded. You okay, Garrus? I'm fine, Garrus replied. We really need to make a brawling version of this rifleman. That Shadowhawk nearly fired on my rear armor plating. It's only because of Rex that my guns are intact, along with my ammo. Good to hear, Mason beamed. Changing the frequency, he said, Rihanna, this is Commander Mason. We're good here. Tokushima is dead, and we've got some salvage here. Copy that, Rihanna replied. No one else is coming, so I can say that we've got as much time as we need to get all the salvage we want. Good. Also, have Fahad take a look at the armor plating on the Orion. It was much tougher than I thought it would have been. I can already tell that it's got some kind of low tech on it, though I'm not sure what it is. Might be ferrofibrous armor, if what you're saying is true, Fahad cut in. That stuff's much tougher than your standard kind of armor, though bulkier. A lad at NAIS told me about it before we picked up Shepard and his crew. If we can find the DCMS dropship in question, then we could recover more of the stuff. Agreed, Rihanna nodded. Salvage team is on the way. We've got around 8 hours to salvage the equipment here. Agreed, Mason nodded. Shepard, you think you can guard the area with the others? Sure, Shepard nodded. My arm cut's not bleeding too badly, though I'll have the corpsman on board take a look at it when we're back home. Used some coagulating agents I found to help with that. Agreed. Chapter 12, Changing Times and Invitations. Hello again, everyone, and welcome to my MechWarrior/BattleTech, Mass Effect crossover. My apologies for not updating my Escape from Tarkov/Mass Effect crossover recently. Life has been quite busy for me, and I simply haven't had the time to get to it. I will do the best I can to post an update soon, though I can't make any guarantees if my schedule can't allow for it. Still, I will do the best I can to get an update out. Either way, thank you for your support, and I hope to continue to receive it as this crossover develops. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the MechWarrior/BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to its respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. MechWarrior 5, Mercenaries Ost, Remembrance. MDS Cavalier 2. Lion System, Lyran Commonwealth. April 5, 3026. Leaning on the railing for one of the mech bay catwalks, Shepard looked at the 12 battle mechs that were safely stowed away inside of the cubicles inside of the lower mech bay of the MDS Cavalier 2. 6 years, he thought to himself. It's been 6 years since our arrival here, and things have gotten quite busy. Who would have known we'd be inside of these? In the years following that one mission on Elytra 4, the Merc Company had exploded in terms of growth and reputation. After their mission had been completed there, they'd gotten contracts that had emerged in the Lyran Commonwealth. Mason, being one to follow the money, had decided to take the Merc Company there. Over time, their successes had quickly built their reputation up, until they were one of the most reputable Merc companies in the inner sphere. While they couldn't match the legendary reputation of the Kellhounds or the Wolf Dragoons, they were legendary in their own right. As he thought about the memories, Shepard had one particular one come to the forefront of his mind. Callisto V. Lyran Commonwealth. 5 years earlier. You sure you really want to do this? Shepard asked Mason as they looked over a purchasing document. Once we make this decision, we'll have to sell something to pay the cost. I hope it doesn't render us bankrupt in the process. He said this as they were at one of the many dropship facilities that dotted the inner sphere's industrial centers, Callisto V being the one they were at. Part of the reason why they were here was because the company had become so successful that, due to the increasing numbers of skilled mech warriors that were emerging, they had to expand the company. Part of this involved the dropship they were piloting, which Mason felt had become too small. Thus, he'd made the decision to upgrade to a more venerable dropship, the Union class. From what Shepard could recall, the Union dropship was the yardstick by which all other dropships were measured, and it was easy to see why. It was well designed, with plenty of armor plating, and a complement of weapons that would make even a pair of aerospace fighter pilots begin to sweat nervously. In addition, it had enough storage space to carry 12 mechs at a time, which equated to 3 whole lances of battle mechs. I've got a plan for that, Mason reassured Shepard as he looked over the contract. Besides, we're performing what's called a trade-in. We trade in our Leopard for a Union, which will help cover the cost. Besides, we're swimming in sea bills right now, and I've been eyeing the Union dropships for a long time. I know what you mean. They're reliable, well-armed and well-armored. I'm just worried that we might not be able to break even on our bank. Don't worry, Shepard. I wouldn't consider trading in the Cavalier for a Union if I felt that we couldn't cover the cost. I've already gone over the math with Garrus on this. We'll be fine as long as we don't go overboard with what we're doing. I hope so, Shepard agreed. As he walked around the room they were in, he asked, so, anything we need to worry about when it comes to these Unions? Reliability-wise, no, Fahad, who was also present with the duo, replied. I've worked on a Union before. They're bloody reliable and they're built like a proper tank. The only thing we need to be careful about are the crew quarters and the air circulation system. The Union-class air circulation system often lacks the power necessary to adequately ventilate the crew quarters, which are usually quite cramped. So, we'll have to check for that when we look at the dropship that Daniel Wright wants to trade in for the Cavalier, Mason finished. After a moment, he asked, you know of anyone that can improve the air circulation system? Sure, Fahad nodded. I know of a bloke that worked on a dropship that I was on, Ricardo if I recall correctly. His ancestors helped design the Union dropships, specifically the air circulation system. He's come up with an improved version that's more powerful, which is no mean feat given the 300 years of tech regression that's going on. Sounds like a talented guy, Shepard remarked. That he is, Fahad nodded. You won't find another engineer like him. Fortunately, he started a small school in order to pass on his skills. If we give him a ring up, I might use a favor to upgrade the air circulation system, if it's not adequate, of course. Of course, Mason nodded. Looking at the paper in his hands, he said, sounds like a good trade. We get a bigger dropship and Daniel gets some much-needed financial relief for his Merc company. Fahad, you and your team know what to look for, so if anything comes up, feel free to give me a holler. You'll definitely hear from me, alright? Fahad nodded. I always give a bloody loud shout if something's wrong. The men shared a laugh at that comment. Present day. Shepard smiled as the memory retreated to the depths of his mind once more. It turned out, they'd been right to bring Fahad and his crew, as they had been able to check over the Union that Daniel Wright was trading in for cash and a smaller dropship, the MDS Marauder. It was in good nick, though the air circulation system was inadequate, something that Daniel had alerted them to before they discussed the idea of a trade-in. Fortunately for them, Ricardo, the engineer in question, had been in the system at the time, as he'd been setting up his school on the sole habitable planet in the star system. After hearing of what was going on, he'd been more than happy to help them out, especially since Fahad was around. The two, much to Shepard's surprise, were very tightly knit friends. Certainly helped out, he thought as he rolled a shoulder in his head. When we tested that air circulation system, I thought I was going to suffocate for a moment. Once the refit was complete, the fresh air was like a drug in my system. Once Daniel had traded in the Marauder, Mason had renamed it the Cavalier 2 and had made the transaction. At least Daniel will get a chance to keep his Merc company afloat, Shepard thought. It was really struggling to stay in business. Hopefully, things will be much better for him now. A moment later, he thought he heard someone coming towards him. He was about to turn when he heard a small, flanging voice, ask, Uncle Shepard. Turning around, Shepard looked at the source of the shout, a smile on his face. The 7-year-old Turian was around half the height he would be once he was fully grown up. Most of his body plates were slowly beginning to fuse, though they wouldn't fully fuse together until he was around the age of 18, which was when he would fully mature. That, though, was a good 11 years off. As such, most of his body plates were still segmented, which would give his body some much-needed growing room. The only place where the body plates were more fused than the rest was his face, though this wasn't by much. Already, the young Turian was wearing the bright blue facial paint pattern that marked him as a member of the Valkyrian clan, with the paint perfectly fitting with his vibrant blue eyes. Nihilus, Shepard beamed as he looked at the younger Turian. Is there something you need? Just looking for you, Nihilus replied. Dad was wondering where you were at. I thought you were down here, looking at the mechs. You guessed correctly, Shepard nodded. Walking over, he asked, how are you and you Dad doing? Fine, I guess, Nihilus replied. While his facial expression betrayed no emotion, Shepard caught the slightly monotone reply. Uh-oh, he thought. Something's up. Trouble between the two of you? He asked. Yeah, Nihilus admitted. He caught me wandering around the mech bay by myself yesterday. Cuffed me on my fringe for that. I see. You know you're not allowed to go down there without someone with you. If I may ask, though, why were you down there alone? I was just curious. I wanted to ask Fahad how the Myanmars on the mechs worked, but he was too busy. I thought I could figure it out on my own. I didn't mean to make Dad upset with me, though. The young Turian's mandibles drooped in the Turian equivalent of a frown, while he hung his head in shame. Putting a hand under Nihilus' chin, Shepard lifted the child's head up. I understand fully, he replied. You were genuinely curious and wanted to learn more. There's nothing wrong with that, Nihilus. Just make sure Fahad or Mason are with you. If they're not available, ask your dad if he can accompany you so that you don't get hurt. He was upset because he loves you and he doesn't want you to get hurt. I know, Nihilus replied, still frowning. I just wish that he wouldn't be so protective. Shepard finished. When Nihilus nodded, he said, I understand, but that's perfectly normal. He and I have a dangerous job, the last thing we want is a loved one to get hurt. It would tear him apart if something bad were to happen to you. You sure? Yes. I had to experience something very similar. He couldn't bring himself to discuss what happened that day on Vermeer. The memories are still too painful, even to this day, he thought as he spoke some morale. If something were to happen to a child I had, it wouldn't sit well with me at all. I'd be blaming myself for what happened. Understanding dawned on Nil's face as he realized why his father had been so upset. After a moment, he asked, "Is there anything I can do to help him understand that?" "You can tell him what you told me," Shepard replied. "You were just curious and you didn't mean to upset him. Honesty is the best policy, Nilis, as long as you don't hurt someone's feelings." "Okay," Nilis replied, his expression still somewhat downcast, though there was something akin to determination in it. "Thanks, Uncle." "No problem," Shepard beamed. "It was the least I could do." "Say, where's your sister?" "She's with Mom right now." Suddenly, concern blossomed on Nilis' face as he realized what that meant. "Oh no. She's probably doing a class. I've gotta go." "Well, don't let me keep you," Shepard replied. "Go ahead. You don't want to be late. We can talk later." "Sure," Nilis nodded as he scampered off, his digitigrade legs carrying him as fast as they could go. Shepard smiled at the younger Turian. Like father, like son, he thought to himself. That's the thing with kids, they act just like us, even though we don't want them to. Probably someone's idea of a joke. He chuckled at the thought, only to stop chuckling when he realized what that would mean for his kids, if he had any, that is. On cue, he subconsciously pulled out a photograph of himself and Lyra. It was one of the recent ones that he had taken, as they'd visited New Avalon 2 years ago to check in on how things were going. It was a group photograph of everyone on the Normandy, with him and Lyra in the front, while the others were gathered around. There was one person missing from the photo, though. Morden, he thought, his smile fading away as the name passed through his mind. I hope that prototype stasis tube continues to hold out. If it fails, we'll lose one of the brightest minds on the crew. Again, another memory crossed his mind. New Avalon. Federated Suns. 2 years earlier. You're taking a major risk, Morden, Shepard frowned as he looked at the large medical device that had recently been constructed. Are you sure you want to follow through with this? Morden turned to look at Shepard, his large eyes gazing directly at him. Even after all this time, the Solarian had retained the power to unnerve even Shepard with his professional glare. Yes, he said to Shepard. Have made extensive studies, minimized risk wherever possible. I am certain this will work. How certain? Completely. Always some risk, but nothing worthwhile is completely risk-free. Part of the reason why they were talking was due to an inevitability concerning Morden, he was getting old. Solarians, from what Shepard could recall, had rapid metabolisms, which had given the species as a whole an incredible amount of energy and intelligence. The downside, though, was that they didn't live as long as the other races, most would be lucky if they exceeded the equivalent of 40 years for a human. In this case, Morden was pushing the envelope, as he was now 41 years of age, practically ancient by Solarian standards. Medical tests that Shakwas had run indicated his body was still functioning smoothly, though his organs would soon begin to fail. Cloning organs would increase his lifespan, but the Federated Suns didn't have the medical technology required, and neither did the Normandy. This had led to one last option, and it was a risky one. Thanks to the recovery of the Grouse and New Dallas memory cores, NAIS had discovered the blueprints for an advanced Star League medical technology known as a stasis tube. When used properly, a stasis tube would slow a person's aging down to a fraction of its normal rate, making it to where the patient would age only a day per year. While the technology had become low-tech, the memory cores had specified the schematics for a working prototype that could be manufactured with the tech they currently had. There were some potential problems, though, and not all of them could be corrected by Chief Engineer Adams, EDI, and a few others. Morden, though, had willingly volunteered to be the test subject for the prototype, something that had everyone caught off guard. Pacing back and forth in front of the stasis tube, Shepard said, I know that you're aware of the risks, but we're talking about putting you into cryonic stasis. No one knows exactly what'll happen to you if you go under. For all we know, you might die a horrible death. Fully aware of that, Shepard, Morden replied patiently. Came up with backup plan in case something happens. How so? Taught a few geneticists at NAIS how I do things. Was tough for them to follow, though they caught on fast. Dr. Ashcroft succeeded with highest marks. We'll take over in event of unfortunate death. With that, Shepard said, if that's how you think it'll go. He trailed off before saying, I'm going to miss you, Morden. No need to be sorry, Morden replied. Had to be me. Someone else might have gotten it wrong. As he left for the medical lab, he said, would have loved to run tests on the plants here. Nothing I can do now, though. Present day. Shaking away the memory, Shepard put the photograph back into his uniform's pocket. From what he could recall last, Morden's condition was stable, with the Solarian aging quite slowly thanks to his cryonics-induced slumber, though they did have a few near accidents a couple times. Still, all was well, and it was projected that they would have the equipment needed to manufacture a proper stasis tube by the year 3033. Pushing himself off the rail, Shepard walked along the catwalk and towards the stairwell entrance that would allow him to get to the crew quarters. Once he arrived, he was about to open the door when he heard Nilis and Garrus talking. Opening it a crack, he listened in. "Dad," he heard Nilis say, "I wanted to say that. I'm sorry." "For what?" he heard Garrus ask. "For making you upset yesterday." "I didn't mean to make you upset, Dad. I was just curious about how the mimers on the mechs worked. If I'd realized how upset you'd be, I would have asked you or Mom to be with me. I didn't want what happened yesterday to happen." There was a moment of silence, likely Nilis bracing for some harsh words. Those words didn't come. Peering through the crack in the door, Shepard watched as Garrus picked Nilis up and gently hugged him. "It's all right," Garrus said to his son. "I forgave you well before I went to bed yesterday. Just remember to ask an adult to come with you, okay?" "Okay. Good. I just don't want you to get hurt, and that is a real possibility around the mechs we use." After a moment he asked, "Did you have your school lesson for today yet?" "I asked Mom if I missed anything. She said I didn't. According to her, I advanced a little too far ahead. In that case, how about we go look at the mechs 15 minutes from now? I'll even show you my rifleman." "Really? Cool." Shepard smiled, choosing that moment to walk through the door. At about the same moment, Nyreen walked inside. His eyebrows perked up when he spotted a slight bulge in Nyreen's belly, one that he hadn't noticed before. "Okay, that certainly explains the passionate moaning I heard a couple months back," he noted, his cheeks turning red slightly. "Shepard," Garrus beamed. "I was wondering where you were at. Nyreen and I have something to tell you." "Let me guess," Shepard remarked. "You're expecting more kids?" Garrus, caught off guard, reared his head back in surprise. "How'd you know?" he asked. Instead of a reply, Shepard pointed at Nyreen's belly. "Oh, I get it," Garrus nodded. "You saw that, didn't you?" "Pretty much," Shepard nodded. "Nothing wrong with it, though. It just means you love each other very much." "That we do," Nyreen purred as she came over and licked the left side of Garrus' neck, causing the latter to shiver slightly before purring. "I told Nilis and Celicia a couple days ago that they were going to have more siblings." Nilis had this shocked look, while Celicia was bouncing off the walls with excitement. "I'm happy for you too," Shepard beamed. "You're going to have more kids." "Spirits willing," Garrus agreed. "Fortunately, the medical bay on board has the necessary equipment, and Dr. Shakwas came along with us." "Yep," Shepard, remembering when they picked up the good doctor, nodded. "Last time I heard, she was fussing over a bone bruise that Fahad picked up during a mech refit. He certainly met his match that day." "Yeah," Garrus nodded. "Rumors have it that the two are, well, getting together." "Don't believe everything you hear, love," Nyreen reminded her husband. "Shakwas is probably well past her menopause. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. The two form an odd, but strangely fitting, pair." Shepard was about to continue speaking when the intercom chimed. "Commander Shepard, report to the CIC immediately." "Repeat, Commander Shepard, report to CIC immediately." "And there goes the mood," Garrus frowned. "Catch you later, Shepard." "Sure," Shepard nodded. With that, they parted ways with Garrus and Nyreen heading to their bunks, while Shepard proceeded towards the stairwell again. Eventually, coming to another door, he walked into the CIC of the Cavalier II. The CIC of the Union-class dropship, otherwise known as the Tactical Operations Room, TOR, was very different from the one the Leopard class of dropships used. The room was akin to a ring in shape, with a large column that occupied the center of what would otherwise be a large, circular room. Along each side of the room were computer terminals that were occupied by the flight crew. Currently, they were on Lions 2, the sole habitable planet in the system. As such, the room was empty, save for 3 people that were in the room. Commander Mason, spotting Shepard, beamed and said, "Shepard, glad you could swing by. We've got something going on." "What is it?" Shepard asked. "Please don't tell me it's another duel. I remember the last one we dealt with. We nearly lost Rex on that one." "I know what you mean," Fahad nodded. "Had to pry Rex out of the bloody cockpit of his Orion. From what I hear, he's good to go once more, though he wants revenge on the arsehole that tried to kill him." "They did kinda chicken out and leave," Shepard nodded. "I know what you mean," Mason nodded. "Fortunately, it's anything but a duel. We got this message about 2 hours ago. You know a certain Arden Sortak?" Shepard's face lit up as soon as he heard that name. "I do," he nodded. "He was the first human being we encountered after our inter-universal shenanigans deposited us here." "Why do you ask?" "Well, because he's extended an invitation to us," Mason nodded. Take a listen to this. A moment later, he began the playback. Within milliseconds, Arden Sortek's voice came through loud and clear on the speakers. Greetings, Commander Mason, I am Colonel Arden Sortek of the Armed Forces of the Federated Suns. I am reaching out on behalf of First Prince Hansa Davian with a lucrative offer for you and your mercenary company. As I am sure you've already heard, the Federated Suns has joined an alliance with the Lyran Commonwealth that will, hopefully, merge us into a single nation, the Federated Commonwealth. The potential unification of two very different great houses has come with its fair share of skepticism and issues to work through. Especially when it comes to the military, where the AFFS and LCAF have, for centuries, had two very different ways of waging war. First Prince Hansa Davian strongly believes that it is in our best interest to work out as many of these issues as possible prior to this unification, if it happens that is. To address this, we will be hosting a series of war games across multiple Davian worlds in what will be called Operation Galahad. The Federated Suns would like to contract you and your mercenary company later this year to participate in these war games. We are offering generous compensation, along with the possibilities of future, long-term contracts should your performance meet our expectations. Please let us know soon if you would like to accept our offer. Thank you for your consideration. With that, the playback stopped. Wow, Shepard remarked. Sounds like he really wants us to come along. That he does, Mason nodded. Bloody hell, Fahad beamed. If we go along, we'll probably get paid the biggest paycheck we've seen so far. Plus, they might be nice enough to cover any damages that are incurred during the war games. I believe it is in our best interests to accept, Rihanna suggested. Nikolai, while he was still alive, was involved in the attack on Halstead Station, where he worked alongside Hansa Davian. They might have reached out to us due to our common history. Sounds like it, Shepard nodded. Looking at Mason, he said, it's your decision, Commander. Sounds like an easy job to me. That it does, Mason nodded. After a half-minute of consideration, he said, very well. What's our destination? Avigate, Rihanna replied. It shouldn't take too long to get there. Probably around 3 months of travel time to get there. Then let's get to it, Mason nodded. Shepard, have your team ready to go for when we get there. Once the flight crew comes back, we'll brief them on our next destination. Rihanna, inform Arden Sortek that we've accepted the contract and that we're moving out to Avigate now. Affirmative, Commander, Rihanna nodded. Oh, this'll be a real bloody rootin', Fahad beamed. Can't wait to show them how's armies what mercenaries can do. Let's not get too excited, Shepard cautioned Fahad. We're facing highly professional military soldiers here. I know the LCAF isn't the most competent, but even they get things right from time to time. Wise words, Mason nodded. With that, everyone left the CIC to take care of business. As he walked away, Shepard remembered what Vega had said about Operation Galahad. It's not just a war game, he thought. It's Hansa Davian preparing to initiate the Fourth Succession War. We're about to become a major part of history. Chapter 13, Operation Galahad Part 1. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mech Warrior, BattleTech Mass Effect crossover. My apologies for the delay in posting this chapter. Things were a little busy over here. As such, thank you for your patience and support. Also, if you've got any questions, such as why I didn't do a BattleTech SI, I'm more than willing to provide you with answers. Either way, thank you all for your support, and I hope to see you in future chapters. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the Mech Warrior / BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and producers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and / or artists. MDS Cavalier 2. Avigate, Federated Suns. August 5, 3026. Sortek had been pleased to know that Commander Mason and the others had accepted the contract. Once the paperwork had been filled out, they had been given the deadline for the war games, which were set to take place in early August. With that in mind, they had left for the planet in question. It wasn't exactly smooth, Shepard thought as he looked at the green and blue planet that was Avigate. Had to take care of a contract, which added a month to our arrival time. Good to see, though, that we've arrived 4 days before the deadline. It would have been embarrassing to be late. He found himself looking at the planet again. From what he could tell, Avigate was your typical, Earth-like planet, with a nearly even amount of both land and water on its surface. Beyond that, it was quite typical, and boring. He wouldn't have remembered the planet if it wasn't for the fact that it was where Operation Galahad would take place. He was about to turn and leave when he heard someone pulling themselves into the compartment. Turning around, he watched as Garrus floated inside, followed quickly by Nyreen. In the months since they agreed to the contract, Nyreen's pregnancy had progressed. Now, the bulge in her belly that had only been barely visible was now plainly there for all to see. Garrus had also changed, but only slightly in terms of appearance. His body and facial plates were getting rougher as he aged, which was to be expected for older Turians. Speaking of age, I've grown a little facial hair myself, Shepard thought, running a hand across the short, well-trimmed mane of hair that now occupied his face. The same went for his hair which, while normally closely trimmed to his head, had grown out to a respectable length for a man. Who would have thought this N7 could grow such a handsome bit of facial hair? Dispelling the thought, he looked at Garrus and said, "Good morning. How are you doing?" "Doing fine," Garrus replied, a smile on his face as he wrapped an arm around Nyreen's back. "You seem to be doing fine yourself, what with that fur on your face?" Shepard chuckled at that. "It's called a beard, though you're probably just teasing me about that. Still, I can fancy myself looking somewhat like a Viking or a Saxon." "True. That's one thing I'll never understand, though. You humans and the fur on your head and faces. Then again, it's hard for us humans to understand the facial paint thing." "True." Garrus was about to continue when Vega floated into the same room. Vega also appeared different, and was, arguably, starting to go native. His hair was still done the same way, but now he had gotten a few tattoos, one of which was the symbol of Mason's Cavaliers. In addition, he had also gotten the symbol of the Federated Suns tattooed onto his shoulder. "Morning," he said to the others. "How are we doing?" "Doing fine," Garrus nodded. "Same here," Nyreen smiled. Just as she said this, though, Shepard spotted a flicker of movement near where her belly was. "Did I just? My baby just kicked," Nyreen gasped. "That's good news," Shepard beamed. He was about to ask where Rex was when the intercom chimed. "Attention, prepare for landing operations. Planetary landing will commence in 5 minutes." Moments later, the intercom clicked off. "Well, back to work," Garrus remarked. "Talk a little later, Shepard." "Sure," Shepard nodded. With that, everyone filed out of the compartment. Moving towards the bridge, Shepard found Mason and Rihanna in the tour, with both individuals standing around the hollow table. "Shepard," Mason greeted. "We're going to be landing on the planet soon. Before we did, though, we got a message from Colonel Sortek." Moments later, he played the message. "Welcome to Avigate, Commander," came Sortek's voice. "The formation of the Federated Commonwealth, if it truly does happen, will unite House Steiner and House Davian's militaries into a single, centralized army. Operation Galahad will serve as a wide-reaching series of war games, across multiple systems, which will act as a joint training exercise between forces of the AFFS and LCAF. While many of these war games will be pitting the AFFS and LCAF against one another, we also want to train in a series of joint exercises combining the AFFS and LCAF forces into a unified FedCom coalition. This is where you come in, Commander. For Galahad's Avigate Games, FedCom coalition forces will be executing a joint operation attempting to destroy a decommissioned orbital defense system. You and the Crater Cobras have been assigned to act as the defenders of the installation. Your tasks will be to destroy the invading coalition forces and prevent the destruction of the orbital defense system. I'll see you in the field, Commander. Give us a good fight." Colonel Sortek out. "Sounds like we've got our work cut out for us," Rihanna remarked. "That we do," Mason agreed. Looking at Shepard, he said, "Shepard, once we land, you and I will be meeting the CO of the Crater Cobras. Once we've met him or her, we'll be discussing our strategy for keeping the orbital defense installation safe." "Agreed," Shepard nodded. "I'll bet that Sortek might pull a nasty trick on us, if only for the spirit of the war games." "Agreed. All is fair in war, after all. Including love." "That too, but we're not talking marital relationships here." "I know." "Good. We're about to begin landing procedure, so go ahead and strap yourself in. Things are going to be quite interesting." The landing on Avigate was, in Shepard's opinion, the smoothest landing that the crew had conducted thus far. Normally, we'd have a few times where we'd need to hover in order to find a good landing spot, he noted as he unbuckled out of his crash harness. Looks like they're getting good at this kind of thing now. Standing up, he was relieved to feel the full pull of the planet's gravity, especially after weeks of travel through the inner sphere to reach Avigate. "I really hope they reverse engineer Mass Effect field technology soon," he thought as he stretched his tendons and warmed his muscles up. "It's a hassle to pull yourself through weightlessness, even if it is quite fun." Moving out of the tour, he walked into the medical bay for the Cavalier 2. The medical bay looked quite similar, in layout that is, to the medical bay of the Normandy, with the only major difference there being the curvature of the room. The equipment, though, was quite different, though there was some automation to be had. Right now, the room was occupied by Shakwas and Nyreen, the latter of which was having her stomach region examined by Shakwas. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Shepard asked. Not at all, Shakwas replied, standing up. Not much in her appearance had changed, aside from a few new wrinkles on her face. Just a routine checkup on Nyreen's babies. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. She's having twins again. Yes. Turians generally give birth to single children, or twins. They very rarely have triplets and quadruplets, mostly because complications arise. It's the same thing with human children as well. Tell me about it. So, are her babies healthy? As healthy as can be, Shepard. Both of her fetus are developing normally, and it looks like she will have a successful pregnancy. They're also quite active, as you know from earlier. That they are. Any complications that might arise? The only complication I can see happening is their bones, mostly due to the zero-G environment that forms whenever we travel through space on the way to the jump point. Fortunately, the Turians use gene therapy to counteract that, even if the Council sees it as unnecessary. As far as I can tell, her children have also inherited those genes, including the ones that allow them to eat foods consisting of levoamino acids. That's good to hear. Walking over to Nyreen, he asked, how are you feeling? The same thing I told Garrus, Nyreen replied, though her tone of voice held no irritation or hostility. I'm perfectly fine, aside from the usual complications that come with having children. That, and I get cravings all the time. As if to emphasize this, her stomach let loose with an audible growling noise. Apparently, her children didn't like that sound, as seconds later, Shepard spotted a very visible kicking motion on the surface of Nyreen's belly. Nyreen, seeing that, cooed before saying, I'm sorry, Ayavala. I didn't mean for that to happen. Ayavala? Shepard asked. My second daughter, Nyreen replied. I'm having male and female twins again, Shepard. Garrus and I settled on Vorellis as the name for our fourth child. Shepard smiled. Either way, I'm very happy for you and Garrus. The inner sphere needs more good news like this. Everyone knows we deserve this kind of a break, especially with what's been going on. I agree, Nyreen nodded, caressing her unborn children with the love and tenderness only a mother could have. I want the inner sphere to be a better place. Perhaps, once Comstar's dealt with, they can come out into the open. Speaking of which, I wonder if Hansa has a plan to deal with Comstar. He might, Shepard nodded. When Vega told him about what Comstar would do in the future, he had a conniption fit, especially when it came to the word of Blake fanatics. I never knew how much he hated Comstar until then. He'll have a way of dealing with them, especially if he gets his hands on the manufacturing readouts and specs for the hyperpulse generators. Walking towards the exit, he said, take care, Nyreen. You too, Shepard, Nyreen replied. Just as Shepard left the medical bay, he bumped into Rex. The old Krogan looked quite similar to when they arrived, aside from another long vertical scar that barely missed his right eye. Hey, Rex. You doing okay? Fine, Rex replied. If you were wondering about earlier, it'll take a lot more than some pesky FWLM recruit to kill me. I did get this scar from that encounter, though. The females, if we get back home, will certainly like it. That much I can agree on, Shepard nodded. What about Grunt? Last I heard, he was doing well back at New Avalon. He is, Rex nodded. Shame we had to leave him there, though. He'd be chomping at the bit for a fight. I know. Maybe if our secret gets out, heaven forbid, he come along. Fahad, though, won't like his penchant for breaking things. That we can agree on. I won't be keeping you, Shepard. Good luck. You too, you old turtle. Haha. Once Shepard and Mason had left the Cavalier 2, they began looking for the drop pad that had the drop ship for the Cobra craters, which wasn't easy. From what Shepard could tell, as they walked along, Hansa and Sortek had invited a number of mercenary teams to participate in the war games. He even thought he spotted a drop ship from the Wolf Dragoons, though that might have been a trick of his imagination. As they walked along, he heard someone whistling at them. Turning in that direction, Shepard spotted an older man that was walking towards them. The man's hair was graying, and he had laugh lines on his face, but his eyes held a vigor and youth that belied his aged exterior. Commander Mason, good to see you, he beamed as he extended a hand. Shaking said hand, Mason said, Westrick. It's good to see you as well. How's the hip doing, by the way? Doing just fine, Westrick replied. It'll take more than a bum hip to slow me down. I also wish to extend my condolences to you about what happened to your father. He was a good mech warrior, but most of all, he was a good man. He'll be sorely missed by all of us. Thank you, Mason nodded, though Shepard thought he saw the younger man's eyes misting somewhat. I appreciate your sympathies. After a moment, he said, Richard, this is Commander John Shepard. He's one of the best mech warriors that I've ever had the honor of having in my merc company. As he shook Shepard's hand, Westrick asked, Commander. I was military, Shepard replied, though I was put into the reserves. I didn't like what happened, so I resigned from the military, and got picked up by Mason. Since then, I've been working as a mercenary. I've heard about you, Westrick nodded. Took down Tokushima if I recall correctly, and a good thing too. That DCMS mech warrior was an asshole. I really didn't like him at all. Me neither, Shepard agreed. Looking around, he asked, so, where would you like this discussion to happen? I heard we were going to talk shop. My dropship will do, Westrick nodded. Follow me. Following the older mech warrior, the two found themselves approaching one of the Leopard-class dropships in the area. Just as they did, Mason heard someone say, Hey Mason. You remember me? Looking to his left, Mason spotted a familiar man with blonde hair and bright green eyes walking over. Daniels, Mason beamed. I was worried about your merc company. You managed to stay afloat. That I did, Daniels nodded. Thanks to your trade-in, and some of the cash you provided, we were able to pull ourselves out of the red and make a buck. I still am, to this day, grateful for what you did for me and my fellow mech warriors. The inner sphere needs more merc commanders like you. I'm just glad we could make a difference, Mason beamed. You coming to the same briefing as we are? No, Daniels replied. We're going to do an atmospheric jump to the other side of the planet, where we will be conducting our part in the war games. With that, he said, see you around, Mason, and thank you once again. You're welcome, Mason nodded. Turning to Shepard, he said, let's not keep Westrick waiting too long. Agreed, Shepard nodded. 4 days later. The air inside of Shepard's Marauder was thick with tension as he and the others at the orbital defense batteries waited for the incoming attack. Taking his hand off the control stick, he took a small handkerchief he had and, briefly taking off his neurohelmet, wiped his face of any sweat before putting said helmet back on. While there was no such sweat on his face, the gesture relieved some of the stress he was feeling. Looking around, he gazed at the area that he, Mason, and the others, were at. They were at the orbital defense facility that had been decommissioned a few decades or so ago, with a number of lances spread around the facility. Much of the area was rainforest, though they were also located in rocky terrain. As such, there were areas of the landscape that were much higher than the others, forming tall and abrupt mesas, plateaus, and valleys. In terms of forces, there were around 4 lances of mechs, and a few combat vehicles, with most of the forces being from Westrick's Crater Cobras, and the lances that Mason commanded. The bulk of the forces were from the Crater Cobras which, Shepard had learned, were scattered around the planet in other war game arenas, a wise decision, given that the Crater Cobras had 79 regiments. Looking around, Shepard spotted a combat vehicle he hadn't seen before. What's that? He asked. That, Westrick, who was on the same frequency, explained, is a new MBT that Defiance Industries is currently field testing for later deployment and full production. They call it the Patton, named after General George S. Patton Jr. from ancient Terra's Second World War. They lent a few to us to see how it would perform against other combat vehicles and light mechs. Ah, I see, Shepard nodded. Switching frequencies, he said, Garrett, you ready? Affirmative, came Garrus' reply. In order to keep his identity hidden during the War Games exercise, Garrus had his cockpit windows polarized into one-way windows, while he had an identity scrambler built into his neurohelmet. In addition, he took the moniker of Garrett to prevent anyone from knowing his real name. Good, Shepard nodded. Warnke, you good to go? Yes, Rex, who'd done the same as Garrus to hide his own identity, nodded. Vega. Ready for action, Shepard. Good. Just as he said this, Sortek came onto the line, using a frequency that everyone was tuned in on. Welcome everyone, he greeted warmly, to the Galahad War Games. For this exercise, our Federated Commonwealth Coalition forces are tasked with assaulting and destroying the facility guarded by the mercenary defenders. This war game will end in a Commonwealth victory with the fall of the targeted facility, and a mercenary victory with the elimination or capture of the Coalition's commanding officers. Good luck, everyone. This operation will commence. Now. Here we go, Westrick told everyone once they were off of that frequency. Time to show these House Army officers how mercenaries wage war. With that, everyone began to get into position. Okay, Westrick told the others once they were on an encrypted frequency they had agreed on, here's the plan. We'll split into groups of 2 and guard the east and west sides of the facility. That way, we can cover all of our bases. Does anyone here have AA mechs? I do, Garrus replied. My RFL-3NS optimized for that. Same here, another mech warrior replied. Got myself a Jaeger mech that's ready to rock. Excellent, Westrick beamed. You two will be on aerospace defense duty. The rest of you, get into position, but don't stay static. Remember, the Fedcom forces can come in anywhere from the west, or the east, so don't be surprised if they end up closer to the facility than we think. Move out. With that, everyone quickly moved into position. Due to his position on a large mesa, Shepard moved towards the west end of the cliff, which would allow him to engage targets from the east without being blocked by the rock formations in the area. PPCs and AC/5 primed and ready, he thought. Good thing training ammo is loaded, and the PPCs and lasers set to training mode as well. I wouldn't want to kill anyone by accident. Moments later, he heard another voice speaking over the COMM, and what he heard stupefied him due to the sheer stupidity that he heard. Donegal Guards forces are in position, a German accented voice announced. Unsurprisingly, the Davians are nowhere to be found. Well, we have no need of these Federated Sons dogs to crush a handful of mercenaries. Anyways, see no reason to delay the attack on their account. Donegal Guards, advance. Did I just hear that? Gurus asked. I did too, Shepard nodded. Westrick, looks like they're straight out attacking without their allies assisting. Plus, their idiot of a leader just broadcasted his intentions on our COMM frequency. Typical social officer bullshit, Westrick agreed. We can use that to good effect. Plus, I've worked for that guy before, Colonel Stevens-Axe if I recall correctly. Fadus has a choleric disposition, so we can make good use of that too. Keep me informed. Roger that. Eyes up. The garrison commander at the facility reported just 50 seconds later. Enemy forces closing in. Roger that, Westrick replied. Everyone, get ready. This is it. Hoo! Vega shouted. Vega, clear the line, Shepard ordered. Just as he said that, he spotted his first target of the day, a manticore that was making a beeline for the facility. Not so fast, he remarked as he fired the AC/5. Moments later, the computer painted the enemy vehicle in flames and smoke, simulating a critical hit and explosion. In reality, low-density training shells shattered against the armor, with the driver of the vehicle pulling back to leave as a result. Just like that, all hell broke loose. Incoming! Rex shouted. They're sending assault and heavy mechs at us. Take them out! Mason thundered. Just like that, low-powered laser beams, frangible autocannon shells and training missiles began flying through the air like confetti. It wasn't long before Shepard found himself tussling with a thunderbolt that was moving in very close. Firing both PPCs, Shepard smirked as the computer simulated ablating armor, with the mech's right arm glowing. I'm not as defenseless as you think I am, he smiled as he fired both medium lasers. Another blast from his PPCs as he slid behind a dense bough of trees sealed the deal, with the computer simulating the enemy mech's right arm being ripped off. Heat critical, the Dick informed him as he continued to fight. Shutdown sequence initiated. Hearing that, Shepard hammered his fist into a switch over his head. Moments later, the Dick said, shutdown sequence overridden. Warning, core meltdown imminent. Letting the mech cool for a second, he fired the AC/5, which generated very little heat. This time, he got the results he wanted. The frangible shell smashed into the right center torso, with the computer simulating the component being destroyed. The right center torso of the Thunderbolt appeared to be wreathed in flames, though this was not the case in reality, as the mech was merely covered in metallic powder in that area. The enemy mech warrior, startled, unintentionally ejected from the damaged mech. Switching off the override, Shepard heard the fusion engine's hum die down as the mech shut down in order to cool. Looking at the heat meter, he watched as it descended down from the red zone down to yellow, and then to green. Once it got there, he watched as the mech's systems fully reactivated. Gotta be careful, he told himself. The last thing I need is for my mech to go critical from overheating. I don't want to wreck the mech Quintus gave me, after all. Looking around, he asked, how's everything going? We're wrecking these Steiner idiots like nobody's business, Rex shouted, clearly having the time of his life. Come here, you little bastards. Uncle Wernke has got some more for you. Doing one-liners now, Wernke? Shepard asked, using Rex's false name. Might as well practice at that, Rex replied. Besides, you get all the fun there. Really? Gurus asked. Me and our resident Jaeger-mech are having a blast. You should see what we're doing, Shepard. We're blasting enemy VTOLs out of the air like crazy. And having a jolly good time too, the mech warrior in question remarked. Oi! Where you think you're going? Moments later, Shepard heard a VTOL being hit. Before it flew away, a large portion of its cockpit coated in metal powder. You ain't getting away from me, you sneaky bastard. He like that? Shepard asked. Yep, Gurus replied. I'm not offended. He's having fun, plus the pilots all bailed out before impact, so nobody's dead, at least not yet. Good. It continued on like this for a few minutes, with both sides exchanging blows, while stray training shells or missiles would occasionally smash into the facility, much to the garrison commander's annoyance. Eventually, as they fought, Shepard realized that they'd passed a critical point, as the enemy assault was quickly becoming sluggish and uncoordinated. Damn it all! A voice shouted. Leave it to those fucking incompetent social generals to screw up even the simplest task. The typical arrogance of the damn Lyrans will be our undoing. All coalition forces, fall back. Nice work, everyone, Westrick beamed. Things got a little hairy, but we managed to stay on our toes and come out of it. Garrison commander, how bad is the damage? Minor to moderate damage, came the reply. We didn't get our asses destroyed, if that's what you're wondering. Good to hear. Good work everyone, especially you, Garrett. You did good nailing those VTOLs before they could get close enough to cause major damage. Agreed, Garrus nodded. It was easy. They flew so predictably a child could knock them out of the sky with no trouble. Agreed, Westrick nodded. All forces, begin salvage operations and get to work repairing and rearming. I've got a plan to make the Fedcom forces regret being too jumpy. Chapter 14, Operation Galahad Part 2. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my MechWarrior/BattleTech, Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support. I greatly appreciate it. We're nearing the end of the current story arc and are about to enter the next story arc. The next story arc involves the team getting into the Fourth Succession War. I won't spoil much of anything, but let's just say it's going to be a roller coaster of a ride. Either way, thanks for your wonderful support, and I hope I continue to receive that support going forwards. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the MechWarrior/BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to its respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. Avigate. Federated Sons. August 10, 3026. On board the MDS Cavalier 2, Shepard leaned against one of the walls in the tactical operations room as Colonel Westrick talked with Commander Mason. The only members of the Lance that were allowed inside the tour right now were the human members, though this was out of necessity and not due to prejudice. We wouldn't want Westrick to find out we've got aliens on board, he thought as he looked at the duo. His mind drifted back to the previous operation. We did quite well back there, he thought to himself. Not only did we stop an attack with ease, we poked a number of holes in the coalition forces' strategy. Now, we've got to capitalize on that. The question, though, is how. From what he could tell, that was exactly what Mason and Westrick were talking about. We did a good job beating them back, Mason beamed, but we only succeeded because of their infighting. If they came at us as a unified force, we would have been in trouble. Agreed, Commander, Westrick nodded. Beating those uncoordinated highborn whelps back was easy to do with their battlefield infighting. With their pride on the line, though, I doubt that either Colonel Zax or Marshal Davian will make the same mistake twice. The next time we face them, I'm willing to bet that their desire to beat us will push aside any grievances they have with each other. Agreed. Do you know of anything that could give us an edge? Anything about how they might react that we can exploit? Yes. If I've learned anything from my years fighting for these highborns, it's that when faced with adversity, they tend to vastly overcompensate for their failures. The next time we face them, they'll likely pull all remaining forces to beat us back, now that we have the superior numbers on them. But kicking their asses in a straight-up fight isn't our mission. Eliminating their commander, Marshal Arden Sortak, is. If I take the greater whole of my Cobras and move on their command center from the east, they'll be forced to come out and face me. Which will leave Sortak open for a surgical strike from your lance. That's excellent thinking. If we do that, they won't be able to provide Sortak with reinforcements, and we'll be able to end the war games in a victory for our side. Do you know where he's at? No, but I've got some ideas as to where. I've provided possible HQ locations to your TOCOPS officer, Rihanna. Take Sortak out, then fall back. The scenario should end if we are able to take him out and withdraw in one piece. Let the Cobras buy you the time you need to finish this and take these high and mighty nobles down a peg. Certainly, Mason agreed. Good luck, Westrick. You too, Mason. Also, be careful. Sortak's no pushover in a fight, so don't underestimate him. With that, the COMM line went dead. So, what's the mission? Garrus, who came in once it was safe to do so, asked. I didn't hear anything while we were outside. Here's the plan, Mason explained. Colonel Westrick is going to perform a diversionary attack on the Coalition Forces HQ, located here. He pointed the holographic map of the scenario area, with the Coalition HQ highlighted in red. While he's doing that, we're going to attack this region here. He pointed at an area that was highlighted in dark blue. Rihanna, can you display the next part of the objectives? Yes, Commander, Rihanna nodded. Moments later, 5 yellow chevrons appeared at specific regions of the topographical map, now that they had zoomed in. Clearing his throat, Mason said, we're going to search each location in order to find Arden Sortak. Our objective is to knock him out of the fight, which will end the scenario in a victory for us. Once we've found him and taken him out, we're going to retreat to the dropship and get the hell out of Dodge. Any questions? What kind of mech is Sortak packing? Rex asked. According to info Westrick sent me, he's using a Victor that is equipped with Star League-era technology, Rihanna answered. As you all know, Star League-era tech is more advanced than what we're equipped with. We'll have to be careful if we're going to take him down. Agreed, Shepard nodded. Garrus, you were trained by Sortak. Any ideas on your end? Yes, Garrus nodded. Sortak's mech is designed for brawling, but he's modified it to engage at range as well. I would recommend that we use one of our lances to distract him, while the other sneaks in behind him and takes him out. He might try to catch us in a tight area, like a canyon. That's what I'd do, Rex agreed. Trap the enemy in a canyon, and smash them to pieces from the high ground. Classic strategy that never gets old. Either way, this isn't going to be easy, Mason nodded. Alright, everyone. Report to your mechs at 0200 hours local time. That's when we'll begin the attack. Agreed. Can't wait to take down some nobles a peg or two, Rex beamed. Don't get cocky, Shepard admonished the older Krogan. I'll bet that Sortak might have planned for something like this. Around 4 hours later, Shepard felt his Marauder shudder as it landed feet first from the dropship, along with the mechs in the lance that he commanded. Looking around, he watched as Mason, his lance, and the third lance at their disposal landed as well. We're all set, he reported to Mason. Good, Mason nodded. Looking at his HUD, Shepard spotted 5 waypoints that indicated locations to search for Arden Sortak. Looking at his topographical radar screen, he could clearly tell that it wasn't going to be easy. Much of the land in this area was tropical rainforest, with mesas and plateaus that broke up the otherwise flat terrain. In addition, he recalled the 5 military bases he'd seen back at the Cavalier II's tour. Likely where we're going, he decided. A moment later, Rihanna came in over the COMM to remind them of what they were doing. Okay, Commander, she reported. With the opposition reeling from their failed assault, our new mission is to find and destroy the Coalition field commanders. The Crater Cobras will act as a diversionary force to draw the main Coalition forces away. This should give us an opening to take out Coalition field commanders, specifically Marshal Sortak. Agreed, Mason nodded, not having forgotten what they needed to do once. You hear that, boys? Yep, Garrus replied. We're going all in to find Sortak. Correct. Just as they were about to move out, Mason spotted incoming contacts, though his Atlas I/FF system identified them as friendlies. Opening a COMM channel, he said, Unidentified forces, this is Commander Jake Mason of Mason's Cavaliers. Identify yourselves. A reply came back almost immediately. This is Lieutenant Michael Wright of the 20th Crater Cobras Armored Regiment. Colonel Westrick sent us to provide reinforcements and aerial assets wherever possible. Can you confirm, Rihanna? Affirmative, Commander, Rihanna replied. Westrick just informed me that he sent those men to help you out. I see, Mason mused. As he considered this, he realized that he hadn't gauged one thing about Shepard, his ability to command and lead forces. This might be a good idea to see how he'll do. Shepard, you copy. What do you need? Shepard asked. Your lance and the one led by Mitchell will be the ones to engage Arden Sortak. I'll lead the lance that will distract him. Time for you to shake off some rust. Shepard, guessing at what Mason was telling him, said, all right. If you want to see how effectively I can command, then that's what we'll do. Keying his COMM, he said, Charlie lead, have your lance follow me. Bravo Lance, form up on me. Roger that, Captain Mitchell, who'd heard the conversation, replied. Let's see if you're worthy of the title of commander. Affirmative, Rex replied. With that, the mechs of both the lances quickly got into formation, before marching ahead. Changing COMM frequencies, Shepard asked, Lieutenant Wright, you there? I'm here, Wright replied. What do you need? Can you send a pair of your VTOLs ahead to scout out the area? No need, sir. I've got a pair of UAVs that are scanning the area up ahead. We've got enemy medium mechs up ahead at each of the markers. Am I thinking what you're thinking? Possibly. I need your forces to move alongside the lances I'm commanding. We're going to go for a combined arms approach. If we do that, we'll be able to take down our hostile contacts faster than we usually would. That's exactly what I was thinking, Wright beamed. Alright, Shepard. We're going to be rollin' now. Our ground-based vehicles will stick with your mechs while the VTOLs will go up ahead and cause some havoc for the enemy. Lieutenant Wright out. With that, they proceeded forwards to one of the locations. Moving out of a dense bough of trees, Shepard watched as contacts lit up on his sensor suite, though he didn't see any icons that marked an assault mech, since that was what Sortek was piloting. He did see, however, a number of fixed emplacements, a few medium mechs, as well as some ground combat vehicles and VTOLs. From what he could tell, though, the VTOL attack had done some damage. Here we go! He shouted. Garrett, take down any hostile VTOLs that fly in. Warnke, you're with me. Vega, provide cover fire for Garrett. Copy that, Vega shouted as he moved his Kintaro to keep Garrus covered. As soon as he did that, all hell broke loose. Training munitions of all kinds, and low-powered particle bolts and laser beams, cut through the air. Twisting the torso of his mech, Shepard narrowly avoided a cluster of training SRMs that would have otherwise smashed into his cockpit. Oh no, you don't, he muttered as an enemy Shadow Hawk turned to engage Rex, only to get creamed in the face by a blow from Rex's Orion. Said Shadow Hawk was promptly bowled over, with the computer reading that as a simulated kill. Go pick on someone your own size, midget. Rex laughed. Even Shepard shared a chuckle with the others as they went to work. As they fought, Rihanna said, Commander Shepard, I've intercepted a COMM transmission from Marshal Sortek and the other coalition field commanders. Sending it through now. Moments later, Sortek's voice came in loud and clear. Listen up, everyone. A splinter group has broken through our lines on an approach vector to my position, Marshal Davian. Colonel Zax? Where are the two of you? Damn it! Marshal Davian shouted, realizing what Shepard, Mason, and the others were doing. Marshal Sortek, we're tied down by mercenary forces east of your position. Colonel Zax, hold this line. I'm withdrawing the Lancers to reinforce Colonel Sortek's position. Marshal, Colonel Zax protested, withdrawing your forces will leave my flank exposed. If Marshal Sortek falls, we lose this scenario. It's a risk we'll have to take. Marshal Davian countered. Looks like they know what we're up to, Vega surmised. Then we'll have to expedite our plans, Shepard decided. Mason, you there? Affirmative, Shepard. I heard the transmission too. What's your plan? You search the 3 next locations. I'll take my lances and the combat vehicles to search the final location. If we run into Sortek, we'll do what we can to knock him out of the competition. If you can finish up your search quickly enough, though, we can trap him in an encirclement maneuver. Excellent. Mason beamed. That's a plan I'll definitely agree to. Alpha Lance, form up on me. We're going VIP hunting. With that, Mason's lance began traveling eastward towards 3 of the remaining search locations, while Shepard's lance and Charlie Lance continued traveling towards the final location. As they approached, Shepard could feel his gut tightening with anticipation. Even so, he noticed something off. Something's not right, he thought. There's almost no enemy activity here. I think we're stumbling into trap. Keying his COMM, he said, Lieutenant, you there still? Yes, Wright replied. I felt it too, Shepard. It's far too quiet in this region. Any ideas? I'll move up with my forces and see if I can find out what's up. If it's a trap, you think you could reinforce us? Yes. Good. We're advancing. With that, several combat vehicles, accompanied by a Patton, began moving through the thick jungle towards the final location. Tapping his fingers nervously, Shepard waited for a report. He didn't have to wait long, as he winced when Wright shouted, "Fucking shit." Moments later, 10 of the 20 combat vehicles, including the Patton, burst out of the woods at high speed. Shepard. We need help. They've got us pinned. Hang on, we're coming. Shepard shouted. Moving his Marauder forwards, he smashed through the trees and came upon the scene. To his shock, 2 heavy mechs, and several light mechs, had sandwiched Wright's forces into the middle of a canyon. Wright's forces were being pounded mercilessly, and it wouldn't be long before the computers of the enemy mechs registered simulated kills. Acting on instinct, Shepard fired his PPCs at the enemy Marauder that was in the enemy lance. Come on, motherfucker! Shepard roared. Show me what you've got. Warnke, Garrett, Vega, take them out. Just like that, it quickly escalated into a brawl. Tussling with the enemy Marauder, Shepard cursed as a low-power PPC bolt smashed into his mech's right arm, with his computer registering moderate damage to the armor there. Getting in close, he lashed out with one of the arm pods, catching the enemy mech on its left arm. The enemy mech warrior, failing to compensate for the blow, had his mech spin around like a top. Shepard could imagine the gyro inside of the enemy mech screaming in protest as it fought to keep the mech upright. Before the hostile could regain his balance, Shepard used one of the leg pedals to kick the enemy mech, sending it tumbling ass over teakettle into the canyon. Over the COMM, he could hear the enemy mech warrior shout, "Ouch! That hurt, you bastard!" Either way, the enemy mech was out of the fight. On the other side of the canyon, Vega knew he wasn't in a good position. The computer in his mech was showing that his right arm and right torso weren't in good condition. Wincing as the right arm was destroyed, he frowned when the readout said, "Alert, ammo explosion detected. Warning, core meltdown detected. Shepard, I've gotta bail out." He shouted. "Bail out!" Shepard ordered. Moments later, Vega jerked on the ejection handle between his legs. Moments later, he felt himself being squished into his seat as he was ejected out of the severely damaged Kintaro, with the interior giving way to the open exterior. Moments later, a parachute opened, allowing him to drift slowly back down to Earth. Looking down, he could see his Kintaro, with the right center torso and arm covered in a fine layer of metallic powder from training autocannon shells and SRMs. "Damn, how'd he get me?" he wondered. "I thought I had it under control." On the ground, Rex frowned as he watched Vega eject from his mech. "Damn, kid got his ass beat by that Warmer's PPCs," he thought. "Time to teach this asshole how we do things." Maneuvering his Orion, he managed to fire off the AC-10 on his mech. That proved to be the last hit required, as Vega had severely damaged the enemy mech. Moments later, the enemy mech warrior ejected, leaving behind the husk of the enemy Warmer. "I got him," Rex reported. Vega ejected in time to avoid being killed. "Good," Shepard replied. "Right, you still there?" "Barely," Wright replied. "You saved our asses, Shepard." "Thank you." "It was the least I could do," Shepard replied. "Mitchell." "We took care of the remaining mechs," Mitchell replied. "Gotta hand it to you, Shepard. You did good. Now, let's find Sortek and end this scenario." Affirmative. Once everyone was together, they began to proceed towards the final location. Eventually, once they had gotten within a few hundred meters of the final location, Shepard heard Sortek over the COMM. This time, he was surprised to see that it was addressed to him. "All right, you found me, Commander Shepard. Let's see what you've got." "You're on," Shepard replied. "Switching frequencies," he said. "Right, engage." "We're coming in too," Mason shouted. "This is it," Shepard shouted. "We've got Sortek now. Everyone, close the pincer now." "Copy that," Mitchell shouted. "Charlie Lance, engage with extreme prejudice. Charge." With that, everyone bull rushed the last half-kilometer they had to travel. Bursting out of the trees, Shepard spotted Sortek's Victor, which was busy engaging Charlie Lance. "Surprise!" he shouted as he fired his PPCs, hitting Sortek's mech with the training power beams. "Not bad," Sortek shouted as he and the rest of his Lance engaged the two sides. "You're gonna have to do better than that, though. Don't hold back on my account." "I don't intend to," Shepard replied. Firing off the autocannon, he smiled as the sintered metal powder shells smacked into the Victor. Spotting Sortek firing his SRMs, Shepard quickly turned his mech to the left, with the training SRM smacking into his right arm. "Warning, critical damage to right arm," the Dick informed him. "Right arm PPC offline. Right arm laser offline." "I know," Shepard replied. "Gotta make do with what I've got." With that in mind, he backed up and fired his AC-5 again. While Sortek and his Lance were holding out, it was clear that they were being whittled down. As the minutes ticked by, each of the mechs in the Lance were destroyed, one by one. "Marshal Davian, where is that promised support?" Sortek shouted as he found himself tangling with Shepard's Marauder. "We're almost there," Marshal Davian shouted. "Hold on just a little longer, sir." "Not on my watch," Shepard shouted as he fired the last 5 shells in the AC-5. Wincing as they hit, he prepared for his Marauder to be taken down by the Victor's AC-20. To his surprise, the Dick reported, "Enemy mech destroyed." Looking at the Victor, he watched as it slumped over, simulating the mech being destroyed. "Whoa! Nicely done, Shepard, and nicely done, Mason. We'll definitely need to keep our eyes on the two of you and your careers from here on out. Excellent work, both of you." "Thanks," Shepard replied. "That takes care of him, but we've got more hostiles inbound," Mason remarked. "Let's get the hell out of Dodge before Marshal Davian gets us destroyed." "No argument here," Shepard nodded. One day later, Shepard sighed with relief as he looked around at the mechs in the mech bay. "Damn, that was far too close yesterday," he thought as he took a sip from the canned beverage in his right hand. I nearly got my ass beat by Marshal Sortek. The man does not mess around one bit. He smirked as he looked at Vega's Kintaro. The mech was still covered in a fine layer of sintered metal powder, courtesy of the training AC-20 and SRMs that had been hurled at the mech. When they'd got back, Fahad had let loose with a tirade on how he was going to make Vega clean the bloody mech with his damn bare hands, as he had eloquently put it. Mason had talked him out of it, though it was clear that Fahad was only joking. He'd make a pretty good method actor, Shepard decided as he looked the mech over. Though, I don't think Fahad would be staring on the big screens anytime soon. As he walked along, he heard the intercom say, "Commander Shepard, report to CIC immediately." "Repeat, Commander Shepard. Report to CIC immediately." Hearing the announcement, he tossed the now empty can into the recycling bin before moving up the stairs. Inside, he found Mason standing at the hollow table, though it was the COMM channel that had his attention. "Shepard," Mason greeted, "looks like we've impressed Sortek. We're live with him right now." "Shepard, Mason," Sortek said over the COMM. "Congratulations on your superb performance, both of you. You've given me plenty of data to go over with Colonel Zax and Marshal Davian. The future Federated Commonwealth, if all goes well, thanks you for your contributions in preparing us for our potential unification." "You're welcome," Mason replied. "It was the least we could do." "No need to be modest," Sortek replied. "You should be proud of what you've accomplished so far. The same goes for you, Shepard. If someone had told me that, someday, you would be a consummate mech warrior, I would have laughed in their faces. Good to see you doing so well. Now, I'm going to get to the point, gentlemen. House Davian has a number of long-term mercenary contracts set to open up a year from now in 3028. First, Prince Hansa Davian tapped into your merc company and the Crater Cobras to participate in these games to evaluate the state of your company's losses after taking heavy losses back at Halstead Station in 3013. Not to mention your father's death and the near destruction of your company 2 years later at Deberry. Very few mercenary companies ever recovered, if at all, from such a catastrophic loss. From what we can tell, not only have the Cobra Craters recovered from their losses, your own merc company has. In fact, it's gotten stronger than it was before that day." "Thank you, Colonel. Your words are quite kind. I beat my ass to make sure that the Cavaliers wouldn't go out of business. Good to see that my hard work is working out." "You're welcome. As for myself, I want to formally say to you that House Davian is interested in offering your unit a long-term service contract, provided that your mercenary company continues to grow in the way it has been for the last few years by the time 3028 rolls around. Since you can deploy 3 lances at once, I can say that we'll be more than happy to have you aboard should you accept. We'll definitely make it worth your while. Again, we're looking for a unit that can field multiple lances and pilots in a year's time. So, with that in mind, keep growing and keep an eye out for our offer when the 3028 contracts open up." Shepard was about to leave when Sortek said, "And Shepard, I've got some more to say for you too. Oh. When I first met you, I didn't know what to make of you, aside from the fact that you were an unknown variable. Now that I've seen you in action, I'm very proud of the mech warrior that you've become. You've shown that you can effectively command multiple lances, and you completed the mission despite taking casualties. That's the mark of an effective commander." "Thank you, sir. In addition, given your performance, and what you've done for us so far, I've decided to send along a few gifts, in addition to the normal rewards for completing this contract. After all, where would the Federated Sons be without you and your efforts?" Shepard, who knew what Sortek was talking about, nodded in understanding. "I was just in the right place at the right time, Sortek. Either way, I'm glad to have helped out." "Indeed. Also, give Garrett's wife and her children my regards. With that in mind, good luck to you too. Until then." With that, the COMM line cut out. "What was that all about?" Mason asked. "He thanked you for doing something for the Federated Sons. I'll tell you over dinner later, in your private quarters," Shepard replied. "Still, we impressed him greatly." "You impressed me as well," Mason nodded. "I have to admit, I was worried about how you might handle things, but you came out like a trooper in the end. You deserve a raise. Make that a big one." Fahad shouted over the intercom. "We've got ourselves some bloody fine kit. We're filthy, bloody, stinking rich down air." Smiling, Shepard and Mason began traveling to the mech bay. Walking inside, Shepard found Fahad practically dancing on his feet as they looked at what had just come in, via some flatbed trucks that had just left. Vega was also present, and he had a gleam in his eyes that Shepard hadn't seen before. "What is it?" he heard Mason ask. "What did we get?" "We got ourselves some fine gear," Fahad beamed. "Look at this. We've got ourselves a Western Heavy for Rex's Orion and what looks like a new autocannon of some kind." "I know what it is," Vega replied. "Oh. That is an LB-10X autocannon, and one that was manufactured by Lublin Ballistics too, Vega explained. They're a direct upgrade over your standard autocannon/10 in terms of range and accuracy. They can also fire cluster munitions that act like explosive shot from a shotgun, which explains why it's a smoothbore cannon. He pointed at the lack of rifling in the barrel to illustrate his point. Bloody hell, Fahad whistled. LBX autocannons are low-tech, if I recall correctly. Where'd they find this one? Mason asked. Don't know, Fahad shrugged. For all we know, this one could have been sitting in a low-tech cache waiting to be used. Let me check the serial numbers. Moving to a part of the LB-10XAC, he peered at a string of numbers. Well, I'll be damned. What? This one was recently manufactured. You can tell from the serial numbers if it was manufactured during the Star League era if it has a serial number ranging from LBX10-10/12/2595 to LBX10-5/20/2840. This one, though, is marked LBX10-05/1/3026, which means it was manufactured this year, around 8 months ago. Hot damn. Mason, realizing what that mean, whistled. That means that LBX autocannons have re-entered production, possibly due to low-tech research. We'll be seeing more of them on the market if that's the case. And I recommend buying them over the standard AC/10, Fahad nodded. Plus, they sent along a lot of ammo for this thing too. Get it squared away, along with the rest of the goodies. We'll be heading out soon. You got it, sir. With that, Fahad went to work, while Shepard and the others left to take care of some other matters. We're doing good, Shepard though as he looked at the now excited Mech Bay crew. I wouldn't be surprised if we figured out how to manufacture warships within the next decade or so. If we find a way back, then we'll see how they fare against the Reapers. Chapter 15, The War Begins. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my MechWarrior/BattleTech, Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all for the support that you've shown thus far. I greatly appreciate it. Also, I would like to make an announcement. Given that we're starting the story arc taking place in the Fourth Succession War, I'll be looking at various books written on the subject, specifically the Warrior Trilogy. As such, this story will be on temporary hiatus until I've read the books. This is because I want the next chapters to be as accurate in that regard as possible, even with the changes I've brought about. I would be remiss in my responsibility as a writer if I made mistakes concerning the next story arc. Either way, thank you for your support, and I hope to receive that support going forwards. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the MechWarrior/BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. MDS Cavalier 2. Kent Ares 4, Federated Suns. May 20, 3028. If there was a star system that signified what humanity had lost during the Succession Wars, in Shepard's opinion, it was Kent Ares 4. Driving towards the Davisbury spaceport in one of the cars he rented there, he found himself looking at an abandoned portion of the drop port. Before the Succession Wars, this area had been used for exporting food and the other exports that the primarily agricultural planet had sold. Now, however, it was little more than a ghost town, with large parts of it having been destroyed in past wars. He sighed as he looked at the devastation, which had never been repaired fully since. It's because of succession wars of this scale that the inner sphere is suffering from tech regression. I can say, though, that regression will soon become a thing of the past, at least for the Federated Suns and Lyran Commonwealth. Still, sights like these reminded him far too much of the devastation that the alliance he'd come from was suffering at the hands of the Reapers. He clenched his soul-free hand in anger, then unclenched it moments later. We'll find some way to come back home, he thought to himself. I don't know when, or how, but we will. If we do, though, I want to make sure that things here are taken care of before we leave. Never leave a loose end lying around when you can tie it up. He was about to continue his train of thought when the built-in phone rang. Pressing the call button, he asked, "Hello? Mr. Shepard," the voice of the rental agent said, "are you returning to the Davisbury spaceport?" "Yes," Shepard replied. "Is there something wrong?" "A message from your employer, Commander Mason. He asked me to inform you to return to your dropship. I believe that he will be leaving soon." His heart fluttered when he heard that. "I think I know what's going on," he thought, "though I'm not absolutely certain if that's the case." Clearing his throat, he said, "All right, I'm on my way back." Ending the call, he quickly turned back towards the spaceport. Walking inside of the dropship, Shepard found Mason waiting for him at the entrance. "Is there something you need?" he asked. "No," Mason replied. "I called you back because of some good news. Remember when Sortek mentioned that we'd have contracts coming out in 3028? Yes, I firmly recall that. We were contacted a few minutes ago via HPG. Apparently, the new contracts have opened up." "Let's hear it," Shepard replied. With that, the two traveled up the staircase that led to the tactical operations room. Once inside, they proceeded over to the hollow table in the room, which was currently being tended to by Rihanna. Spotting them, she said, "Commander, permission to play the transmission we received." "Granted," Mason replied. Moments later, the transmission from Sortek played for them to hear. "Commander, on behalf of First Prince Hansa Davian, the Federated Sons wishes to extend to you an offer for a 2-year, independent commission within the armed forces of the Federated Sons. Over the years, one of our regimental combat teams have suffered significant losses at the hands of the Draconis Combine, which has left the unit's veterans suffering from exhaustion and low morale. A few years ago, the AFFS sought to inject some new blood into this unit, promoting up a promising young officer from the Davian Assault Guards who has since been working at replenishing the ranks of the RCT. But, with the replacement troops being fairly green, and the veterans demoralized and drained, it is High Command's belief that we need an additional injection of skilled talent to give some stability to the unit while they rebuild their lost ranks. Should you accept this commission, you will be put under a 2-year exclusive contract under the direct command of a Marshal of the Armed Forces of the Federated Sons. You will still be entitled to your posted MRB rates, with full combat bonus should the need arise. Contact us soon if these terms are agreeable. If we do not hear from you by the time these contracts open up, we will need to move on to someone else. We hope to hear from you soon." With that, the transmission ended. "Well, it's official," Shepard beamed. "I think that's what Sortek mentioned when made remarks about contracts opening up this year." "I agree," Mason nodded. "Rihanna, inform Colonel Sortek that we've accepted the offer and are ready for when he needs us." "Affirmative, Commander," Rihanna replied. It wasn't long, around a few hours or so, before they were contacted again. "Commander," Rihanna informed Mason. "We've got a reply in response to our previous message. Patching us in now." "Let's hear it," Mason replied. Moments later, another voice began to speak up. "Thank you for answering the call, Commander. I am Marshal Jackson Davian of the 2nd Crucis Lancers. You might know us better as the Kestrel Lancers. Colonel Sortek has informed me that you will be serving out your contract as an independent battle mech detachment under my command. We're glad to have you aboard, we need all the help we can get. I'll be honest with you, Commander. The Kestrel Lancers have seen better days. My predecessor was posted on the border with the Draconis Combine and suffered heavy losses at the hands of House Kurita's raids during the Third Succession War. While on paper we may still officially exist as a full battalion of the Crucis Lancers, the reality is that First Prince Davian is weighing our deactivation due to our current numbers. We've been aggressively recruiting to fix this, but I need experienced soldiers to build up a reliable corps that I can count on to get the job done and train up our fresh talent. After seeing your performance up close during the Galahad War Games, I am confident that your unit is exactly what the Kestrel Lancers need at the moment. Although you've been contracted to us as a mercenary, officially you will be added to the Kestrel Lancers roster as a Special Operations Battle Mech Company under my command. We want to preserve an appearance of strength to our enemies while our rebuilding is underway. Take your time to prepare your mechs and gear, then head to the nearest jump point. The AFFS will charter a command circuit to bring you to the Crucis Lancers home base on Myra. Be prepared for anything, Commander. With Hansa Davian's upcoming marriage to Melissa Steiner, the AFFS has been put on high alert. We will provide you with a full briefing once you get to Myra. Good luck. Marshal Davian out. With that, the COMM transmission ended. There we have it, Mason beamed. We're heading to Myra. Rihanna, are we all good to go? As far as I can tell, yes, Rihanna replied. Keying the intercom, she asked, Fahad? Are our mechs and gear ready to go? We can go whenever we need to, Fahad replied. Ever since we got our first LBX autocannon, I've seen a massive influx of LB-10X ammunition, especially the cluster munitions. We've just squared away in case we need to take off. Why? We're heading to Myra immediately, Mason answered. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then, bloody hell. Good thing we're all strapped down and ready to rock. Is this what I think it is? Yep. Well, all right. Let's go. Roger that, Mason replied, even as he began to issue orders to the flight crew to take off. It took them about a month to get to Myra, which was on the border of the Federated Sons and the Capellan Confederation. Shepard was nervous about being this close to Capellan-controlled space, even though he was on one of the planets that the Confederation dare not attack, if it didn't want to risk the wrath of the Federated Sons. I'll be comfortable once we're busy fighting those Confederation assholes, he thought to himself. To calm his raging thoughts, he recalled the information that he'd learned about the planet of Myra 4. The planet, from what he could recall, was a tropical climate world, with high temperatures, and exceptionally dense jungles that resisted even the most minor attempts at deforestation. Contrary to some articles he'd read, though, the planet's gravity was at a comfortable 1.2 grams, not the 1.8 grams that it was rumored to have. Ironically, it was this dense jungle that had made it difficult to spot the main operation base of the Kestrel Lancers. Fortunately, since they were expected, another dropship had escorted them to the base in question. Once they landed, he had decided to get outside. As soon as he walked outside, Shepard quickly found that the planet's reputation for being hot was true. The moment he stepped into the hot, muggy air, he found himself starting to sweat in an instant. Pulling out a handkerchief, he wiped his forehead, his brows raising when he saw that it was damp with sweat. "Whew! It's hot out here," he whistled. "That it is," Garrus, who had cautiously come to the entrance of the dropship, nodded. He was wearing a more stripped-down version of the usual casual wear he wore. "It's comfortably hot for me though. Reminds me of Palaven, in a lot of ways." "What? The temperature or the jungle?" "Both. Palaven, before the Reapers came, had a lot of jungles, even though it was our home world. Plus, there were areas that got quite hot, around as hot as this place, actually." He had a longing look on his face, as though he wanted to strip down to his scaly skin and carapace and bask in the warm sunlight of Myra's sun. "You're not the only one that likes this place," Nyreen, who'd followed Garrus, purred. In her arms, and on a back rig, were Iavalaya and Voranus, her two newest children. While Iavalaya was sound asleep in the back rig, Voranus was wide awake, with both green eyes gazing out at the jungle. "I think you might want to head back up," Shepard remarked as he saw a figure walking towards them. "Someone's coming." Nodding at that, Garrus and Nyreen quickly retreated into the bowels of the dropship. "Hey, Shepard," Vega beamed as he walked forwards. "What's up?" "Other than sweating my ass off, not much," Shepard shrugged. "What about you?" "Just came to see what's up," Vega replied. "Also, Mason's coming along now." "I'm already here, Vega," Mason remarked as he came along. "Though, thanks for giving Shepard a heads up. Speaking of which, I think that's Marshal Jackson Davian." Peering ahead, despite the bright sunlight, Shepard looked towards the approaching figure in question. Jackson Davian was a tall man, just a hair taller than Shepard, to be precise. Bright brown eyes gazed around the area, while his brown hair nearly glowed in the bright light of Myra's sun. While he was in full dress uniform, it was clear that it wasn't comfortable to wear in the hot temperatures. Already, Shepard could see sweat stains forming on the chest region of the uniform. As soon as he was close enough, Jackson said, "Mason, welcome to Myra 4. It's an honor to have you here." "The honor is all mine," Mason replied as he shook the marshal's hand. "So, did First Prince Davian?" "Yes," Jackson replied, interrupting Mason. "Hansa Davian informed me of your Merc Company's unique situation. I am the only one that knows about what is going on, though I wouldn't be surprised if he ordered the entire Kestrel Lancers to sign NDAs in a week's time. To be honest, though, it's so outlandish that I doubt anyone would believe it's true." "I had a hard time myself," Mason nodded. "It was only because of the files that the people at NAIS sent that I was able to believe it myself." "I agree," Jackson nodded. "Mind if I come inside? It's fucking hot out here." "No need to ask me twice," Mason nodded. As they walked inside, he asked, "So, is this a courtesy visit, or is the briefing for us being held in here?" "Just a visit, to see if what Hansa told me was true," Jackson nodded. "He spoke using code words and code phrases, which tells me that something big us up. I'm still somewhat skeptical, so I..." What he would have said died in his throat, as the moment they entered the crew quarters, he saw for himself why Hansa had been using coded phrases and words. In the crew quarters were Garrus, Nyreen and Rex. Rex was busy reading a book, as ironic as that might have seemed, while Garrus and Nyreen were cooing happily over one of their children. To Jackson, the scene was so odd that, for a moment, his brain struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. "Big shock, Shepard asked. When Jackson nodded, he said, "I understand completely. I felt the same way when I met my first Turian. It never really wears off, to be honest." "You don't say," Jackson replied, his attention firmly on Garrus. While the part of his mind that was reasonable said there was nothing to worry about, the primal part of his mind was screaming at him to get ready to run or fight. At that moment, Garrus looked up towards Shepard, Mason, and Jackson. The moment those blue eyes locked onto his, Jackson felt that primal urge become much stronger. Wrestling it under control, he managed to get a handle on it just as Shepard said, "Marshal Jackson, this is Garrus Vakarian, Nyreen Kandros Vakarian and Erdnot Rex." "Garrus, Nyreen, Rex, this is Marshal Jackson Davian," our employer for the next 2 years. Walking over to Jackson, Gurus said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Marshal." Extending a talon, he waited for Jackson to do the same with his hand. Startling slightly, Jackson shook Gurus' hand and said, "The same to you as well." "First time?" "Yes." "That's understandable. Our species is an apex predator on our home world of Palavan. Quite necessary, since we have creatures that can eat us if we're not careful." "I see," Jackson nodded. Looking at Nyreen, he spotted the little bundle in her arms. "Is that what I think it is?" "Yes," Nyreen replied. "This is my daughter, Ayavalaya. Come on over. Don't be shy." Walking over, Jackson sat on one of the bunks and looked at Ayavalaya. The infant promptly looked at him with both brown-colored eyes, though they didn't provoke the same primal response that Gurus had. Instead, he saw pure innocence and wonder in the infant's eyes, as though he was the first human being she had ever seen. "She looks beautiful," he remarked. "That she is," Nyreen purred. "Needless to say, if you even think of hurting her." "I wouldn't get very far if I tried," Jackson admitted. Hansa made that perfectly clear, even in his coded transmission. As he said this, Ayavalaya extended a tiny talon and touched the right side of his face, prompting a smile from him. When he did that, the infant Turian emitted an unintelligible, but audible response. "I think she likes you," Nyreen observed. "I guess," Jackson nodded. Getting up, he found himself looking at Rex, who was keenly watching him. Noticing the scars, he said, "You look like you've seen action." "I have," Rex nodded. "Nearly got killed by one of those mechs, but I came out of it alive." Pointing at a scar that ran over his right eye, he said, "Got this from the autocannon it had. Either way, I killed it, but I had to be pulled out of my mech." "Sounds about right," Jackson observed. Turning towards Shepard and Mason, he said, "Consider my skepticism proven wrong. Anyways, which way to the tactical operations room?" "Follow me," Mason replied. MDS Cavalier 2. 4 months later. Inside of his Marauder, Shepard was quickly getting ready for the mission that they were going to be embarking on soon. Calmly, but quickly, he made sure everything was ready to rock, before he made sure his cooling suit was snugly on. After that, he leaned back in the seat and strapped himself in. It had been around 3 months since their arrival at Myra, during which Jackson had told him what the plan was going to be. According to the briefing, they would be part of the second wave that would attack the Capellan Confederation after the first wave was sent. Their specific goal was to conquer the Capellan fortress world of Tikhanov. When he'd heard that, Shepard had grasped the seriousness of the situation. Tikhanov, according to his research, was one of the Capellan Confederation's most vital planets, and one of the most difficult to get at. Not even the Star League, in the prime of its power, had been able to take the planet. "It's been like that for over 600 years, he thought to himself. "Now we're going to attack a world that even the Star League was unable to attack. If we succeed at this, then we'll have proven that we can take on any enemy, even Comstar if necessary." There was also something else on his mind, a memory that had been triggered. He'd seen the wedding at Terra, where Hansa Davian and Melissa Steiner became a couple. To be honest, he had cheered for Hansa and Melissa, along with the rest of his team, when the two became husband and wife. He'd also heard Hansa declare the start of the Fourth Succession War when he decided to give the Capellan Confederation to her as his wedding gift. A memory began to drift through his mind as he thought this through. Letting it come to the forefront of his mind, he recalled a speech that Marshal Davian had given them a week ago, before they had launched off their part of the invasion. 1 week earlier. Inside of the auditorium for the Crucis Lancers, Shepard looked around at the 300 or so members of the Kestrel Lancers. Everyone was present here, from mech warriors, to tank drivers, to infantry that were assigned to the battalion. There were even people that had been assigned to other Crucis Lancers battalions, but had refused to leave in hopes that the Kestrel Lancers would remain active. Standing at the podium, with the hologram being displayed over his head, was Marshal Jackson Davian. The man was in his crispest dress uniform, with the symbol of the Federated Suns emblazoned on his uniform. He was standing ramrod straight, which only served to underscore the importance of this meeting. A moment later, Jackson cleared his throat, and began to speak. The moment he did, he had everyone's undivided attention. Even the usual horsing around that took place before an announcement had gone dead silent when he spoke. "Lancers. We have been called to war." Jackson began. "Operation Rat is a go. Our objective? To cripple the Confederation's military-industrial complex, to bloody their most fanatical battle mech regiments, and to take their territory for our own. Thus securing our borders for our newfound alliance with House Steiner." He paused for a moment as some murmuring began, allowing it to die down before he continued. "To do this, all 8 of the Crucis Lancers RCTs have been called upon to take one system, the most vital planet targeted by the Federated Suns, the fortress world of Tikhanov. Defended by numerous battle mech regiments, a vast network of man-made fortifications, and one of the most hardened planetary militias of the entire inner sphere. For over 600 years, Tikhanov has stood as an indomitable bastille, repelling all who dare to challenge its gauntlet of defenses. But the planet itself is a prize like no other. A fully self-sufficient world virtually untouched by the chaos of the succession wars. Heavily industrialized with an abundance of natural ore and mineral mining that fuels a booming economy and acts as the foundation of Tikhanov's true prize, battle mech factories. Responsible for the manufacturing of large portions of the Capellan Confederation's heavy battle mech forces and considered to be the lifeblood of the CCAF's war machine. Taking Tikhanov and its mech factories from the Confederation will rob them of one of their military's most vital resources and add it to our own. But the defenders of Tikhanov are among the most fanatical supporters of the Capellan state, many of them lifelong residents of the region. Expect them to fight with unparalleled ferocity to defend their home world. First Prince Hans Adavian has personally charged the Crucis Lancers with this mission. To break the unbreakable fortress world and claim its mech factories in the name of the Federated Sons. And with God as our witness, we will not misplace the faith that He has put in all of us. Kestrel Lancers, we stand on the brink of history. Will we falter in the face of our duty? No. Came the thunderous reply from the 300 or so members of the Kestrel Lancers. Will we reward the faith that the First Prince has put into us with valor, honor and success? Yes. Kestrel Lancers. In a week's time, we march for Tikhanov. On to war! On to war! Everyone shouted. Even Shepard found the very same words coming from his mouth. So it begins, he thought to himself. We enter the pages of history, and begin a war against one of the cruelest regimes in the inner sphere. Whether we achieve our future, or fall into ruin, is all up in the air now. Chapter 16, The Siege of Tikhanov Part 1. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my BattleTech Mass Effect crossover. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back. While I haven't finished the first book in the Warrior Trilogy, I can say that I've learned a lot about how things were going in the lead up to the Fourth Succession War. I've also brushed up a little bit on the storyline that we're proceeding along, so everything's looking good. Thank you for your patience and support. I've also got a poll going on my profile for my next crossover. It's not so much as which crossover it will be, but if you want something that I typically do in that crossover. Feel free to vote on the question when you've got some time. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their original developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. MDS Cavalier 2. Approaching Tikhanov 4. September 24, 3028. The memory of that day quickly passed through Shepard's mind, even as he made sure his marauder was ready for combat. I never thought in a million years that we would end up becoming members of one of the most biggest battles fought during the Fourth Succession War. Then again, I never knew I'd end up in another universe entirely. Looking up, he spotted Fahad, who was coming over to him. Your mech's ready to go, Shepard, Fahad informed him. Fully loaded up and armored up. It's been an interesting few days, but we're now approaching our current destination. Agreed, Shepard nodded. Looking around, he asked, so, are the others ready too? Yep. Rex's mech is ready to rock. I have to admit, I'm rather jealous now, ever since we replaced that Western Heavy with one of the new LB-10X autocannons that have come onto the market. Now, he can reach out and touch someone with that thing. Wish we could do the same for yours, but it's too big of a weapon. Plus, the ammo weighs far more than your standard AC/5 shells. I agree. Perhaps they'll come out with a smaller version of the LB-10X in the future. Perhaps. I'd best get to making sure the others are ready as well. With that, Fahad walked off, while Shepard sat in the cockpit of his Marauder. As he sat there, he looked at his mech, before looking at the others that Mason had. Vega said that there was an assault variant of my mech, the Marauder too, he mused. If we get any assault mechs in the future, then it would be a treat if it was one such Marauder too. It can mount larger ballistic weapons, and ERPPCs. He would have continued his musing when he heard someone walking towards him. Looking up, he spotted Vega coming along. Hey Shepard, Vega beamed. You getting ready? I might as well, Shepard nodded. Looking at Rex's mech, he said, I wish I had a mech with an LBX autocannon. Unfortunately, the 10Xs are too large for my Marauder. I know what you mean, Vega nodded. If we find a Marauder 2 by any chance, or if we're gifted one, as unlikely as that is, then we can upgrade. If not, then we'll have to wait for the LB5Xs to come out. Given that we've altered the timeline, I wonder if they'll come out sooner, rather than later. Probably sooner. It's not that much of a leap to make a smaller version of the LB-10X. From what I recall, though, it took the Federated Commonwealth a decade in order to design one, even with clan variants at their disposal. True. Then again, since we got the memory core a decade earlier, I think it stands to reason it might come out within the next 2 decades or so. As he walked away, Vega asked, "Hey, you talk with Lyra at some point?" "I haven't really been able to," Shepard frowned. "Why do you ask?" "Well, I heard from a little bird that you've got the hots for her." "Let me guess, that little bird was Garrus." "How'd you know?" "I know Garrus quite well, Vega." "Still, he's right, I do love Lyra. It's been like that since I first met her. I wonder if she's got little blue kids running around at New Avalon. I wonder what they might think of me." "Your guess is as good as mine." Just as Shepard was about to continue, the intercom pinged. "Commander Shepard, Erdnot Rex, Garrus Vakarian, James Vega, report to CIC immediately." Garrus, Shepard, Rex, and Vega, report to CIC immediately. "Well," he shrugged. "Looks like we've been called. Time to see what Mason needs." "Agreed." With that, they began moving towards the tactical operations room, their current acceleration providing them a comfortable means of getting there without floating. Entering the tour, Vega said, "What's up, Mason?" "We just got a transmission from Marshal Davian," Mason replied. "Take a listen." Moments later, Marshal Davian's voice came over the speakers. "The invasion of Takhanov has begun. Over 300 dropships carrying all 8 regiments of the Crucis Lancers are continuing a high-G burn for the planet. Our flotilla's aerospace escort has just fought back the Night Riders' Deep Space Interdiction Force, leaving only one more obstacle that we must clear before we make landfall. The Kestrel Lancers have been tasked with destroying a series of anti-dropship batteries located on Takhanov's first moon, Doria. These batteries, combined with the remaining Night Rider aerospace fighters, could do some serious damage to the Lancers' invasion force as they try to breach the planet's atmosphere. As such, it is imperative that we clear the way for our fellow Lancers. This war is just beginning, so remember your training, watch each other's backs, and do not overcommit your forces in this opening engagement. We will still need mechs at the ready when we make planet fall. Let's show the rest of the Crucis Lancers what the new Kestrel Lancers can do." With that, the transmission ended. "I take it Doria is our first destination," Shepard presumed. "Correct," Mason nodded. "According to Rihanna, the moment we got this transmission, we got our orders. We're to land on Doria and assist in destroying the anti-dropship batteries. If all goes well, we'll take them out in short order, and we can help with the main invasion of the planet." "Sounds like a plan to me. Then let's get to work. Get to your mechs and prepare for deployment. We've got a war to help win." A few hours later, Shepard was back inside of his Marauder, quickly powering up the mech in accordance with the checklist he had pinned to part of the cockpit's interior. Looking outside, he could see Garrus, Rex, and Vega getting inside of their mechs. "Looks like Vega's taking the Thunderbolt," he noted. "Not bad. It's a good heavy mech, as long as you play to its strengths and weaknesses." A moment later, he felt the G-forces increase momentarily, with the increase accompanied by a muted thump that echoed inside of the dropship. "Looks like we've landed," he thought. Right on cue, a NAV light towards one of the dice marking doors came up. "Time to roll out." Using the built-in governor, he accelerated his mech and slowly made his way towards the door in question. By now, the crew had moved to the pressurized areas of the dropship, as he watched the air pressure inside of the mech bay drop steadily down to 0. At the same time, any noise that was audible quickly died down, until it was as silent as a graveyard inside the mech bay. With that, he quickly came to the mech bay door that was assigned to his lance. Keying his COMM, he said, "If anyone wants to back out now, this is a good time to do so." He said the words in jest, as he knew that, once they'd accepted the contract, there was no turning back. "Nope," Garrus nodded, chuckling slightly. "Same here," Rex replied from his Orion. "No," Vega added. "Then let's do it. Everyone, time to wage war." With that, the mech bay door opened, and everyone proceeded outside of the dropship, along with the lance that Mason was leading. There was a third lance, but that lance was assigned to guarding the dropship from any hostile mechs that got too close. While unlikely, Mason had decided that it was better to be safe, than to be sorry. That brought into concern the repairs that needed to be done between missions. Fortunately, Fahad, and the others, had planned for this, as they had modified their mech bays for short-term repairs, and a couple for long-term repairs. While it would be cutting the margin quite closely, given the timetable they were operating on, it was decided that some repairs were better than no repairs at all. The moment they stepped outside, Shepard got a good look at the moon of Doya for the first time. Looking around, he noticed that it had a striking resemblance, at least up close and personal, to Earth's moon, Luna. No atmosphere was present, with what appeared to be an aurora in the sky, while behind him, Tikhonov's star shone bright and clear. The ground was a charcoal grey color, with pitting and craters made by meteors and micrometeorites. A truly barren and hostile moon, he thought. If this was the only stellar body you had seen, you'd probably think the universe was just as barren of life. He knew otherwise, though there was no denying that Doya's landscape was quite bleak and dreary. His musings were interrupted by Mason. "You okay, Shepard?" he asked. "I'm fine," Shepard replied. "Just got distracted is all. It won't affect my performance in the mission." "Good." A moment later, Marshal Davian came over the COMM, with the man addressing them directly. "Commander Shepard, Mason, for generations, Tikhonov has stood as one of the Confederation's economic and manufacturing centers. Because of this, House Liao has spent generations and considerable amounts of resources turning Tikhonov into one of the most heavily fortified systems in the inner sphere. This includes a network of anti-dropship orbital arrays here on Tikhonov's first moon, Doria. The Kestrel Lancers have been tasked with destroying the arrays and clearing the way for the remaining Lancer regiments to make planetfall. Your task force's assigned targets have been marked on your neurohelmet HUDs. The remaining Kestrel Lancers will be executing similar strikes against targets of their own. Show the second what you're made of, commanders." "That we will," Shepard nodded. With that, they proceeded on, their mechs moving towards their destinations. "Okay, we've got 2 major targets, each one more than 2 kilometers away," Mason noted. "Shepard, you'll take the target on the right. My lance will take the one on the left. Once we've destroyed each installation, we'll rendezvous at the LZ." "Roger that," Shepard nodded. Keying his COMM, he said, "Gurus, you ready for aerospace defense duty?" "Affirmative," Gurus nodded. "Those pesky VTOLs and aerospace fighters won't know what hit them. I've also got good news for my mech." "And that would be? Remember the gear we got after Operation Galahad? It turned out, Sortek sent along a conversion kit for double heat sinks, and enough to refit a single mech. Since the rifleman's known to have heat management problems, Fahad retrofitted my mech with those DHS. I'll be nice and cool, even under fire." "Good to hear. Now, please keep the COMM clear from now on. No extraneous talk." "You got it, Commander." With that, they proceeded in silence towards the installations. As they approached, Shepard spotted what he thought were massive satellite dishes, as well as fortifications. He also spotted brilliant streaks of light that zipped upwards from those areas, likely the ADS arrays firing off. As they approached, Fahad came over the COMM. "Shame we have to destroy these installations," he frowned. "Planetary defenses like these haven't been made in centuries. Taking and holding them would pull resources away from the invasion," Marshal Davian replied. "The main objective here is to take Tikhonov itself. We can't risk giving the Confederation any more time to dig into their positions on planet. Thinking like that is the reason humanity's seen 300 years of tech regression. All because of these bloody succession wars. Watch your tone, Tech. We have a job to do. We can talk about historical preservation later." In a softer tone, Marshal Davian added, "I understand your thinking, Tech, but don't let your desire to see history preserved get in the way of the mission." "I understand," Fahad nodded. "I still don't bloody like it, but I understand." With that, the line went silent. "It is a damn shame we have to destroy these," Vega agreed. "All of this is Los Tech, and here we are destroying it. Couldn't we spare one of these installations? Maybe Hansa has a DMI and MIIO team on hand for just that," Gurus suggested. "I wouldn't be surprised if he did. After all, we did get him the memory cores, so it would make sense for him to do that." "True." "Gentlemen, now is not the time," Shepard interrupted. "I understand how you feel, but now's not the time to talk, it's the time to act. We clear?" "Affirmative, Shepard." Again, silence filled the comms as they proceeded onward. As they got closer, Shepard spotted hostile contacts on the sensor readouts. "Company," he told the others. "Get ready for a fight. Engage with long-range weapons first, then hit them with the close-range ones once we're close enough." "Copy. Copy." A moment later, Marshal Davian came in over the COMM. "Commander Shepard, you're coming up on one of the anti-dropship arrays. Only tangle with the defenders if you feel you need to. Once those guns are silenced, the militia will be stranded here anyways. We have a long war ahead of us, so be sure not to take on any unnecessary risks." "Copy that," Shepard replied. It was around this time that some of the sensor contacts revealed themselves. Some were ground vehicles, while most were aerospace fighters that were performing flybys of the area. As soon as Shepard spotted one of the contacts, he switched over to the AC-5 at his disposal. Looking at a readout, he spotted a modification that he, along with Fahad and Gurus, had made. While firing 5-round bursts was fine, Shepard had wanted to be able to use his autocannon in the standard, semi-automatic mode, in order to preserve ammunition. Fahad, after consulting the schematics for the Imperator AAC/5S, had found out that a technician could change the fire mode of the AC/5 by switching out one of the components. Fortunately, Callan Weapon Industries had thought of this, and had provided detailed instructions on how to change the fire mode with any Imperator AS that a buyer acquired without extensively modifying the weapon. As such, when he depressed the firing stud for the ballistic weapon installed, it didn't fire in the standard 5-round burst. Instead, a single shell flew out of the muzzle, before smashing into the vehicle in question, a harasser. While the harasser's armor plating spared it destruction, it didn't survive a second hit from the AC/5, with the vehicle being blown apart. Any fire quickly disappeared, courtesy of the vacuum of space. That was Gurus' signal to get to work. Spotting an incoming aerospace fighter, he fired off one of the AC/5s on his mech. All 5 shell managed to land on target, with the enemy ASF fireballing before smashing into the ground, exploding as it did so. "Here we go!" he shouted. "Oh, hell yes!" Rex shouted as he began closing the distance, while firing the LRM-15 in his mech at an enemy Scorpion. As he got closer, the Dick reported, "New target, Jenner. Got a Jenner over here." Rex shouted. "He's mine. Coming in to support you." Vega shouted. "Watch your back. I wouldn't be surprised if they have heavier mechs over here." "Solid copy." With that, Rex closed in the distance on the Jenner in question. Time to see if this LB-10X is the real deal. Lining up the reticule, he took aim, made sure a slug round was loaded, then fired. He felt the mech vibrate as the LB-10X HEAP FS, high explosive / armor piercing / fin stabilized, shell roared down the barrel, before flying out the muzzle at quite a few multiples of the speed of sound. Within milliseconds, it smashed into the Jenner. The result was devastating. The shell, which landed precisely on the cockpit, tore through the ferroglass cockpit, splattering the enemy pilot all over the inside. The enemy mech, deprived of its brain, slumped over, falling to the ground a moment later. "Nice shot!" Vega shouted. "Were you aiming for that?" "Not really, no," Rex replied. "Luck of the draw, I suppose." As he turned, he spotted a shape behind Vega's mech. "Look out!" he shouted as he fired the LB-10X autocannon again. Vega, hearing the shout, threw his mech into a hard left turn, while the HEAP FS shell zipped past his mech and smashed into the target. The target in question, an enemy Centurion, staggered back as the shell smashed into the armor, tearing off copious amounts of steel and cubic boron nitride. While Vega was still turning, Rex fired the SRM-4 launcher, as well as both medium lasers, tearing and boiling more armor off the enemy mech. The enemy mech warrior, realizing his ambush had failed, quickly pulled back in order to avoid being completely annihilated. While he succeeded in avoiding being killed, he'd paid a heavy price, as Rex's SRM-4S tore off the shield arm, the ruined component crashing silently into the moon's volcanic soil. "That'll teach you to mess with my friends, you little pyjak," Rex snarled. By now, Vega's mech had fully turned around, and he was more than ready to lay waste to the enemy mech himself. Rounding the corner, he fired his single SRM-2 launcher, before letting loose with the pair of machine guns built into his mech. Where the armor had been ripped off by Rex's earlier attack, bullets tore into the chassis, before said chassis was damaged further by the SRMs that were fired again. The final nail in the coffin were the medium lasers, which cored through the fusion engine. "Back up!" Vega shouted. "Enemy mech's going supercritical." Rex, hearing this while he dealt with more of the base defenders, simply moved forwards, giving Vega enough room to back out of the blast radius. Instead of exploding, Vega watched as the mech's fusion engine glowed brightly, before fading out altogether. "That's funny," he heard Rex remark as the Krogan fired on more enemy combatants. "It didn't explode." "I don't think they explode in vacuum," Vega surmised. "It would make sense. The explosion's caused by superheated air that rushes out of the mech." Looking around, he asked, "Where's Shepard?" "I'm right here," Shepard replied over the COMM, with Gurus following behind him. "Just eliminated some enemy ASFs. I was giving Gurus cover in case he needed it." "Good thing you did too," Gurus nodded. "An enemy charger came to try and gut my mech. You know how to keep a teammate in the clear." "Very true," Shepard nodded. "Now, it's time to destroy these anti-drop ship batteries." "Any ideas?" "Target the ammo supplies," Rex suggested. "We do that, the explosion will tear apart the guns." "I like the way your brain thinks." That was when Marshal Davian came in. "Commander Shepard, you've got multiple enemy dropships on the way to your location. Watch yourself." "Copy," Shepard replied. Just as he said this, a pair of Leopard dropships came in and dropped off their mechs. While they were far away, they had landed on the plains, allowing Garrus to get a good idea as to what they were facing. "Spirits!" he shouted. "We've got a pair of assault mechs in the field, and a lot of heavy mechs." "Shit!" Shepard snarled. "Okay, new plan. We're going in now. Damn the base defenses. Attack the base now." With that, everyone made a beeline for the base's interior. While this got them inside of the base, it also meant they had to ignore most of the enemy defenses. Shepard found this out fairly quickly, as while he was dealing with the turret, he heard a loud crack. Moments later, the DIC said, "Warning, cockpit depressurization detected. Alert, cockpit viewport damage detected." Gasping, Shepard looked around to find the damage. It didn't take him long, as he spotted a thin crack in the port side of the ferroglass viewport. In addition, he heard a loud hissing sound that meant air was escaping. "Damn it, I'm hit!" he shouted. "Rex, cover me. Gotta make a quick repair." Getting up after stopping the mech, he pulled out enough length for his neurohelmet cable to allow him to get to a box that was to his right. Wrenching it open, he quickly found what he was looking for, a roll of clear tape that was designed to seal atmospheric breaches in the viewports. Pulling it out, he pulled out a long strip, before using his teeth to cut the tape. All the while, as he worked, his mech was rocked occasionally by weapon impacts, though it was clear that Rex was doing an excellent job of covering him. Once he had enough length, he rushed over to the viewport and, leaning over the controls, pressed the tape against the crack, using the suction from the escaping air to secure the tape to the down hard. He smoothed out any bubbles. He applied another layer for good measure. Once the hissing sound stopped, he sighed as the DIC reported, "Cockpit depressurization halted. Alert, repair cockpit viewport when possible. Cockpit viewport will fail inspection in current condition." That was way too close, he thought as he sat down and buckled himself in again, before moving out one more. "I rushed and I nearly got myself killed. Damn it, Shepard. You need to think this through better." Once they were inside, Shepard got a good look at the anti-dropship batteries in question. They were large, standing around 1.5 times as tall as his own mech, and were mounted on a motorized mount that allowed them to turn a full 360 degrees as needed. Two massive barrels, with bores twice the size of an AC-20S muzzle, jutted towards the sky at a 45 degrees angle. Shells around the height of a man's waist were being loaded into the cannons by large auto-loaders. Whenever the cannons fired, the ground shook, and any mechs nearby staggered slightly. Targeting the ammunition, Shepard fired a single AC-5 slug at one of the shells. The heap shell struck just as the massive cannon shell was loaded in, causing it to prematurely detonate. The explosion cascaded through the entire weapon, before tearing it apart in a spectacular explosion. Nearby, Rex did something similar, blasting apart the cannon while cutting it up with his laser weapons. It wasn't long before they had disabled all of the cannons that were present at the installation they were at. "All cannons have been disabled," Shepard beamed. "Good work everyone." Keying his COMM, he said, "Commander Mason, all cannons over here have been disabled. What's your situation?" "Doing swell so far," Mason replied, though he sounded a bit strained. "We got jumped by a few light mechs, but we've driven them back. We're also destroying the cannons here. Saw one shell from your area flying through vacuum like a corkscrew on a bottle opener. Quite funny, if you ask me." "Sounds like it. What about you? You doing okay?" "We're fine, but we've got heavy mechs bearing down on us. We got inside, but my cockpit viewport took damage. I fixed it, but Fahad'll need to fix it once we're done here. I was losing pressure." "Damn. Okay, that's a priority repair job." "Fahad, you hear that?" "I did," Fahad nodded. "We've got some spare panels ready for installation, along with spare armor plating. It'll only take us a few hours to swap out armor plating, but we'll focus on mission-critical repairs first." "Thank you," Shepard nodded. "By the way, anything else happen?" "No," Mason replied, but Marshal Davian came through with a bit of news. One of the anti-dropship batteries was captured by an elite MIO team. They're currently in the process of dismantling the guns for transport back to NAIS. They've got a very heavy armor escort, so they're serious about doing it. Good for them." Shepard out. Switching frequencies, he said, "Hey Garrus, sounds like your hunch was right. MIO came and snagged one of the batteries. If only I'd bet some C-bills on that." "True." A few minutes later, Mason said, "All ADS batteries here are down. Shepard, we're coming back towards you to provide support. Rihanna, any word on the enemy lance that Garrus reported?" "Affirmative, Commander," Rihanna nodded. "They're heading for our dropship and our lance is engaging them. Fortunately, we've got some support from a pair of Kestrel Lancers mech lances to help us out. We'll hold them off until your teams get back here." A moment later, Marshal Davian came in over the COMM. "Crucis Lancers Command, Kestrel Lancers reporting all installations destroyed. You are clear for approach. We read you, Marshal Davian, came the reply. Return to your dropships and prepare for planet fall. We'll see you on the ground. Salvage teams are moving in to recover any usable equipment. We estimate 5 hours for complete salvaging operations. Acknowledged. All stations, move to designated evac points on the double. We have an invasion to get to. You heard the man. Mason shouted. Everyone move. We're done with our mission here. Far away, on a world located within the deeper part of the inner sphere, a number of people wearing robes were talking with each other. Normally, this wasn't anything out of the ordinary for them, and for the most part it wasn't. What was really out of the ordinary was the topic that they were talking about. In addition, it was also the people that were talking to each other, that was odd. This is a very strange development indeed, a Comstar adept remarked as he looked at an information readout. I knew that Hansa Davian was a crafty individual, but even this is a surprising maneuver, even for him. That it is, Mendel Waterly agreed. Like most that lived and worked inside of Comstar, she was a highly pious, and intelligent, individual. Unlike most, however, she had plans to work her way to becoming the Primus of Comstar, after which, she would shape the organization according to her own way of thinking. Right now, however, that was a distant thought, as she was looking at a transmission that Comstar ROM agents had flagged as being suspicious. To the untrained eye, it looked like a normal requisition for vaccinations and medical supplies. A trained operative, however, could easily pick out words that might have a completely different meaning entirely. It was very much the case with this transmission. The words vaccination trials was a code word that indicated an experimental medical procedure, while near the south indicated a location in the inner sphere. When fully decoded, Waterly had found that the transmission was a request for a form of gene therapy that could be easily administered outside of a medical facility. Looking at the transmission, she frowned as she looked at it. I don't understand. Why would someone go through all the fuss to get genetic therapy while the fourth war of succession that the Federated Suns is waging with the Capellan Confederation is going on? It doesn't make sense. Maybe it's for a high-ranking individual that's suffering a rare, genetic disease, a Comstar adept mentioned. Maybe they've encountered an alien species, another voice suggested. Really? She asked. You think that aliens would need this gene therapy for what? Trying to eat the foods we can. It's the most reasonable assumption, the Comstar adept in question shrugged. After all, who in the Capellan March of the Federated Suns would need this kind of thing? The rate of genetic illnesses there is quite low, even for the unwashed. Bah! A Comstar adept frowned. You, of all people, should know that possibility is unlikely. After over 1,000 years of searching the stars, we have not found one scrap of evidence to suggest the existence of sapient life that is on the tech level that we are at. Aside from various animals, there isn't even a scrap of evidence for aliens at a primitive tech level. Keep your wild theories to yourselves. While the others continued to talk quietly, the Comstar adept in question whispered to his friends. They needed a plan to find out what was going on, and they had to act on it fast. It wouldn't do well for Comstar to be caught with its pants down because they failed to follow up on their lead. Chapter 17, The Siege of Tikhanov Part 2. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mass Effect / BattleTech crossover. I hope everyone had a wonderful Christmas, just like me. It's been a pretty interesting year so far, and I have to say, despite its ups and downs, I've enjoyed it. Here's to a happy 2021 and an even happier 2022. With that in mind, this is what I've got planned for next year. I'll be continuing this crossover, as planned, but I'll also be starting up a new one once I've published the last chapter of my Escape from Tarkov / Mass Effect crossover on the 31st of this month. That chapter will hold a teaser for the next crossover, so stay tuned. Also, I have a poll going on my profile. I usually put musical titles into the heading of each story, that way you have something to listen to while you read. If you want, or don't want, me to do so for the next crossover, please let me know in the poll. I look forwards to the end result. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of Electronic Arts, BioWare, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and / or artists. Mech Warrior 5, Heroes of the Inner Sphere Ost, Annihilation Must Be Swift. MDS Cavalier 2. Tikhanov. September 25, 3028. Mason had to admit, that was, probably, one of the toughest fights that he had been in yet. Getting out of the small fresher that was in his quarters, he let out a long, drawn out sigh before slumping down into a nearby chair, dressing himself before doing so. That was a hard fight, he thought as he wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. I was worried about Shepard there. He got his cockpit a little cracked. With that in mind, he was about to get up when Shepard came inside, sitting down on a nearby cot. You okay, Shepard? He asked. Things got a little heated out there. I was worried when your cockpit's viewport got cracked. I'm fine, Shepard replied, at least physically. Still, what was I thinking by charging into the base like that? I was acting like a damn fool, just gallivanting into there thinking I was the god of war. What an idiot. He kicked the floor as he said this. Relax, Mason reassured Shepard, getting up as he did so. I know you felt it was stupid, but you had no way of knowing, at the time, that those assault mechs weren't going to engage you. You were forced to make a judgment call. Besides, we all make mistakes every now and then. I've made more than a few myself. Like what? Forgetting to make sure the armor on my mech was repaired. It was when we were strapped for cash, and I didn't want to break the bank by getting all of the armor replaced. Biggest mistake I made that time, what matters is that I learned from it. You think you can do that for me? Shepard sighed before nodding. Yeah, I can. I'm just irritated that I made a schoolboy error in judgment. We all pull something stupid like that every once in a while. It's what makes us human. Learning from that is what makes us human too. We can't always get it right, just when it matters. Agreed. Standing up, Shepard said, thanks for the pep talk, Mason. Anytime, Shepard, Mason nodded. Just as he said this, he heard a chime over the PA. That's our cue to head to the TAC Ops room. More work-related business again. Agreed, Shepard nodded. Getting up, the two moved to the tour, where they found Rihanna at the holo table. Commander. We just received a COMM message from Marshal Davian. We're close enough that we can do a real-time communication link. Put us through, Mason ordered. Moments later, Marshal Davian's voice came over the COMM. A solid opening salvo, Commander Mason, but this war is just getting started. Doria was mostly manned by planetary militia. I gathered that, Mason agreed. They were tough, but I'll bet that it's going to be much harder from here on out. That we can agree on. While Doria's militia may have been some of the toughest in the inner sphere, they still don't hold a candle to the hardened CCAF regiments that call Tikhanov home. Always assume that the next fight is going to be tougher than the last, and that it'll come sooner than you think, so be sure to pace yourself and your personnel out there. Solid advice. So, what's the next operation? Our next operation is scheduled to begin in 14 days. If your mechs are in need of repair, be sure to get your techs started on them immediately. Even if they won't be ready for your next deployment, getting those repairs going might make the difference between life and death in the coming months of this campaign. Remember, Operation Rat is not going to be a sprint, it's going to be a marathon, so never commit to a single battle if it means we'll lose the war. That being said, you'll learn more about the next mission when I address the Kestrel Lancers a few hours from now. Right now, take pride in that you completed a mission and succeeded in fighting some of the toughest militia in the inner sphere. Marshal Davian out. With that, the COMM transmission ended. That was nice of him, Rihanna smiled. That it was, Mason agreed. Say, do you know where Fahad is at? No need to ask, because I'm right here, Fahad replied. What do you need? What's the repair estimate for our mechs? We'll have them ready in just 1 week, Mason. Shepard's mech wasn't too badly banged up, though the crack in his viewport was worrying. That's a simple fix, though, we just have to replace the cracked viewport pane and get a fresh one installed. Easy peasy. That's a relief, Shepard sighed. It was touch and go for a moment there when I did the temporary repair. Good thing Rex kept me covered. He did a good job at that. Messed up his armor, but you can always aim mech's armor repaired. You can't get good mech warriors back. Once they're gone, they're gone. That much we can agree on, Mason nodded, though his eyes were downcast when he said that. Shaking off his dark thoughts, he said, either way, we'll need to be ready for when the next mission begins. With that being said, make sure you are fully rested up and ready. A few hours later, another COMM call came in, with everyone listening intently to what Marshal Davian had to say. If they were expecting both praise and a briefing at the same time, they weren't disappointed. Kestrel Lancers, Marshal Davian began. Thanks to your valiant efforts on Doria, the entirety of the Crucis Lancers were able to make planetfall with minimal casualties. Since making planetfall, we have learned that the Capellan Confederation Strategic Military Commander, Pavel Rijic, is presently on Tikhanov leading the defenders. This bodes well for our war efforts, as capturing or killing Rijic could end this war before it even starts. There was some cheering on the comms, before everyone fell silence to hear what he said next. But we can't get ahead of ourselves, the Crucis Lancers' next objective is to take control of major population centers and, most importantly, secure Tikhonov's numerous spaceports on the planet. The 6th and 8th Crucis Lancers will be assigned to take the capital city, Tikhograd. The 7th is dropping out to secure the primary Earthworks Limited battle mech factories, while the remaining Crucis Lancer units will fan out and take other major population centers around the planet. The Kestrel Lancers have been assigned to taking the mining town of Gizhiga located high in the Kazan mountain range. Although it is a small township compared to other major population centers, it is an important one, as it remains close to major mining operations, and has an active spaceport nearby that is used to ship refined minerals off-planet. No spaceport is too minor when it comes to planetary conquest, so despite its size, it is still heavily defended. MIIO intelligence suggests that the entirety of the Ariana Grenadiers have been sent to garrison Gizhiga and its surrounding area. The Crucic Lancers Aerospace Wing plans on bombarding the Grenadiers while they are out in the open, which will force them to pull back into the city itself. The Kestrel Lancers will then move on Gizhiga, and clean out whatever Grenadier forces remain after the aerospace jocks are done with them. Our assault will commence in 2 weeks. Prepare your forces accordingly. That will be all. With that, the COMM channel went silent. Looks like we've got our objectives, Rian remarked. That we do, Mason agreed. Good thing our mechs will be ready in just half that time. Shepard, you ready when they are? I don't know about the others, but I can say that I am certainly ready, Shepard nodded. Good. This is going to be a major fight. If we keep our wits, though, we'll show them how good mercenaries wage war. 2 weeks later. Approaching his Marauder, Shepard could hear the dropship's engines rumbling as they came in for a landing on the planet of Tikhonov. All around, he could see the mech bay technicians scrambling as they finished the final preparations. So far, all is well, he thought. He was about to leave when he saw Garrus talking with Nilus. Nilus was really starting to grow up fast, as he now came up to his father's lower chest in terms of height. If he keeps growing faster, we'll have to call him Mr. Beanstalk instead of Nilus, Shepard thought jokingly. A moment later, both Turians seemed to nod at something, before Garrus walked by Shepard. Everything okay? He asked. Yeah, Garrus nodded. Nilus was just telling me to come home safely. I told him I can't make any guarantees, but I'll do my best. That you will. I know you enough to know that. True. May the spirits watch over us all. Hurrah, Shepard nodded, before clambering into his mech. As he did so, he recalled the briefing they got just as they began landing operations. According to the latest intel, the aerospace wing's attack had caused significant losses for the Ariana Grenadiers, forcing them to pull back into the city to keep themselves from being annihilated. In addition, it was estimated that only had a company's worth of survivors that had fled into the city. So far, all is going well, he nodded, but if there's one thing that fighting the Reapers and their minions have taught me, it's that no plan survives contact with the enemy. I'll bet $1,000,000 C-bills that the Capellans are going to pull a nasty trick on us. Moments later, all thoughts were put on hold when the dropship landed, a muted thud echoing in the mech bay. After a minute, one of the mech bay technicians said, "All right, we're down, Shepard. Get set to come out swinging." With that, a series of waypoints lit on his HUD, telling Shepard where he needed to go. Roger that, Shepard replied. You ready, guys? Yep, Vega beamed. I'm ready to rumble. Rex laughed. Locked in and ready, Garrus reported. Then let's go, Shepard nodded. Moving his mech forwards, he moved down the offloading ramp before exiting one of the mech bay doors that had opened. With that, they stepped out of the dropship and onto the planet of Tikhonov. The initial impression Shepard got of the area was rocky, and forested. There wasn't too much forest, though, as the rocky terrain broke the forest up before it could get too dense. Still, there were enough trees to make a number of blind spots in the area. In addition, the towering columns and mountains of rock would provide ample cover for approaching VTOLs. Garrus, from the looks of it, was watching the skies with an eagle eye, as his mech's guns were angled upwards as he swept the mech's upper torso from side to side. Nothing so far, but I'll bet that's going to change. Agreed, Mason, who was leading his lance, nodded. Shepard, your team's going to take point. We'll hang back and provide indirect fire support wherever necessary. Understood, Shepard nodded. Beta Lance, advance. Moments later, Marshal Davian came over the COMM again. We've got some good news. Our fighters report that they have inflicted heavy casualties against the Adriana Grenadiers defending the region, pushing them back into the city itself. The remaining OP-4 and some planetary militia have holed themselves up in the city, and have refused to surrender to our forces, so we've been ordered to move against them and clear them out. Taking out the opposition should force the Tikhonov to surrender, so Grenadier I/FFs will be highlighted as primary targets on your HUD. Our best estimates indicate roughly a company's worth of active Grenadiers that will need to assault, so let's get to work, Lancers. As they advanced forwards, Shepard kept his eyes peeled as he checked outside of the viewport, as well as on his sensor readouts, to see if there were any hostiles present. It wasn't long before he spotted a few red blips on his sensor readouts. "Garrus, we've got a few enemy VTOLs incoming," he reported. "Take them out." "Roger that," Garrus replied. Moments later, 2 AC-5 shells streaked through the sky, before smacking into what appeared to be dots in the air. Those dots quickly burst into flames, before falling out of the sky and smashing into the ground in small, bright explosions. "Got another contact," Rex reported. "Looks like we've got a Jenner, as well as a Warmer in the area." "I'll take the Warmer down," Shepard informed the others. "Everyone else, focus on neutralizing any grenadiers that are in the area. If you come across anything that you need help with, don't hesitate to ask." "Understood." "You got it," the others replied. With that, the fighting began to get intense. While there weren't a lot of mechs around, there were certainly quite a few combat vehicles that were rolling around. Rex, dodging an AC-5 shell narrowly, blasted a Scorpion apart with his LB-10XAC, a single heap FS shell smashing into the vehicle and tearing through its armor plating. "Go pick on someone your own size," he frowned. In the meantime, Garrus was quite content with neutralizing any VTOLs in the air, while Vega provided him with cover fire. "I wish I had an LB-5X, he thought as he fired the AC-5S on his mech once more. "I'd get some decent range out of them, and I wouldn't need to use these heap shells all the time. I'd just use the cluster munitions to blast these pesky things out of the sky." While he was busy doing that, Shepard was dealing with the Warmer that was firing on him. A PPC smashed into his mech's armor, though thanks to the angled armor plating, much of the damage was spread out over a wide area, reducing its overall effectiveness. "You've got 2 PPCs, he thought as he targeted the mech. "I've got as well, but I can use them better." Moments later, he depressed the firing stud. Twin bolts of ionized particles shot out of the arm pods at a fraction of the speed of light, smashing into the enemy Warmer's right arm armor plating. At the same time, he fired both medium lasers, further cutting into the enemy Warmer's armor plating. Firing the AC-5, he moved to the right before firing again. When he fired the lasers again, he got lucky. A single laser beam slipped through a chink in the armor before hitting the ammunition for the SRM-6 launcher on its shoulder. An explosion erupted seconds later, tearing off the right center torso, as well as the right arm, in the process. The Warmer's right arm fell to the ground, useless as electricity sparked from severed cables. The enemy mech warrior, realizing that he was outgunned, decided to play the smart game. Rather than continue to charge into battle, he quickly pulled back and entered the small base in the area, counting on the base defenses to soften Shepard up. While it was a good tactic, Shepard had learned from his mistake on the previous mission. Instead of charging in, he began to use his range to his advantage. "You might be taking cover," he thought, "but I can hammer you from a distance with my PPCs and AC-5. Backing up, he fired the PPCs, scoring a few hits on the enemy mech's center torso, while neutralizing the defenses with his AC-5, one shell at a time. Rex was having an interesting time dealing with the Jenner, whose mech warrior was exploiting the Jenner's maneuverability. He snarled as he fired the medium lasers, only to miss when the Jenner juked behind a rock formation. "Mason, can you give me a hand?" he asked. "Got a hijack of a Jenner that's running circles around me." "I got it," Mason replied. Missiles locked in away. A few seconds later, 5 flights of missiles from the LRM-20S on Mason's Archer zipped through the air, before smacking into the Jenner. In addition to ripping off copious amounts of armor, the explosions also blinded the enemy mech warrior, causing him to get within melee range of Rex's mech. "I got you now," he snarled, before lashing out with a fist. It was a well-aimed blow, with the fist smashing into the center torso of the Jenner. Immediately, power cables were severed, causing the mech to lose power and shut down, while the blow concussed the hostile mech warrior enough that he was knocked out by the blow. To ensure the man really was dead, Rex stomped on the cockpit of the Jenner. "Now stay dead, you annoying little shit." While this was going on, Shepard was engaging the Warmer with his Marauder still. "Shepard, Capt. Smirnov is likely in that mech. He's the militia captain." "Got it," Shepard replied. Keying his COMM, he said, "Captain Smirnov, your forces have been reduced to tatters. Surrender now, and stop this senseless death." The captain's reply was as immediate, as it was vulgar. "Fuck you, you fed son's dog." The militia captain snarled. "I would rather be boiled alive than surrender to a rat like you." "Very well," Shepard frowned. "At least I tried," he shrugged. With that, he fired the PPCs and AC-5 again, hoping to score a killing blow. He certainly did at that, as the armor on the center torso, which had been whittled down by the attacks, finally gave out. A PPC bolt tore through the armor plating and smashed into the fusion engine, tearing through the tungsten carbide shell and into the delicate components. Within a few seconds, the fusion engine tore itself apart in an explosion, destroying anything within a 90-meter radius. Target down, he reported. Captain Smirnov is dead. Roger that, Mason replied. Good work, Shepard. Thanks. Rex. I'm here, Shepard, Rex replied. Had to deal with an annoying hijack. I'm good now. With that, they moved towards a location that had been highlighted earlier. While they did so, Fahad came over the COMM. Isn't it against the Ares conventions to attack cities housing civilian populations? Marshal Davian, who'd been monitoring their progress, quickly answered. The Ares conventions were renounced at the start of the First Succession War. And even if they were still ratified, the Grenadiers taking refuge inside the city would still constitute a military target under the conventions. I don't like it any more than you do. Urban combat is dirty work, but in this case, the Grenadiers are forcing our hand. If we crush their main body, the hope is that the remaining forces should capitulate to us, but the Grenadiers are fanatical supporters of the Capellan state, so it's anyone's guess as to what they will do. Let's hope their compassion for the people exceeds their desire to continue this engagement any longer. I doubt that'll be the case, Shepard said to himself as they advanced onward. My experience with fanatics is that they'll fight to the death to ensure that they remain in power. If you do defeat them, they come back at you twice as hard, and twice as devoted to their cause. Eventually, as they moved along the hilly terrain, they came to what appeared to be a town up ahead. As soon as he saw the buildings that were devoted for storing minerals and the numerous other buildings, he knew this was it. So, this is Gizhiga. Reminds me of that settlement at Eden Prime, only somewhat smaller and devoted to mining, not commerce and tourism. As they moved closer, Garrus, who was using his more powerful sensor suite, said, Shepard, I've got contacts inside the city. I think the Grenadiers are inside the inner city. Son of a bitch. Vega swore. They don't care if their entire population is caught in the crossfire. Damn Capellans. Tell me about it, Shepard frowned. Unfortunately, we can't do much about it. Do what you can to prevent civilian casualties, but don't let the Grenadiers use that against you. Rex, think you can be more precise with your weaponry? Yes, Rex replied. I'll do what I can to minimize collateral damage. No guarantees that I'll be successful, though. Just do what you can, okay? Okay. A moment later, they entered the city of Gizhiga. As soon as they did, Marshal Davian, monitoring a UAV feed, said, We've made contact with the Grenadiers. They're using the inner city as cover for their forces. All Lancer forces, advance into the city and flush them out. We're moving in, Shepard reported. Mason, can you keep us covered? Anytime, Mason replied. LRMs can reach that distance. I'm more worried about the buildings. Not only are there likely civilians inside, the Grenadiers can use them as cover. Watch yourself in there. Capellans like to sneak up on their attackers. Good advice. With that, Shepard and his forces entered the city proper. Here we go, he thought. Time to remain vigilant. Apparently, one of the Grenadiers was either inexperienced, or very foolish, as moments later, a cicada burst out from behind a building, weapons blazing as it charged. That enemy mech warrior was rewarded with a direct hit from Rex's LB-10X. Ha! He shouted as the enemy mech fell over. Cockpit kill. Nice shot, Vega beamed. Now that is what I call a clean kill. I don't think we'll get any more freebies, though. Moments later, a fire starter came into view. This time, however, the enemy mech warrior knew he was outgunned and outmatched. Rather than fight, he did the smartest thing he could, he immediately retreated into the inner city. Come here, you, Shepard frowned. Good thing my mech's optimized for combat at all ranges. That's one reason why I chose the Marauder, you can engage at short range, as well as at long range. As such, he cautiously began to advance into the city, with Rex nearby to provide fire support in case he needed it. That turned out to be wise, as moments later, the fire starter came back, firing through gaps in between the buildings. Firing the medium lasers, Shepard backed up so that he could use his PPCs, but by the time he did, the enemy mech had disappeared behind cover. I'll handle him, Rex replied. True enough, the enemy mech came out again. This time, however, it took a direct hit to the center torso from the Heap FS shell Rex fired. Armor plating that was fairly light was immediately stripped off, allowing Shepard to get in a killing blow with his AC/5. Thanks, he beamed. You're welcome, Rex replied. The Grenadiers are showing losses, Marshal Davian called out. Let's keep the momentum up. Moving deeper into the city, Shepard and Rex continued to duke it out. Vega, can you move in here? He asked. Sure, Vega replied. Mason's mechs are here. Garrus, you think you'll be okay with them? Yes, Garrus replied. Mason, can one of your mechs keep me covered? Sure thing, Mason replied. Alright, I'm coming in. Vega shouted. Hey, Capellans. I'm gonna kick your asses to Doya and back. Not if I get to them first. Rex shouted. Come on, slowpoke. You're slower than me, and I'm quite a few centuries old. True enough, as soon as Vega got into the city, he encountered a panther that was attempting to outmaneuver him. Oh, no you don't. He shouted, firing the LB-10X on his mech. The enemy mech promptly exploded, the thin armor plating being penetrated by the powerful shell. Whoa! It's going supercritical. Watch it! Shepard shouted as the enemy mech exploded in a blue-white fireball. While it damaged much of the buildings surrounding it, the explosion had a beneficial side effect. The moment it exploded, an enemy Shadow Hawk was exposed. Shepard could swear he could see the pilot having an "oh crap" moment, just as he fired on it. A moment later, once it was destroyed, Marshal Davian shouted, I'm showing half of all Grenadier forces destroyed. Keep it up. As the enemy mechs were whittled down, Shepard found that the Grenadiers weren't giving up. In fact, their aggressiveness was steadily increasing with every loss. They're not going to give up, even when they're about to die, he thought. Won't they see reason and surrender? Apparently, Marshal Davian was thinking the same thing, as he came over the COMM moments later. Grenadier forces, he said over a COMM channel to the Grenadiers, you have fought bravely for your cause, but the battle is lost. Surrender, and no further harm will come to you or Gizhiga. He immediately got a response back. Do you take us for fools? A voice shouted. You, the dogs of that coward, Hansa Davian, who extended a hand of friendship and unity, only to gloat at the conquest of our nation at his wedding. After what he did, no self-respecting Capellan will ever again truce the lies that your federated son spews. Especially the word of a Davian like you. Very well, Marshal Davian decided. Have it your way. Kestrel Lancers, finish the fight. With that, the fight became even more intense. Eventually, Shepard found himself engaging the last enemy mech, a Phoenix Hawk whose mech warrior continued to fight on, even when all of his friends had been gone. As such, he and his entire lance ganged up on it. It wasn't long before it too fell apart. Enemy mech destroyed, Shepard reported. Ariana Grenadier forces have been neutralized, Marshal Davian reported. Commander Mason, Shepard, secure your position and prepare to receive relief forces. With any luck, the other Lancer forces have had similar success. Roger that, Mason replied. Rihanna, can you get a salvage team in here? Affirmative, Commander, Rihanna replied. Salvage team is already on the way. Estimated recover time for salvage, 8 hours. Affirmative, Mason nodded. Good work people. That's one mission in the bag. Chapter 18, The Siege of Tikhanov Part 3. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my BattleTech Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all once again for your feedback and support. I greatly appreciate it. Now, we're at the end of the Tikhanov story arc for this crossover. Coming up next is some exposition and world building, though I won't spoil the details. Stay tuned for some of the background events that are going to take place. In addition, I have a poll going on my profile page. If you want to vote, please do so. I'm interested in hearing your feedback there. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective property and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. Mech Warrior 5, Mercenaries Ost, Blood Pressure. MDS Cavalier 2. Tikhanov. October 8, 3028. So far, so good, Shepard thought as he finished filling out a form that Fahad had given him. We're kicking the Capellans in the ass, and we're liberating people that were crushed under their iron heel for a long time. I never thought I'd be able to partake in a piece of history in a universe I thought was fictional. I'm glad to have been wrong. There was one thing that did have Shepard a little confused though, why had Fahad given him a form to fill out? It seemed like a maintenance log for his marauder, but there were a few things that were off to him. I wonder if Fahad is pulling a prank on me. If so, then it's probably going to be a good one. Everyone should be subject to some ridicule every now and then. Finishing the form, he folded it and put it into one of his uniform's pockets before getting up from his cot. Looking around, he could tell that no one was inside, though he wasn't certain if that was because they were at work, or if something else was going on. Strange. It's usually not this quiet. I'd better go and see what's going on. As he looked around the ship, he began to notice more oddities going on. For one, the TAC ops room was empty, save for the flight crew, who were busy doing what they usually did. The mess hall was also empty, along with the medical bay. That just leaves the mech bay then. Maybe everyone's there. Heading down the steps, he found that the door to the mech bay was closed. That's odd, he noted. The door to the mech bay is usually kept open in case we have a damaged mech coming in for repairs. I wonder why. With a shrug, he decided to open the door, only to see blackness on the other side. Wah! As soon as the thought passed through his mind, the lights in the room suddenly flashed on, blinding him for a brief second. At the same time, he heard a tremendous shout of, "Happy birthday!" As soon as his vision recovered, Shepard spotted the source of the shout. It turned out, just about everyone was present in the mech bay. Looking around, he spotted Mason standing on a crate, clad in his formal uniform, while Garrus was standing next to Fahad, both men having a smile on their faces. Nyreen and her kids were also present, along with Rex, who was holding the largest jug of Timbuktu Dark that Shepard had seen in his life. Rihanna was also present, along with the mech bay personnel and the mech warriors that were part of their retinue. For a moment, Shepard felt only confusion, then the realization hit him like an assault mech. It's my birthday today, he realized, a big grin blossoming on his face. I didn't even realize it when I got up. Mason, Shepard beamed. How'd you know it was my birthday today? Garrus told me, Mason replied, a smile as he stepped off of his crate. We figured we could do something special this time around, since this might be the only chance we'll ever have. So, here we are. You guys are the best, Shepard smiled. Walking to the team, he quickly grabbed the glass of Timbuktu Dark that was handed to him. Thank you so much for surprising me. You're welcome, Mason beamed. Holding up his glass in the air, he said, a toast to the first mech warrior from another universe. Cheers. The others shouted, before imbibing the drink that was in their hands. Once they were done, Mason said, and, of course, every birthday should have presents and a cake. Fahad, how about you show Shepard his first present of the day? You got it, boss, Fahad smiled. Taking Shepard aside, he said, Shepard, remember when we managed to get off of Doria? Well, while we were there, we picked up a goodie that one of the Capellans managed to snag. I don't know how they managed it, but Rex managed to get a cockpit kill on the mech, so fixing it up wasn't that hard of a challenge, thanks to the spare parts we have on hand. What mech is it? Shepard asked. Oh, I think you're going to love it. As he said this, the doors to one of the mech cubicles opened up, allowing Shepard to take a look inside. To him, it resembled a marauder, only if someone had given it growth hormones and steroids. As he looked at it, it dawned on him as to what it might be. Is that what I think it is? Yep, Fahad beamed. The one and only marauder too. I still don't know how the Capellans managed to get their hands on one, but I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. We got her fixed up yesterday and Mason wanted to do something special for your birthday, so here it is. She's got an LB-10X from Blankenberg Technologies installed, along with a pair of Defiance 1001 ERPPCs that came pre-installed on the mech. To provide close-range fire, she's got a pair of Series Arms W medium pulse lasers we managed to salvage from our previous mission. Say what you will about the Grenadiers, but they had some top-notch merchandise. I take it you filled out the form. Yes, Shepard nodded, handing the paper over to Fahad. Then she's all yours, Fahad beamed. Enjoy your birthday. With that, the two went back to the others. As far as birthdays went, that was one of the better ones in Shepard's opinion. The cake had been baked very well, and the drinks were good. The best part, though, were the members of the team and the things going on with them. Garrus had announced that, once the war was over, he and Nyreen were thinking of having one last child, while Nihilus, once he was of age, would begin his training as a soldier, since he'd shown interest in battle mechs. Celicia had told the others that she planned on becoming a foot soldier, citing that she felt the need to follow in her mother's footsteps. Rex was also quite happy, often sharing stories of his exploits with the others. Then there were the presents. The presents ranged from simple trinkets to things that would prove highly useful if things went a certain way. One particular present was a laser pistol that Mason had bought for him. You'll need a way to defend yourself if you are caught with your pants down, was Mason's justification. This is probably the top-tier means of doing so, since mechs are too cramped to have rifles. Keep it on you for luck, and for defense, at all times. It'll serve you well. The next day, Shepard was taking a few pills to help alleviate the minor hangover that he'd gotten as a result of the drink. Good thing I moderated my consumption, he thought as he noticed Rex, who looked positively miserable. Rex drank a little too much in my opinion, though he's a Krogan so he'll live. Still, that was a wonderful birthday to have. He was just entering the tour when he spotted Rihanna and Mason inside already. Glad you're here, Commander Shepard, Mason nodded. We just got a transmission from Marshal Davian. Rihanna. Beginning playback now, Rihanna replied. Moments later, Marshal Davian's voice came in over the speakers. The moment Shepard heard the man's tone of voice, he knew something was up. Kestrel Lancers, I have an important announcement. Last night, we received word that Pavel Rijik has abandoned Tikhanov. The 6th, 7th, and 8th Crucis Lancers attempted to capture him, but bad weather prevented the aerospace wings from being able to pursue Rijik's dropship as he fled the system. Across Tikhanov, coordinated resistance to our invasion is beginning to break apart. Remaining CCAF are fleeing into the wilderness, unable to get to their dropships now that we firm control over all of Tikhanov's spaceports. The capital city, Tikograd, is in talks with AFF's command to negotiate terms of surrender for the city and many of the major civilian population centers on Tikhanov. We are hoping that they will help us broker a surrender from the remaining CCAF forces now trapped on Tikhanov. But until that time, the trapped CCAF forces remain a threat. While our blitzkrieg worked at disrupting their defenses and taking firm control of the system's spaceports, it also allowed for large numbers of the Confederation forces to withdraw into the wilderness, where they will undoubtedly regroup en masse. Thanks to the efforts of the 7th Crucis Lancers, and their liberation of the head earthworks limited in Tikograd, we were able to identify a hidden earthworks mech production facility deep in the Kazan mountain range less than 600 clicks south of our current location. Our liaison with the Ministry of Information, Intelligence, and Operations believes that this will be where the CCAF guerrillas will make an attempt to regroup their forces. We're the closest unit stationed near this hidden facility. Command wants the Kestrel Lancers to move against this location and capture it before the CCAF are allowed to fortify their position and resupply. Taking this facility should sweep the legs out from under the remaining Confederation forces in system, so be sure to bring the biggest mechs you can field in time for this fight. We will be moving against this facility shortly. Finish the fight strong, Lancers. As soon as the transmission ended, Shepard said, looks like we're approaching the end of our siege of Tikhanov. Still, I'm going to bet that this will be the last, and most difficult, hurdle facing us yet. You got that right, Mason nodded. The worst kind of enemy to fight is one that's desperate and has nothing left to lose. Make sure your team's ready to go, Shepard. Time to see if that Marauder 2 is up to snuff. A little under 2 weeks later, Shepard and his lance were moving towards the Earthworks Limited facility that had been found out by the Crucis Lancers. Looking around the interior of his mech's cockpit, he could see the familiar controls that would allow him to expertly pilot this titanic war machine. Nearby, he could see the others in their heavy mechs, all of which were ready to wage war against the Capellans. As for the terrain, Shepard could only describe it with one word: hostile. The facility had been built in a part of the mountain range that had seen a considerable amount of volcanic activity in the past. Towery columns of rock were present, with some being randomly shaped aggregations of rock, while others were hexagonal and geometric in shape. Either way, no grass or trees were present here, and it was obvious that there were rich deposits of minerals here. As they moved along, Marshal Davian came in over the COMM. The capital of Tikograd has surrendered. Strategic Director Pavel Rijik has fled the system, and the primary earthworks manufacturing facilities in Tikograd have fallen under our control. However, the fight is not over. Davian intelligence has tracked the remaining Liao forces to a hidden earthworks mech assembly plant and storage facility close to our forward operating base. Our mission is to finish the fight. Eliminate all Liao defenders and secure the earthworks production site. Kestrel Lancers, advance. Here we go, Shepard told the others. Once we're in there, make sure you watch your fire. We don't want to wreck the facility if we can help it. Those Capellans will bet on us doing so, Vega agreed. It'll be nice to disappoint them for once. Let them come, Rex defiantly growled. My mech is thirsting for Capellan blood. Then let's go, Shepard nodded. Switching COMM frequencies, he asked, Mason, you there? Affirmative, Mason replied, though static made it difficult to hear his words. We're barely getting your signal. The minerals here are disrupting communications. We're moving in from the northwest towards the facility. See you on the inside. Roger that, Shepard nodded. With that, they continued on, weapons ready as their mechs advanced. Commanders, Rihanna informed them. The entire 2nd Crucis Lancers is on deck for this mission. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Support our allies and clear the field. There's no telling what we'll encounter once we reach the target facility. Copy that, Shepard nodded. As they advanced, Gurus spotted contacts on his mech's sensor readout. Oh. Incoming hostiles. We're ready for 'em, Rex replied. Time to teach these Capellans a lesson they won't forget anytime soon. Stay focused, Shepard admonished the others. With that, they rounded the corner, coming to a clearing that was just ahead of their position. Inside of said clearing, he spotted a few scorpions, a pair of harassers, and a pair of VTOLs that were flying in the air. Rex, take out the ground vehicles. Garrus, you've got the VTOLs. On it, Garrus replied. Moments later, twin AC-5 shells streaked through the air, smashing into the VTOLs and sending them to a fiery grave on the ground below. Taking that as his cue to advance, Rex moved ahead, his Orion's LB-10X firing at a pair of Scorpions. Both enemy vehicles exploded as HEAP-FS shells smashed into them, tearing apart what little armor they had left. Shepard, spotting an opportunity, fired his ERPPCs at the other vehicles, cutting them apart in short order. So far, this mech's really turning out well, he thought. Who would have thought that upgrading the Marauder into an assault mech would work out so well? He had to hand it to the Wolf Dragoons and Blackwell Industries, they knew their stuff when it came to making mechs. Eventually, as they moved along large piles of scrap, as well as a number of rock formations, Shepard thought he spotted something off in the distance. The moment he saw the gates, as well as the ramp leading to said gates, he knew they had arrived. "We're here," he announced. At the same time, another COMM call came in. "Marshal Davian, we've made contact with the Liao defenders. Engaging now. We made it to the outer perimeter. Encountering large amounts of static defenses. I've identified the turret's control center," Marshal Davian reported. "Marking it for friendly forces now. If there's anyone with jump capabilities, we may be able to silence those guns all at once." Shepard, Vega informed the commander, "The Marauder 2 has jump capability." "Fahad, does Shepard have jump jets on his mech?" "Affirmative," Fahad replied. "Good thinking, Vega," Shepard beamed. "Rex, Vega, keep me covered while I make a break for the turret control system." With that, he threw the throttle lever to the highest speed for the mech, while Rex and Vega began distracting the defenses. Around 30 seconds later, Shepard managed to reach the facility with the others. Hitting a control and a pedal, he heard a rumbling roar as the jump jets fully activated, drawing energy from the fusion engine to send the mech flying through the air. Reaching the control center, he turned off the jump jets, using the mech like a giant hammer and the ground as an anvil. There was an awful and loud crunch, like someone was crushing a soda can with a foot. The turret control center crumpled, the delicate components inside being crushed into so much scrap metal. At the same time the turrets, deprived of their I/FF system, shut down, silencing them. "Nice work. LT. Jeffrey Collins, the man in charge of the local Davian forces, shouted. "That'll make our lives much easier." "You're welcome." Shepard nodded. "Marshal Davian, we have breached the facility's perimeter. I/FF readings indicate hostile forces both inside and outside of the facility. Commanders Shepard and Mason, you will secure the interior," Marshal Davian ordered. "Do your best to preserve as much of the facility as possible. A working mech production facility is much too valuable to destroy. All remaining Lancers, fan out and secure the exterior of this facility. Make sure no Liao forces escape." "Copy that," Shepard replied. "We're moving inside now." Reaching the gates, he fired the LB-10X and the ERPPCs, blasting the gate apart. "Bravo Lance, follow my lead. We're moving in." With that, they advanced inside as quickly as they could. Spotting a fire starter coming at him, Shepard fired off both pulse lasers and the LB-10X. Emerald beams of light winked in and out of existence, while the HEAP-FS slug smashed into the center torso of the enemy mech. In just 2 seconds flat, the mech was destroyed, the machine slumping over to the ground. As they moved through the facility to clear out the hostiles, Shepard advanced into one of the massive rooms in the facility. To his surprise, he could see mechs in various hangars, almost as though they were like clothes in a wardrobe. Scanning one, he heard the DIC report, target designation, Cataphract. Apparently, Fahad had been listening in, as he said, "Blimey, those are cataphracts. One of the first new battle mech designs in centuries." "Yes," Marshal Davian replied. "Between the Raven and the Cataphract, House Liao has been the only great house, other than House Steiner, to produce brand new mech designs since the start of the Succession Wars. Even with it being mostly cobbled together by recycling parts from other mechs, it is still an impressive battle mech, which is why it is imperative that we minimize the damage to this facility." As the two talked, Shepard and the others exited the massive storage building and into the open once again. "Got a spider incoming!" Rex shouted. "I've got him." There was a loud crothum, then, "Enemy mech down. Looks like there's a ramp that leads to the rest of the facility over there." Vega reported. "I see it," Shepard nodded. "Kyo moving. Any hostiles get in your way, tear them apart." As they moved in, resistance continued to build, though the team kept on fighting as hard as they possibly could. Blasting apart a trebuchet, Shepard watched with satisfaction as the mech's fusion engine went supercritical, with the mech being far away enough to prevent damage to the facility. As they continued to move through the facility, more hostiles kept on coming. They were all either combat vehicles, or light to medium mechs, but there were quite a few of them. While skilled, they were no match for Shepard and his lance as they advanced onward through the facility. As they advanced through the facility, an unfamiliar voice came in over the COMM channel. Federated Suns Forces. You are trespassing on Earthworks Limited property. Withdraw from this facility immediately, or face the consequences. Marshal Davian came in seconds later. This is Marshal Jackson Davian of the 2nd Crucis Lancers. In the name of First Prince Hansa Davian and the Federated Suns, we are here to commandeer this facility. Stand down and surrender, and no more harm will come to you or your people. I'm afraid both you and I know that is not possible, Marshal. If you will not withdraw, then it is my duty to ensure that his facility will become your tomb. Commanders Shepard and Mason, clear out the remaining hostile forces as fast as you can. They will most likely attempt to sabotage the facility, rather than see it fall into our hands. On it, Shepard replied. You hear that, guys? Advance and destroy the enemy as quickly as possible without wrecking the place. Easier said than done. Rex shouted as he took on a trebuchet. Vega, go with Shepard. I'll take care of any stragglers here. On it, Vega nodded. With that, both he and Shepard continued to advance, weapons blazing as they destroyed mech after mech that the enemy sent at them. Heap shells whizzed through the air, laser beams cut armor apart, and missiles began tearing up the area. As they moved on through, Shepard and Vega managed to reach another area, when Rihanna came in over the COMM. Commander Shepard, I'm detecting multiple reactor power UPS in the area. Watch yourself. Thanks for the heads up, Shepard nodded. Where's Commander Mason? We're almost to your area, Mason replied. We ran into a shit ton of medium and heavy mechs here. A moment later, he added somberly, I lost a mech warrior in the process. Damn bastards shot him in the back. We can get revenge by taking his facility, Shepard replied. We'll avenge his loss, and do him proud. Vega, with me. As soon as they were close enough, someone contacted them over the COMM. You should have left when you had the chance, Fedrat. Tikhanov may yet fall, but you will not live to see it. Not if I have a say in the matter, Shepard growled. Just as he said that, several mechs came into view, including a cataphract. I'll take the cataphract, he told Vega. You handle the other mechs. Copy that, Vega nodded. With that, Shepard and Vega split up to engage their contacts. Come here, you sick bastard, Shepard growled as the cataphract fired on him. Firing his LB-10X, he blasted off the armor on the enemy mech's right arm, exposing its internal structure to his medium pulse lasers. A quick application of that sent the mech's right arm falling to the ground, rendering it useless to the enemy. The two continued to exchange blows, but in the end, Shepard was victorious. The LB-10X fired again, stripping the armor off of the center torso. A second later, Shepard fired both ERPPCs, his crosshairs set dead on the enemy mech's fusion engine. Damn you, Fedrat! The enemy mech warrior shouted, just as the twin bolts smacked into the hostile. As the mech began to go supercritical, the mech warrior shouted, Long live Chancellor Liao! Long live the Capella AI! With that, the enemy mech exploded, killing the mech warrior inside in an instant. Just as that happened, Mason and the others arrived. The defenders, despite knowing they were outnumbered, continued to bitterly fight on. After blasting apart a Phoenix Hawk, Mason said, Sorry we're late, Shepard. That's fine, Shepard replied. Rex, Vega, you there? I'm fine, Shepard, Vega replied. Rex just arrived to help me out. Apparently, realizing that his men were defeated, the Earthworks facility manager came in over the COMM. Marshal Davian, my security forces are depleted. On behalf of Earthworks Limited, I formally surrender myself and my staff into your custody. All Earthworks forces, I order you to stand down. Your lives are not worth this fight. On behalf of the Federated Suns, I accept your surrender, Marshal Davian replied. All Crucis Lancers, stand down. Mission accomplished. Tikhanov is ours. As soon as he said this, Shepard heard the sounds of men cheering their victory over the comms. While he was happy that they'd won, he felt sad at the loss of one of the men he'd worked with since he joined up with Mason's Cavaliers. At least he can rest easy, knowing that we avenged his death. Mason, hearing that, said, Rihanna, bring in a salvage team. Prioritize the Kintaro we lost first. The pilot in there deserves a proper burial. He gave his life to ensure that we could win, it's only fitting that he receive a hero's burial. Affirmative, Rihanna nodded. Salvage teams on the way. Estimated salvage recovery time, 12 hours. Affirmative. Shepard, good work out there. You deserve a break after all of this. That I do, Shepard agreed. Chapter 19, Breakthroughs and Investigations. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my BattleTech / Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support and patience. I appreciate it. My apologies for taking a while to update this story. The last few days have been quite hectic, especially since I got another crossover going. Either way, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it very much. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and / or artists. New Avalon. New Avalon Institute of Science. October 9, 3028. While Shepard and the others were busy waging war against the Capellans at Tikhanov, the rest of the Inner Sphere continued to march on with its daily life. It was much the same in the portions of the Federated Suns, and Lyran Commonwealth, that weren't involved in the war. The same couldn't be said of the Draconis Combine and Capellan Confederation, including the Free Worlds League. Right now, however, the one thing going through Hans's mind was the fact that he'd gotten an excited call from NAIS. While the man that had spoken to him on the phone, Dr. Michael Wright, hadn't said much, the tone of his voice indicated that they were making a breakthrough in weapons technology. As such, he'd decided to come to the meeting spot. Said meeting spot was the NAIS Outdoor Firing Range, or OFR for short. This was where any and all weapons that NAIS developed would undergo testing, either to carry out measurements, or to test out new, prototype technologies that could make weapon systems better. It wasn't hard to spot the place either for a single reason: the myriad number of craters that were present where most of the shells fired would smash into the ground, along with the wrecked vehicles that were being used for testing the effects of various shells on a target. Today, the test range was the busiest he'd ever heard it. A cacophony of noises, from the sound of machine guns firing, to the loud, rumbling roar of autocannons, were emanating from the place. Coming to a stop in one of the cars from the campus, he got out and took a moment to look around. The place, which consisted of a storage building, a small computer center, as well as the test range, was quite large, around 4 square kilometers to be precise. Everywhere he looked, technicians and engineers were busy moving about, along with a number of workers that were moving parts and equipment to other parts of the OFR. A number of these were parts for weapons, or ammunition. It was the ammunition that had his attention, though. Are those some kind of new autocannon shell, he thought, when he noticed them. They're quite wide and short for autocannon shells. I'll bet that Dr. Michael has something to do with this. Almost as though the universe was willing to give him an explanation, he spotted a flicker of movement. Turning to his right, he spotted the very man himself coming along. Dr. Wright was a man that was of middling height, with dark brown, almost black skin, short wiry hair and dark brown eyes. Those eyes, however, held the inquisitiveness and curiosity of an engineering scientist that devoted himself to his work completely. First Prince, Wright said, his voice hoarse and quiet as he gave Hansa a slight bow. It's a pleasure to have you here today. The same to you as well, Hansa nodded. I'm here because of that phone call you gave me. You were fairly vague with the details. A necessary precaution in our line of work, Wright replied. I called you here because of a new, prototype technology that we've been working on that will soon exit the prototype stage. If you follow me, I can show you the new tech. Sure, Hansa nodded. With that, he and his bodyguards followed Wright. Entering the storage building, he could see forklifts moving large pallets of the strange ammunition he'd noticed earlier. What's this? He asked. A new form of ammunition that we're testing, Wright replied. The scientists at NAIS Chemical Labs came up with a new form of cartridge casing, while my fellow employees in the Weapons Development Lab came up with a new way of storing ammunition. Walking over to a nearby table, he said to one of the workers, "Bring us a cutaway of the new ammunition please." "Sure thing, boss," the worker nodded. Leaving for the ammo storage locker, he came back with one of the shells. It was quite difficult, given how heavy it was, but the worker was more than strong enough to heft the ammo shell and bring it to the two. "Here you go," he said as he placed the ammo on the table, causing it to shudder. "Thank you," Wright beamed. Pushing the cutaway shell over to Hansa, he asked, "Tell me what stands out to you the most. Don't be afraid to ask if you need details." Looking at the shell in question, Hansa studied it closely. Eyes that were honed through years of military training and experience caught numerous details that a normal observer would have missed. For one, the shell's a lot shorter than it typically is. "I take it that's something your team came up with, yes?" "Correct," Wright nodded. "We were talking with EDI, that fabulous AI that Shepard and his team brought along, about how to make autocannon ammunition more compact. She suggested that we use a technology that's called case telescoped ammunition. Basically, the shell envelopes the munition either partially, Or completely? The implication hit Hansa almost immediately. I think I know where this is going. If you use this new form of ammunition, you can store more ammunition in a single ammo bay than you could using conventional shells. Exactly. Anything else catch your eye? Yet. What's this down here? He fingered what appeared to be a series of cartridges inside the base of the shell, along with the exterior of the shell. Those look like some kind of gas cartridges, and the shell's exterior isn't made of metal. Correct on both accounts, Wright nodded. One of my colleagues, while examining some plasma cartridges that we were testing, had an epiphany. His suggestion was that we use plasma cartridges that are activated through electricity to ignite the propellant. How did that go? We found out that the older, chemical igniters lacked consistency, which affects muzzle velocity and, consequently, range in autocannon shells. The new system, which uses plasma cartridges activated via electricity, is almost perfectly consistent. In addition, it can be retrofitted into existing weapon systems, negating any need to completely redesign the weapon system in question. Given its method of operation, we've decided to call this new method by a new name, electrothermal chemical technology. And the shell casing. It's a semi-combustible cartridge. Not only can we store more propellant inside of the newer shell, it is also much lighter than a standard, metal alloy shell by around 40 to 50%. That means that a mech or combat vehicle can store 50% more ammunition in a single ammo bay than it can with traditional shells. That is if you combine this new shell casing with the telescoped ammunition. Only the base is made out of metal, and that is to ensure an airtight seal when the weapon is fired. Hansa arched an eyebrow as he considered what he'd heard. So, not only is the ammunition more compact, it can hold more propellant, and said propellant can be ignited with greater consistency and efficiency. I wonder. Can you develop new propellants using etc. tech? You read my mind, Wright beamed. We asked the chemical engineers and scientists in the chemical labs to begin doing so. According to them, the new ignition method has allowed them to consider the possibility of propellants that are far more energetic, and can't be detonated if another autocannon shell penetrates the ammunition bay on a mech or combat vehicle. In other words, with the new system, you'll get greater velocity, and ammo explosions will be a thing of the past. How much more velocity? We're looking at an initial increase in muzzle velocity by about 200% and an identical increase in range if our research continues to progress smoothly. Our research indicates that AC/10S and AC/20S will benefit the most from the new technologies that we're currently testing. However, we can only carry 35% more ammo due to the increased weight. Etc. tech is powerful, but it makes the shells heavier. Excellent. That will certainly extend the range of our autocannons. How soon can these new technologies be implemented? We estimate that etc. autocannons will be in limited production by 3029 and will enter full production by 3031. The short amount of time needed is thanks to the fact that etc. tech isn't a revolution in autocannon technology, it's an evolution. As for cased telescoped ammo, that will take longer due to the redesigns needed for autocannons to safely load the ammo, though we estimate that will be completed by the year 3032. Good, Hansa nodded. He now knew that those technologies, now that he had a firmer grasp as to what they were, would be highly beneficial. He could already imagine Fedcom mech warriors shelling clan mech warriors from a greater distance than the latter expected. What about pulse lasers? He asked a moment later. Regrettably, those are still in the prototype phase, Wright admitted. However, our estimates indicate that they will enter limited production around 3032 and full production around 3034. However, with that in mind, may I make a suggestion? Sure, go ahead. If the Archon of the Lyran Commonwealth could send her brightest minds to NAIS, we could reduce the workload that we're currently experiencing. If so, that would be a big help. Some of us are pulling double shifts in order to get the work done. That's a sensible idea, Hansa agreed. I'll see to it that you have extra hands and minds helping you out. You've done an excellent job with the resources that you have access to. Shaking Wright's hand, he said, keep up the good work. Thank you, sir, Wright nodded. We'll do our best to keep delivering results, without driving ourselves mad that is. That would be best. Also, did you receive the shipment from the Wolf Dragoons? Certainly. I have to admit, it's some of the most advanced equipment I've ever seen. We're still working over the materials in the weaponry, but we can tell that it's an evolution of standard weapon designs, not a revolution. We'll have it reverse engineered, though when I can't tell. Understood. Take care now, Wright. I have someone else to go speak to at the computer lab here. You too, Hansa. Dr. Wright wasn't the only one that was busy at NAIS. Another engineer was quite busy, though for a few other reasons. Chief Engineer Adams had to admit, working at NAIS was like a dream come true. Surrounded by fellow engineers, he had quickly managed to integrate himself into the engineering team. I have to admit, I'm still getting used to the lack of omni-tools and the like, but I like it here, he smiled as he worked at a computer workstation. Besides, the work that I'm doing is challenging, and a good engineer always relishes a challenge. The fact that our equipment is unusual adds to that challenge. Said challenge, of course, was helping the engineers and physicists at NAIS decipher the secrets of mass tech. So far, their efforts were quite slow, but that progress had been steady, which was the best part. Progress that's slow and rough is not a good thing at all. I'd much rather prefer our current pace over a rougher one. Slow and steady wins the race, after all. He was about to continue working when he heard someone walking inside. Looking up, he was surprised to see Hansa walking into the building. Hansa Davian, he greeted, nodding at the first prince. I didn't know you had come here. If I had, I would have cleaned up a little bit. He motioned to the stacks of papers and noteputers that were lying on his desk. That's all right, Hansa replied. It's a work day, so I'm not surprised to see that things are a little messy. It's the same way with me too. Looking around, he asked, I take it things are going well, yes. As well as they can be, sir. We're working on reverse engineering the computer technology from my time in order to accelerate our research and development cycle, while giving the soon-to-be AFFC the most advanced military computer technology in the entire inner sphere. Once we succeed at that, the Federated Commonwealth's computer technology will be the envy of the inner sphere. Even Comstar will turn green with envy. Hansa laughed at that, and he knew why. Comstar would certainly be jealous of the technology that Shepard and his team brought along. Still, Adams is correct in that it would be a significant boon for the soon-to-be Federated Commonwealth and AFFC. So, what about the technologies used to manufacture warships like the Normandy? We're still working on that, but we're making good progress. Project Tempest is also helping us out in that regard as well. Good bit of low tech that's helping accelerate things along. When do you estimate that we will have warships once again? I estimate that we'll have the technology required to make warships by the year 3041. That's around the same time that the Federated Commonwealth will be able to manufacture warships, so it's a win-win situation there. In other words, we'll have discovered element 0, if it exists here, and we'll have the technology required to mine and use it to good effect. Pretty much. It's the same thing with antimatter manufacturing and metastable metallic hydrogen manufacturing too. Good. Hansa, though, knew that while technological innovations were nice and all, he was curious as to Adam's mental state. So, is life treating you all right? Pardon. Are you doing all right? You've been transported from one universe to another. It's not as simple as accepting that and continuing like nothing happened. It changes people. When Hansa said that, Adam's expression changed. While it wasn't a fully weary look, it was clear that what Hansa had talked about had worn a little on him. That's correct, he replied a little more tiredly than before. I know that Shepard believes we'll find a way home, but I'm a bit of a realist in that regard. For all we know, we could be trapped here for the rest of our lives. I try not to think about it but... He trailed off as he said this. Hansa nodded, before placing a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder. I know what you mean. It's tough, knowing that you might not be able to return home to your loved ones. To be honest, Shepard's hopes and dreams are quite difficult to believe, but he believes them because they give him hope, and it helps him keep going. I also hope that his hopes and dreams come true too. Who knows, maybe we'll find evidence that the Protheans made it here and managed to create some kind of gateway back home. You sounded like Shepard for a moment there. I know. He and I have been through the crucible of war and, instead of breaking under the pressure, we've grown stronger because of it. I thought that I would never be able to form the Federated Commonwealth, until you, Shepard and the others, all came along and pointed me and my wife in the right direction. For that, I have to thank you. If you are truly trapped here, I'll do what I can for y'all. If not, then as I told Shepard, I will do whatever is necessary to bring the Reapers to justice for their crimes against civilization. Adam's expression brightened at that. You sure know what to say, Hansa. What makes it better is that I believe LL find a way home, even if it means that our children and grandchildren will be the ones that will carry the torch. Good man, Hansa nodded. Also, when's Shepard going to come by for a visit? Last time he visited was around a year ago. I'll bet he'll come visit again at some point. With that, Hansa smiled before he said, I'll leave you to your work now. I have to get back to my occupation. The Federated Sons needs a strong leader after all, just as the Normandy needs a good engineer. Adams laughed. You know it, sir. Take care now. You too, Adams. On the other side of the inner sphere, near the front lines of the battle between the Lyran Commonwealth and Draconis Combine, there was another warrior that was getting his team ready for war. Inside the cockpit of his Archer, Jamie Wolf was busy making sure everything was ready to go. Given that this was an inner sphere mech, and not a clan one, he had to make sure that it would be ready to keep him alive throughout the entire endeavor. Said endeavor was the invasion of the Draconis Combine that the Lyrans were conducting. As far as he could tell, the Archon and her generals were doing a supremely excellent job of invading the Draconis Combine. Many of her forces were attacking in staggered waves, allowing the logistical chains to keep up. Worlds that the Combine would have taken back by now had been held by the Lyrans, while the LCAF's forces had been able to shrug off attacks that, otherwise, would have driven them away. As he worked on the mech's cockpit, he thought back to around a year ago, when he was working out of Outreach, the HQ of the Wolf Dragoons. He'd been in the middle of a training exercise when the Archon of the Lyran Commonwealth, Melissa Steiner, had requested an audience from him in person. While that hadn't been surprising, what had happened next when he arrived at her palace at Thurcad most certainly was. To this day, I still wonder how one of the most powerful people in the Inner Sphere discovered the true origins of the Wolf Dragoons, he thought as he worked inside his mech. First, she tells us that she knows the truth, then she tells us that she is more than willing to help us prepare the Inner Sphere for an invasion from the clans. That woman, her mind is as sharp as the talons of a Jade Falcon banker. Then, to top it all off, she had asked him, in person, to send samples of clan tech to NAIS for study, which would allow the Inner Sphere to manufacture clan-spec weapons and equipment. Had she asked before Curlin Ward, the Khan of Clan Wolf, had given the Wolf Dragoons orders to go native and get the Inner Sphere ready for an invasion, he would have immediately reported that development to Clan Wolf. Now, we are helping to prepare the Inner Sphere in accordance with the wishes of the Warden clans, he thought, a wry smile on his face as he did so. Life truly is strange. He was about to continue when someone tapped on the hatch to his mech. Bending up and turning around, he found himself looking at a woman with graying hair, yet had the body of a heavyweight boxing champion. Natasha, he greeted. Is there something you need? Yes, Natasha nodded. Remember when the Archon informed us that she knew the truth of the origins of the Wolf Dragoons? Very much so, he nodded, motioning for her to come into the mech. Once the door was closed, he said, that was quite surprising, though in a good way, ever since we were given our orders to go native and prepare the freeborn warriors of the Inner Sphere for an invasion by the Crusader clans. Why do you ask? Something has been bothering me, Natasha admitted, crossing her arms over her chest as she leaned against one of the walls in the cockpit. It is not that they learned of our true origins, but how they learned of our true origins. How did the Archon of the Lyran Commonwealth learn that information? Jamie shrugged at the question. It was a question that had passed through his mind at some point, though life had been busy enough that he didn't have time to ponder the question. To be honest, it could have been any number of things to give us away, he admitted. We did, after all, bring along a few mechs that were extinct in the Inner Sphere. True, but that should not have been enough to give us away, Natasha insisted. I can tell whenever something is highly suspicious, and it is that way here. Someone must have told them our true origins. Why, though, is the question. Those are excellent questions. Perhaps when the Archon decides to tell us, then we shall learn who it was that revealed our origins to her. For now, all we can do is help the Inner Sphere prepare. We did inform them of the trials of combat that our clan, and all the other clans, use, as well as their tactics. That is a good start, but do you think the freeborn in the Inner Sphere are even capable of waging a defensive war against the clans? To be honest, I really do not know, Natasha. However, there is hope. Take me for instance. I was raised in a freeborn Siko. If a freeborn like me is capable of rising through the ranks to become a warrior of the clans, then the Inner Sphere is more than capable of doing something similar, if not the same. Taking a breath, Jamie said, even still, there is no guarantee that our efforts will be either for naught, or if they are helpful. All we can do is do our part to help the Inner Sphere get ready. Speaking of which, is your mech ready for combat? It is, Natasha nodded. Once our turn to wage war begins, then we can assault our enemies with the fury of Clan Wolf. Good. If that is all for now, I must make sure my archer is ready. Dismissed. With that, Natasha left the mech's cockpit, while Jamie continued to make sure he was ready for war. Meanwhile, at Terra, a group of people were gathering inside of a room designed to be sealed off at a moment's notice. None of their faces were visible, courtesy of masks that they were wearing, but that was just another part of life inside of Comstar. What they were gathered here for, however, was something that, if it got out to the other great houses, would shake the very foundation of what people felt about life in general. As soon as they were all gathered and seated, a ROM agent walked inside, his uniform decorated with two mirror versions of the Greek symbol for Rho. That indicated that his man was part of ROM's Covert Operations Division. He was quickly followed by another agent that had two mirror versions of the Greek symbol for Mu, indicating his membership in Information and Analysis. It wasn't long before another person walked inside. Striding through the door, Mendel Waterly looked over the men that were inside. Fellow adepts and acolytes, welcome, she greeted them. Many of you are likely wondering why you have been called in here today. Well, you are about to find out why. Oberski, you have the honors. Thank you, my lady, Oberski, who was part of ROM's Information and Analysis Division, nodded, bowing slightly before clearing his throat. Turning towards the Comstar agents that were attending the meeting, he said, "As you all know, we've detected an unusual message being sent from the border between the Capellan Confederation and Federated Suns some time ago. In accordance with an earlier meeting, we sent an undercover agent to find out more about what is going on. This led him to find employment inside of a mercenary company known as Mason's Cavaliers. They have had a past history against Comstar, though not out of spite for us. Currently, they are partaking in the Fourth Succession War, which has allowed us to gain access to a discovery that is on a similar level to that of those made by scientists like Galileo Galilei or Sir Isaac Newton. Observe." Moments later, a holographic image from a hollow table inside the room began to play footage that had been recorded by the agent. While much of it was useless, it was the last 5 minutes that caught the agent's attention. There was a murmur as they saw the two reptilian creatures caught on the footage. "As you can see," Oberski continued, "this is unprecedented footage of what our doctors believe might be alien life. The official story is that they are human beings with genetic enhancements that allow them to live on worlds that human beings can't easily colonize. While that is highly likely, we will check with the scientists and doctors at Terra to see if this is the case. In addition, as you have seen, they answer to an individual that they refer to as Shepard. However, that is not the reason why you have been called in here today. We believe that Hansa Davian, the first prince of the Federated Suns, has been hiding information on these aliens, as well as the Los Tech that was stored at the Helm Field Library, which was recently raided by the Lyran Commonwealth during the beginning weeks of the Fourth Succession War. Korolev, you have the honors." "Thank you, sir," Korolev replied. A brutish-looking man, Korolev had little time for decorum. Normally, this would have caused problems, except for the fact that he was highly proficient at what he did. Since Comstar didn't have too many people that were experts at what they did, he was allowed to continue this practice, even if it rankled some of the more religious members of Comstar. Clearing his throat, he said, "You are to conduct a raid on the facility known as the New Avalon Institute of Science. You are to ascertain their progress in reverting the current state of technology in the Inner Sphere to that of the Star League era. If necessary, you may destroy the information, though you are not to do so unless absolutely necessary. It is highly preferred that you take that information back to Terra for study and storage. You are to also investigate the facility for any sign of the genetically enhanced humans that work for the individual known as Shepard. If you find any, bring them to Terra using whatever means necessary. If they prove to be uncooperative, you are authorized to use whatever means to render them compliant. Your cover is that you are a rogue element of the Capellan's Death Commandos. If you are captured, or you fail your mission, you will be disavowed, and you will undergo self-termination. Are there any questions you need to ask?" When no one answered, he said, "Good. Good luck, and may fortune smile upon you." Chapter 20, The Defense of NAIS. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my BattleTech Mass Effect crossover. I apologize for not being able to update this story for some time. Life was busy, and my beta reader had some things to take care of in his life. Thankfully, we're back now, so we'll be able to update this crossover some more. Also, I wanted to inform you that I have 2 new crossovers on my profile. The first is Mass Effect, Ages of Mist, a Mist/Riven, Mass Effect crossover that I wrote some chapters for in my spare time. If you want to take a look, I highly recommend that you do so. The last one is a Warhammer/Mass Effect crossover known as Mass Effect, Hammer of War. I recommend you give that one a read too. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the Mass Effect or BattleTech franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Interactive, FASA Corporation, WizKids, Catalyst Game Studios, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to their respective composers and/or artists. New Avalon. NAIS. September 10, 3029. Standing at the campus for NAIS, Hansa looked around at the campus as personnel began to load up much of what they were studying into specially designed storage units. Each one, once closed up and locked, was capable of withstanding a full bombardment by artillery fire, more so since each one was underground. It was a recent addition to the campus, with the security measure being chosen in the event the campus was bombarded by dropships from orbit. Currently, the official story for what was going on was that they were conducting a drill for what might happen if the campus was attacked by pirates or a hostile great house. Hansa, along with Quintus and anyone that worked closely with him, knew what the real reason for what they were doing was, though. Today, September the 10th, was the day that Comstar was going to attack the New Avalon Institute of Science. Looking at his watch, he noted the time that was on it. 10:15 p.m., he noted as he looked up, seeing the star-speckled sky. In a few minutes, or at most an hour, Comstar's forces, disguised as Liao Death Commandos, will attack the facility in an attempt to destroy or capture all of our hard-earned work. Once more, James Vega and Shepard, I am in your debt for warning me about his day. He still had to admit, this was an audacious attack, even for Comstar, despite knowing the reasons why they were attacking. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the catalyst for the formation of the Word of Blake extremists, he noted wryly. Either way, I fully intend to make sure that they make off with not a single byte of data from this facility, even if they try to tear it out of my cold, dead hands. He wasn't the only one that was participating in the defense of the facility, should Comstar's forces attack. In the woods near the campus, a whole lance of heavy and assault mechs were standing by, ready to rain hell onto the attackers when their first prince called for their aid. In addition, a whole wing of aerospace fighters were on standby, along with a regiment of combat vehicles, all armed to the teeth and ready to make a mess out of the enemy. Hearing footsteps approaching his position, he turned to see one of Shepard's crew coming towards him. Grunt looked even more intimidating than normal, wearing the custom neuro helmet and cooling vest that allowed him to pilot the assault mech that he'd come to love and appreciate, the Atlas. Hansa hadn't told him, but the mech was the same one that the first prince's brother had died in more than a decade ago. He knew his brother would want it to go to a worthy mech warrior, and neither Hansa, nor his nephew Morgan could ride in it without being overwhelmed by the memories of that tragic day. This had made Grunt the ideal mech warrior for the Atlas. Not only did he like heavy firepower, a trait that all Krogan had, he was well trained by Hansa in mech combat, and he'd shown that he had the skill necessary to pilot the immense, robotic war machine. You need something, Grunt? Hansa asked. Coming to check on you, Grunt replied. You taught me how to use one of those mechs while Shepard was playing mercenary. Wish we had more of these back home, we'd crush the Reapers under the feet of our mechs. I'm certain you would, Hansa agreed. As for how I'm doing, I'm quite fine, really. Aside from that idiot Carl Green being the pompous asshole that he usually is, life is doing quite well. The only thoughts I have right now are the defense of this facility, as well as my wife. I saw her on the broadcast of the wedding. I have to admit, for a human, she was beautiful, but I've also heard that she has the mind of a true Krogan warrior. You were quite fortunate to have her as your wife. I'll keep that in mind. That I will. How's Shepard, by the way? He's doing quite well, Grunt. His team's doing nicely, and two of his friends, Garis and Nyreen, have 4 kids now, and are working on a 5th. In addition, Mason and his Cavaliers are doing supremely well. They've had a lucky streak for quite some time, though I know from experience that will come to an end at some point. It always does. I remember from the memories that Oker imprinted into my head. No Krogan chieftain lasts forever, but the smart ones ensure that their legacy will live on in the lives of their heirs and fellow clansmen. Speaking of which, what about the clans? Do we have a plan for dealing with them when the time comes? We do, Hansa nodded, remembering the recording of the meeting that his wife had with Jamie Wolf. I must admit, the stunned silence that came from the head of the Wolf Dragoons was nothing short of entertaining. They have, however, sent us a considerable amount of information on the clans, especially Jade Falcon and Wolf. They were also kindly enough to share some of their weapons tech with us. Good. I can't wait to show those Trashborn what a pure Krogan can do. I'm certain you'll get the chance at some point, Hansa nodded. Looking at the time again, he said, you might want to report back to your Lance Commander, Grunt. I have a feeling that Comstar will be attacking soon. Yes, sir. With that, Grunt left. Hansa would have remained where he was, except for the fact that his memory jolted a moment later. Reaching for his communicator, he said, Engineer Adams, do you read me? Loud and clear, came the reply. What do you need? Has Morton been moved to the chamber we designed specifically for him? Affirmative, Adams replied. We've locked his stasis tube into the chamber, along with that chamber's power supply. Good. What's his condition? Stable and healthy. We've also made some improvements to the stasis tube he's in, which is good news too. It's not nearly as temperamental as before, and it's not requiring as much power to do what it has to do. Beyond that, he's aging very slowly. I estimate that by the time the clans come to try and invade, he'll have only aged a month or so. Good. Has everything been moved inside of the secure bunkers? Affirmative. All data's been backed up and moved to a secure location off-site. We're as ready for an attack as we can be. Good. Once the alarms sound, remain in the bunkers with your co-workers until the all-clear is sounded. Over and out. With that, he closed the COMM channel. For the next few minutes, there was nothing but silence as the defenders near the facility waited for the inevitable. Then, just as Hansa had climbed back into his mech and made sure everything was all right, he spotted it. A faint shimmer of light that was moving towards them, with the shimmer slowly growing brighter. A moment later, he heard the STC near the facility contacting the dropship. Dropship MSV Icarus, this is Albion STC. You are on a vector towards NAIS. State your intentions immediately. A reply came back moments later. Albion STC, this is the MSV Icarus. We are currently carrying a bulk cargo of Los Tech for NAIS. Requesting a landing vector. That's a bluff, Hansa frowned. If Vega's right, then that dropship's chock full of Comstar agents disguised as death commandos. I'm not worried, Grunt beamed. Either way, we know the truth. They won't fool us. Fortunately, Quintus had informed Albion STC that a potential terrorist attack was set to happen on this day. As such, the STC controller that was talking to the dropship did as Quintus had instructed him to do. MSV Icarus, request denied. We are currently experiencing maintenance and technical issues, and are currently handling a chemical spill in our labs. I can divert you to. He never got the chance to finish. Moments later, Hansa watched as the dropship, an Overlord class, fired a PPC directly at the tower, slagging the booth where the space traffic controllers were at. When he saw that, he knew that this was it. Keying his comms, he said, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Comstar's coming to attack NAIS in order to prevent the inner sphere from rising out of the current dark age it is in. We will engage them here and now. Aerospace Wing Lima, do you read me?" "Copy, sir," came the reply. "We are moving to intercept the enemy dropship now. Permission to engage." "Granted," Hansa replied, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Affirmative. Target locked. Missiles away." Moments later, Hansa watched as a swarm of LRMs flew towards the dropship, which had now detected the incoming enemy fire. AMS, anti-missile system, projectiles flew outward from the dropship as the systems on board fought to prevent the missiles from reaching the dropship. Most of the missiles were destroyed, as a result. A few, though, managed to dodge the incoming hail of bullets, and slammed directly into the hull of the dropship. Most didn't cause much damage, but a few managed to hit the relatively lightly armored engine nozzles at the rear of the dropship. While not enough to destroy them, it was enough to force them to land, which was what the team wanted. Once more, Hansa knew that his talent for battle was required to win the day. "Come at us, Comstar," he snarled internally as he began to accelerate towards the landing dropship. "You can cause communication blackouts, you can manipulate great houses, but you can't stop progress. No one can." Nearby, in his Atlas, Grunt was eagerly awaiting his chance to hammer Comstar's forces into nothing but a smear on his mech's leg actuators. "You Comstar soldiers are soft and squishy," he thought as he watched Hansa's mech advance towards the dropship, which was marked red on the sensor readouts. "I will show you what a pure Krogan can do." Apparently, the shock of being attacked before they made it to their destination had some effect, as the dropship doors didn't immediately open. Still, it was clear that the Comstar acolytes hadn't let this affect their wits, as the dropship opened fire with whatever weapons were mounted on its hull. Seconds later, the mech bay doors fully opened, allowing several Comstar mechs to burst out into the open. Spotting a marauder moving towards Hansa's Battlemaster, Grunt got ready for when Hansa needed him. He go at a moment later, as his communicator crackled to life. "Grunt, have at them!" he heard Hansa shout. In reply, Grunt let out a long, deep-throated, bellowing roar, which he intentionally broadcasted to all mechs in range. Charging at the enemy marauder, he roared, "I am Krogan." Firing his LRM-20, he watched with satisfaction as the missile slammed into the back of the enemy mech, forcing the pilot to turn around and engage him. This opened up the enemy pilot to an assault from both Hansa and Grunt. In response to the mech turning to engage him, Grunt fired the Defiance Mech Hunter AC-20 mounted in the Atlas right torso. At the same time, Hansa fired off the PPC on his mech. The enemy marauder, while well armored and piloted by a well-trained mech warrior, quickly began to crumple like a soda can under the immense assault. The AC-20's heap shell smashed into the enemy mech's left center torso, peeling off almost all of the armor on there, before a follow-up from the Atlas medium lasers stripped off the armor plating and tore apart the ammo bay for the mech's AC-5, causing an explosion to tear off the left arm. At the same time, the PPC bolt from Hansa's Battlemaster smashed into the thinner armor plating on the back. On a stroke of luck, the PPC bolt tore into the fusion engine, causing air to rush into the main chamber. "Get back!" Hansa shouted. "That's mech's going supercritical." Grunt, hearing this, quickly backed up. He was about to turn around when the Dick informed him of an attack on his back. Turning around as the enemy marauder exploded, he spotted the source of the attack, a commando that was trying to run circles around him. He was about to attack when another mech warrior shouted, "I've got him, Grunt. He's toast." Seconds later, another commando rushed out into the open, before firing on the Comstar commando. "I'll keep his ass tied up. You focus on the heavies trying to get at NAIS." "Got it," Grunt replied. "Get that squishly little pyjack." I'll crush these so-called acolytes into dust. As he turned to engage the incoming griffin, he spotted something in the corner of his vision. Looking in that direction, Grunt spotted what he realized was an APC, with the vehicle gunning for the campus. Got a runner here. He shouted. Can't engage I'm though. We'll have to leave that one for the Nacet, Hansa replied. Since we warned them about the incoming attack, they'll be able to hold off the soldiers' Comstar scent. Right now, focus on the mechs. They can cause the most damage if they get too close to the campus. On it, Grunt replied as he continued to fight on. At the campus, Lyra watched as soldiers clad in military-grade body armor manned their positions at various locations in the campus grounds. Most were staying away from the large rectangle of grass that was near the dormitories, and those that were near it were quickly moving away. Everywhere else, including the entrances to each building, had been fortified with barricades and machine gun nests. She was also clad in armor as well, though it was light enough that she could use her biotics without being encumbered. She subconsciously patted the laser pistol that was resting in its holster near her thigh. While she'd trained in using those weapons, she knew that today was the day that her skills would be put to the test. All of Lyra's thoughts, though, were with the guest house that was located at Hansa's palace at Mount Davian. She could still remember the times when Shepard and she would get busy with each other, and the life that they had brought into the new world. My children are only a year old, she thought, but when Shepard returns, I will be more than happy to share them with him. Looking towards where she heard the sounds of autocannons being fired, she prepared her biotics. Once more, I'm needed to fight against those that would take us hostage for their own benefit. However, I am more than ready to fight in the defense of my children and this place. Her thoughts were interrupted when a soldier came towards her, auto rifle in hand. Ma'am, the enemy's about to arrive, he informed her. Comstar's ACP got through, and we're expecting death commandos to be knocking on the doors at any moment. You ready? I am, Lyra replied. I'll teach them to mind their own business. With that, she moved behind the barricade for the entrance to the administrative level for the campus. It wasn't long before they had unwanted visitors coming towards them. Listening careful, she heard the loud rat-tat of machine guns firing, as well as a loud crothwam as someone fired a recoilless rifle. She heard the sound of a vehicle coming to a stop, before more gunfire rang out seconds later. A moment later, she watched as the door to the administrative building was blasted down by a breaching charge. Seconds later, a man clad in plasteel armor plating, with the armor painted in blacks, browns, and greens, charged inside, laser rifle in hand. It was the last mistake he'd ever made. Lyra, summoning her biotics, hurled the man outside with the force of 20 Krogan, the Comstar acolyte's body enveloped in a blue glow. Glass shattered as he was hurled out the window, before smashing into the APC with a sickening crack. He slumped down moments later, a smeared trail of blood following his dying body. More acolytes charged inside, weapons blazing as they fought with the security team. Bullets and lasers cut through the air with lethal intent, with some bouncing off of the armor plating that was present on the barricades. The NAIS Crisis Intervention Team personnel inside also fired back, their own weapons barking as they fought to drive off the invaders. As the minutes ticked down, the two sides fought to gain supremacy over the others. It would have been easier for the acolytes, were it not for Lyra constantly using her biotics to dash them against the walls, tear their rifles out of their arms, or send them flying back out the door like someone had kicked them with an enormous boot. A group of acolytes had even been hoisted into the air by a biotic singularity, before they were cut to ribbons by Lyra and the security team. Eventually, the fighting began to die down as the acolytes, realizing that they were outmatched, began to retreat. We've got M on the run. One of the CIT members shouted. Keep the pressure on. Move. With that, the defenders moved towards the door, though they were always careful to keep out of the APC's firing arc, or risk being cut down by the bullets like a scythe cutting down stalks of wheat. We need a missile launcher. One of the members shouted. I'd take a recoilless rifle any day right now. I've got it. Lyra shouted. Looking at the APC turret, she hurled a biotic attack towards it. Once it struck, the structural integrity of the turret began to weaken, as the oscillating dark energy fields began to tear it apart at a subatomic level. Fire now! She shouted. As one, the soldiers opened fire on the weakened turret. After 3 seconds of frantic firing, the machine gun turret for the APC shut down, a laser having fried the internal components. Lyra, spotting her chance, moved forwards to engage. She never got the chance. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion as something hit close to her feet. Flying through the air, she landed hard on her chest. Ears ringing, she was about to get up when a boot smashed into her back, forcing her down on the ground. Got one of 'em. She heard a voice shout. Take her with us. The other man shouted. Retreat. Fall back. Lyra was about to get up when the stock of a rifle smashed into her face. Then she knew nothing but blackness. Nearby, Hansa and the others were still smashing apart the mechs that were causing them trouble. As they did so, he spotted the APC coming back. "Grunt, take it out," he ordered. Just as Grunt would have done so, a frantic voice came in over the COMM channel. "This is NASAT leader Edward McConnelly, don't fire on the APC. I repeat, don't fire on the APC. The bastards have Lyra and a crew member of the Normandy." "What?" Hansa thought, caught off guard by the report. "Are you sure?" he shouted. "Yes," came the reply. "They caught them when they blasted us with some grenades. I've got 5 Kia and 20 more wounded over here." The joy that came with the imminent defeat of Comstar's forces quickly turned into dread. "Damn it!" he roared, hitting a fist against his chair. "Those fucking bastards!" Turning to Grunt, he said, "Belay that order, Grunt. They've got Lyra and one of Shepard's crew." "I heard already," Grunt replied. Charging at the dropship as the APC boarded, he shouted, "Get back here, you bastards!" Just as he was about to get close to the dropship, multiple PPC shots hit the mech. While not enough to damage the internal structure of the mech, the resulting electrical overload did something else. It overloaded the mech's internal systems. "Warning, electrical overload detected," the mech stick informed Grunt. "Shutting down non-essential systems." Moments later, the mech slumped over, far away enough from the dropship to not get melted, but close enough for Grunt to see his quarry leaving. "No!" he roared over the comms. Nearby, Hansa sighed as he looked at what had happened. "This is not good at all," he frowned. 2 of Shepard's crew were abducted, and we've got no way to find out what they plan to do with them. Damn it! As he thought what had happened over, he realized that there was still a chance. Keying his comms as the dropship left atmosphere, he asked, "Quintus, can we track that dropship?" "Aerospace fighters are already moving to intercept," Quintus replied. "We'll know in a few hours if they were successful." Nodding at that, Hansa waited anxiously for the news, while dreading it at the same time. That latter feeling was correct, as Quintus said, "Sir, I must apologize for failing you. The dropship Comstar sent used a pirate jump point to escape the aerospace fighters, while destroying them at the same time. My guess is that they outfitted the jump ship that the dropship was docked to with lithium fusion batteries, another piece of low tech we're currently trying to bring back." I'm sorry, Hansa." Hansa frowned, a sigh of frustration escaping his lungs. He was angry, but he knew it wasn't Quintus' fault that they couldn't save Lyra and the others. "We did all we could to save them," he replied. "It's possible to get everything right, and still lose, Quintus. I learned that the hard way at Halstead Station. Do you have any ideas on where we could find them?" "I have a few," Quintus replied. "I believe they might take Lyra and that member of the Normandy's crew to one of their holding locations near Terra, likely at New Dallas, since there are Comstar facilities there. There are dozens of those places, though, but we do have a lucky break. We managed to capture a Comstar acolyte and prevented him from committing suicide. If we interrogate him, we might be able to find out exactly where they're taking Lyra and that other crew member." "Do it," Hansa nodded. "Squeeze the bastard dry of all of his secrets." "I don't care what it takes, Quintus, make him scream if you have to. If we do find where she's being held do we have any options?" "Yes, sir. The Normandy is the only way to rescue her. We might also rescue any scientists and political figures that Comstar has captured, if we're lucky." "Should I inform Shepard?" "Do so. We need him on station immediately. It's the only way we'll be able to save Lyra." Closing that COMM link, he said to Grunt, "Are you okay?" "Fine," Grunt replied, though it was clear he was barely able to restrain the rage he was feeling. "Got my mech turned back on again. We have to go after Comstar. If they break Lyra, they can use her to force Shepard to surrender." "I know, Grunt. That's why we're going to interrogate an acolyte that we captured. If we find out where Lyra's being held, you'll be on the team to rescue her. Count on that." Chapter 21, A Desperate Plan is Formed. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my MechWarrior/BattleTech, Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support and feedback last chapter. I greatly appreciate. That chapter is the start of what I am calling the Reckoning of Comstar story arc. I won't spoil any details, but to quote a character from another game franchise that I like, Comstar's about to have a real, bad day. So get ready to see Shepard kicking some Comstar ass. I also have a poll going on my profile. If you want to vote on 8 of the choices present, then you're more than free to do so. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, WizKids, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, BioWare, Electronic Arts, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. MechWarrior 4, Vengeance Host, Stutter Shark. MDS Cavalier 2. Alpha Eridani. September 12, 3029. On board the Cavalier 2, Shepard was inside of the crew quarters for the dropship. Clad in just his uniform, he was holding a glass of Timbuktu Dark in his hand, the only one he'd been drinking out of today, while talking with the other mech warriors that were a member of the mercenary company. Nearby, Garrus and Nyreen were present, along with Rex, who was listening in as well. As for what they were doing, it was quite simple, really. They were swapping dirty stories with each other, from incredible feats of heroism and skill, to funny incidents that had happened in their lifetimes. Right now, Albert, a mech warrior they had recruited just before the Fourth Succession War's start, to share his dirty story. And so, this lady bursts into the room, all mad and worried at the same time, and insists that we rescue this poor sap, the man said to the others. I guess he didn't know what he was getting into. He, along with Rex, roared at the pun, while Shepard and Garrus grinned. Taking a swig from his glass, Albert calmed down before he said, You probably don't know where the poor bastard was at, so I'll tell you. There was this room that was lined with padding, as well as a restraint harness in case you went bouncing around in microgravity conditions. The problem with him was that he couldn't stop spinning. With his sense of spatial awareness having been foobarred, he couldn't stop throwing up, or dry heaving once he emptied his stomach. I wonder if they're still cleaning the padding on the walls back there. Probably, if it was as bad as you say it was, Garrus shrugged as he looked at Nyreen. Seeing his mate groan a bit, he asked, You okay? Just a little queasy is all, Nyreen replied. I'll be fine, honey. Looking at him, she asked, How's Nilus and Celicia? Doing fine, Garrus replied. Ever since we got into the Fourth Succession War, he's really started to grow up and mature lately. He's been helping Fahad out with stuff down in the mech bay. Celicia's been doing quite well there too, and Fahad says that having them help him maintain the mechs is essential if they want to take care of their mechs in the future too. Good, Nyreen beamed. Wrapping her arms around Garrus, she said, I'm just happy that we were able to bring new life into the inner sphere, and that we were able to enjoy each other. Both Turians leaned in and kissed each other, purring happily as they did. Normally, that would have bothered others, except for the fact that the other mech warriors knew that Nyreen and Garrus were happily married to each other. In fact, they actually liked having the kids around, as they not only made things livelier, it reminded them that there was more to life than war and death. Whenever Nyreen, Garrus, or their kids were around, everyone was in a much happier mood. That reminded Shepard of a development that had happened recently. I'm kinda surprised that Fahad and Shakwas are becoming something of a couple, he thought as he remembered the duo. Still, it probably shouldn't be too surprising, since they go together quite well. Shakwas is just as good at the snarking game as Fahad is, never knew she had it in her, to be honest. He looked at Rex and asked, So, how's Grunt doing? Fine, Rex replied. When we were there last, I found out that Grunt finished his training as a mech warrior. Hansa and Arden had the job of training him, from what I recall, they were a bit apprehensive, given what we told them about my species. And they had nothing to worry about. Grunt took to being a mech warrior like a, what's that human expression? Fish to water. Yes, that's it. He took to it like a fish to water. Never say a more natural mech warrior in my own life. From what they told me, they actually had to pry him out of the training mech they were using because he didn't want to come out. Thankfully, they got that weaned out of him and now he's a consummate mech warrior. That's good to hear, Rex, Shepard beamed. He had a bet that Grunt would probably take to mech combat training far more easily than himself, Rex and the others. It was gratifying to know that he'd been right all along. So, what mech does he pilot? An Atlas, Rex smiled, a gleam in his eyes. Biggest damn mech I've ever seen yet. Heard that it was designed on a request by Alexander Kerensky. That it was, Vega, who'd been silently listening to the others, agreed. According to Kerensky, he wanted a mech that was, and I quote, a mech as powerful as possible, as impenetrable as possible, and as ugly and foreboding as conceivable, so that fear itself will be our ally. If that's the case, then whoever designed the Atlas nailed it, Rex nodded. Looked at the cockpit for the mech. One of the very few things that actually made me feel small, aside from a thresher maw. He never told Grunt, but Hansa told me that the mech that Grunt has belonged to his late brother, Ian Davian. Couldn't ride in it because of the memories of what happened to him. I heard about that, Shepard added. It's sad, what happened to him. I hope that, somewhere, he's putting in a good word for Hansa, and for the rest of us, since we've helped the Federated Sons out so much. Me too. We've earned it for sure. They were about to continue when the intercom inside of the crew quarters chimed. Commander Shepard, Gurus Vakarian, Nyreen Vakarian, James Vega, Erdnot Rex, report to the TAC Ops room immediately. Shepard, Gurus, Nyreen, Rex, and Vega, report to the TOR immediately. Hearing that, Shepard put his glass down and said, something's come up, and I've got a bad feeling about this. Me too, Gurus said as he got up. That's the first time I've heard just us called out. Something's up, and I don't like it. Let's find out what it is, Rex said as he got up. I don't want it to bite us in the ass if I can help it. Agreed, Shepard nodded. With that, he got up and began to proceed to the TAC Ops room on board the dropship. Moving up the stairwell, he entered the TOR and proceeded to the hollow table that Rihanna and Mason were at. What is it? He asked. We received an HPG call from New Avalon, Mason replied. It's an encoded response, which means we need someone that knows code words. Fortunately, Rihanna's good at that, so she figured out what it means. Rihanna. I determined what the message is really saying, she informed Shepard. From what I can tell, Shepard, NAIS was attacked by a battalion of death commandos from the Capellan Confederation. However, the message indicates that it was actually Comstar that led the attack. That makes sense, Vega, who was behind Shepard, remarked. Comstar wouldn't like anyone trying to bring the technology of the Star League back. Agreed, Shepard nodded. I'm guessing there's more to it than that, though. That there is, Rihanna agreed. It doesn't say much, except for the fact that they're sending something to our location, a ship of some kind. We've been sworn to secrecy, and Marshal Davian's been informed. I don't understand, Fahad, who'd come up to them while Shepard and Mason were talking about the attack on NAIS, remarked. I thought warships were low-tech. How do they have a ship that can get to us? Perhaps Shepard can explain more, Mason remarked. That brought a cold tightness to Shepard's gut. Something's wrong, he realized as he thought this over. Looking at Rihanna with a piercing gaze, he asked, do we know what went wrong? No, Rihanna replied. Only that we have to hold position at Alpha Eridani and wait for this ship to arrive. Marshal Davian arranged a command circuit to get it to us as soon as possible. It should be arriving at our location in 4 days' time. So, Mason added. Anything that you'd like to tell us? I'll explain more once the ship in question arrives, Shepard replied. Hopefully, I can explain a few things by then. True to form, it took around 4 days for the Normandy to arrive at their location, with the jump ship coming to Alpha Eridani right on schedule. Mason, who was in the TOR with Fahad and Shepard, was walking along when the radar/lidar officer in the room called him over. What is it? He asked as Shepard and Fahad followed him. Sensors are picking up something unusual, the officer replied, a confused expression on his face as he began flipping switches and buttons to find out more about what was going on. Some kind anomaly that's appearing on the sensors. It's weird. I can't make heads or tails of it. Just as Mason was about to ask what was going on, he spotted it. Looking up through a viewport, his eyes widened as he saw something seemingly appear out of thin air before him. For a ship, its profile was aesthetically pleasing, with a curved upper hull, and 2 wings that gave it the appearance of some kind of alien aerospace fighter. 2 stubby mandibles in the front completed the unusual ship that he was looking at. 4 engines in the back glowed a bright blue-white color. Fahad, who was behind him, said, bloody hell. If that's not a warship, I'll eat my own socks for dinner. Those haven't been made since the Second Succession War. Turning to Shepard, he asked, what the hell is that thing? Shepard, who saw the ship, smiled slightly. That, Fahad, is the Normandy, he explained. It's a cutting-edge prototype making use of the latest, prototype technologies. It also means that I lied to the 2 of you. What do you mean? Mason asked. I don't recall you lying to me at all. I meant about my past, Shepard replied. Looking at Mason, he said, I'm not from the Federated Suns. I'm actually from Terra, but an alternate version of Terra, from another universe. For a minute, both Fahad and Mason were silent. Apparently, Mason had taken it quite well, as he said, well, normally, I'd call you insane, but since you've got actual aliens in your lance, then I have reason to believe you. You're not angry at me lying to you. Shepard, you've done quite a bit for me, and you're a consummate mech warrior. You'd have to do a lot to get on my bad side. Plus, I always suspected that what you told me was the case. You don't just find 2 alien species without everyone knowing about it. Any more secrets that you have, though? No, aside from one that I'll tell you about, and one that'll reveal itself once we get aboard the Normandy. A moment later, the hollow table came to life, and Rihanna, who'd been listening to the entire thing, said, Commander, I've got a transmission from that warship that's nearby. They're contacting us on a live feed. Put them through, Mason ordered. A moment later, a voice came in over the COMM. MDS Cavalier 2, this is the FSS Normandy. Requesting permission to dock to your docking collar. Granted, Mason replied. Looking at Shepard, he said, at least we don't have to go EVA to visit this ship. I take it that it was yours before you came along here, yes? Yes, Shepard nodded. All right. Still, you'll have to tell me the truth about how you arrived here. I'm quite curious as to what's going on. I'll tell you once we're aboard. Right now, we've gotta go. A few minutes later, Shepard and his team, along with Mason and Fahad, were floating through the tube that would get them to the Normandy. I'm really glad that we managed to install a docking collar onto the Normandy, Shepard thought. Not only does it allow for docking to jump ships, we can dock with drop ships as well. His train of thought stopped when they reached the other end of the tube. Punching in a code, he opened the airlock's outer door, before letting the others inside. Once they were inside, he closed that door, and opened the inner door. Pulling himself upwards, he oriented himself in a fashion that would allow him to walk into the cargo hold of the Normandy without face planting into the ground. Once more, he smiled as he felt the reassuring force of gravity pulling himself onto the deck. It feels good to be home, he smiled. The Normandy is my home, and it will always be that way. Just then, he heard a loud oof from behind himself. Turning around, Shepard found Mason lying on his stomach, the man looking thoroughly embarrassed with himself. Fahad, who was following behind him, promptly tripped on Mason's prone form and spectacularly face-planted onto the ground. Fuck! He shouted as he did so. Getting up and rubbing his nose, he said, bloody hell, Shepard. What the bloody hell's going on, and why am I not bouncing off the walls in 0G? Oh, Shepard replied, remembering what he'd forgotten earlier. I'm sorry about that. The Normandy has artificial gravity. I forgot to tell you that. You mean we're on a grav deck? An erroneous, but understandable assumption, came a synthesized woman's voice over the intercom. The Normandy is equipped with a Tantalus drive core, which provides the ability to travel faster than light, while also providing the ship with artificial gravity. Who's that? Fahad asked. As he asked this, he turned to see, much to his surprise, a woman that was walking over, only she was completely composed of metal, electronics, and plastics. What the bloody hell are you? I am the Enhanced Defense Intelligence, came the reply. I am the artificial intelligence for the Normandy. The crew, and Shepard, refer to me as EDI. EDI? Mason asked as he got up. Looking her over, he whistled and said, damn, Shepard. Where'd you find her? She came with the ship, Shepard replied. The robotic body you're looking at is just an extension of her that can come on ground missions. Blimey, Fahad whistled as he got up and examined her. Now that is a nice piece of kit you got there, EDI, is it? I don't see any Myanmars present, or maybe they're just hidden under that metallic skin of yours. Realizing he had gone into full technician mode, he said, oh, sorry about that. I got carried away. There's nothing to forgive, EDI replied, shaking her head as she said so. I enjoy being complimented on the engineering that has gone into this platform I am using. To answer your question, I do use a form of Myanmar, but they are protected by the plating that forms my skin. Even Mason whistled at that. I'm no engineer, but I can say that whoever made this robot here certainly did a fine job. Looking at Shepard, he asked, so, where to? The war room, Shepard replied as the others came through the docking tube. I think that's where we need to go. Right, EDI? That's correct, Shepard, EDI replied. Then let's go. Walking along, the group entered the elevator that was on the other end of the cargo hold. It was a tight fit, but they managed to squeeze themselves inside. Hitting the button for the CIC, Shepard felt the elevator ascend before the doors opened. He smiled at the familiar sight of the galaxy map, which he noted had been updated to show the current territories and systems of the inner sphere. As they walked along, both Mason and Fahad looked around at the interior of the ship. This is amazing, Fahad whistled as they proceeded through the checkpoint in one of the hallways and entered the back portions of the CIC deck. I wonder if this what the decks of a Star League warship looked like. If so, then it makes me sad to know that we lost this tech centuries ago. Not quite, Shepard replied, but close to it. The good news is that the Normandy's being studied by NAIS as part of their effort to reverse engineer Lost tech and regain the ability to manufacture it again. With that, they entered the war room. As soon as he and the others entered, Shepard found that everyone that was on the ground team was inside, save for one person. Looking around, he asked, where's Lyra? What happened to her? That's the bad news, Shepard, Kaiden frowned as he came over. I don't know how to describe it to you but Lyra's been abducted. The moment that Shepard heard that, it was like a Krogan had sucker punched him in the gut. All of the thought processes in his head simply stopped, with only the thoughts he had on Lyra present. A moment later, he attempted to speak, though he stammered for a moment before his wits came back. What? He blurted out. I hate to say it, but it's true, Kaiden replied, a sad expression on his face. I was helping out during the attack at NAIS when I spotted Comstar acolytes abducting Lyra. I tried to get to her, but the enemy fire was too intense. I tried to save her, Grunt, who was on board, added, a look of guilt and shame on his otherwise stoic face. I tried to save her, Battlemaster. Those damn pijacks disabled my mech before making off with her. Bowing his head, he said, I've failed you, and my clan leader. Hearing that, Shepard staggered back a moment, before slumping down onto the ground. The shock that suffused his system was palpable, as everyone fell silent. A moment later, that shock was replaced with a cold, intense fury and rage that threatened to boil over. The expression on his face caused everyone to back up, fearing that he might lash out any moment. While angry, Shepard wasn't angry with them, not by any means. Instead, all of his fury was directed at Comstar. Those damn bastards have my wife. Some part of him roared. They kidnapped my wife. Standing up, he left the room and locked it. As soon as it was, he let out a deep, bellowing roar of rage as he hammered his fist into the transparent metal that encapsulated the meeting table that was in this room. The force of the blow alone caused the otherwise strong material to fracture, a spider web of cracks enveloping the surface. Throwing the door open, he kicked at the table, which rocked under the force of the blow as part of the wood splintered. Grabbing a nearby crate as he exited, he threw it against the wall, causing the contents inside to spill all over the ground. Falling to his knees, he roared again, his mind a whirlwind of grief and rage. With that, he finally gained control over himself. Slumping to the ground, he allowed the tears in his eyes to fall freely down his face. I'm sorry, Lyra, he thought as he quietly sobbed in the room. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. He remained like that for a few minutes, mourning the loss of his loved one. At that moment, a part of his mind that had lain dormant for quite some time woke up. Get up, it told him. Get a hold of yourself, Shepard. You're a man of action, not a blubbering mess of emotions lying on the ground. Think. What would you do if one of your crew was captured by an enemy? It was at that moment that he began to formulate a plan, a desperate plan, but a plan nonetheless. Getting up and wiping his tears, he walked back to the door of the war room and, unlocking it, proceeded inside. Moving past his team, who'd heard his rage and grief-filled roars, he ignored them moving away as he looked at the holographic display in the war room, which was of the inner sphere. Mason, who was also in the room, walked over to Shepard and said, I'm sorry for your loss, Shepard. If Lyra was your wife, then I'm deeply sorry. I know, Shepard replied. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. The only group to blame is Comstar. Either way, they've made a huge mistake. Oh. They've made an enemy out of me. Comstar will regret what they have done. Turning to Vega, Shepard asked, Vega, how much do you remember of Terra and Comstar? Quite a bit, Vega replied. I can tell you about some of their defenses and the like. Why? Because I have a plan. I'm going to go to Terra and wring their necks with my damn bare hands. I'm going to find out where they took Lyra and get her back to safety, alive and well. Whoa. Fahad gasped, startled. Are you bloody insane? Terra is practically impregnable, what with their methods and all. For all we know, they might still have warships or even some kind of planetary defense system. It would be suicide. Foremost, yes, but not us, Gurus replied. We went on a suicide mission before, Fahad, against an enemy even worse than Comstar. Everyone said it couldn't be done, and that we'd all die. We proved them wrong. That's true, Kaiden agreed. Shepard's made a career on doing the impossible and suicidal. If he can get to Terra and find out where Lyra's being taken, then you can bet your ass that he will find out. Besides, we were counting on him deciding to go to Terra. You knew I was planning on heading there? Shepard asked. A guess, but a logical one, Edi nodded. Before we left New Avalon, Quintus uploaded all of the information that he had on Comstar and Terra into the Normandy's computer banks, as well as my own. Vega's information has also helped fill in some of the gaps in Quintus' knowledge. May I explain further? Go ahead, Shepard nodded. Thank you. With that, the hologram in the room changed to that of Terra, with holographic icons showing possible, and known, defenses that Comstar had installed. According to Quintus' intelligence, and Vega's knowledge, Terra is protected by a highly advanced planetary defense system called the Space Defense System. It is a series of LiDAR and radar stations that are connected to naval-grade weapon installations in orbit, on the planet, and on Luna. And this is relevant, how? The Normandy's IES system will allow us to bypass most of these defenses. In addition, there are blind spots in their LiDAR and radar coverage that we can send a Kodiak shuttle through in order to infiltrate the one location that will hold the information on Lyra's whereabouts. Highlighting a massive structure that looked like a radio satellite dish, she said, the Hilton Head HPG complex located in what would historically be South Carolina in the United States. We'll have to be careful too, Vega added. That's Comstar's primary HQ for all of their operations. Once we're inside, we'll have to deal with their best troops, as well as a plethora of automated defenses. I take it that's where you come in? Shepard asked EDI. Yes, EDI replied. Since I am specialized in cyber warfare and defense, I can infiltrate Comstar's systems and reprogram their automated defenses, identify friend/foe systems to fire on them, which will improve our chances of survival. In addition, I can jam comms and prevent them from sending out a distress signal, and I can comb through their information archives for any data that will be useful to NAIS, specifically the technical readouts and manufacturing specifications for the hyperpulse generator, as they were not present within the Helm, Grouse, and New Dallas memory cores. Wait, so you're designed for infiltrating computer systems? Fahad asked. When EDI nodded, he said, I stand corrected on my previous remarks. With her on our side, we definitely have a chance of infiltrating Comstar and causing some major damage. And not just physically either, Vega agreed. Comstar relies on an air of neutrality and invulnerability to maintain their control over the inner sphere. A successful attack on the Hilton Head HPG complex will not only shatter that image, it will call into question how powerful Comstar is. It's a genius move, if you ask me. Agreed, EDI nodded. In addition, Comstar, just after we send the message to the Cavalier 2, initiated a communications blackout of the Federated Suns in response to their invasion of Sarna. Invading the Hilton Head HPG complex will allow me to reverse the HPG COMM blackout and upload a computer virus that will prevent Comstar from being able to restore the blackout. My calculations indicate that, if our mission succeeds, Hansa will be able to continue the Fourth Succession War and conquer roughly 75% of the Capellan Confederation, while the Draconis Combine will lose 25% of their territory to the Lyran Commonwealth. Then it's all the more important that we succeed in this mission, Shepard nodded. EDI, can you do it? I infiltrated the Collector's computer systems, which are far more advanced than what Comstar uses, EDI replied. It is well within my capabilities. Then that settles it, Shepard nodded. We're going to pull off a data heist on Comstar, and find out where they've taken Lyra. Mason, Fahad, I don't think we'll be able to take you along for the ride. We don't want Comstar to believe that you're affiliated with us, if they don't know already that is. That's all right, Mason shrugged. I figured that was the case, anyways. Still, once you find out where Lyra's being held, Shepard, let us know so that we can come in and bring in the cavalry. You won't be alone either, EDI added. The Wolf Dragoons were recently reassigned to the Capellan front of the Fourth Succession War, but they have been informed of our true origins, as well as what has happened to Lyra. Due to their orders from Con Curlin Ward, they will not be reporting this development to their superiors in Clan Wolf. Pardon? Clan Wolf. A story for another time, Vega explained. Right now, we've got work to do. Agreed, Shepard nodded. Mason, Fahad, we'll return once we know where Lyra's being held at. Once we do, we're going to go there, and rain hell on Comstar. Give 'em hell for me, Mason nodded. Good luck, Shepard. You're gonna need it. Chapter 22, Attack on Comstar. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my BattleTech / MechWarrior, Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support and feedback. I greatly appreciate it, and your efforts to do so. You've been hoping to see Shepard's act of retribution against Comstar, and I have delivered it to you. Weekend updates are very rare, if they happen at all, for me, so this is a rare treat for all of you. This is just the first of Shepard's actions against Comstar, so expect a lot more action to happen in the next chapter. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, WizKids, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and / or artists. A New Dawn, Bred for War Edition, Crusader. SSV/FSS Normandy. CAF. October 12, 3028. With the plan decided, Shepard and the others had to get to the star system of CAF, where a part of the encoded message that had been received earlier had detailed that the Federated Suns had a jump ship waiting for them. Getting to CAF, though, was a month-long journey, due to the fact that they had to wait for the KF drive on their dropship to recharge before it could make each successive jump. As such, it was a long, and fairly tedious, journey. Once they got to KF, though, Shepard could see the jump ship that Hansa had arranged for them just before the HPG-COMM blackout. It looked like your standard jump ship, but he had a feeling that Hansa had a special surprise arranged for them. Looks like that's the jump ship we're heading for, Shepard noted. Go ahead and hail them. Aye, Commander, Joker nodded. Keying the comms, he said, Jump ship Bravo 9 or Phi, this is the FFS Normandy. We are here on a rescue mission to Terra. A response was immediate. Normandy, this is the jump ship Sojourner, we are standing by on the First Prince's orders. Our KF drive and fusion batteries are charged and ready. You may begin docking procedures immediately. Roger that, Joker nodded. Docking in T-4 minutes. Fusion batteries. Shepard asked Vega, who was in the cockpit with them. Lithium fusion batteries, Vega explained. They're another way to recharge a KF drive without damaging the internal components. The downside is that they take equally as long to recharge, but they can dump the energy that's stored inside them into the drive's capacitor core almost instantly without damaging the drive. That's useful. Are there more on other jump ships? Yes, but lithium fusion batteries are low-spec, which means if they're damaged, there are no replacements. Fortunately, thanks to our efforts, they'll soon re-enter production in the inner sphere, though how soon is a mystery still. I see. As they moved closer, Shepard opened the COMM and said, Sojourner, this is the Normandy. Are your fusion batteries fully charged? Affirmative, the captain of the jump ship replied. We'll make the jump to Terra, after which we'll recharge the KF drive with the charge in the batteries. Once you're back with the info you need, we'll be ready to. Good to know, Shepard nodded. Any ideas on where we'll be jumping? We done the calculations and we figured that we could use a pirate jump point that's just outside of the Oort cloud, the jump ship captain replied. If our calculations are on the money, then we'll come out nice and intact. If they're not, well, I get it. I know what happens when a misjump occurs. Let's hope that luck, and the orbital mechanics, are on our side. It wasn't long before the Normandy docked to the jump ship, with the docking collar quickly attaching to the required hardpoint on the jump ship. A few minutes later, they performed the jump from KF to Terra. Once more, Shepard felt the gut-wrenching sensation that came with jumping through hyperspace to the destination in mind. A moment later, that sensation faded as the jump ship emerged from hyperspace and into the pirate jump point that was just outside the Oort cloud. From this distance, Sol, the star that Earth orbited, looked exactly like any other star would, a faint point of light off in the distance. Well, Joker beamed. We made it. Looks like the captain's calculations were right on the money. A moment later, the jump ship captain came in over the COMM. Whew. He whistled. That was lucky. There's a reason why we don't use pirate jump points, though I'm glad that it turned out all right in this case. We'll go ahead and recharge, while you guys get to Terra and do whatever it is that you guys came here to do. Roger that, Shepard nodded. Looking at Joker, he asked, you ready? More than ready, Joker nodded. I'll get us to Earth. The IES system should hide us from Comstar's thermal sensors, but we'll have to move behind Earth's moon to remain undetected. The Kodiak that we have should allow us to sneak in, though I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you. All right, Shepard nodded. I'll be down in the cargo bay with the others, getting ready for battle. Time to see if that weapons training that Hansa and Sortek gave us will help out on this mission. Around 5 minutes later, Shepard was down in the cargo hold with the rest of the team, making sure his weapon was ready. The entire cargo bay was silent as they prepared for what they knew was going to be an assault on, arguably, the most influential faction in the entire inner sphere. As such, they knew that they had to get this right, there wouldn't be any second attempts. As he checked over his rifle, a Federated Barrett M42B automatic rifle that Hansa had trained him to use, Shepard remembered the plan for what they were going to do once they got to the surface. According to EDI, their best chance at assaulting the Hilton Head HPG complex was to sneak into the facility's mech bay via the ventilation system. Once inside, they could use various tools to hack through any automated doors to get to the security system, which EDI would reconfigure to list Comstar personnel as hostiles. At the same time, she would upload a computer virus that would disable the HPG, while triggering a catastrophic overload of the capacitors that provided the necessary power needed to operate the FTL transmitter. This, combined with the reconfigured security system, would distract Comstar long enough for her to mine the data and allow the team to get out of there. Either way, it was not going to be an easy mission by any means. First, they were going to have to land at a part of the beach where there were few, if any, patrols, before moving on to the large fans that provided ventilation for the mech bay. It certainly won't go off without a hitch, he thought, but that's why we've got guns. That reminded him of his equipment as well. While N7 armor was well made, it was not designed to stop 6mm slug rounds designed to penetrate thick body armor. As such, thanks to Mason, they'd managed to get their hands onto body armor that was manufactured for soldiers in the Free Worlds League. While not as advanced as what Comstar had, it was the most protective armor that one could find in the great houses. The non-human personnel had to wear armor that was made to custom specifications by the engineers at NAIS. Garrus, Grunt, and Rex, thanks to their stronger-than-human musculature, could wear heavier armor than a normal human being, which offered greater protection as a result. Nyreen had opted for lighter, but still quite protective, armor that would allow her to use her biotic abilities to great result. Good thing we're ready to take on an army, Garrus remarked as he adjusted his armor, making sure it fit comfortably over the cowl around his neck. This armor feels great. It's like I'm wearing a door made out of endo-steel. It's supposed to, Shepard remarked. Speaking of which, you know how to use that AEC? The Advanced Electronic Code Breaker? Garrus asked. I do. Quintus taught me how to use one himself. The man can make one of those dance to his tune. For emphasis, he pulled the item out. To most, it would have looked like a standard note pewter, with the addition of some electrical leads that were designed to be connected to electronic components. Actually, it was a high-powered espionage device that could trick a digital keypad into showing the code to unlock a door or a crate between 1 to 10 minutes. The best part, though, was that it wouldn't trigger an alarm, making it ideal for breaking in without alerting everyone as to what was going on. Good, Shepard nodded. That'll make things much easier. Just make sure you return it to him safe and sound. It is low-tech, after all. Don't worry. I plan on returning it used, but undamaged, Garrus nodded. Good. Nyreen, you ready? Yes, Nyreen replied, her body glowing with a blue-white aura as she said this. I can't wait to give Comstar a taste of their own medicine. All right, Shepard nodded. Looking at the team, he said, we're on borrowed time, so I'll keep it brief. We're going to go in, reconfigure the security system, and get the information that Comstar has on Lyra's location. Then we're going to bug out, while EDI's virus not only stops the FTLCOMM interdiction the Federated Suns is suffering from, but also destroys the capacitors for the HPG. That should force Comstar off our backs for a while. Agreed, EDI, as she was going to use her platform on this mission, nodded. It will also disable the other HPGs on the planet, which will slow Comstar down greatly. Good. If anyone wants to back out, now's the time. When no one even showed a hint of backing out, he said, then let's roll. Turning to Cortez, he asked, you ready? Cortez, who'd been assigned to Shepard at the beginning of the Reaper War as their shuttle pilot, nodded. I'll get you in nice and quickly, Commander. EDI's flight plan should allow us to avoid being detected by their LiDAR and radar systems. With that, Shepard and the other members of the ground team loaded up onto the Kodiak. Powering up the engines, Cortez waited for Joker to open the cargo bay doors before smoothly guiding the vehicle out of the ship. Stealth system engaged, he informed Shepard. We're going to go near FTL for a few seconds, then we'll return to normal sublight flight before enter atmosphere, that way we don't generate a large heat bloom. We'll fly manually for the rest of the way. Sounds like a plan, Shepard agreed. There was a muted hum as the Kodiak, using its element 0 core, began moving at 25% of the speed of light without incurring relativistic effects. After 3 seconds, the core brought them out of the near FTL speeds around a few kilometers before they would begin atmospheric re-entry. The vehicle began to bank as Cortez expertly guided them in on the manual flight system. This was the hardest part, as they could be detected long before they reached the surface. I hope EDI's analysis is on the money, Shepard thought. The Kodiak might have its kinetic barriers adjusted to stop autocannon shells, but once it's down, an AC-5 shell is all that's needed to blast us into burning debris. His hands tightened on the M42B in his hands as they flew down to the surface. Fortunately, EDI's analysis was exactly on the money, as there was no sign that Comstar had noticed them as they began to land near the beaches of what once was South Carolina's coast. Up ahead, Shepard spotted the beach that led directly to the HPG complex, which was exactly where Hilton Head Island was it. In the near dusk, since they arrived just before night, the HPG's dish seemed dark and menacing, especially since it was operated by a manipulative group of people. Looking at a thermal readout of the place, Shepard could see a number of automated defenses, from turrets sporting lasers, to ones sporting PPCs and AC-10s. Good thing they can't see us visually, or thermally, he thought. We'd be completely wrecked by now if they could. I'll drop you off around 700 meters from the complex, Cortez informed Shepard. Once that's done, I'll power down and wait for you to signal me to pick you up. Noted, Shepard replied. A few moments later, the Kodiak landed on the ground with a muted thump, just as the doors opened. Go, go, go. Shepard ordered. Almost immediately, everyone inside of the Kodiak piled out and took up formation near the vehicle, with Shepard jumping out last. Scanning the area, he could see that there were no hostiles nearby, though he checked to make sure with his goggles' thermal imaging mode. Once he was satisfied that no one was present, he had the team begin making the 700-meter trek to the ventilation system. As they proceeded along, Shepard looked around at the surroundings using the night vision mode on his goggles. Despite the centuries that had passed, it was clear that Comstar had done a good job tidying up much of the planet, and this beach was no exception. He figured that, during daylight, the beach was a beautiful tan white color, and that the ocean was a gorgeous sky blue color. Well, that's one thing they do right, he thought to himself. They cleaned up the pollution as best as they could. As they advanced along, he noticed that there was a 10-meter high cliff that was to their left. For the most part, it looked perfectly natural, but he could see areas that had a slightly artificial look, for lack of a better word. Interesting. It appears as though Comstar's been extending this part of the cliff outwards. I wonder why. Eventually, as they got closer, he began to notice a distinct smell. Sniffing slightly, he found that it reminded him of something he'd smelled before while inside of a Geth ship. Garrus, you smell that? He asked. I do, Garrus nodded. That's mech coolant. My guess, someone either had a leaky cooling vest, or they recently did maintenance on a mech. Either way, that means we're getting close, Vega beamed. We should reach the vents very soon. Roger that. Eventually, just as Vega had said, they managed to reach the vents for the mech bay. They jutted out from a nearby wall, with the vent covers themselves about a half-meter above the ground, while they jutted out around a meter from the wall itself. The acrid odor of mech coolant was now unmistakable. Apparently, one of the vents was undergoing maintenance, as a team of mechanics were working on the vent cover, which was broken up into its constituent components. A single guard was nearby, and while he was keeping as best of a watch as he could, it was clear that he was tired, as the man made sounds that sounded like yawning. Okay, Shepard noted. Kadian, you'll freeze the guard. Garrus, you shoot the hostiles. Got it, Kaidan nodded. A moment later, he used his abilities, his biotic aura flaring moments later. The acolyte standing guard was promptly frozen in place, unable to move before Garrus, using his M42B, which was in its close-in mode, to kill the guard with a single headshot. The others were about to run when Garrus fired in rapid succession, the sound and flash suppressor on his rifle reducing the loud gunshot to a quiet coughing sound. Both maintenance personnel dropped to the ground dead, their heads weeping blood and brain matter. With the team down, they proceeded inside, weapons at the ready. Proceeding forwards, they found that their vent intersected with a larger one that led underground. Dropping down into that one, they found that this vent proceeded south on a level course for 12 meters, before it began to sharply slant downwards. Another vent shaft intersected the one they were in, with that one proceeding west. Motioning with his hand, Shepard ordered the team to head through the west vent which, according to Quintus intelligence, would lead directly to the mech bay. Motioning again, with his hands, he warned the others to get ready in case there were mech bay technicians and guards inside. Once the others nodded, he gently pried the vent cover off, before pulling it into the vent and, with Rex's help, set it gently onto the ground. With that, they proceeded inside. The mech bay was much larger than any that Shepard had ever seen before. Looking around, he spotted a number of battle mech gantries, with pathways that would allow each one to move towards the exit. The lightest mechs were the closest to the walls, while the heaviest mechs were concentrated towards the center. From fire starters to king crabs, it looked like there were roughly 80 mechs inside this single bay alone. Wow, Rex whispered. There are a lot of king crab mechs in here. If I didn't know better, I'd be wondering why Comstar had a lot of these in their possession. Me too, Vega nodded quietly. We gotta keep moving, Kaidan whispered. We can sightsee later. Moving down to the ground floor via a series of stairs, the team proceeded down towards the ground, eyes peeled for any sign of life. Fortunately, it appeared as though everyone was either having a holiday, or was fast asleep, as the cavernous facility was completely empty. The only signs of life were a pair of guards that were near a double door that had a keypad nearby. Garrus, you have the honors, Shepard remarked. Thank you, Garrus replied. Raising his rifle, which had the flash and sound suppressor installed on the barrel, he fired 2, 3-round bursts at each of the guards. There was a muted coughing sound as the rifle fired, sending bullets towards each of the guards. Both guards, caught off guard by the attack, fell to the ground dead, their armor and helmets perforated by 6mm AP rounds. Contacts down. Good. Shepard nodded. Move up. Moving towards the door, Garrus took out the AEC and, opening up the keypad for the door, connected the leads and pressed a few buttons. It'll take us around 5 minutes to get through this door, he told the others. Until then, keep an eye out. Agreed, Shepard whispered. For the next 5 minutes, there was silence as the AEC went to work tricking the keypad into giving Garrus the combination. It wasn't long before he removed the leads and, closing the keypad's cover, punched in the code, with the doors opening moments later. "We're in," Gurus beamed. "Keep moving." "Got it," Shepard nodded. With that, they moved inside, using any shadows present to their advantage. Eventually, after some close calls, and a few false alarms, they managed to get to a door that was marked, in white stenciled words, "Security Control Room. Authorized personnel only." Again, Gurus used the AEC to crack the code on the door. A moment later, the door opened up, allowing the team inside. Peering inside, Shepard spotted a large room that was lined with computer consoles, monitors, and chairs inside. On the opposite wall, the symbol of Comstar, a 13-point star with 2 downward points that were elongated, was visible. "What do we have?" he asked Kaiden. 15 people, Kaiden replied. 7 of them are technicians, but the rest are guards. "Any ideas?" "Yeah," Rex nodded. "Flash grenades." A moment later, he pulled out a cylindrical grenade, which was comically small in his large hands. "Good idea," Kaiden nodded. "Everyone, flashbangs. We'll throw them on my mark." Pulling his out, he counted down before giving the signal. As one, they threw the grenades inside the room. There were a few startled shouts from the personnel inside before loud banging sounds and bright flashes of light drowned those out. Moving inside once the flashing stopped, Shepard and the others immediately moved in, silenced weapons coughing as they fired on the guards and personnel. At the same time, Gurus closed the door behind them. A Comstar security officer that lunged for the alarm button never made it, as his chest promptly sprouted 4 holes inside of it, courtesy of the AP rounds Shepard had loaded into his rifle. Another guard tried drawing his weapon, only to be gunned down by Kaiden. Nyreen, using her biotic abilities, seemed to phase through a guard, appearing on the other side as the guard, poisoned by her biotic capabilities, slumped to the ground, loud choking sounds coming from him as he jerked and contorted in sheer agony. That move alone was more than enough to cow the others into surrendering. "Don't shoot!" one of the technicians inside shouted. "Don't shoot! Please!" "I don't need to," Shepard snarked, before pistol whipping the tech in the head, knocking him cleanly out. "EDI. I'm on it," EDI replied, walking over to a console. Pulling out a cable that was discreetly hidden in her arm, she plugged it into one of the consoles. After a few seconds, she said, "I've disabled the alarms for the base. Uploading the computer virus now. Initiating data mine." There was a couple minutes of silence as EDI dug through Comstar's information archives. A moment later, she said, "Data mine complete. I have Lyra's location." "Where's she at?" Shepard asked, a worried tone in his voice. "According to Comstar records, she is currently being taken to the planet Tozan in the Versailles system. It is located only a month's journey away from New Avalon." "What?" Kaiden asked, surprised. "You're saying that Comstar has bases inside the Federated Suns?" "Yes," EDI nodded. "I have downloaded their locations for delivery to MIIO for detailed analysis. In addition, I have downloaded the schematics and technical readouts necessary to manufacture HPG relays, and the data required to manufacture several other low-tech designs." "What about the computer virus, the COMM blackout, and the automated defenses?" Shepard asked. "The virus is rewriting the defense's IFF codes as we speak. It has also transmitted orders to the other HPG stations in the Federated Suns to cease the communications interdiction. Another virus I've uploaded will prevent them from conducting HPG blackouts in the Federated Suns and Lyran Commonwealth. In addition, the capacitor cores for the HPG relay will undergo a catastrophic detonation within 10 minutes. Another few seconds passed, then she said, "Defense IFF programming rewritten." Just as she said this, Shepard watched as a video monitor showed the chaos that was about to unfold. Without warning, the base defenses inside of the facility began targeting and firing on Comstar personnel and vehicles that were in the base. Those caught out in the open were promptly terminated, while those that were closer to cover quickly managed to get into cover, before firing back at the turrets. "All right!" Shepard shouted. "Everyone, back to the evac point. Go loud." With that, everyone began to run towards the exit of the building as fast as they could. Bursting out into the open, Shepard's ears and eyes were assailed by the sounds and sights of battle, with autocannon shells, lasers, and PPC bolts flying everywhere as the automated defenses began firing on all Comstar personnel in the area. The acolytes were so distracted, in fact, that none of them paid much attention to Shepard and the others. Those that did fired their laser weapons, but were gunned down before they could do any major damage to the armor the team wore. Up ahead, he could see that the virus that EDI had uploaded had also opened the gates, allowing them to get outside. "Cortez!" he shouted. "I'm on my way," Cortez replied. "That's quite the light show you got there, Shepard. Comstar COMM channels are going nuts over what they believe is a systems malfunction. Can you pick us up?" I'm coming in right now. Moments later, the Kodiak flew overhead, before coming to a hover over the ground as the door opened. Go, go! Shepard shouted. Almost immediately, Cerberus and the others leaped into the Kodiak's troop bay, with Shepard jumping in once everyone was aboard. Get us to the Normandy, double time. Hang on! Cortez shouted. A moment later, the Kodiak began to zoom off through the air and towards the sky. As they flew on, he said, Shit! We've got aerospace fighters coming towards us. Can you outrun them? I can. This thing can fly pretty fast once we're in space. As they began to fly towards the atmosphere, they were about to exit when Joker said, guys, we've got a problem. What is it? Shepard asked. Up in the cockpit, Joker knew that the Normandy's guns were going to be needed once again. Up ahead, he spotted what the Normandy's scanners identified as a York-class warship that was partially entering the atmosphere to catch up to the Kodiak shuttle. While it was moving quite slowly, and could be outmaneuvered, he knew that the warship carried more than enough guns to turn the Normandy into a cloud of free-floating particles, and sported armor that could easily withstand a Thanik's cannon blast. In other words, he had to find a weakness to exploit if he was gonna get everyone out alive and well. We've got a York-class warship bearing down on you, he told Shepard. Fuck, Shepard growled over the COMM. EDI, any ideas? Yes, EDI replied. While the hull of the warship is heavily armored, the weapons control module has thinner armor plating. A well-aimed shot with the Thanik's cannon will disable the module, allowing us to escape to the jump point. Well, it's a good thing we got the Thanik's cannon, he sighed. Maneuvering the Normandy, he spotted the area where he guessed the fire control module was it. Hitting the firing icon, he said, Give 'em hell, girl. A moment later, the Thanik's cannon charged up, before firing directly at the Comstar warship. The semi-solid ferrous alloy slug shot out of the muzzle at a fraction of the speed of light, crossing the distance between the Normandy and the warship in an instant. Seconds later, it smacked into the armor plating. In a stroke of luck, the round happened to hit a weakness in the armor plating there, a section of armor that wasn't as well maintained as the other sections. Punching through, it ricocheted into the fire control module, obliterating the delicate components inside before hammering through a deck and into one of the rooms aboard the warship. Outside, there was a very brief flash of fire as the oxygen released combusted, before it went out, with the vacuum of space depriving the fire the fuel it needed to burn. Take that, you manipulative bastards! Joker whooped. Shepard, get your shuttle inside now. Cargo bay doors open. Roger that, Shepard replied. Moments later, the Kodiak, which had been flying fast, zipped into the cargo bay. As soon as Cortez sent the indicator that he was inside, Joker closed up the cargo bay doors. Haha! He shouted. We're home free. Engaging FTL drive. With that, he engaged the Tantalus drive core. A minute of FTL flight later, he decelerated and emerged next to the jump ship. Normandy to Sojourner, we're docking now. Jump as soon as we dock. Roger that, the jump ship captain replied. KF core recharged and ready. As soon as the Normandy docked, the jump ship immediately made the jump to CAF. Inside the cargo bay, Shepard smiled with relief as the others cheered on the success of their mission. We made it. Cerberus cheered, hugging his wife as she hollered and whooped. We nearly got caught, but we made it. That's one for the history books. Vega crowed. It might not get that far, Kaiden admonished the Latino Marine, but it was a solid mission nonetheless. Good to see that you've still got it, Shepard. That it is, Shepard beamed. Sitting down on the floor of the Kodiak's troop bay, he smiled at their victory. Now we know where Comstar's taken you, Lyra, he thought. Time to bring you home. Chapter 23, Rescue at Tozan. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mass Effect, MechWarrior/BattleTech crossover. Thank you so much for the feedback from the previous chapter. I'm glad that all of you enjoyed it. This is the next chapter of the Reckoning of Comstar story arc, which details Shepard's roaring rampage of revenge and rescue against Comstar for abducting Lyra. The next chapter will be the last chapter of that particular story arc. Either way, I am very happy to know that you appreciated the last chapter. Also, I have a poll on my profile for any crossovers you want to see me write in the near future. You can vote up to 8 choices, so when you've got time, feel free to vote. I would greatly appreciate it. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the Mass Effect or MechWarrior/BattleTech franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, WizKids, Catalyst Game Labs, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and/or artists. Mech Warrior 5, Heroes of the Inner Sphere Ost, Surrounded. North Wind. Federated Suns. October 19, 3028. On board the Normandy, Shepard was walking towards the war room, a spring in his step as he walked along. Part of this had to do with how well the ground mission had gone, with the team having accomplished all of their objectives, while dealing a major blow to Comstar's operations. In addition, he now knew where they had taken Lyra. I know where you are now, he thought to himself as he walked through the various rooms to enter the war room. Don't worry, Lyra. I'll be coming to rescue you. Comstar will learn never to mess with us again. Entering the war room, he looked inside to see everyone that had come inside for the meeting. It wasn't just the ground team for the Normandy either. Mason and Fahad, along with Rihanna, had come aboard in order to learn the specifics about what was happening. As of now, they were still in the dark, though Shepard knew it was time to break the news. Is everyone here? He asked. That we are, mate, Fahad beamed. Did you succeed? Succeed. Garrus smirked, before laughing for a moment. We had a spectacular mission. I agree, Vega beamed. We pulled the rug right out from underneath Comstar. They didn't even see the attack coming, much less knew how to react to it. Still, I'll bet you $1 million Davian bills that we won't get a chance like that ever again. Indeed, Shepard nodded. If I know Comstar, they'll make sure that weakness isn't exploited again. You got that right. You managed to get everything you needed? Mason asked. Yep, Shepard nodded. We know where they're holding Lyra now. According to EDI's data, Lyra's being held on the world of Tozan in the Versailles system. That can't be right, Rihanna, who was still appreciating the beauty of the Normandy, frowned. The Versailles system doesn't have any populated planets, as far as I know. Why would Comstar be interested in that system? I can explain, EDI replied. During my analysis of Comstar's internal server network, I learned that they modified almost all of the maps of the inner sphere, causing a handful of systems to appear uninhabited. The Versailles system was one of 5 systems that was intentionally removed by Comstar during the Second Succession War. They altered the star charts. Correct. According to Quintus intelligence, and Vega's knowledge, the Versailles system has a single habitable planet in its star system, known as Tozan. It is one of Comstar's centers of battle mech production, but it also has a prison for individuals that attempted to disrupt Comstar's control through direct, or indirect, means. They have prisoners there? Mason asked, surprised. Bloody hell, Fahad groaned. That prison must hold some of the people responsible for not only opposing Comstar politically, but scientifically as well. I know of a bloke that claimed to have invented advanced armor plating, only to disappear within a day of his discovery. Now that I know what you just told me, I think Comstar abducted him. That is very likely the case, EDI agreed. Records indicate that Comstar has actively abducted individuals that began making genuine progress towards reversing the state of technological decline within the inner sphere. This is due to their fear of not only losing control, but also due to their fear that, should the inner sphere regain the technology of the Star League, another war similar to the First Succession War will begin. Now that's a load of bullshit, Kaiden growled. Hansa made it clear to me that he never ever wanted something like the First Succession Wars to begin. In fact, many of the great houses today feel that the First and Second Succession Wars wasted too many lives, with the Capellans and Combine feeling otherwise. Well, they aren't known for being logical at times, Vega shrugged. Either way, we know where Lyra's being held, and we have the schematics for the hyperpulse generator. All we have to do is rescue Lyra and get to New Avalon before Comstar's forces there find out what's happened. They still don't, EDI added. What do you mean? Fahad asked. I thought they would have warned their folks via HPG by now. Before we left the facility, I uploaded a virus that causes all of the signals for an HPG to be distorted or garbled. My estimation is that, by the time we arrive at Lyra's location, the virus will have been removed from the system. In effect, it will be quarantined in a 80 light-year radius around Terra. I take it you did more than that, Shepard remarked, remembering that EDI would often do something else in an attempt at making a joke. Yes, EDI added. I also flooded their computer networks with several petabytes of explicit images. When Mason heard that, he let out a cough, before it became a long moment of impressed laughter. Oh, now that is a treat. He beamed. I know what you did. I'm glad that you do, EDI admitted. Although, I do admit that it was part of a joke. Shepard, who was also smiling, said, well, good to hear that you got the last laugh on them, EDI. Anyways, did you determine what kind of defenses we'll be facing at Tozan? Yes, EDI replied. Tozan is not as heavily defended as Terra was, though we will have to be careful either way. Tozan does not have any warships in orbit at the moment, though that might change should Comstar send forces there to secure their assets. Most of TOS'En's orbital defenses consist of anti-dropship batteries that are installed on the planet's moon, TOS'En IIA. Are the Wolf Dragoons coming on this mission? Yes. Now that HPG communication has been restored in the Federated Suns, I have learned from an encrypted communique that the Wolf Dragoons will be targeting the anti-dropship batteries on TOS'En IIA, which will allow us to land on the planet and rescue Lyra. I have also pinpointed the prison complex, and have drawn up a schematic that the Hilton Head complex had in its computer network. A moment later, a holographic image of TOS'En appeared, along with the prison complex they were going to be assaulting. According to the schematic, the Toyama Holding Center, which was where Comstar sent some of the people that had tried to disrupt their power, was shaped in a manner very similar to that of the East State Penitentiary in what was historic Pennsylvania. Basically speaking, the prison was shaped like a 6-point star, with 2 of the left points being elongated, with an outer wall that was designed to prevent escape. That's a pretty well-designed prison, Shepard noted. Look at all of this barbed and razor wire on the ferrocrete walls, along with the surveillance systems. We'd have to knock out the power to this place to keep them from locking the entire prison down. Agreed, Mason nodded. It's going to be tough getting inside. So, anyone have any ideas? I do, Vega suggested. Look at these cylindrical areas on the schematic. I'll bet those are power generators for the prison. If we knock those out, we'll not only shut down any automated defenses that they have, we'll also be able to get inside with greater ease and rescue Lyra. That's smart, Gurus beamed. We cut those off, and keep the defenses from firing at us. From what I can tell, that's the best plan of action, Shepard remarked. So, if anyone has a better idea, I'm all ears. When no reply came, he said, then it's settled. The Wolf Dragoons will knock out the orbital defenses, and we'll head to the planet and rescue Lyra, along with anyone else that Comstar's abducted. We might not be able to rescue them all, Fahad frowned. We're only one dropship, and we're not designed to house that many people. I'll bet Hansa has figured out a solution to that problem, now that he knows about TOS'En, Shepard shrugged. Either way, we have a mission now, and it's time to complete it. Good luck, everyone. You're gonna need it. TOS'En. Versailles. December 19, 3028. While the others were en transit to TOS'En, Lyra was busy cooking up a plan of her own to escape. Looking around, she could see the 5x5-meter prison cell that she was imprisoned inside, along with other individuals that had defied Comstar's attempts at keeping the inner sphere under control. There was not much in her cell, aside from a metal toilet that was clean, along with a small mirror and medicine cabinet and a single bed. It had been 2.5 months since the attack on NAIS, after which she'd found herself in this prison cell. Since then, she had been heavily monitored by the prison warden that was in charge of the Comstar prison 24/7. She didn't like the fact that she was being watched like a rat that was inside of a cage. In addition, they had doctors that had been poking and prodding at her quite a bit lately. It was clear, however, that they'd been ordered to ensure that she was alive and unharmed, as none of their experiments had gone underneath her skin, aside from the removal of her biotic amp. It makes sense, she thought. They want to know if I'm really an alien, or a genetically engineered human being. Once they have their answer, they'll likely attempt to euthanize me for autopsy, or find out more about my origins before doing so. Still, it wasn't all bad, as once she'd been cleared of any contagions she might have, they had allowed her some socialization with the prisoners. It was likely due to their desire to find out more about her species interacted socially, though she knew that she was being carefully watched by the guards. It had prevented incidents from happening, but she knew that it was only a matter of time before they allowed things to start happening. She fully knew the vices that many a human prison system had. That was why, after modifying the bug that they'd installed into her orange jumpsuit, she began to devise a plan of escape. It had taken quite some time, but she had managed to make a small inner circle that knew about her plans to bust out of the joint. Her first supporter in that regard was Dr. Alexandria Wright, a Lyran scientist that had discovered how to manufacture endosteel, before Comstar abducted her to keep that knowledge a secret. Hearing the buzzer, she watched as the door to her cell opened, allowing her to walk with the others towards the exercise yards. This was the part where she had to play along in order to remain undetected, with years of training, particularly in stealth, having taught her that. Like the other prisoners, she was being watched by Comstar guards that were armed with laser pistols and stun batons. After a few minutes of walking, she entered the exercise yard. It was a large open space that was surrounded by chain-link fencing that had razor wire at the top. Guards in towers were watching the place with an eagle eye, while other inmates were playing various sports. While it was a sunny day, the fact that the ground was covered with snow indicated that it was winter. Once she and the others had begun to spread out, she quickly moved towards an area that the guards couldn't easily see, allowing her to sneak to a small shed that was present. It was originally meant for a backup power generator, but it had been repurposed as the laundry room by the warden. Lyra had been assigned to that task at the prison, something that the prisoners called a Cadillac job, meaning an easy job that was enjoyable. After a couple minutes, she was joined by a few other people. Alexandria was the first, a woman with blonde hair, green eyes, but a wit that would make a Solarian turn green with envy. The second was Townsend, a brown-haired man that was massive, courtesy of gigantism, but had a mind similar to Alexandria's. The third, and last, member of the group was Richard, a man that, while physically unimpressive, was very good at convincing others to do what he wanted them to do, which was fortunate since he was also a kind-hearted man that had a family on the outside. To recruit these people, Lyra had done what Shepard might have done in her position. She'd proven that she was a stand-up individual that fought the system's vices. Richard was the first to be attracted to her, and it wasn't long before Townsend and Alexandria had followed suit. Now, despite the size of their group, they were ready to begin the first step of their plan. Is everything ready? Lyra asked. Yes, Townsend nodded, keeping his voice low. I've loosened one of the vent covers in my cell to get to the ventilation system in the back to get the rest of you to the security station. It'll be a tight fit, but we'll manage. Good, Lyra nodded. Alexandria. I've got the lockpick suitcase, she replied. I'll be able to pick the lock. All right. Richard. The other shot callers have agreed to hand over their muscle for the operation. We'll have the goon squad tied up while the rest of the prisoners break free and scatter across the planet, if all goes well. What about you? The guards don't know about my biotic capabilities, Lyra explained. They think that those were disabled when the amp was removed. They are about to find out that an amp is not a prerequisite for my species to use their abilities. I can't wait to see the surprise on their faces when that happens, Richard beamed. I agree, Townsend nodded. Comstar has had this coming for a long time. I'm just happy that I'll be able to get revenge for what they did. Me too, Alexandria agreed. They took me away from my husband and kids. I'll show them why that was a big mistake. Agreed, Lyra nodded. We'd best get a move on. I'd rather not call a heat wave down onto our block simply by being hard to find. With that, they left and began to mingle with the other prisoners. They were about to head inside when they heard the loudspeakers announce, Lockdown. Lockdown. With that, everyone began to move inside, with the guards pushing them to get into their cells. What's going on? Townsend asked. I don't know, Lyra replied. I think she was promptly interrupted by the sound of the wall exploding outwards as a massive foot smashed through it at the same time. All of the lights in the prison went dead, the doors freezing in place before they could fully open. By the goddess, Lyra wondered internally. What's going on? What Lyra didn't know was that, true to his nature, Shepard had come to rescue her. Getting his armor and equipment on for the mission, Shepard checked over his M42B to make sure it was operational. Once he was happy with its condition, he moved towards the Kodiak with the others when his COMM unit pinged. Go ahead, he replied. Commander, I've got some good news, Joker replied. Apparently, Hansa took the initiative when we sent him the message a couple months ago. It took some time, but he's managed to get a fleet of dropships ahead of us in short order. They had to use a pirate jump point to get into position, but they're waiting for us to begin the assault. Shepard beamed. I knew that Hansa wouldn't let us down. What's the plan? They're going to rescue the prisoners that Comstar has at the complex, while we rescue Lyra and get her back home. That way, we not only rescue anyone that Comstar saw as a threat, but also complete our original objective. That's a good plan, Shepard nodded. EDI, has Mason landed ahead of us? Yes, EDI confirmed. The Cavalier 2 has landed on the planet's surface. His lance is projected to arrive at the same time that we land at the prison in the Kodiak. Good. Everyone, load up. With that, he and his squad quickly got into the shuttle. Cortez, take us out. Aye, Commander, Cortez nodded. A moment later, the cargo bay doors opened, with the Kodiak taking off moments later. Moving towards the planet, Cortez said, We'll be there in a couple minutes, Commander. Noted, Shepard replied. A couple minutes later, they had re-entered the atmosphere and were flying towards the prison. Sure enough, he could see the walled complex that was the Toyama holding center. Now that he saw it in person, he frowned at the drab exterior, and the walls. It's a cage, he thought to himself. A high-tech cage, but a cage nonetheless. We're about to land, Commander, Cortez informed him. All right, get ready people. Shepard shouted. We're going to be breaking into a prison that has armed guards, and they know we're coming if Mason started his attack by now. No more sneaking around, just run and gun. We clear. We got it, Gurus nodded. All right then, a moment later, the shuttle shuddered as they landed. As soon as the doors opened, he shouted, Move. Almost immediately, everyone piled out, with their feet sinking into inch-deep snow as they landed. Moving up, Shepard could immediately tell that Mason's attack was going off without a hitch. The man, using his modified archer, had smashed a hole into the wall, before firing on the prison's power generators, cutting the prison's power supply off. Since the lights were out, he assumed that the Wolf Dragoons' assault on the city's power supply had gone off quite nicely as well. Entering the yard, Shepard found himself looking at a strange sight. To his shock, the prisoners, realizing what was happening, had immediately overwhelmed the guards in a surprise attack. He watched as a massive prisoner was smashing his fist into the face of a guard, splattering the ground with blood, while another was shanking a guard with a makeshift metal shiv. Other guards were fighting to restore order, but it was clearly a losing battle, since Mason had also destroyed the guard towers when he marched onto the prison grounds. The larger prisoner, looking towards Shepard, let out a surprised shout, then bellowed, "Shepard! Over here!" Running over, while gunning down a guard, Shepard asked, "What's going on? Have you seen a woman with blue skin and a tentacle crest?" "I know her." The man shouted. "Name's Townsend. Lyra was here a few minutes ago, but one of the guards took her deeper into the prison. They were going to try and get her off planet in a dropship, but a mech took it out. I think the warden plans to use her as leverage." "Shit!" Shepard shouted. "Garrus, Rex, Kaiden, you come with me. We'll shoot the warden if he tries to make off with Lyra. We're not letting Comstar escape this time." "Got it." Garrus nodded. Following Townsend, they came to the door to the rest of the prison, which had been forced open by the guards when the power was disabled. Moving inside, Shepard and the others began moving through the place towards where EDI had indicated the warden's office was it. Looking around, Shepard could see row after row of prison cells. They had these people caged up like animals. He frowned, his hands tightening on his rifle in anger. "If they've done anything to Lyra, I will personally kill them myself." Shaking his head, he advanced deeper into the prison. Reaching the cafeteria, they took cover and looked inside. True enough, there were guards inside, with the tables inside having been converted into cover for them. "Garrus, flashbangs. Kaiden, you'll get rid of their cover. Rex, do what you do best." "On it," Rex beamed. A moment later, Garrus tossed in a flashbang, with laser beams shooting through the door as he exposed his arm. One beam clipped his arm, only for the armor to protect him perfectly. The moment the flashbang went off, Shepard and the others stormed into the room, firing their weapons. A guard fell to the ground dead, his body armor perforated by AP ammunition, while another's head exploded as a laser beam intercepted him, causing the water in his head to flash boil. Others found themselves being hurled like ninepins by Kaiden and Rex's biotic displays. Charging forwards, Rex smashed shoulder first into a Comstar agent, knocking the man over while sending him flying a few meters away, before the man's chest exploded as Rex pumped him full of shot. Kaiden, using his biotics, snapped the neck of a guard, before using a biotic singularity to pull the others into the air, making them easy pickings for Shepard and Garrus. With the guards down, they began to advance. As they did so, Shepard thought he heard the sound of a fight up ahead. "You hear that?" he asked Rex. "Yeah," Rex replied. "I think Lyra's kicking ass in the warden's office." Reaching the room, which was marked, Warden Office, Shepard motioned to Rex, who kicked the door down with a powerful blow from his foot. Looking inside, Shepard found that Rex was right. Lyra, despite being outnumbered 8-1, was using her biotic abilities to her greatest extent. To an uneducated person, she would have appeared to have been a goddess of battle, her jumpsuit's color muted by the indigo aura of dark energy that surrounded her form. The same couldn't be said for the prison warden, and his guards. They were being flung around like ninepins, with one guard having his brains splattered all over the wall, while two of the guards were frozen in place. The rest were already dead, their bodies having been crushed by the power that was on display. Hearing the door opening, Lyra turned towards what she thought were attackers, only to stop when she spotted Shepard's face, which was clearly visible through his helmet's faceplate. "S. Shepard." She beamed. "You came." "I never leave a squad mate behind," Shepard replied. Spotting the prison warden, he said, "One moment," before striding over to the man. The warden raised his hands to shield his face, but was instead picked up by Shepard and slammed down onto his desk. After that, Shepard proceeded to beat the man to a bloody pulp. Blood splattered the walls as Shepard, despite the warden's pleas for mercy, mercilessly hammered the man, while breaking his legs to keep him from escaping him. "Tell Mindul Waterly that this is for NAIS, Lyra, and all the people that you fucking bastards stole from the inner sphere." With another blow, he knocked the man out cold. "Backing up," he said, "we're getting out of here." "Shepard, what about the others?" Lyra asked. "They're going to be rescued," Shepard replied. "Hansa sent dropships to retrieve the prisoners that are here. The Wolf Dragoons are going to cover them while we, and Mason, get out of here." Finally, Lyra breathed, sagging to the ground from exhaustion, before Rex hoisted her over his shoulder. "Finally, I'm free." Chapter 24, R&R and Meetings. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my BattleTech Mass Effect crossover. My apologies for delaying so long for this update. I was handling other crossovers I'm writing, as well as dealing with life in general. Thank you for your patience and support. I greatly appreciate it. Also, I have a poll going on my profile. I will be closing it in a week's time, so if you haven't voted already, go ahead and do so while you still can. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, WizKids, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and / or artists. SSV/FCS Normandy. New Avalon. January 25, 3029. For the entire trip from Versailles to New Avalon, Shepard felt tense, as he knew that Comstar could initiate a retaliatory attack at any moment for what had happened back at Terra. As such, since they had to wait for their jump ship to recharge, he decided to escort the scientists they rescued at Versailles to New Avalon, where Hansa would put their newfound skills to good use. When the journey began, he had kept a near-constant lookout for any sign of trouble. Fortunately, no such trouble had popped up, as they weren't molested for the duration of the journey from Versailles to New Avalon. It was a relief for him when they emerged out of hyperspace and into New Avalon's zenith jump point. We made it, he thought as he sagged slightly in his seat out of relief. We finally made it. Their arrival, along with the arrival of the 4 jump ships carrying the liberated prisoners from Tozan, also arrived, prompting some cheering on board the Normandy. We made it back home, Joker beamed. Ha! We taught Comstar a lesson they won't ever forget, never fuck with the legendary Commander Shepard. That we did, Shepard agreed. Time to get this baby back home to NAIS and to meet the first prince. Joker, take it away. You got it, Joker beamed. With that, he undocked from the jump ship, before moving far away enough to engage the Tantalus drive core. A few seconds of FTL flight later, and they emerged just outside of the planet's atmosphere. Heading for the shuttle, Shepard walked into the cargo bay, where he found the others waiting for him. In addition, he spotted Lyra, who'd long since discarded the orange jumpsuit she had at the prison complex for her normal archaeologist uniform. Spotting him, she came over and, without any ceremony, kissed him full in the mouth. Parting her lips from his, she said, "Shepard, thank you, once again, for saving me. I never let anyone abduct a crew member and get away with it," Shepard replied. "Still, you are very welcome. Hopefully, Comstar doesn't try anything funny after this. They'll be too busy dealing with the internal fallout to bother with us," Vega replied. "Still, we changed the fate of the inner sphere in a big way, even if it doesn't seem apparent at first. That data we've got will give Hansa and Melissa an advantage over Comstar. We know where their hidden worlds are, and we know exactly what they've been hiding from the inner sphere." "I couldn't agree more," Lyra nodded. "Still, we'll have to find some way to deal with the religious fanatics in their organization. They'll be responsible for creating the word of Blake and starting the jihad if we don't act on what we have." "Don't worry," Shepard shrugged. "I'm certain that we'll have a plan figured out by then, and we won't have to be the ones to handle that mess. Either way, it's time to go now. Cortez, is the shuttle ready?" Cortez, who'd been conducting pre-flight checks, said, "Yes, Commander. We'll be down at the planet when you give the word." "Good," Shepard nodded. "Using the shuttle to land at NAIS will be much less conspicuous than landing the Normandy there." With that, they boarded the shuttle and, once Joker opened the cargo bay doors, Cortez smoothly guided the vehicle out. "I already contacted Albion STC and let them know you're coming in a shuttle," Joker informed Cortez. "You won't have to ask for permission to land. Just head for drop pad 3 Alpha." "Roger that," Cortez replied. "Thank you." "You're welcome. Now I've gotta ground this baby at the Introtech facility where we refitted her. Good luck." With that, the Normandy flew off with Joker at the helm, while Cortez guided the Kodiak in for a landing at the drop pad. As soon as they got out, they began walking along to the NAIS campus. Looking around, Shepard could tell that the security measures had been extensively overhauled, as a wall around 14 meters high surrounded the entire complex. In addition, they came across a security checkpoint, with a gate that led deeper into the campus. As soon as they approached it, a guard came over and said, "We were told to expect you, Shepard. Before you enter, you must undergo a mandatory sweep for any listening devices that are on you and any weapons that you have must be confiscated. However, they will be returned to you once you have exited the campus." Normally, Shepard would have frowned at this, but he knew that, since the attack, Hansa had good reason to increase the security measures at NAIS. As such, he handed over his weapons, while a guard had him step into a scanning booth, where a metal detector scanned him for any hidden weapons. Apparently, he was clean, as he was allowed to proceed through. Once the others had passed the security check, they followed Shepard into the campus grounds. Once more, they were surrounded by scientists and engineers that were going to various departments, along with students that were under their tutelage. As they approached the main administration building, Shepard spotted a familiar person nearby. "Hansa," he beamed. "I didn't know you were going to be here when we arrived." "I wanted it to be a secret," Hansa beamed. "I also felt responsible for what happened, so I came here to offer an apology." Seeing Lyra, a brief hint of relief came over his face, before it was hidden behind his calm exterior. "The fact that you and she are here means that your mission was a success." "That it was," Shepard nodded. "We kicked in the front door and caught Comstar with their pants down, figuratively speaking of course. We stole their data, found their hidden worlds, and then blew up part of the Hilton Head HPG complex. They're probably still conducting repairs. I heard about that from EDI's encrypted transmission. Remind me never to get on your bad side, Shepard." "Well, after everything you've done for us, you'd have to try pretty damn hard." Looking at EDI, he asked, "Anything special in there?" "Yes," EDI nodded, "but not here. Can we discuss this in the underground labs?" "Certainly. Follow me." With that, the team followed Hansa to the elevator in the administration building, before taking it down to the computer facility that was below ground level. Entering the computer library, Shepard could see the Helm memory core, which stood tall and proud in the room. "Good to see that's still intact." "That it is," Hansa nodded. "Thanks to your timely warning, we were able to prevent Comstar's forces from getting inside of the building proper. They only got to the campus grounds." Turning to EDI, he said, "So, you ready to tell me what you have?" "Yes," EDI replied. "While we were at the Hilton Head HPG complex, we recovered the technical readouts and manufacturing specifications for the hyperpulse generator and its derivatives. I have also recovered similar readouts and specifications for other pieces of LOS tech." "You got the schematics for the HPG?" Hansa asked. When EDI nodded, he said, "Well, I thought that would be impossible, but then again, no one ever tried to get in there either. Either way, I can safely say that you make a career on performing impossible tasks. The Federated Commonwealth owes all of you a debt that we can never repay." "There's no need for that," Shepard shrugged. "Your gratitude is all the reward we could ever need. As for me, I'm just glad that we could help out wherever possible." "Oh, but I insist," Hansa replied. "Speaking of which, I was also informed that, in a few days' time, Jamie Wolf, the head of the Wolf Dragoons, would like to speak with you and the others." Apparently, the truth was enough to pique his interest. "I hope he didn't tell the clans about our origins," Vega frowned. "He has not," Hansa reassured him. "Katrina's agents in the Wolf Dragoons informed her, and myself, that Jamie Wolf fully agreed not to do so. According to him, it is part of his orders from Con Curlin Ward to go native and prepare the inner sphere for a war against the Crusader clans. Still, with the schematics for the HPG, and other pieces of LOS tech, in our possession, we can effectively shatter Comstar's monopoly on FTL communications technology. Speaking of technology, we've been conducting quite a bit of research on that front." "Anything concrete yet?" Shepard asked. "No, though we are getting tantalizingly close. If we had more scientists, then that would be really helpful. Hopefully the prisoners that you rescued from Tozan will solve that. In addition, we now know that the ruins of Gabriel at Odessa 4 is actually a shipyard. We can't attack it right now, but Melissa is currently working out a plan to seize the shipyard from Comstar, much in the manner that you attacked the Hilton Head HPG complex." "That's good to hear," Shepard nodded. Turning to EDI, he said, "You might want to upload that information into the databanks here. We can't risk the information being lost." "Already done," EDI replied, withdrawing the cable in her arm from a port in the computer responsible for uploads. "The information has been uploaded into the computers. It is safe, barring any unforeseen circumstances." "Good," Shepard sighed. "The dice is rolling in an incredible fashion for us right now. Still, I can't help but get the feeling that, eventually, the dice will turn against us. Which is why we're going to have contingencies ready in case they do," Hansa nodded reassuringly. "Still, all of you must be pretty tired. I have arranged for you all to stay at Mount Davian until your discussion with the Wolf Dragoons has finished. Given Comstar's attack on NAIS well over 5 months ago, I do not want to take any chances." "Sounds like a plan to me," Shepard agreed. The next 4 days were used by Shepard's team to rest and recover from their mission at Tozan, while Shepard himself began working on catching up with Lyra. Standing outside with a mug of coffee in his hands, he looked out from the balcony towards the rising sun. Down below, off in the distance, he could see the city of New Avalon coming to life as its citizens began waking up and going about their business. Looking at his room in the guest house, he smiled as he saw the others getting ready for the day. Hansa had made good on his word, and had provided them with the guest house until a dropship had been ready to take them back to the front lines of the Capellan theater of the Fourth Succession War. Once that was done, it was back to business as usual. That prompted Shepard to remember what had happened after EDI had uploaded that virus into the HPG network. True to form, the virus had caused a temporary slowdown of the HPG network, with the HPG at Terra temporarily going offline due to what official reports said was a design flaw. Shepard, though, knew that it was a CYA for the real reason the HPG was down, his team's attack. Still, it was able to delay Comstar long enough for him to do what he needed to do at Tozan. Once the virus had been removed, the Federated Sons, indeed all the great houses, had full FTL communications restored. Hansa had exploited this ruthlessly, using the opportunity to send a number of encrypted messages to the front line. As such, while the Capellans had an advantage during those 2 months, it had all come crashing down for them once the HPG interdiction had been lifted completely. From what Shepard could recall, the Capellans were now suffering catastrophic losses on every front. The weak military they had in comparison to the other great houses, combined with the lack of territory they had, was starting to bite them in the ass. Even Maskarovka, the intelligence branch of the CCAF, was starting to feel the pressure, as a few of their agents had defected to the Federated Sons either due to having no other option left, or out of fear that the Chancellor would put them on the chopping block. The rest, when faced with those options, had committed suicide. Either way, all of that should cut Comstar back down to size, Shepard thought as he walked back inside and, going down the stairs, sat down on the couch in the living room. They really shot themselves in the foot when they abducted Lyra, and I was the one that pulled the trigger for them. Still, it goes to show that what goes around comes around. Taking a sip, he was interrupted when someone tapped him on the shoulder, causing him to choke slightly. Putting the cup down, he coughed loudly before looking to his left to see who it was. Seeing Lyra standing there, he smiled after gaining back control of his body. Lyra, he smiled, it's good to see you out of that orange jumpsuit. I came as soon as I could, Lyra. When I heard you were missing, I attacked Terra in order to get the info on where you were at, then I came for you. I did exactly what any commander would have done, save my crew. And you did wonderfully there, Lyra beamed. I also have a gift to show you. Walking to her bedroom, she came out with a pair of baskets in her arms. When Shepard looked inside, he felt only the purest joy that any father could feel. Inside of each crib was an infanticide, each one a healthy blue color as they lay in each crib, fast asleep. Apparently, they could sense that Shepard was nearby, as one woke up and looked at him with beautiful sky blue eyes. Gently reaching out, Shepard smiled as one curled a hand around one of his fingers. I'm a father, he realized happily. I'm a father of 2 beautiful daughters. Looking at Lyra, he said, they're beautiful. That they are, Lyra agreed. I had them about 9 months after you left last time. When I was abducted by Comstar, it was the memory of these 2 that kept me going the 2 months that I was in there. That, and the fact that I knew that you would do whatever it took to rescue me. I know, Shepard nodded. I'm just sorry that I wasn't there to stop them from taking you. If only I had come back sooner, or more frequently, Lyra stopped him, gently pressing a finger to his lips. It's okay, she reassured him. You did everything you could, Shepard. Besides, even if you were there, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. What happened happened, and there is nothing we can do to change that. All we can do is move on, while learning from it. Spoken like a matriarch, Shepard nodded. Once Lyra had put the 2 infants back into their rooms and returned, he said, I was wanting to talk to you more about Hansa. How's he doing? For a man that's having to juggle the Fourth Succession War, and prepare for his future children, not bad at all, Lyra shrugged. I think that, even though he wasn't confident about what was going to happen, I think that the fact that he knows the truth has helped him come to terms with what he needs to do to bring about a brighter future. Already, we have changed the course of history by telling him about Comstar's actions. That we have. I'm just worried that, even if he tries to rear them better, his children will still end up the way they did in the original timeline. Still, I won't let that handicap me from doing what needs to be done. Spoken like a true commander. I believe that, with the information we've given him, Hansa will raise his children better. Besides, we're well over a year away from when they'll be born, so why worry about the future when we have the present to work with? As one of your famous women once said, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why it's called the present. Very true, Shepard admitted. Sighing as he sat down on the couch, he said, maybe I've been too much of a worrywart. Maybe I just need to learn to relax and let go once in a while. Maybe, Lyra agreed. They were about to continue when they heard footsteps upstairs. Looking up, they found Nyreen and Garrus walking down the stairs, arms around each other as they, and their kids, walked down the steps. Again, Shepard spotted a slight bulge where Nyreen's stomach area was, prompting him to smile slightly. Once they reached the ground floor, he asked, "So, when's the new member of the family coming?" "In a few months' time," Garrus beamed happily. "Apparently, when we wanted just one more child, the universe obliged us." "I'm having a single child," Nyreen replied, her face filled with contentment as she rubbed her belly region. "I can't wait to introduce Vakora to the Inner Sphere, especially once the Fourth Succession War is over." "Tell me about it," Shepard nodded. Spotting Grunt, who'd come inside after enjoying a breath of fresh air, he said, "So, Hansa taught you how to use a mech? That's good to know. What mech do you use?" "An Atlas," Grunt grinned, looking like a kid that just heard that summer vacation was just around the corner. "It is a mech worthy of the Krogan clans. When we return, we will show the Krogan why the Inner Sphere is strong through their methods of war. I cannot wait to crush the Reapers and their puny soldiers underneath the weight of our mechs and warships." "If we find a way back, we'll get that chance," Shepard agreed. He was about to continue when he heard knocking on the door. "I've got it." Walking towards the door, he opened it to see a First Davian guard outside of the door. "What is it?" he asked. "The First Prince wished for me to pass a message on to you," the soldier replied. "The Wolf Dragoons are requesting a meeting with you and your crew. The First Prince has agreed to host them here at the palace and in this guest house." Hearing that, Shepard immediately knew what was going on. "All right," he decided. "Inform the First Prince that we'll head over as soon as possible." Closing the door, he turned to the others. "What is it?" Nyreen asked, concerned. "The Wolf Dragoons have arrived," Shepard explained, "and they want to talk with us." "I figured as much," Garrus shrugged. "Melissa Steiner Davian did tell them about us, and had them agree not to tell anyone else, including their friends at the Kerensky cluster. I figured it was just a matter of time." "That it was," Shepard agreed. "Tell Kaiden and the others to get ready. We've got guests coming." The next 3 hours were spent getting the place ready for the Wolf Dragoons' arrival, with much of the heavy lifting and laundry work being done in the first hour. The rest of those hours were spent making sure all the fine detail work was done, after which people just sat around, waiting. Downstairs, in the gym, Shepard was watching Garrus, Grunt, and Rex make sure they stayed in shape. Getting up and walking upstairs, he thought back on what Vega had originally said about the Wolf Dragoons. From what he could recall, the Wolf Dragoons had been sent to the Inner Sphere initially as spies masquerading as mercenaries for hire. This was to gather intelligence and report to the clans on whether or not the Inner Sphere was ripe for invading. This had changed when Kurlan Ward, after making contact with them in 3020, gave them an order. That order was to go native and to prepare the Inner Sphere for a war against the clans. Part of this, from what Shepard recalled, was due to two differing interpretations of the clan's ultimate goal, the reclamation of Terra. These interpretations were, respectively, the Warden and Crusader philosophies. To the Wardens, the clans were to remain isolated from the Inner Sphere and were to act as guardians of the Inner Sphere for any outside foes that threatened the Inner Sphere's existence. The Crusader clans, however, wanted to invade the Inner Sphere and not only blast the successor states into oblivion, but to also reclaim Terra and rule the Inner Sphere the way the clans ruled themselves. This had caused a lot of squabbling and arguing with each of the clans for some, and had led Kurlan Ward to give the Wolf Dragoons the order to get the Inner Sphere ready for an invasion. In a way, we've helped the Wolf Dragoons accomplish that goal, Shepard thought to himself. By giving the Wolf Dragoons an opportunity to do so, we helped them accomplish their mission, to get the Inner Sphere ready for an invasion, and we managed to catch them just as they got the order to do so. He was about to continue thinking as he entered the living room when a pair of knocks came on the door. Walking towards the door, he looked through the door's peephole to see a First Davian guard outside once more. "Yes?" he asked after opening the door. "They are about to arrive," the guard replied. "Are you ready?" "Definitely." "All right." Turning around, the guard motioned with his hands for someone to approach. Stepping outside fully, Shepard watched as a pair of people came towards them. The first was a man that was, practically speaking, the wet dream of every recruiting poster in the Inner Sphere. He was short, around 5 feet and 7 inches, with dark brown, almost black, hair that covered his head, as well as a good portion of his face, courtesy of his beard. His hazel eyes, however, held the experience and wisdom of a man that had been through war, and was likely going to see war many more times in his lifetime. While his physique was hidden beneath the outfit that he wore, a pair of black pants with a black undershirt underneath a black overcoat with a red cap, it was clear from his stride that he was a warrior through and through. The other person was a tall woman, who had an aura that told others not to mess with her. Her long hair was a reddish-brown color, though her skin was fair in appearance. She was also wearing an outfit similar to the man's, but it was clear that she too was a warrior. The way she moved, and the way she looked at people, told Shepard that she was calculating the most efficient ways to kill someone with the least amount of energy. Of course, Shepard already figured who these two people were, though he allowed the guard to introduce the two. Commander Shepard, may I introduce Jamie Wolf and Natasha Kerensky of the Wolf Dragoons? Extending a hand, Shepard smiled as Jamie Wolf shook it. Pleased to make your acquaintance, he beamed. Likewise, Jamie Wolf nodded. The man's voice sounded similar to someone that Shepard had seen in 20th century films, but he couldn't exactly place who. I heard rumors here that you were the man that attacked Terra. I'm afraid I do not have a recollection of what happened during that time period, Shepard replied. That is right, Jamie beamed, though it was clear he knew what Shepard was referring to. Mind if we come inside? Certainly, Shepard nodded. Who am I to refuse room and board to a legend in the inner sphere? Looking at Natasha, he said, pleased to meet you. And you as well, Natasha nodded. With that, the two came inside. Walking into the living room, Shepard could see Kaiden sitting down at the couch, with Gurus nearby as he talked. That was the first thing that Jamie Wolf noticed, as he looked at Gurus long and hard. Gurus, to his credit, also stared back, with the two engaged in a silent battle of wills before Jamie cocked an eyebrow and said, So, Hansa was right after all, there are aliens in the inner sphere. That there are, Shepard agreed. Jamie, Natasha, meet Kaiden Alenko and Gurus Vakarian. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kaiden nodded as he shook Jamie and Natasha's hands, with Gurus quickly doing the same. And you as well, Jamie Wolf nodded. Looking Gurus over, he said, I must admit, I have never seen a species such as yours before. In fact, I have never met an alien before in my life. It is quite surprising, I can tell you that, Gurus nodded. Once the others are here, we can explain a little more. Others? Natasha asked. As soon as she said this, the group heard a sound coming from the stairs. Looking in that direction, Shepard could see Vega and the others on the upper floor, though it was clear that Vega was doing his best not to go squee upon seeing the duo. Grunt and Rex were silently looking at Jamie and Natasha, while the others were moving down the stairs into the living room. Many aliens, Jamie noted calmly. That there are, Vega agreed, keeping himself contained, and that's not even the half of it. As the others walked down the stairs, Shepard noted that Jamie's gaze had gone towards Nyreen, as well as the four kids that were with them. Celicia and Nillis were, at this point, around 3/4 as tall as their parents were, courtesy of the fact that Turians physically matured faster than humans. Nyreen's two newest children were still infants, and the bulge in her stomach region indicated that one more was well on the way. Jamie, for his part, had an inscrutable expression on his face, though Shepard knew that the man was lost in memory. Quintus did mention that Jamie had a wife and kids, before they were killed by Jansen Merrick, Shepard remembered. It was clear to him that Jamie was remembering the family he'd lost. After a moment, as he introduced himself to the others, Jamie came to Nyreen, who also shook his hand, despite having to cradle two children at once. Looking at her, he said, You have fine children, Nyreen. It reminds me of a family I once had. I know, Nyreen replied. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry for your loss. No father should have to lose his family, and you didn't deserve to have that happen to you. Those words appeared to touch Jamie on a personal level, as his eyes misted for a moment. Blinking the mist away, he said, Your words are kind. Thank you. All the while, Natasha found herself speaking with Grunt and Rex. The two Krogan towered over the Trueborn clanswoman, though she didn't let this shake her confidence one bit. Already, she had calculated 20 efficient ways to neutralize them should things get out of hand. As they hadn't, she looked them over and said, You two look like true warriors. That we are, Rex agreed. I, for one, am the clan leader and battlemaster of Clan Erdnot. This whelp here is Erdnot Grunt, the newest addition of my clan. Grunt didn't react to the jab, though it was clear that he found it amusing. My genes are strong, as is my clan. You are a trueborn? Natasha asked. That I am, Grunt nodded. Oker, my father, created me from the genes of various Krogan warlords. I am what it means to be pure Krogan, but I am stronger as a member of Clan Erdnot. I see, Natasha nodded. Already, the clanswoman inside of her was starting to smile, especially since she now knew that Grunt was a trueborn warrior, and of a clan as well. I must admit, I have not heard about a clan such as yours before. Well, you're about to learn more about where we came from, Rex smiled. Hehe, it'll be a fun story to tell you. I look forwards to hearing about it. Once everyone was settled down, Jamie, after taking a sip from a glass of water, said, Now, Shepard, I have reason to suspect that it was your people that told Archon Melissa Steiner of our true origins. With that in mind, I would like to learn more about yours. All right, Shepard nodded. You might want to get settled in. It's going to be a while. We have all day, so go ahead, Natasha shrugged. Nodding at that, Shepard proceeded to tell Jamie Wolf and Natasha about his adventures. Starting from his time as an N7 in the Alliance, he worked his way through when he went after Saren in a manhunt, while also stopping the Reapers the first time around. As the hours ticked by, he told them about how he'd defeated the Collectors, and how they were now fighting for their right to live against the Reapers, who had come in force to continue the cycle. For their part, Jamie Wolf and Natasha Kerensky remained focused on his story. Every so often, Jamie or Natasha would interrupt to ask a question, but for the most part, they were as silent as the grave. It wasn't every day that a pair of clan warriors that believed in the Warden philosophy learned about aliens and human beings from a world besieged by a threat that was seemingly implacable. Jamie took to it quite well, as he leaned back and said, "That, Shepard, is a tale worthy of the clan remembrance. Were you a member of Clan Wolf, your deeds and actions, especially your return from the dead like a revenant, would fill whole verses of the clan remembrance. Not even the Trueborn would deign to ignore your deeds." "I must agree with Jamie on that," Natasha nodded. "The Reapers are an enemy that deserve nothing but annihilation. You are, effectively, doing what the clans would have done from the start, declare a trial of annihilation and punish the Reapers for their arrogance and crimes against the freeborn of your galaxy." "That I can agree on," Shepard nodded. "It hasn't been easy, what with the Council not listening until it was nearly too late, and the Reapers being more advanced than we are. Hell, the reason we ended up here was because we were working to prevent Cerberus from getting an advantage over the other races." "That you were right to do so," Natasha agreed. "Damn Stravas and their desire to control the Reapers. Even I agree that the Reapers cannot, nor will they ever be, controlled. They are fit for annihilation, noting more, nothing less. Still, they would likely refuse to listen to us, so we would have to destroy them as well." "Good luck with that," Kaiden shrugged. "They're like massive cockroaches in a way, they don't do when they're supposed to." "That they do not," Jamie nodded. Leaning forwards, he said, "Still, my heart goes out to you, Shepard, and to the people that are suffering from the Reapers. Should you find a way back to your home universe, I look forwards to having the chance to punish the Reapers for their crimes." "You can count on that." "That I can," Shepard nodded. "First, however, we have to help Hansa and Melissa win the Fourth Succession War, then we have to do what you guys came here to do, prepare the Inner Sphere for a war against the Crusader clans. If only we could contact Clan Wolf and get them on our side." "I doubt that would be a wise decision," Natasha frowned. "While the clan that Jamie and I are from is of the Warden philosophy, there is a growing Crusader movement inside of the clan. If we were to contact them, they would quickly find out about our intentions and spur the rest of the clans to invade immediately." "Damn," Kaiden groaned. "That complicates things." "That it does," Garrus nodded. "So, any ideas, anyone?" "We have a solution to that problem," Jamie replied as he leaned back. "Natasha and I discussed it after our meeting with Archon-designate Melissa Steiner. What we intend to do, and have done, is to send clan-spec equipment, from weapons and battle mech components, to small arms and infantry body armor, to NAIS for study. They are the only institution, as far as I know, that is seeking to bring the Inner Sphere out of the barbaric dark age that it is currently in." "That's a good start," Shepard nodded. "You could also inform Hansa as to the nature of how the clans fight. That would be a big help. That was the first thing we did when we arrived here. Hansa asked us to speak with him before we came here." "Okay, I get it. Anything else?" "We will stand with you to defend the Inner Sphere from the Crusader clans," Jamie told Shepard. "It goes against my training as a clan warrior, but I know that even we must discipline our Crusader-aligned brothers and sisters in arms. Had we stepped in earlier, we would have curbed their tendencies, but it is what it is." "That's understandable. Any memory cores with information on clan tech that you can spare?" "No, unfortunately," Jamie frowned. "However, the fact that we shared some of our weapons and equipment with NAIS for study should compensate for that. Speaking of which..." Leaning back, Jamie said, "Natasha, the floor is yours." "Thank you, sir," Natasha nodded. Handing Shepard a note-pewter, she said, "For your assistance in helping us focus on how to go about our orders from the esteemed Kurlan Ward, the Khan of Clan Wolf, we have decided to share some of our equipment with the Merc company that you are currently working for. I also have information on that regard as well," Jamie added. Sitting upright a little more, he said, "I know who Mason's father really was." "Oh. He was one of the Intelsa agents that was sent by the clans in 2980 to gather intel on the Inner Sphere, similar to how we were sent to form the Wolf Dragoons in the Inner Sphere to gather intelligence. My guess is that Nikolai Mason fell in love with Chloe Reed and ended up having Jake Mason. As for how he met his end, well, when we heard of it, we held a private ceremony for him, though we know that he went out fighting as a clan trueborn, and as a father." "I see," Shepard nodded. "Hopefully, when the time's right, I can tell Mason that. I'd rather have him find out sooner, rather than later, though." "And I am certain you will tell him when it is time," Jamie agreed. Looking at the clock, he said, well, it has been an interesting time chatting with all of you, but I and Natasha must leave. Talking with you all has been an enlightening experience. I hope you continue to grow strong and proud as the wars in the inner sphere progress. And you as well, Shepard nodded. If you need us, let me know, and we'll come and assist however we can. That I will, Jamie nodded. In addition, Shepard, you need not worry about us telling the rest of the clans. As I said before, your secret is safe with me and Natasha Kerensky. As he walked out of the door, he said, farewell, Shepard. Shepard, nodding, said, Scylla, Jamie Wolf. While the latter arched an eyebrow in surprise, the smile indicated that he approved, before he disappeared out of sight. Closing the door, Shepard said, that went well. That it did, Vega nodded. Hopefully, the Wolf Dragoons last long enough that they can come help us out in the fight against the Reapers, if we find a way home that is. Hopefully they do, and that we find a way home, Shepard agreed. For now, let's get ready to go back to Mason's Cavaliers and report for duty. Agreed. Chapter 25, Death of a Great House. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my BattleTech Mass Effect crossover. Now that the Reckoning of Comstar story arc is over, we can continue on with the time skips and other things that you guys appreciate. In this chapter, the 4th Succession War story arc ends, and we're going into an interregnum time period. Things are about to be shaken up dramatically in the inner sphere. Also, I will be closing the poll on my profile this Wednesday. If you haven't voted for any of the choices on the poll, I highly recommend that you do so. Your votes help decide what I will write next. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, WizKids, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and / or artists. MDS Cavalier 2. Xi'an. January 25, 3030. On board the MDS Cavalier 2, Shepard looked around to see the others getting ready for the major assault they were going to be conducting today. Nearby, Garrus was making sure his cooling vest was in good condition and ready to go, while Rex was doing the same. Other mech warriors in the room were also busy doing final checkups on their equipment. There were a few new faces as well, though that was due to casualties that the Merc Company had taken while they'd been away. According to Mason, Shepard's team made up nearly 33% of the talent, and the revenue, that the company made, which meant that they were sorely missed. On a personal note, he was deeply happy to hear that Lyra was doing all right, and that she was in the finest health possible. Speaking of new faces, Shepard could see one that Nyreen was fawning over. Around 8 months earlier, most of the people in the crew quarters had been working when Nyreen had collapsed, before lashing out in a primal, pain-induced rage. When she regained control of herself, she apologized, before asking to be taken to the infirmary on board the dropship. That very day, she'd given birth to Vorina, her newest, and last, child. According to Shaquas, her body wouldn't be able to handle the stresses of pregnancy after the 3rd pregnancy, though that wasn't a problem since Nyreen and Garrus only wanted around 5 children. Now, the young, brown-eyed infant was in her mother's arms, cooing appreciatively at the attention she was receiving from her mother. "Ah, ain't that a cute little thing?" one of the mech warriors in the team smiled as he tickled Vorina on the nose. "You've got the cutest kids, Nyreen." "Thank you," Nyreen beamed. "Of course, they wouldn't be here if I hadn't married a handsome husband." She smirked at Garrus when she said this. "True," Garrus admitted, shrugging his shoulders. Hearing the intercom announcing the signal for general quarters, he walked over to Nyreen and, once the others were out of the room, said, "This might be it, the final battle of the 4th Succession War. After that, it's back to regular mercenary work. Just come back home, safe and sound," Nyreen purred, gently setting Vorina to the side. A moment later, the two Turians kissed, their tongues wrapping around each other as they rubbed each other's bodies, moaning happily all the while. Pulling back after a minute of appreciating his mate, both in mind and in body, Garrus said, "I will, Nyreen. I love you. I love you too." With that, the two parted, with Garrus walking out of the room, while Nyreen began to breastfeed Vorina. Down in the mech bay, Shepard looked his Marauder 2 over, eyes scanning every square centimeter of the parts of the mech he could see. Fahad really does good work, he thought as he noted the expertly done paint job, and the freshly installed armor plating. That, and Mason's been hiring talented mech bay technicians for quite some time, so our mechs are getting the red carpet treatment. That brought his mind back to the mission that they were going on today. Over the course of 2 years, the Federated Suns, thanks to Comstar being unable to re-establish the FTL communications interdiction, had hammered into the Capellan Confederation's forces with merciless determination. In just 2 years, numerous planets had either been conquered by the Federated Suns, or had defected to the AFFS in a desperate bid to protect the welfare of their citizens and their infrastructure. Now, they were invading the capital of the entire Capellan Confederation, particularly its capital, the Forbidden City. This battle would be the last of a series of battles fought on the surface of the planet. It was theorized that, if Xi'an fell to the Federated Suns, the Capellan Confederation would capitulate, and bring an end to the war on the Capellan front. There were also rumors that this would be the end of the Capellan Confederation, and the destruction of House Liao. If it is, then it's another good example of us changing the future once again, Shepard noted. With House Liao out of the way, and the Capellan Confederation annexed into the Federated Suns, the Fed Suns will become, without any rival, the largest great house in the entire inner sphere, and it's only going to become bigger, once the Federated Commonwealth is formed. Either way, he knew one thing, it would be the death of a repressive regime that needed to be put down for good. The Federated Suns are no saints, and Hansa would be the first to admit to that, but they are, by far, better than the Combine or Confederation. At least the citizens of the Confederation, if it does fall, won't have to live in constant fear of their lives anymore. As he prepared to get inside his mech, he could see Fahad coming over. "What's up?" he asked. "Anything you need, Fahad?" "Just came to let you know that your mech's ready to go," Fahad replied. "I have to admit, I never thought that Mason would heed my request for better mech bay technicians. The old crew were quite sluggish, though it took the new talent to show me how sluggish. They're why your mech looks so good." "That's good to hear, Fahad. I'll ask Mason to give you a raise at some point." "That would be nice. I've bloody earned it after working my arse off for the past decade and a half. In addition, we're starting to swim in C-bills once again. I just hope that Comstar doesn't come after us for, well, you know why." "I do, and they won't. They'll be too busy sorting things out if the Capellan Confederation falls to the Federated Suns." "I hear ye. Is it really going to happen? What's your opinion on that?" Taking a moment to think, Shepard recalled his thoughts from earlier. After a moment, he said, "Honestly, I'll be surprised if they refuse to give in if we take Xi'an. Given that we've taken a good portion of their infrastructure, along with a large chunk of their territory, they won't be able to sustain any kind of war effort. Plus, their own citizenry would rebel if they attempted to hang on any longer." "That's what I was thinking," Fahad agreed. "Either way, I can tell any kids that I adopt the tale of how I witnessed the end of the Capellan Confederation at the hands of the Federated Suns. Still, I gotta feel bad for Hansa once this is all over. He's going to be busting his arse getting the new territory consolidated." "Tell me about it," Shepard nodded. "I also heard that, given that the Fed Suns economy recovered from the short recession it had due to the HPG interdiction, Hansa is reforming the educational system of the Fed Suns. If so, then we're going to be seeing a lot more talented people coming around." "Ain't that the bloody truth?" Fahad agreed. Looking around, he said, "Either way, we managed to squeeze some more range out of the LB-10X. Around 10%, to be exact." "Really?" Shepard asked, impressed. "How?" "Well, the company that manufactures the LB-10X we have released an upgrade for the weapon system itself," Fahad explained. "Some kind of plasma cartridge that ignites the propellant more efficiently than most systems do. It was a simple refit, but you're going to see a little more range and better accuracy. The rumor mill has it that newer, more energetic, propellants are being made. If so, we might see an even larger improvement." "That's good to hear," Shepard nodded. "Well, I'd best get to work making sure the interior of my mech is ready. We do have a war to fight after all." We do," Fahad nodded. "Oh, and Shepard? Give those Capellan bastards hell for me, would ye?" "I'll do what I can," Shepard nodded. With that, the two men went their separate ways. Getting inside his cockpit, Shepard looked around to see if there was anything out of place. There were a few new additions. For one, some of the controls that used to be mechanical were replaced by touch screens. That, from what he could recall, was because numerous computer manufacturers, particularly those in Lyran and Federated Space, were getting reports of breakthroughs in computer technology, particularly memory storage. This had allowed for the development of higher storage computer systems, which in turn allowed for the creation of planetary information networks, computers that could store gigabytes of information and could operate in a standalone fashion. Shepard knew, though, that this was because of breakthroughs that the teams at NAIS were making by studying the computer technology of his home universe. "We won't get to our tech level until the 3040s, he thought, remembering Engineer Adams' assessment, but we are starting to get into the early to mid-2020s in terms of computer tech. A moment later, he heard the PA announce that combat operations were about to begin. With that in mind, he quickly got into his cooling suit and, after plugging in his suit to the cooling systems inside the cockpit, connected his neurohelmet to its cable and began powering the mech up. After a few minutes, the Dick reported that all systems were online and ready for combat operations. Apparently, Mason and the others had gotten their mechs ready to go. As Mason said, "Shepard, you online?" "Affirmative," Shepard replied. "My mech's ready to go." "Excellent," Mason beamed. "Garrus, Rex, Vega, you guys ready?" "Ready and waiting," Garrus replied. "Ready to pound some Capellans into the dirt," Rex snickered. "Good to go," Vega nodded. "All right," Mason beamed. "According to Marshal Davian, our objective is to invade Xi Gencheng, and to get to the Celestial Palace. We're to assist the 2nd Crucis Lancers in taking the palace and neutralizing any hostiles in the area. Be advised, we are likely going to be facing the Death Commandos themselves, hardened mech warriors, so be ready in case something happens." "Got it," Shepard replied. "We're ready to deploy." "All right. Move out." With that, they began to move their mechs out of the mech bays into the exit. Reaching the exit door, Shepard waited for it to fully open, before marching his Marauder 2 out. There was a short drop as they were hot dropped out of the mech, then they landed, jump jets softening their impact onto the ground. If there was one thing that Shepard had to admit, it was that Xi Gencheng was a beautiful city. Much of the architecture, while modern, showed that it retained a connection to the past. There were also some shrines in the area, likely for those that worshipped their ancestors, or wanted to pay homage to the dead. In a way, he felt sad that they were going to be, effectively speaking, desecrating some of these areas in the destruction of the Capellan Confederation. Moving along the streets cautiously, Shepard kept an eye on his sensors, as well as on the streets outside of his mech. If there was one thing that fighting the Capellans had taught him, it was that the Capellans favored ambushes and traps against a more powerful enemy. As such, his alarm bells began to ring as they moved closer to the Celestial Palace. Something's not right, he thought as they moved closer to the palace. "I think we're walking into an ambush." Keying his COMM, he said, "Mason, something's not right." "I know," Mason nodded. "Marshal Davian, I think we're walking into an ambush." "Orders. Continue to advance with the Kestrel Lancers," came the reply. "We're going to have to spring the trap anyways if we're to get to the Celestial Palace. Kestrel Lancers, get ready for a fight." Just as Marshal Davian said this, it happened. Suddenly, Shepard spotted hostile contacts coming at them from practically every direction. Looking to his left, he spotted an enemy striker that was quickly closing towards him. Turning in that direction, he fired the LB-10X, as well as the ER-PPCs on his mech. The combined assault from the PPC stripped the armor off of the right arm of the mech, before the LB-10X tore the arm off entirely, forcing the enemy mech to back up. "Move forwards!" he shouted to Garrus and the others. "We have to break out of the trap." "Copy." Garrus replied, his mech firing both AC/5s as he downed numerous enemy VTOLs that were bearing down on their position. "Rex, watch my back." "Vega, help Shepard." "On it." Vega shouted as he moved to cover Shepard. Circling around where he last saw the mech, he found himself face to face with the striker in question. Too close to use his LRMs, he fired his SRMs before lashing out with a foot from his stalker. The combined assault was just enough to tip the balance of the fight in his favor. The powerful blow from his mech's foot actuator, combined with the SRM-6S, caused the enemy mech to fall over onto its back. Capitalizing on this, he fired the laser weapons he had into the enemy mech's cockpit, killing the enemy pilot. Meanwhile, Rex was having fun, while keeping Garrus covered. "By the ancestors!" he shouted as a downed VTOL zipped right past him, before detonating on contact with the ground. "It's raining VTOLs down here. Keep it up, Garrus." "Working on it." Garrus yelled over the COMM. "This isn't easy." "I know." Rex replied. Spotting an enemy Vindicator, he blasted it with his mech's AC/10. "Gonna need to do better than that," he remarked as he scored a lucky hit on its right leg, sending the mech crashing to the ground. Eventually, despite heavy fighting, they managed to break out of the enemy encirclement maneuver and proceeded forwards. Looking at his mech's readouts, Shepard could tell that a good portion of the armor on his left arm was ablated. "I'll have to be careful with that component," he thought as they advanced forwards. "If I'm not careful, I'll end up having my ass handed to me, and I'd rather not lose a good pair of ER-PPCs while I'm at it." Continuing to move forwards, he looked around to see more mechs advancing towards their position. He was about to engage a flea when an AC/20 round smashed into it from out of nowhere, with the enemy mech falling down before detonating. Looking around, Shepard spotted what his mech identified as a Rommel. "Don't worry, Shepard," the commander of that tank informed him. "We've got your back." "Thanks." Shepard beamed. Keying his COMM, Shepard asked, "Mason, are you all right?" "Busy here." Mason replied, his breathing heavier than normal. I could use some help over here. We're facing heavy Capellan metal over here. Can you assist? Yes, Shepard replied. Send me your coordinates and I'll be there as soon as I can. Once he got the coordinates, he said, Vega, Rex, Garrus, form up on me. We've got to get Mason some help. We're on it. Vega reported. With that, they began to move towards Mason's position, which was around 1.5 kilometers away. As they moved along, Shepard could see more and more hostile contacts as they got closer to where Mason was at. Please be all right, he whispered to himself. We're coming, Mason. We're almost there. After an agonizing 3 minutes of traveling through the city streets, they managed to reach Mason's position. It wasn't looking good, as Shepard could see 2 mechs that had fallen over, though he sighed with relief when he saw that the cockpits were missing, indicating both mech warriors had ejected. Mason, however, was continuing to fight on, even though he'd lost his mech's right arm. Rather than respond with words, Shepard opened fire on the stalker that was giving Mason trouble, forcing the enemy mech to face him. Mason, capitalizing on this, fired the twin SRM-6 launchers on his mech, stripping copious amounts of armor off the enemy stalker. Said stalker was promptly knocked over when Rex, having circled around, attacked it from behind. Thanks. Mason wheezed out, his breath coming in deep and short gasps as Rex destroyed the enemy assault mech. I thought I was a goner there. 2 of my lance mates had to eject, and I've got a third whose mech is badly damaged. What about you? Shepard asked. I'm good. Just lost my mech's right arm, but nothing we can do about that. I've just got to wait for the mech to cool down and then we can go on. Damn thing's running hotter than an oven. Take a moment, Mason. Catch your breath. You want us to accompany you to the Celestial Palace? Yeah, that would be wise. A moment later, he said, Janice, get yourself out of here. I don't want to lose you if I can help it. Yes, sir, Janice, the mech warrior in question, replied. Shepard, keep him safe. Okay. Sure thing. Shepard nodded. With that, they proceeded onward, while the catapult that was accompanying Mason's archer left the area, dragging a damaged leg as it did so. It continued like this for a little while, with Shepard and his team keeping Mason in the center of their formation while moving deeper into the city. As they got closer, Shepard could tell that the Capellans were becoming more and more desperate with each ambush, with the attacking forces getting sloppier as they cut deeper into the city. We're putting the pressure onto them, he noted. That's good. Hopefully, they'll crack before long. Eventually, they reached the Celestial Palace, which was near the center of the city. The palace was set on top of a small hill, with ferrocrete walls surrounding the entire palace, along with automated defenses that were in place. A single gate was present, along with a ramp that led upwards to the palace itself. Nearby, however, were 10 enemy mechs, each one bristling to the teeth with weapons. As they approached, one of the mechs, an Atlas, advanced towards them, before the mech warrior inside talked to them. So, the dogs of the Federated Sons approach at last, the man inside the Atlas sneered at them. Come here to kill our beloved Chancellor. You have me at a disadvantage. Who are you? Xi Zhenglong, you wretched Federate. I see. As for killing me, we'll have to see about that. You bastards lie, cheat and murder anyone that gets in your way, while brainwashing those that comply with you. Monsters like you don't deserve any kind of mercy. Besides, you're all 2-bit communist extremists, and I don't have any patience for that. An amusing outburst from a man that knows so little of our people, Xi Zhenglong chuckled coldly. We worked for over 800 years to build something wonderful, then you come along and tear it all down. You're just as bad as the rest of us, you Fed Son's dog. You just refuse to admit it. Well, that's the thing, Shepard added. Unlike you, I regret some of the decisions that I've had to make. I can also say that I didn't stoop to your level by torturing and arresting anyone that disagreed with my opinion. I save innocent lives. You, though, murder them, all for the sake of your totalitarian regime. If you really want to see a monster, then you need only to look in a mirror, Xi Zhenglong. I see, Long frowned. Still, you won't have to debate your opinion against mine for long, as you're about to die. Just as Xi Zhenglong said this, a PPC bolt smashed into his mech, forcing the Death Commando into cover. At the same time, nearly 8 more mechs emerged into the open. Sorry we were late, Shepard, the friendly mech warrior leading the 2 lances replied. We got held up. Mech Commander Richard O'Connelly. Mind if we help out? Yes, Shepard nodded. With that, the battle began in earnest, with the 2 sides duking it out with each other for control over the Celestial Palace. At the same time, a pair of APCs, taking advantage of the confusion, drove past the mechs and towards the Celestial Palace. Spotting the APCs, Shepard knew that was the assault team that was assigned to invading the palace. As time wore on, the Capellan mechs, despite fighting valiantly, began to be whittled down by the Fedsun's forces. Fighting against Xi's Atlas, Shepard winced as the last vestiges of armor on his right arm were stripped off by the mech's powerful hand actuators, causing the component to show up as a light yellow color. Warning! Critical damage, right arm. The Dick informed him. I know that, Shepard replied as he lashed back with the pods on his Marauder II. Looking around, he found that he was fighting the last enemy mech, as all the others had been destroyed. Give it up. He told Xi Zhenglong. I don't want to kill you. Stand down, the battle's lost. Fuck you, Fedsun's dog. Xi snarled. I will not surrender to a beast like you. I will die before I do so. Have it your way, Shepard grunted. Using the foot pedals, he lashed out with a foot, unbalancing the enemy mech before commanding the mech, on a visceral level, to shoulder ram the enemy mech, sending the Atlas tumbling to the ground. Damn you, Federate! Xi roared in rage. Long live the Capellan Confederation! Long live AI! The enemy mech warrior's rant was cut off as Shepard stomped on the enemy mech's cockpit, crushing the man to death. Thus ends another death commando, Marshal Davian noted. You did the right thing, Shepard. He wasn't going to surrender, even if told to do so. I know, Shepard replied. I just wish he'd been more willing to listen to reason, than to honor. I know, Marshal Davian nodded. Now, we'd best secure the area and... Marshal Davian. Came another COMM call. What is it? We've breached the Celestial Palace, but most of the guards have surrendered. There's also someone that wants to talk to you. A moment later, a woman's voice came in over the COMM. Hello? She asked. Who is this? I'm Marshal Jackson Davian of the Kestrel Lancers. We're here to secure the Celestial Palace and to arrest Maximilian Liao in order to force a surrender. Do you know where he is? Yes, the woman replied. He is dead. I killed him myself. You won't have to worry about him, or his daughter, Romano Liao, anymore. I am Candice Liao, acting Chancellor of the Capellan Confederation. I stayed behind here after I helped Justin Allard escape. On the behalf of the people of the Capellan Confederation, I surrender to you and your forces. All CCAF forces, stand down. Your lives are worth more than this war. I will be transmitting this message across all HPGs that are still under Capellan control. A moment later, Marshal Davian said, on the behalf of the First Prince of the Federated Sons, I accept your surrender, Candice Liao. Ladies and gentlemen, Xi'an is ours. The head of the Capellan Confederation has been severed from the body. We've won the battle. With that, the comms were nearly overwhelmed by a deafening cheer as the Kestrel Lancers cheered their victory against the Capellans. Inside his mech, Shepard sighed happily, slumping back in his seat. We won, he beamed, a relieved and weary grin spreading across his face. We won the war. We've changed the course of history forever. The Capellan Confederation is ours. On Terra, Mendel Waterly watched as FTL messages to the other worlds held by the Capellan Confederation surrendered to the Federated Sons spread like wildfire. Both of her knuckles were white as she watched the last vestiges of the CCAF surrender to the AFFS. Her face was a neutral mask, but inside, she was fuming with rage as the Federated Sons changed the balance of power in the inner sphere forever. Hearing footsteps, he watched as an orderly came over to her. Ma'am, is there anything I can do for you? He asked. Perhaps a glass of water is in order. No, she replied, keeping her emotions bottled up as much as she could. Right now, I would like some time by myself. As you wish, my Primus, the orderly nodded. With that, he left the room, though it was noticeably faster than when he entered. It was a good thing that he did, as Mendu's emotions boiled over at that exact moment. Getting up, she picked up a small chair and, snarling with rage, threw it across the room. The wood chair shattered into thousands of pieces, before falling to the ground in a heap. The door opened behind her, though when the guards saw that she wasn't in any danger, they closed the door once again. Damn you, Hansa Davian, she raged inside as she threw some note pewters onto the ground, though in a manner that would leave them undamaged. For the 15th time, she opened her mouth and roared, Damn you, Shepard. Chapter 26, Worries, Breakthroughs and Planning. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mass Effect, MechWarrior/BattleTech crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful patience and support. I greatly appreciate it, and the feedback you have provided. Just so you know, this chapter will receive some edits in the coming days, just in case it doesn't jibe with the rest of the plot as well as I hope it does. Still, I am grateful to have a wonderful beta reader, and I am also grateful for your wonderful input. You guys are the best. Also, my poll has officially closed as of the past 2 days. If you're interested in seeing the top 3 choices from that poll, go ahead to my profile and take a look. As always, leave a review and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, WizKids, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and / or artists. New Avalon. Mount Davion. May 15, 3030. If there was someone that was currently very busy, it was Hansa. The first prince finished signing yet another document on a noteputer before scrolling the screen to the next one. After taking the time to carefully read the document, he signed it as well, while rejecting the next document that came up. All of this was due to the fact that he had made history once again. Not only did I sign the treaty that will lead to the formation of the Federated Commonwealth 2 years ago, I have also done something unprecedented. I have conquered a great house. That, alone, is a feat worthy of the annals of history. That brought his mind back to the previous few months that had passed. With the full capitulation of the Capellan Confederation to the Federated Suns came a large acquisition of territory. Numerous worlds in the former Capellan Confederation were laden with rich resources and a brain trust that would prove invaluable to the Federated Suns, and future Federated Commonwealth. It also meant that there was a lot of power and territory to consolidate. With the oppressive regime that was House Liao destroyed utterly, save for one individual, insurgents and resistance groups loyal to the former regime would do anything to overthrow the rightful rule of the Federated Suns. As such, he had to find people that were loyal to the Federated Suns, and would ensure that the newly formed Xi'an and Free Worlds marches, would stay firmly under the Federated Suns' control. Fortunately, for the overarching leadership of the newly formed marches, there were 2 candidates for the leadership positions there. He had a choice for the Free Worlds March in place, but he knew who was going to lead the Xi'an March, Candice Liao herself. In fact, he heard that she had recently changed her name to Candice Allard Liao, as an indicator of her romantic relationship with Justin Allard. Either way, confirming her rule over the Xi'an March is going to be one hell of a headache, Hansa thought to himself as he turned off the noteputer for the day. Looking at the time, he could see that it was already 9 o'clock. Damn, I've been working for a long time, he thought to himself. I need to get some rest. As he got up, he looked at a photograph that was on his desk. The photograph was that of himself, his wife Melissa, as well as an infant that she was holding in her arms. Hansa smiled at the photograph. That there is my son, he thought to himself. Victor Steiner Davion. As he thought of his son, he remembered what Vega had told him about his son, how he had become a consummate warrior, though didn't have the necessary skills required to maneuver through the minefield that was politics. I won't let that happen to him, he thought. Victor will have the skills necessary to survive the minefield of politics, and come out on top. That thought reminded him of his potential future children, particularly Catherine Steiner Davion. He could still feel the sting from knowing that, in another world and another time, she would become a despot and a tyrant that would be overthrown by her brother, Peter Steiner Davion. It had stung him that his own failure to be a good father there would hamstring his daughter's development if he didn't do something about it. That much was enough for him to begin scheming a plan to save his daughter from that fate. I will not let that happen to her this time around, should she be born, he thought to himself. I will be a better father. I will raise her to become a woman of the same moral cloth as my wife, Melissa. I will ensure that all of my children are well equipped to survive both the battlefields of war, and the battlefields of politics, while ensuring that they will be good men and women worthy of being rules of the Federated Commonwealth. As he thought this through, he heard the phone on his desk chime. Pressing the speaker call button, he asked, Yes. Sir, I have Dr. Ives and Dr. Alexandria on the line, his secretary said a moment later. They're requesting that you visit them at NAIS when you have a chance. Apparently, they've made a breakthrough in various fields of research. Very well, Hansa nodded. Inform them I will be there tomorrow. If any other calls come, redirect them to the Privy Council. With that, he went to bed. The very next day, Hansa was down at NAIS with the 2 aforementioned scientists. Dr. Ives and Dr. Alexandria were 2 of the scientists that had been rescued from Tozan a little over a year ago, courtesy of Shepard's attack on Comstar, and his discovery Comstar's hidden worlds. Dr. Ives was a short man, with black-colored hair and bright blue eyes, while Alexandria was a little taller than him. Standing at the test firing range for the campus, he looked at the 2 and asked, You wanted to speak with me? Yes, Ives replied, his face serene, while his voice betrayed his excitement. I've managed, with my team, to make a breakthrough in weapons research. Would you like to know why I was imprisoned? Yes. According to the information that EDI extracted from Comstar's databases, you were captured by Comstar for reverse engineering various weapons technologies. I take it you are demonstrating one that you managed to rediscover, yes. Correct, sir. I was arrested because I managed to work out how to design and build pulse laser weapon systems. With my study of the weapons that the Wolf's Dragoons sent to this facility, I was able to figure out how they increased the range of pulse laser weapons to that of normal laser weapon systems. It took us about a year, but we managed to create a few prototypes for demonstration. I must also commend your scientists that were here before I came along. They did much of the legwork when it came to reverse engineering pulse laser weapons. Hansa smiled as he heard that. The fact that Ives had done what most considered impossible wasn't too surprising. According to a psychologist, in Ives' family, he'd suffered cranial trauma when he was a younger child, especially to his brain's left anterior temporal lobe. When he'd recovered, he had shown the classic signs of savant syndrome, and a test had found that he had retained most of the skills that he would have otherwise lost. The wonders of the human brain, Hansa thought to himself. It's people like him that can quickly figure out how to get something like that right. So, mind if I see this demonstration? Certainly, Ives nodded. With that, he handed Hansa a pair of darkened glasses, with the two, along with Alexandria, putting the glasses on. We are ready. Begin. After a few seconds, Hansa turned his gaze towards the weapons in question. The weapons themselves looked like a ballistic weapon that was attached to a mounting chassis, but with key differences. Instead of an ammunition feeder, there were power cables, data lines and coolant pipes. In addition, he'd seen the focusing lens that would allow the free electron laser to work properly. A moment later, each one fired in sequence. Contrary to films, there was no sound when the pulse lasers fired. Instead, Hansa watched as the first one, a large pulse laser, fired a blue beam that became bright blue towards the center. The laser beam seemed to flicker, though in reality, this was because the laser was pulsing so rapidly that the human eye couldn't accurately track it. A moment later, a bright green laser beam fired off, which was the medium pulse laser. Finally, he watched as the small pulse laser fired, a thin, bright red beam firing off. Once the weapons were done firing, he looked at the ranges they had reached, as well as the damage they'd done, courtesy of a camera near the other end of the range. To his surprise, the pulse lasers had reached the ranges that were normally associated with standard lasers. In addition, the weapons still dealt a considerable amount of damage, if the glowing holes in each metal plate were any indication. Excellent. He beamed. How soon until they're ready? We have a few things to work out still, Ives replied. We're working with EDI to design a new type of coolant that should help the pulse lasers cool down faster, while also increasing the efficiency of each one. I'd expect these things to exit the prototype phase and enter limited production by early 3031, before entering full production in early 3032. What about ER lasers? We'll work on that once the pulse lasers are in limited production. You'll be seeing clan-spec ER large lasers on the market by 3034. Others are working on the PPC weapon systems, and the like. Either way, we're making good progress. Good. Turning to Alexandria, he asked, what about you? Well, I was arrested because I worked out how to produce endosteel, Alexandria explained. Quite minor, actually, especially since others were developing new weapon systems. I was able to recover my notes, courtesy of Shepard and his attack on NAIS. While my assistant and his friends are studying the endosteel that the Wolf's Dragoons were kind enough to donate, I've been working on ferrofibrous armor. It took me about a year of working out, but I managed to work out how to manufacture the stuff. Nice. So, when do you expect us to see ferrofibrous armor on the market? I'd estimate around 3033 in limited quantities, and full production by 3035. The delayed time period is due to the fact that most of the Federated Suns is still getting the infrastructure lost during the Succession Wars rebuilt. I take it that you've directed them to do, yes. That's correct. Good. That means that, even if we lose a facility, we'll still have the tech required to make the armor plating. I'll be studying the ferrofibrous that the Wolf's Dragoons sent along. It's dense than Star League era ferrofibrous and, as a result, takes to shaping better. I've also heard about this element zero stuff that Shepard and his team brought along. If we can figure out how to use that stuff to compact the armor further, it'll take up as much room as standard armor, but will retain its protective qualities. Imagine that. That I can, Hansa nodded. Already, he could imagine the surprised look of a clanner upon seeing an inner sphere mech with ferrofibrous armor worthy of the clans. Looking at his watch, he said, I'll have to get back to it now. Take care, and good work, all of you. You've done the future Federated Commonwealth a service. That we have, and we will continue to do so, Ives nodded. With that, the scientists returned to NAIS, while Hansa went to the drop pad. It was time to get to work. Meanwhile, at another planet in the Federated Suns, Mason was currently busy going through various financial reports, from revenue to expenses. So far, from what he could tell, all was well with the Cavaliers, and it was clear that his decision to save up on cash and have some in case of a downturn was a wise idea. Finishing the last report, he looked at the amount of money that they had left. 80 million C-bills in our pockets, he thought to himself. Not bad at all. It'll be a good reserve of cash in case there's an economic downturn. Plus, with the mechs that we have, the fact we have talented technicians working on them should reduce the costs quite a bit. As he looked at the financial reports, this mind began to wander back to what he should do, now that the Fourth Succession War was over. It's time to resume pursuing Black Inferno, he thought to himself. They still have to be stopped. As he thought the matter over, he found that his reasoning for taking on Black Inferno had changed dramatically. For one, while he still wanted revenge for his father's death, he found that it wasn't just him or his father that were suffering. The information that EDI, the Normandy's AI, had retrieved from the Hilton Head HPG complex told him that numerous colonies were being attacked by Black Inferno. The reasoning why was simple. Those colonies were situated near Star League facilities that contained large amounts of LOS tech. Comstar, as part of Operation Holy Shroud, was attempting to capture and slash or destroy those facilities to keep the inner sphere in a technologically regressed state. Granted, that was a failure, thanks to the recovery of the Helm, Grouse, and New Dallas memory cores, but they were still making it quite difficult for NAIS to do its work. Either way, I know I'm not the only person that is suffering because of Comstar's misguided ideals, he thought to himself. I don't want this entire personal mission to be out of revenge anymore. I want to bring back justice for all of the people that are suffering from Black Inferno's rampages. I won't become the monster that leads them, whoever he or she is. Either way, he knew that it was soon going to be time to take the fight to Black Inferno, and he needed everyone on board. Hopefully, Garrus will have recovered from his injuries and be ready to fight once more once we find out what Black Inferno is up to. He winced as he recalled that particular tidbit of memory. About a week ago, while they were doing a contract for the Federated Suns, Garrus had been injured by shrapnel when an AC-10 shell from a Centurion penetrated the rear armor on his mech. While he'd luckily avoided much of the shrapnel, some of it had embedded itself into his lungs, while breaking the ribs near his spine. Thankfully, they had been able to stabilize him, and Dr. Shakwas had enough of her medical equipment to perform the necessary surgery to remove the shrapnel. He'll pull through, he thought to himself. Garrus is always like that. If he can survive his world's equivalent of an LRM to the face, he can survive that. Reminds me of a soldier from the First World War on ancient Terra. The unkillable soldier as it were. Walking out of his personal quarters on board the Cavalier II, he proceeded towards the mess hall, which was where most of the crew was currently gathered. Grabbing himself a few mres, he began to get some much-needed food. 1 p.m., he thought as he quietly ate his meal. It's been a busy day. As he said this, he heard someone coming over to him. Looking over his right shoulder, he watched as Nyreen came over and sat down, a similar meal in her hands. Hey there, he said, with Nyreen smiling a moment later. How are the kids? Just fine, Nyreen replied. Celicia and Nillis are doing well. Iavalaya and Vorenuz are being their usual selves, which is just fine. Vorena is currently sleeping. That's good to hear. A moment later, he asked what he felt would be an uncomfortable question. Are you doing all right? This time, Nyreen looked at him, her slit green eyes gazing directly at his own. Can we talk in private? Sure. With that, both of them got up and entered the stairwell. Closing the door behind them, Mason locked the door, ensuring they wouldn't be disturbed. This is as close to private as we can get, aside from my quarters, he told her. Fire away. To be honest, I'm not, Nyreen frowned. Sitting down on a nearby step, she said, with Garrus confined in the medbay, I feel as though I'm missing half of my body. I keep dreaming about him as well, mostly of him finally recovering to spend time with me. Is he okay? Yes, Mason replied. Dr. Shakwas informed me that he's recovering quite quickly. According to her, if he keeps this up, we'll have to start calling him the unkillable Turian. Nyreen sighed happily. That's a relief. Looking at him, she asked, Can I be honest with you, Mason? Sure. I'm afraid of one thing, Mason. I'm afraid of being alone, and of the kids being alone without a father to spend time with. Garrus means everything in the entire universe to me. He and I are one in a way. Whenever he's around, life is wonderful and enjoyable, but when he's gone, it's sad and dreary. I'm afraid that, someday, he won't come back from a mission. Mason, hearing this, knew exactly why Nyreen was worried. I know what you mean, he said to her quietly. You love him, spent time with him. Hell, you've had sex with him, and the two of you deeply love each other, like you're two components of the same being. You're also worried that, if he does, you won't be able to go on in life. I know the sensation, Nyreen, because, like you've probably learned by now, I had that happen to me. Losing my father, it was like someone had cut off my arms and legs, before leaving me to die alone. Did you ever get over the loss and pain? If I had, I wouldn't have gone after Black Inferno. I can't bring him back, nor can I guarantee that Garrus will be able to come back safe and sound from a mission, Nyreen. What I can do, however, is ensure that, not only is Black Inferno stopped from causing any more death and destruction, I can also ensure that Garrus has the best chance to come back home, alive and well. That's all I can do. I know, Nyreen nodded. A moment later, she seemed to quake, before looking at him, her eyes starting to mist over. Hold me, she asked. Mason, sensing what was about to happen, gently took her into his arms, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulders. For a couple minutes, tears streamed down Nyreen's eyes as she quietly cried, her body shaking as she quietly sobbed. Mason did his best to keep his composure, though eventually, he too felt his eyes misting up. A moment later, Nyreen pulled back, before using a handkerchief she kept on her person to dry her eyes. Feel better? He asked her. Why yes, Nyreen nodded. I do. And Mason? Thanks. Anytime, Mason replied. With that, Nyreen unlocked the door and left, but not before she gave Mason a smile. Mason smiled back, while he watched her go back to eating her meal. A moment later, he looked up to see Shepard walking down the steps. Thought I heard something, he heard Shepard explain. Is everything alright in here? Yep, Mason nodded. All's well down here. I was talking to Nyreen. What about? She's worried about Garrus. Remember when that Centurion blasted his mech in the rear armor plating? Yeah, I remember. Rex got the cocksucker, though he's got some regret that he couldn't keep him covered. Too much fighting going on. Well, you can't do everything. Still, Garrus is doing fine, and he, hopefully, will be fully recovered by the time we find out what Black Inferno is up to. Me too, Shepard nodded. It was touch and go for a while there. Thankfully, his genetic modifications meant that he could use the same medicines that we humans can without ill effect. I agree. Looking around, Mason said, it's about time that I get back to my duties, Shepard. Take care of yourself, and make sure Rex is taken good care of too. We need heavy hitters like him. Agreed, Shepard nodded. I'll make sure he's good to go. See you later. You too. Back at New Avalon, there was someone else that was also working hard to make sure her husband came home safe and sound. Working in one of the many underground offices of MIIO, Lyra was processing some reports that had come in on potential threats to the Federated Suns. Taking a sip from some warm coffee, she quickly marked off which ones were nothing to worry about, and which ones were vitally important. Ever since their arrival in the world they were in now, Lyra had thought that her skills as an information broker, and as the shadow broker, wouldn't be put to good use. Fortunately, Quintus Allard knew talent when he saw it, and he had definitely seen it when he saw Lyra's resume. It wasn't long before she found herself, once more, in front of a computer screen, with information scrolling over it, working as an agent for MIIO's IGS, Information Gathering Service. Initially, she had to work with a primitive setup compared to what she typically used as the shadow broker. Recently, breakthroughs in processing power, memory storage, and operating systems had allowed for the creation of significantly more powerful computers than what was commonplace throughout the inner sphere. While not as powerful as the computers she had used before the incident that had brought her and the Normandy to this newfound universe, they were definitely a major improvement. I miss you, Shepard, she thought as she looked at a photograph of Shepard, herself, and her 2 children. I hope you come home to spend more time with me soon. Still, I will ensure that our children have a future worth looking forwards to. She was about to take another sip when a knocking was heard on the door. Come in, she said a moment later. Seconds later, an assistant walked inside, papers in hand. These just came in, he told her. Apparently, the first prince has an assignment for you. That had Lyra's interest piqued. All right, she nodded as she took the files. Thank you. With that, the assistant left the room, while Lyra looked through the files. Almost immediately, she noticed who they were on. They're not enemies of the Federated Suns, she realized. A moment later, her eyes widened when she saw the photographs. These are Garrus and Nyreen's children. Now why would the first prince send me dossiers on them? He wouldn't do so without a perfectly good reason. Fortunately, an answer wasn't long in coming, as she saw an update on her computer's IMS, internal mailing system. Opening it, she noticed that it was an IMS straight from the director of MIIO himself. Apparently, he had gotten a call from Garrus and had directed it her way. Taking a moment, she carefully read what the message said. After a few minutes, she leaned back in her chair, processing what she'd just read. So that's what all that's about, she thought. Nihilus is requesting training as a mech warrior, while Celicia requires training in infantry combat, as well as biotic combat. Makes sense. They're getting to the age where Turians generally enter the military. With that in mind, she knew that she had a few candidates in mind. Nyreen is a Cabal, so she's the natural candidate for training Celicia for biotic combat. I'm a perfectly reasonable biotic myself, so I'm another good candidate. As for infantry combat, that would be one of Arden Sortek's men. His second-in-command is specially good at that. As for Nilus, well, I could have Shepard teach him how to use a mech. Yeah, that'll be best. Plus, he also has Mason to work with, and Mason has all the hallmarks of an excellent mech warrior. They're the best that we can do, and that we have. With that in mind, she sent a message to Quintus recommending who would be teaching Garrus kids how to fight. As she did so, another few documents appeared on the IMS. Opening them up, she quickly scanned through each one, before filing them away in various folders. That also reminded her of another job that Quintus had given her. In addition to sorting through information, she was part of Operation Eavesdropper, an operation that Hansa had started up when he learned of Comstar's meddling. The goal of that operation was to bug various HPGs in the Federated Suns, and Lyran Commonwealth, without Comstar knowing about it. This system of bugs would allow them to find out what Comstar was saying to its agents, while also assisting the Counterintelligence Division on neutralizing any foreign spies that were posing as legitimate citizens within the Federated Suns. Reminds me of the debacle that humanity had during the 21st century, when the CIA was accused, and found guilty, of spying on its own citizens in violation of their constitution, she thought. Still, she knew that the work she was doing was of vital importance. All of it had the end goal of not only finding a way back to their home universe, but to also destabilize and destroy Comstar in an effort to end their tyranny once and for all. It was a noble goal, but she knew she had to be careful. Reminds me of something one human said. He who fights monsters should take care not to become a monster himself, and if you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss stares also into you. The thing we have to do, is to keep ourselves from blinking, which is far easier said than done. Either way, she knew she had a goal in mind, and she knew how to accomplish it. With that, she went back to work. There was a lot of information to scrub through, and not a lot of time to accomplish it. Chapter 27, Back on the Trail. Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to my Mech Warrior / BattleTech, Mass Effect crossover. Thank you all for your wonderful support and feedback. I deeply appreciate it. Also, the poll on my channel has ended. If you want to see the winning choices, the top 3 choices, go ahead and take a look. In addition, we're beginning the MW5, Mercenaries story arc here, which will end with the destruction of Black Inferno, and their Comstar masters. Stay tuned if you want to see more of that kind of thing. As always, leave a review, and enjoy. Disclaimer, I do not own the Mech Warrior / BattleTech or Mass Effect franchises. They are the respective properties and trademarks of BioWare, Electronic Arts, FASA Corporation, FASA Interactive, Catalyst Game Labs, WizKids, Piranha Games Incorporated, etc. Any material original to the franchises belongs to their respective developers and publishers. Any material not original to the franchises is of my own invention. I do not own any music listed in each chapter. Any music listed belongs to its original composers and / or artists. Mech Warrior 5, Mercenaries Ost, Operation First Strike. MDS Cavalier 2. Musida. May 2, 3035. If there was one thing that Shepard could tell about Nilus, it was that he was quickly becoming a consummate mech warrior. Sitting inside of the cockpit of his Marauder 2, he watched as the first of Garrus children piloted the mech he was in, a Centurion, with ease, hitting each of the targets with the weapons that were mounted on board. So far, Nilus had many more hits than he had misses, and most of those hits were meant to inflict the greatest amount of damage to an enemy mech. As he watched the younger Turian conduct his training, Shepard recalled the past 5 years that had passed since the end of the Fourth Succession War. With the Capellan Confederation wholly conquered, Hansa had quickly gotten to work consolidating his control over the late Great House's territory. During that time, numerous insurgents that were loyal to the old regime attempted, time and again, to overthrow their new rulers and bring the old regime back. Those insurrections, however, began to quickly fall apart, thanks to MIO's use of sleeper agents, which were embedded into the insurgent forces, allowing them to tear the enemy apart before they could do any real damage. Shepard recalled a scene where he had participated in such an operation. It was one of the few that he had done without being inside a mech. It was quite difficult, he thought as he rolled his right shoulder. I got hit in that shoulder by a ballistic weapon. Don't know how it failed to penetrate, but it shattered the bone in that area. Took Shockwave a few hours to fix it up. In addition, he noticed that the injured area was hurting today, likely due to the weather. In addition to these insurrections, the Federated Suns expansion had also brought on its own set of headaches, but not due to the consolidation of the Fed Suns' newfound territory and influence. Shepard had heard rumors that the Free Worlds League was building up its military forces as a precautionary measure in the event the Federated Suns, and Lyran Commonwealth, decided to invade their realm. Similar rumors were heard from the Draconis Combine, with the DCMS conscripting more forces to protect their realm as well. Not all of the rumors are true, he thought to himself as he watched Nilus complete the course, having kept his attention on the younger Turian while he thought to himself. Hansa, from what I can tell, has no interest in the Free Worlds League. They haven't caused us any trouble, and the reason why Hansa began the Fourth Succession War was to not only create a new nation, but to also punish the late Maximilian Liao for attempting to make the Federated Sons a puppet state. As for the Combine, the two sides have always disagreed with each other. If the Combine thinks that it can run roughshod over the inner sphere without consequence, then they have another thing coming. With two of the great houses working together as one, they don't stand a chance whatsoever. I spit on their coordinator and the Combine. They remind me of Cerberus far too much. His musings were stopped as Nilus approached Shepard in his mech, the arms lowering as the mech warrior in training turned off the master arm switch in his cockpit. When he spoke, Shepard heard the deep, resonant, but musical voice that was Nilus, now that he was almost physically mature. I completed the course, he reported. Let me see, Shepard replied, looking at the assessment report his mech stick created. Average accuracy, 90%, damage taken, 85% simulated armor remaining and no simulated internal damage. Nodding, he said, not bad, Nilus. Not bad at all. You do need to work a little more on avoiding damage, but you've come a long way from when you first started. Thank you, sir. Nilus nodded emphatically. At ease. We might be in training, but you don't have to call me sir all the time. Commander, or Shepard, will do. Okay. Okay. All right. Go ahead and report back to the dropship. As Nilus left, Shepard changed frequencies and asked, so, Gurus, do you think he's ready for his first mission? I think so, Gurus nodded. He did have a few problems when he started out a year ago, but after you began your drill instructor routine and built him back up as a soldier, he started doing very well. In addition, he's quite talented at piloting battle mechs. Shepard nodded at that. When they had started training Nilus as a mech warrior once he completed Mason's version of boot camp, which was quite brutal despite the small interior of the dropship, the younger Turian had taken to it like a fish to water. Fahad had, at one point, half-jokingly wondered if Nilus was, at times, becoming one with the mech he was piloting. I agree, Shepard nodded. Mason put him through the same training his father did, which was very tough. Nikolai Mason did not hold back on his training for Mason, and Mason did the same thing with Nilus. I think it's time we took him on a mission with us. Just as Gurus was about to reply, Shepard heard a voice over the COMM channel. All mech warriors, report to the dropship immediately. I repeat, all mech warriors, report to the dropship immediately. Hearing that, he said, well, looks like duty calls. That it does, Gurus nodded. With that, they began piloting their mechs back to the Cavalier 2. Entering the talk-ups room, Shepard found Rihanna and Mason standing near the hollow table in the middle of the room. Looking around, he noticed that Nilus was present, along with some of the other members of the Merc Company. What's up? He asked. Something come up? Yep, Mason nodded. Remember the last mission we went out on? Shepard frowned as the memories came to the fore. A couple weeks ago, they had been in the Vakarel system, where some settlers had been attacked by mercenary forces for seemingly no explanation whatsoever. Fortunately, thanks to records taken from Hilton Head, Shepard and the others knew that it was Black Inferno that was responsible for the assaults, courtesy of their employment with Comstar. While they had saved the colonists, they had nearly gotten snagged in an ambush, and it was only thanks to Rex's experience with that sort of thing that they had managed to survive. During that time, they had killed a member of Black Inferno, who had underestimated Mason's skill as a mech warrior. After that, they took a much-needed break, while Fahad had busted his ass off to get their mechs back into fighting shape. I remember, Shepard nodded a moment later. Black Inferno tried to ambush us for interfering in their operations. We kicked their asses hard, though. That we did, Mason nodded. Still, I was worried that I wasn't going to come out of that one alive. It's thanks to Rex, and to your team, that we came out alive and well. I was just doing my job, Rex shrugged. I just happened to recognize the hallmarks of an ambush sooner than everyone else did. Either way, that was a close call, Rihanna added. After Inferno targeted the Cavalier 2, I had no choice, but to take evasive action. Fortunately, the modifications that Fahad, and his friends, made to the engines allowed me to outrun them, but not by much. Once we were in the clear, I set about scanning the UNB frequency they were using, attempting to glean as much as I could. It was useless chatter, for the most part. For the most part? Mason asked, cocking an eyebrow. Yes. I managed to intercept this. An encrypted communique. Turns out, it was from Andreas Kane, the leader of Black Inferno. A moment later, she began playing what she had intercepted. Moments later, a deep, gritty, British accented voice began to speak over the speakers. Captain Kruger, you fool. The coordinates were on that dropship, and you let it slip right through your fingers. An entire operation, weeks of planning, and for what? Yamada will want to know what happened. What do I tell him? That we failed? No. I must tell him the truth. That I failed him, that I had faith in you, and that I was mistaken that you could execute such a simple plan. Return to Xinjiang immediately, Captain, and I promise you that your punishment, though severe, will be swift. A moment later, the recording ended. That's creepy, Gurus remarked, sarcasm dripping from his voice. He mentioned something about a Xinjiang, Shepard mused. From the sounds of it, that must be Black Inferno's main base of operations. My thoughts exactly, Rihanna agreed. We've got them now, commanders. Did you forward this to Spears? Mason asked. Yes, Rihanna nodded. I had him check out this Yamada person. That name threw up a red flag, and a big one at that. Apparently, Yamada works for Comstar, and is one of the heads of ROM, their secret security force. That only confirms what we already know, Mason nodded. That Black Inferno works for Comstar. It also explains the resources and manpower that they have at their disposal. That it does, Rihanna nodded. If we're going to go after Black Inferno, we need to keep gearing up. It'll be a hell of a fight. Fortunately, they're not the only ones with powerful friends. Spears, true to his word, is determined to help us more than ever now. After all, interstellar expeditions and Comstar are not on friendly terms. We've also got MIIO and the Federated Suns on our side, Shepard added. You run this by them too? Yes. What do they have in mind? Mason asked. Apparently, Spears and Quintus, the head of MIIO, went ahead and purchased some black market information on Inferno. At what cost, I cannot imagine. It can't have come cheaply, though, that's for certain. They've offered it to us in exchange for some of the salvage we might collect on this job. All right, you've got my attention. Inferno has a salvage facility in the Eden system. They use it to overhaul and refurbish mechs they salvaged in battle. By hitting that salvage facility, we can deal another blow to their operations and pick up a little more heavy metal in the process. What do you think? What the hell are we waiting for? Mason asked. Let's get to work. You read my mind, Commander, Rihanna nodded. I've already locked the coordinates in. You get us there, and I'll go ahead and get the mission briefing prepared for when we arrive. As the mech warriors began to disperse, Mason asked, Shepard, a word, if you please. Sure, Shepard nodded. What is it? I've been looking at Nilla's performance in the training we've been giving him, Mason replied. I think it's time that we took him on a mission. The one that we've been handed on a silver platter sounds like the best kind of mission to get his career rolling. What do you say? It didn't take long for Shepard to make his decision. I think it's a good idea, he nodded. Besides, I've taught him all that I can, and so has Gurus, Rex and Vega. It's time for him to begin his career in earnest. Mason beamed at that, a grin spreading on his face as he patted Shepard on the shoulder. I had a feeling that was the case. Once we arrive, it'll be time to get to work. It took them about 6 months of travel, but by the time the 7th of November rolled around, the team had arrived at Eden. From what Shepard could recall, Eden was an arid planet, though there were some oceans, and a belt of planet that had a large amount of grass. Much of the planet, though, was desert, and there were numerous areas that were volcanic in nature. Much of this was due to the fact that Eden had just recently entered its life-bearing stage, geologically speaking. Those volcanic regions were also relevant to their mission. According to Rihanna, the mech salvaging facility was located in one of those volcanic regions, near a fairly cool and safe canyon network that was further from the volcanoes of that region than most. In addition, a number of magma barriers were present, allowing the workforce there to work in relative safety. Inside of the cockpit of his Marauder II, Shepard was busy making sure that everything was in working order. Fahad, who was leaning against the door to the cockpit, said, I'm fucking glad that I got those DHS kits installed onto your mechs. My advice is that you manage your heat as carefully as possible. Even with the new coolants coming onto the market, a mech can overheat itself if used carelessly. Got it, Shepard nodded. How are the weapons? Good to go, Fahad beamed. I have to admit, getting the new type of ammo loaded in was quite interesting, as was modifying the weapon according to the manufacturer's recommendations. Either way, you're carrying up to 50% more ammunition thanks to the telescoped ammo's design. The propellant is much more powerful too. Never thought I'd see the day that autocannon shells could travel at speeds that approach that of a Gauss rifle. I know what you mean, Shepard nodded. What about the new pulse lasers? Much greater range and more heat efficient, Fahad explained. We were also extremely lucky to get the new ERPPCs that are starting to appear on the market. Add to that the gifts that the Wolf's Dragoons decided to give us a year ago, and things are already starting to look up. I wouldn't be surprised if we started surpassing what the Star League could achieve. Me neither, Shepard nodded. Well, it's time for me to get to work. Thanks for the upgrades, Fahad. I really mean it. You're welcome, Fahad nodded. Take care now. You too. With that, Fahad left, while Shepard closed the door to the mech's cockpit, before sitting down and going through the relevant checklist needed to get the mech operational. Looking at the readout as it came online, he remembered some of the technology that had come out in the recent years. As a sign of cooperation with NAIS, as well as a show of her support for the future Federated Commonwealth, Melissa Steiner had created a facility at Thurcad that mirrored NAIS, and served as a direct competitor to Thurcad University. Known as the Thurcad Institut für Wissenschaft und Technik, Thurcad Institute of Science and Engineering, it shared the same purpose as NAIS, to reverse engineer the technologies that the Star League had developed before its collapse. As such, once the facility was complete in 3030, and a number of scientists that were rescued from Comstar recruited, they received copies of the Helm, Grouse and New Dallas memory cores. This had, effectively, freed up the workload on NAIS, and allowed the two great houses to work on differing projects. In effect, the research speed on LOS-Tech had doubled. As such, mechs could now be built with endo-steel chassis, and ferrofibrous armor within the Federated Suns and Lyran Commonwealth. It was predicted that, in a few years' time, LBX and Ultra autocannons would no longer be LOS-Tech, along with Gauss rifles and the like. For Shepard, this meant that he had to have his mech rebuilt from the ground up using the new technologies, though the Wolf's Dragoons were kind enough to have Blackwell Industries do this for him, free of charge. In addition, Shepard learned that the teams at NAIS and TIWT, working together, had managed to figure out the improvements the clans had done to those technologies, allowing them to make the same ones themselves. As such, Shepard had learned that his mech was not only lighter, it was better protected. True, the upgrades were not as compact as what came stock with the mech, but it was a reasonable trade-off in his opinion. Besides, the computers take up far less space than they used to, he thought. That's counteracted the reduced amount of space quite nicely, along with the more compact ammunition for the weapons. As he thought of this, Mason came in over the COMM. Shepard, you good to go? Affirmative, Shepard nodded. Team. Ready and waiting, Gurus replied. Online and waiting, Rex nodded. Ready for battle, Nihilus calmly reported, though there was an undertone of nervousness in his voice. You ready for this, Nihilus? Shepard asked. You sounded nervous there. Just adrenaline, Commander, Nihilus replied honestly. Understandable. Just keep your cool and your wits about you, and you'll do just fine. That seemed to do the trick, as he heard Nihilus' breath in and out, before saying, I'm ready, Shepard. Besides, what better way to dispel your nervousness and fear, than to face the very cause of it head-on? Shepard smiled, while Gurus laughed and said, Ha! That's my boy. With that, they began moving out of the dropship and onto terra firma. When they stepped outside, Shepard was greeted with a hellish landscape. The sky was black and the light dim, courtesy of a large cloud of volcanic ash blasted high into the atmosphere by a recent eruption. The air was choked with ash, which rained down from the sky like snow in winter. The ground was a dark grey to black color, while magma, which glowed a bright orange color, flowed down various areas like maple syrup over pancakes. A hellish landscape, but one that is important as well, Shepard noted. Were it not for volcanoes, and earthquakes, each world in the inner sphere would be as dead and cold as Earth's moon, Luna. It might not be pretty, or inviting, but it is necessary. As they moved out, Rihanna came in over the COMM. Okay, commanders. The entrance to the first canyon is right in front of you. Take out any enemies you encounter. We'll worry about salvage later. Sounds good, Mason nodded. Shepard, how's your mech doing? Checking the heat meter, Shepard said, doing fine. The new coolant that we bought for the mechs is doing good. I'm only up to 25% of my total heat capacity. We'll know more, though, once we're in battle. Good, Mason nodded. Your lance will be the point team. We'll provide support in case things get hairy. Sound good. Got it, Shepard nodded. Bravo Lance, move out. With that, they continued to march down the canyon at full speed. Frowning at the ash obscuring his vision, Shepard switched from a standard optical view, to a thermal readout of what he was looking at. In an instant, the foggy air became clear, with the dick automatically adjusting to ensure that lava flows, and hostile mechs, showed up as a red color, while the surroundings showed up in greens and yellows. As they moved along, he spotted a structure up ahead. Got a structure, he reported. Looks like we're approaching an outpost. Orders. Take it out, Mason ordered. Any enemy mechs are to be neutralized by any means necessary. Destroy the entire outpost. It's of no use to us. Roger that, Shepard nodded. Bravo Lance, engage. Just like that, all hell broke loose. Moving forwards in his Victor, Nihilus began playing to the mech's strengths almost immediately. Zipping behind a building, he began firing on an enemy rifleman with his AC-20. A 140mm shell flew out of the muzzle at speeds approaching that of a Gauss rifle, before smashing into the enemy mech. Apparently, the enemy mech hadn't been fully refitted and repaired, as that single well-aimed hit completely tore apart the mech's center torso. Enemy mech going supercritical, he reported. A second later, there was a loud kaboom as the enemy rifleman's fusion engine exploded. Looks like these mechs haven't been fully refitted. They're still missing components. That's a relief, Shepard beamed. Don't think they're not a threat, however. Even a damaged mech can still deliver a beating if you don't take care of them fast enough. Spotting an enemy hunchback, he fired one of his ERPPCs, tearing the enemy mech apart. Rex, being inside of his Orion, started to lay waste to the hostiles coming towards them. Come here, you little pyjak. He snarled as an enemy locust attempted to fire on him. Not having any of it, he lashed out with the mech's foot actuator, clipping the enemy mech in the right gun arm. That sent the enemy mech spinning to the ground, whereupon Rex stomped on it, crushing the enemy mech warrior in the cockpit. Thanks to the fact that most of the enemy mechs were in pretty poor shape, the fight was over in just under half a minute. That allowed Shepard and the others to begin smashing up and tearing apart the facility. I love my job, Gurus beamed as he destroyed a series of fuel tanks. Good thing the civilians evacuated, if Black Inferno didn't kill them, that is. Just as he said that, he spotted Nihilus firing his AC-20, directly at him. Gurus was about to dodge when he watched the shell miss him by a fairly wide margin. Looking behind, he watched as an enemy catapult fell to the ground, its poorly repaired armor having been torn apart. Thanks, he said a moment later. Just warn me before you do that. I'm sorry, Nihilus nodded. He was about to fire on you. Even with the new armor, your rifleman's rear armor is quite thin. That's why I said thanks, Gurus reassured his son. Just warn me before you fire, that way, I can get out of the way. Okay. Okay. Good. As they proceeded deeper into the facility, Shepard noted the layout. From what he could tell, the facility was specifically designed to avoid being in low areas, which were more susceptible to lava flows. As such, it was also spread out more widely, so that no group of buildings could be hit by a single lava flow. Annoying, but you have to admit, it is a safe design, he thought. Keep moving up, he ordered. It wasn't long before all of the enemy structures had been leveled, with piles of rubble marking where each building had once been. As they moved along, Gurus noticed contacts on his sensor suite. Oh! He shouted. Enemy reinforcements inbound. Nihilus, you're close enough to take them out, Shepard ordered. Rex, go with him. Copy that, Rex replied. With that, the two began marching their mechs out, with Nihilus using his higher top speed to move into cover faster. Peeking out, he fired his mech's AC-20, blasting apart a hostile blackjack. Spotting another, he fired both medium pulse lasers, as well as his SRM-4. Rex, on the other hand, was using his greater capability at range. Firing the LB-10XAC he tore the leg off of an enemy Thunderbolt, before firing the SRMs in his mech, tearing off one of its arms. Apparently, that was all the weapons the enemy mech warrior had at his disposal, as moments later, the cockpit separated from the mech and soared skywards. Eventually, all of the hostile mechs were eliminated. Good work, commanders, Rihanna reported over the comms. We just did a scan of the area. The main reclamation facility, from what I can tell, is at the end of the second canyon you'll need to move through. Be wary, though. The confines in the canyon are tight, and we don't know how many mechs they have at their disposal or if they've set up some kind of an ambush. Thanks for the heads up, Mason nodded. We'll keep an eye out. Switching frequencies, he asked, Nihilus, how are you doing? A little hot, but I'm okay, Nihilus replied. Thanks for catching that Jaeger mech before it could ambush me. No problem. Just keep an eye out a little more. I hear you on that. With that, they began to move through the canyon network cautiously. Spotting an enemy mech, Nihilus was about to fire when Gurus fired first. It was an expert shot at that distance, with the AC-5 shells landing directly onto the enemy mech's cockpit. Moments later, the hostile hunchback fell down. Wow! Nihilus beamed. Nice shot, Dad. I don't think I could have hit that target with my AC-20. How'd you manage? It's something called skill, Gurus replied. You only get that good by practicing and doing this sort of thing for a long time. Still, one day, you'll be just as good as I am. That I will be, Nihilus nodded. Closer to the back, Shepard smiled as he heard the banter between the two. Nihilus has really done well so far, he thought to himself. Looks like Mason's instincts might have been right. Once this mission is over, we'll know for certain. Eventually, after fighting their way through a number of enemy mechs, they reached the main reclamation facility. The main reclamation facility was located in the middle of a box canyon, though the floor was elevated high enough to prevent lava flows from damaging the facility's buildings. Mech chassis were scattered everywhere, with some having been abandoned in the middle of being stripped for parts. Massive cargo containers were everywhere, along with cranes, scrap yards and other things common to a place like that. There's the main facility, Mason noted. Time to tear it, and Black Inferno's forces, down. That should help cut them down to size. Agreed, Shepard nodded. We'll take the left side of the facility. Mason, the right's all yours. Thank you. With that, they began firing at any hostile mechs that were in the area. As they did so, another voice came over the COMM. The avenging sun finally arrives, a woman sneered. Looking towards the rear of the facility, Mason spotted a Victor moving towards him. His hands clenched murderously as he realized that it was his father's mech. What took you so long? The woman sneered. Busy kicking your team's asses, Mason growled. Who are you? Zavaron, the woman replied. Your father died like a coward, boy. I expect you to do the same. Like hell I will. Mason growled. My father was a good man that fought with honor and dignity. You, however, are nothing but a rabid bitch that has to be put down, permanently. So confident, I like that. It will make this kill all the more memorable. Your father's mech is strong. Too bad he was so weak. Like father, like son, I suppose. I'm going to enjoy piloting your mech after I kill you. Brave words, for a dead woman. Any last words, Ma? Just as she said this, an LB-10X shell, along with a pair of ERPPCs, tore through the air, smashing into the Victor that Zavaron was piloting. Moments later, Shepard's Marauder 2 came marching into view, the pulse lasers firing as he targeted Zavaron. You're the coward for firing on innocent civilians. He shouted at her. Besides, Nikolai Mason was a far stronger man than you will ever know. Still, you won't learn that, because like Mason said, you're a dead woman. Just like that, the fight was on. Maneuvering his stalker, Mason fired the SRMs on the mech, blasting apart more of the enemy Victor's armor off, while Shepard kept Zavaron distracted. Zavaron, not wanting to die, began putting up a fight, using her weapons to their maximum capabilities. All around them, Gurus and the others continued to fight Black Inferno's forces. Eventually, Zavaron made a mistake, as she attempted to lash out at Mason's cockpit with a fist. Moving his mech back, Mason barely dodged the blow, before he unloaded all of the SRMs into her mech's right torso. The AC-20 that was there, thanks to the armor having been stripped off, promptly exploded. The right arm and right center torso was ripped off by the powerful explosion, with shrapnel from the destroyed autocannon tearing into the cockpit of the mech. Zavaron gave a loud roar of pain as shrapnel tore through her body. Despite the pain, she fought on, though it was clear that her mistake had sealed her fate. Exploiting that area, Shepard fired there, damaging the internal components of the mech, before Mason fired his pulse lasers. Zavaron never had a chance, as within an instant, the pulse lasers cut through the cockpit, tearing her body apart in an instant. All Mason saw at that distance was a large splatter of blood and gore onto the cockpit as the laser heated the water inside of Zavaron's body to the flashpoint, causing her to explode from the steam pressure. With that, the Victor fell over, its mech warrior terminated as it collapsed onto the ground. Told you that you were a dead woman, Mason shrugged. Didn't listen to me. Looking at Shepard, he asked, you all right? Fine, Shepard replied. What about you? Sounded as though you handled her quite nicely. I'll be fine, Mason replied. Zavaron thought she could use psychological warfare to get me to die easily for her. As you can tell, it had the opposite effect. Either way, one of my father's killers is dead, and the inner sphere can breathe a little easier. Agreed, Shepard nodded. Nilus, you there? Yes, came the reply. All hostiles have been neutralized. Excellent. You did good out here, today. Thank you. All right, Mason nodded. Rihanna, all hostiles have been neutralized. We've got my father's Victor back as well. Can you get a salvage team down here? Already on my way, Rihanna replied. Secure the facility. Estimated salvaging time, 5 hours. All right, Mason nodded. Either way, he felt a little happier, now that one of his father's murderers was dead.